Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite harmonica enthusiast and now knows everything about packing tape and sending packages, Adam Friendly.
What's up, everybody? That's right. We are sending out our comic. If you don't update your mailing address on Indiegogo, who knows where your package is going to go? It might end up just lost in the mail. So,
Yeah, you
so
don't want
please,
that.
please,
Yeah.
please. I actually have 500 packages ready to go out tomorrow. So this is do or die. Update that mailing address. Otherwise, you might be out of luck. All right.
Yep.
What are we talking about today?
Today we're seeing, oh my God, will Jon Stewart
Mm-hmm.
save the Democrat Party from oblivion? Now I know how much of a fan you are of Kyle Kalinske and some other commentators,
Oh,
Adam.
look, Kyle Clancy's been on the show a couple times.
Yes.
He's a little insane on Twitter. Okay, I have a much different attitude than Sitch. Sitch is like, if you do fucked up things on Twitter, you're dead to me. Me,
I
I'm
know. Well,
like,
that's not. Listen, you do fucked up things on Twitter. That's not my attitude.
okay. Well, look, you're a lot more harsher about people's Twitter.
That's
Look,
true.
Kyle Kalinske is insane on Twitter. Okay, I'm willing to give
Right.
him the benefit of the doubt that if I went out to drinks with Kyle Kalinske, he'd be like a normal person. Okay.
Of course.
Like if it's weird because if you look at his Twitter feed, you'd think like he'd be yelling at the waiter and waitresses and flipping people off from the car, like just doing all kinds of insane shit. If you went
Only if
out with
they're
him in the
wearing
real
MAGA
world, right?
hats. Okay. Only if the waiter had like a little hat or a pin or
Yeah,
something. Yeah.
yeah. It's weird that way. So,
Right. But that, yes. No, so
but
I
he
just bring it up
likes
because,
Jon Stewart. He's like crazy for Jon Stewart.
yes, he thinks Jon Stewart will be he wants Jon Stewart to be the candidate in 2028. A lot of other people I've heard this echoed want Jon Stewart to be the candidate going forward. I'm pretty skeptical that either A, that he would want to be the candidate, or that even if he was a candidate, that he would be successful. I know a lot of people on the left love Jon Stewart, but he did do a pretty hard pivot towards wokeness and basically crapping all over white people for the last 6 to 4 years or so. So it's
Yes.
hard for me to imagine, like, if he does run theoretically. I mean, you're going to have the Kamala Harris situation again. Now, not in terms of, obviously Jon Stewart can communicate 1,000 times more effectively than Kamala Harris. And I think he'd stand a much better chance. But you're going to have the Kamala Harris situation in terms of, like, let's dig up old crazy things he said on his Apple podcast where he was crapping all over white people and then blast that out and have him defend it. So,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. We're obviously that's going to be trouble for him.
right. But it's a new era. Okay. It's 2025. A lot of people are waking up to the fact that, maybe the Democrats went a little crazy. Maybe wokeness sucks. Maybe we can try to find something else. Will Jon Stewart redeem himself? Will he wake up? Will he be able to bring the Democrats into a new age of beauty and enlightenment and being smart, savvy, competent politicians?
No.
Oh, before he even watches the video, he says no.
I look, I don't the Jon Stewart falling into the woke mind virus so quickly just makes me think it's impossible for me to think that he can actually navigate the treacherous path towards the presidency.
Mm.
It doesn't seem possible. It doesn't seem like he's really smart enough to do that. So
There's
look,
this
he got snowed
really
by a bunch of interns on his show,
that's
right?
I think that's actually like 100% of what happened
What
with Jon
killed
Stewart.
Kamala Harris's campaign? She got snowed by a bunch of interns, right?
Well, I think she's just incompetent. I'm not sure. I mean, that didn't help, obviously, but
Right. But it's kind of the same thing.
well, yeah, because it's really weird when you see the behind the scenes. Sometimes they have on these little podcasts. They'll have like John talking to people that work for him or writers or whatever, and it's kind of a little creepy because they're all young. They're usually all young women.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever, or at least the ones that come up on the stream are young women, and it's like so you have a bunch of young women that are laughing at like the old, you know, quote finger quotes powerful like left wing comedian. It just seems ripe for abuse. I'm not saying anything bad is happening, but you can like everyone can kind of see like you can kind of feel the ew, like in the air. I don't know. It
Right.
rubs me the wrong way. Like there's something going on here. And but then it's obvious that even if nothing nefarious is going on, that he's like, oh, I got to keep up with the young kids. I got to, adhere to sort of the new ideologies. And I think that kind of dragged him down this pathway of being completely out of it.
Yeah, you're supposed to have wisdom, right? What is he like 60, 70?
Well, that's what's so weird, I think, about sort of the boomers and the that kind of era was a lot of the ideas about gaining wisdom from your elders went into the trash can because all the young people rebelled because of Vietnam and civil rights, essentially. And it's sort of like now that attitude of like, yeah, the old people are stupid. You need to keep following the young people. And then this kind of got reinforced again with technology coming out because, and I thought about this when I was growing up. It must have been weird. Like we grew up in it, or I grew up in an era where I had to like teach my parents how to use the computer. I had to do all this tech stuff for my parents. I don't think like my parents didn't have that experience with their parents. Like they never like, oh, I know how to do all these things that my parents need to come for me to do. It was like the opposite. They'd be like, oh, how do I change a tire? How do I, use the lawnmower? How do I do XYZ? And their parents had the information. Now it's like the reverse.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. That's why young people are not looking to the older people. The older people used to be a good source of advice for how to live your life. But now, when so much of your life is lived on social media and the older people didn't grow up with social media, so they have no idea what it's like, yeah, they're not a good source of advice. So,
And we're probably gonna have the exact same thing with AI now. So
but I do
the
think
cycle continues.
I do think they should be a good source of advice in like human nature, right?
You would,
That
yes,
kind of
yes,
thing. Yeah.
right.
John Stewart does not seem like a good source of advice for
Well, I don't know.
human
Listen,
nature, but
maybe he'll surprise you in this talk. He's talking to Jen Psaki. Jen Psaki was
right.
Biden's press secretary for a
Yes, I
while.
remember. Yes. The
So
true
maybe
minority, a
there
ginger.
you go. There you go. So obviously she's gonna be recast as a black woman. But so listen, hold out some hope, have an open mind. Maybe, maybe he'll have some words of wisdom, okay, for the Democratic mainstream.
Doubtful. So
Okay,
we'll see.
let's find out.
They're spending $15 million a year on condoms for the Taliban. And you're like, I'm pretty sure the Taliban don't fuck that much.
That's one way to look at it.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Weekly Show podcast. My name is Jon Stewart. That was as welcoming and open as I could possibly muster. We are shooting. This is the Tuesday after the.
Let me skip. He like talks for like
High energy.
4 minutes. Hold on.
I just
In the new MSNBC podcast, The Blueprint with Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary under Joseph Robinette Biden.
I'm going to try to figure out what I hate about Jon Stewart during this live stream.
Is it he's got this like the sleepy eyes? Maybe you just don't like the sleepy eyes.
I don't like it when people's eyes slant down like that. No, that's not a good look. The droopy the dog look. Yeah. Very unfortunate. I like when the eyes aim up like cat eyes. That's what.
Oh, okay.
That's a much more attractive look.
Right.
So,
what's Jon Stewart's limbo ring game look like?
It looks awful, terrible.
Okay.
If you can even see in there. Jon Stewart, I think condescending really embodies Jon Stewart, and that's what I don't like. Some people who seem condescending. Does Trump seem condescending to you?
That's a good question.
Yeah.
He seems very egotistical, but I don't know if he seems condescending, which is weird. Because usually those go hand in hand, right? Like
maybe
I can kind of see what you're saying because like Jon Stewart does seem very like self-assured and condescending. Trump seems very self-assured and egotistical, but maybe not condescending. Like he can be insulting, but it doesn't. It's interesting. I never thought about it until he said it. He doesn't rub me as condescending, even though I'm not sure why.
I think he's been condescending a few times with various reporters, but it's always like they have it coming. And I think Jon Stewart is just condescending with everyone in his audience always. It's a completely different feel. So,
right.
Yeah.
And joins us now, Jen Psaki.
He also says way too much.
Great to be here. I loved how you said Robinette there, first of all. I'll just note that.
You know, I like to give the presidents their full due with all the names that God has graced them with.
Yes.
Let me begin with a rather intemperate question.
Okay, I'm ready.
What the fuck is going on here?
I was hoping you were going to tell me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me check my notes. You were press here. You were the inside the guts of a White House.
Mhm.
You saw how the sausage is made inside.
You talk to President Biden every day from 2021 to 2024. So you definitely saw his cognitive state every day. Every day you saw that. And then you came out and talked about what his plans were. Like, why didn't she come out and say, oh, yeah, the guy's organizing the Afghanistan pullout. Can't get Biden on the phone. Why didn't you tell anyone about that? Huh?
He does. Yeah, he doesn't ask her that. He completely drops the ball in asking her about the whole.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what was up with that? What was up
I
with
got a ton of questions for this woman.
Like, there's no way that she didn't know.
Of course. Think of Trump's press secretary. She's like, well, I talked to him earlier today and he didn't say anything about, like, there's
Right.
constant communication going on. This was the president we're talking to here. This ginger was the president for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Inside the White House.
Yeah.
You saw the pace of newsmaking. You saw the pace of executive actions. Tell us, cadence-wise, tempo-wise, what are you seeing as the differences between this president's first? How long has he been president? 10 years now, Trump? How long has this been?
10 and a half years to 3 weeks.
It's been
somewhere between 3 weeks to 10 and a half years.
It's been 3 weeks. What are you seeing about just purely on pace? What are we dealing with?
Well, by pace, I mean, I think the amount of activity and movement is a lot, right? But it's that kind of movement. I think what is very different, to state the obvious, is the absolute gutting of agencies and civil servants and people who have worked in government for decades. That's not something, obviously, we did or any Democratic or Republican administration has done.
So the premise right now is democracy was on the ballot, right, for this election. And so if that's the case, democracy got its ass kicked. Ironically, by the very thing that it said was on the ballot, democracy. He won the election. He got the popular vote. They kept the Senate. They kept the House. The idea right now that I'm hearing the most from the Democrats is he is eroding our democracy.
Mm.
And there are procedural ways by which he is doing that, not honoring separation of powers. My argument is also that democracy is eroded.
Has he done that? Has he not honored separation of powers?
Well, I mean,
Seems like-
so you have him basically trying to close all these organizations and cut funding and all these things that it doesn't. I mean, we'll see, because obviously all stuff's going to be adjudicated by the courts, but all these things that would normally fall outside the purview of the president, it would be up to Congress to make these decisions.
Right, but I don't think that claim can be substantiated. He hasn't. The red line for me is like disobeying the Supreme Court, maybe disobeying a lower court as well, obviously. But obviously, lower courts are going to be appealed, so it's going to go up to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court is the end of the line. Like, if he disobeys the Supreme Court, then I think you can make a case that there's the constitutional crisis everybody is claiming exists now.
Well,
but I don't think we're there yet. I think we're a long way from there.
I agree in terms of using the language constitutional crisis, because to me that means like, okay, something has been adjudicated and they don't care and they're still going ahead with it, right? You could say that he's doing things that seem to be outside the bounds of, presidential powers, and seems to be like there is not really a respect for the separation of powers. To me, I think that goes without saying. Right. I mean, first of all, you did have a lower court say.
He did say he wouldn't violate a court order. So, I mean, how's that disrespect for the separation of powers?
Well, there's
he's
two
literally
things. First
saying,
of all,
I always abide by the court. That is a respect for the
I agree
separation
with.
of powers.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe because there's two things here. Is that number one? At the same time that he said that, the judge, one of the lower court judges, said that the lower court said that they had to unfreeze the funding, and they haven't unfreezed the funding.
Right.
So that they're
So
not listening to the court.
So
they're not listening to
dragging
the
their
lower
feet on it.
courts.
Right, because they're appealing. They're appealing it. So I heard other
Sure.
people talk about this, and evidently Obama did something similar to this. So everyone's doing the what about it when Obama did this?
Yeah, I'm not sure what specific situation time where Obama did that.
Well, that's a claim. Like when Obama did it, obviously the news didn't lose their mind over it. So,
okay, I don't know. I mean, there's always this thing where like it's kind of obnoxious. Everyone is always completely one-sided, biased against whatever their team is doing.
Sure,
it's hard
totally.
to tell in terms of like when they do the whataboutism, right? It's like, well, is it the same? Is it different? I don't know. I don't know the specific situations that you're talking about there. You know, I tweet out something was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. Some people did not understand what I was talking. They didn't understand the meme here. There's a famous meme, Adam. I'm sure you've seen it, where there's the guy who says, "Hey, look, I'm retarded, her," and then some people say, "Fuck off, retard," and then they leave, and he says, "Jokes on them. I was only pretending." Okay. This is a famous meme.
I did see that meme.
Yes, it's a famous
Very
meme.
famous.
Some people, I thought everyone understood the point of the meme. Some people don't understand the point of the meme. The point of the meme is if you troll or pretend to do something for a troll, and then people treat you like whatever you're trolling to be as, that's on you. You're the one who's trolling people into believing that you're like the retard. So people treat you like a retard. It's like, okay, well, what did you expect to happen? And I feel like that's where we're at with Trump right now.
It's like the perfect meme, yeah, because you don't know if he's trolling or not. You don't know until he violates the Supreme Court order.
Right.
And that's a bad situation because then everybody who was saying, oh, he's not trolling is right all of a sudden. And you're like, oh, fucking shit.
Right. And it's not, and when I say that's where we're with Trump, I don't mean that he's retarded, but I mean in terms of he tweeted out yesterday, "He who saves his country does not violate any law," which is a Napoleon quote, which is essentially saying, it's essentially saying like you can basically violate any law as long as you're going to save the country or whatever you perceive is to save the country. And so
Nixon said something very similar to that.
Right.
When the president does it, it's not illegal.
Exactly.
What Nixon said. Yeah.
Exactly. And I'm not going to like dive into whether, is that really what Trump thinks? Is he just trolling? I think like personally, I just think this is part of the flood the zone technique, where it's just to keep throwing out incendiary things to get the left and the media like all buzzed, hyped up, angry. Though it's interesting with this tweet, it didn't really catch the way it would have, I think, in the past. So maybe people are just kind of growing tired of it. Like there's only so much you can do. But my point with the meme and with Trump saying that is he's made these jokes too often, or these references, and this isn't really a joke, it's just like a statement about, I'm not going to follow the law, I'm going to do whatever I want. JD Vance is basically, had a tweet that was kind of similar to this about, not listening to the courts. Then I'm at my feeling on all this is like, well, for years, you and I would defend, Trump doing things, and we would say, okay, the left was wrong to have these negative stereotypes about Trump and things he's doing. But I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm not going to defend him.
Oh yeah,
anymore.
me neither.
Like, why am I going to bother? Like, if you're going to troll, like, let's say like best case scenario is just completely troll, right? Like, I'm not going to bother. Like, if you're going to troll people to think you're authoritarian and people treat you like an authoritarian, well, it's on you, right? At that point, it's just your fault.
There was one response to that tweet that really got under my skin because they were saying that Trump is our living constitution. And I was thinking, oh my God, that's like the leftist argument from fucking 20 years ago.
Yes. Well, it's weird because there's like the replies to it from the Trump supporters are very bizarre because there'll be some contingent that's like, ha ha ha, tree the libs. But then there's some contingent that's like, oh my God, yes, Daddy Trump is like the savior of America. And he will
take over.
He will wipe away the whole, like, it's just a total cult mentality. So,
yeah.
So going back to the even reason we brought this up was because of what Jon Stewart is saying. Like, all these, if that's the attitude essentially that's, who's going to bring about, then I just shrug and say, well, we'll wait and see what happens, right? I'll just wait and see what happens. I'm not going to, rush out to defend anyone.
Yeah. I'm comfortable with the Democratic Party being the Chicken Little party, right? The boy who cried wolf, Chicken Little, the sky is falling, we're all constantly in a constitutional crisis. Like, but as soon as something actually happens, as soon as Trump defies a court order, a Supreme Court order specifically, they're right. Holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, I hope that world doesn't exist. That's the fork in the multiverse that I don't want to see.
Well, I don't think Trump's going to defy the Supreme Court. I think what we might have is we might have 4 years of essentially Trump defying every lower court until the Supreme Court adjudicates on it.
Right.
Which will be interesting. Maybe there'll have to be a case just about that specifically. Can the president do that? So,
but that's pretty common for, obviously, Biden did the student loan stuff and that went up to the Supreme Court immediately because they needed clarity on it. So
yeah, but I believe he didn't defy the courts. I believe what he did was he tried to, like, once they ruled on it, he would just try to, he would try to do it through some other avenue. He wasn't just openly defying.
Yeah.
So
yes. Well, whatever Trump does, even if he does the exact same thing that Biden does, try to do it through other legal means, they're going to say he's defying a court order. That's going to be what they run on.
If he does, I mean, to my understanding, they're not even doing that. They just ignored it so far. So
right. The institution is still there, though. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau still exists, even though it's not getting funded. And it's an open question whether or not it can be dissolved since it was created by Congress.
Right. Well, I believe it's closed. Aren't the people? There's no one working there currently. Didn't they tell everyone to go home? And they physically closed I believe they physically closed the office. They told no one to come in. They haven't requested funding. I don't know if anyone's working remotely. I don't know what's going on with that. It doesn't. I mean, I would be very surprised if the court would argue that Trump or any president has the authority to dissolve something that Congress has created. That seems to be really outside the president's power.
Just to the specific claim, whether or not it's been dissolved, it has not been dissolved. It still exists legally. So Some people are saying that they've dissolved it. They might have defunded it, like you said. They might have fired everybody, but it still exists. If another president came in, they could start it right back up again. Like, it's an open question whether or not they can keep defunding it. Obviously, that's going to play itself out in the courts. But the institution still exists. I think that's an important distinction to draw. So
this is the closing of the CFPB is, to me, really shows that Elon is driving the ship a lot more than Trump, because it's actually a completely retarded thing to do politically. Because if there's any sort of financial problem, and we talked about this before the stream,
he's going to blow up in his fucking face.
Right. Warren Buffett has been selling off massive shares of stock for like the last 2 years. He thinks there's going to be some sort of financial crash. I mean, this is obviously before Trump. A lot of these big financial crashes, they're obviously in the making for years. I don't know if it's really fair to blame any one president whenever a financial crash happens, but the public will blame the president. It's what happened with Bush. It's going to, if there's some massive, they blamed Bush for the housing crash. They blame Biden for inflation. If there's some massive financial crash looming on the horizon, there's inflation numbers came out, which people were not happy about. If there's some massive financial crash that kind of happens, regardless of whether it's actually any president's fault or not, everyone's going to point the finger at Trump, and they're going to say, and every Democrat is going to say, oh my God, you closed the CFPB. They could have prevented this somehow, and that's why I'm saying, like, this is such a stupid move politically, because it's essentially, it doesn't really provide it's not something the public cares about, because they don't know enough about it to care about it. So it's not like something to throw like red meat for the base. It doesn't really save that much money. All it does is sort of open up this massive door for an avenue of attack if something happens that's bad economically, to be like, oh, look, you directly caused this because you closed down the CFPB.
Well, I don't know if they regulate crypto, and it's the crypto people that really want this, because they're standing in the way of crypto reaching some crescendo
Right.
So
Crypto and fintech stuff. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure I really know the full motivation for this. So
What's what I'm saying? I don't think Trump, well, I mean, maybe Trump cares. He's been basically sponsored by a lot of crypto stuff recently, but it comes off more as like an Elon move to me.
yeah,
But we'll find out.
The
John,
people not feel.
the important thing is Jon Stewart knows none of this. This conversation that we just had.
Well, I don't know. Listen, we're
completely
gonna
go over
keep
Jon Stewart's head.
We're gonna keep an open mind here. Okay.
Okay, I'll try. Something about this guy.
Feeling that it's agile.
Yeah.
Or responding to your needs. Is that what has put us in this situation? Did people vote on democracy being too analog in this digital world, not responding agilely enough? And now, by going through this real executive unitary kind of reordering of constitutional powers, is he doing the people's bidding? Is he doing this thing that will make democracy? How do you process that?
You gotta hate this question. This question is so idiotic because he's framing it in the Democrats' democracy is on the line argument during the election. Which, do you honestly believe that was the argument that swayed the election one way or another? I don't.
No.
As much as they wanted to say democracy was on the ballot, I don't think people went to the polls and said, "Oh, democracy's on the ballot." They were like, "Oh, look, immigration and crime is getting out of control. I'm voting on that." Right?
So it was definitely an appeal to try to get out as many people on the left to vote. Was what it was. It was like a drive. It was like a drive to be like, we got to get the lefties to come out. We got to get the lefties to come out. And I mean, judging by the fact that Harris lost 1.8 million votes in California, and she lost, I forget how much, but like 800,000 or so votes in New York. These are very, big blue strongholds.
Probably obviously over Palestine, which wasn't a democracy thing either.
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, it's like, was it over Palestine, or was it just that this messaging of democracy on the ballot was just not an effective thing? It obviously wasn't effective for people in the middle, because people in the middle hear that, they don't know what that means. It doesn't mean anything to them. They just say, okay, grocery prices are up. Things are worse now than they were under Trump. So why would I vote for this again?
Yes, exactly. But now he's taken that same kind of argument and he's saying, oh, yes, the Republicans, they went and voted based on whether or not democracy was on the ballot. And since they voted against democracy, they're against democracy. That's basically the argument he's laying out here.
Well, I think they're a tiny minority. There's some tiny minority of people.
There is, yeah, of course.
That voted for Trump who are like, who are beyond, like, there's like the whole Trump emperor memes, but there's some tiny minority of people that are like beyond that. They would literally, bend over and suck Donald Trump's dick because they're so in love with him. It's like bizarre. It's like, it's a total cult mentality. I think that's the minority, but I do think the majority of people will essentially, it's not like an unwavering support, but they'll give like a huge latitude of sort of rationalization to any action that happens until some breaking point reaches. And I don't know what that breaking point will be.
Yeah. They want something to be done about immigration and they want something to do. It's not about democracy.
There's some interesting polling that was like, even a huge amount of Republicans, even though they're like happy that Trump is doing doing a lot on immigration, a lot of people, including Republicans, don't feel like he's really addressing the economy very much, which there hasn't really been that much addressing the economy. And so far, to me, the only thing that kind of made some of the Trump supporters raise an eyebrow was the whole, like, we're going to buy the West Bank from Israel. That was kind of like, huh. I don't know how, but there's obviously people are going to like wait and see what that means and how that plays out before they, flip.
Right.
Well, one of the ways I process it is that I feel like when Democrats, and including people who are on television in a variety of ways, were saying things like,
"Thank you,
authoritarianism is under threat and democracy is on the ballot," I think we were speaking in a manner that was so academic and ivory tower, it wasn't talking about a lot of the things people actually care about. So I don't.
Oh my God.
Isn't that like really stupid?
I did not. I did not. Well, no, I think she does kind of nail it here. I mean,
Oh, you
obviously,
agree with this? Okay.
yeah, they're talking about things that are completely immaterial to the actual election. Do you disagree with that?
No, I agree with that completely. I disagree with the frame. Now, okay, I should pull back one thing. My read of this is she's trying to gently tell the people on the left that they're retarded. Like, instead of just being like, you guys are fucking stupid because you went on and on about democracy on the ballot and all this other stuff that people don't understand or care about, right? Instead of like saying like you're just like, and the fear mongering didn't work, essentially. Instead
She's
of saying
you're
that,
very smart and academic.
Yes, exactly. It's like, well, you guys were just too smart for the electorate. You're just too in the ivory tower. You're just too college educated that, the peons, they don't understand these fancy terms like dictatorship or authoritarianism.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
So it's kind of like, okay, it's like, yeah, I agree with the concept, but like
she does
the framing
buy
is
into
hilarious.
She does buy into democracy was on the ballot. Maybe I cut her off too soon.
I don't know that people voted against democracy. I think they voted in some ways against protection of status quo and kind of the disconnected academic ivory tower elite language that is too often used by Democrats, sometimes on cable television.
What?
And I'm just
How
being
dare
honest. I'm being honest. No, that was one.
She is right about, and I'll give her credit for, I mean, this was a big problem with Harris, is that she just represents the status quo in everything that she stood for, everything that she ran off of. She stood for the status quo. Obviously she said she didn't know she would change with Biden. And it's like, if people are not happy, it's kind of shocking that the election was as close as it even was.
I know.
With how, then this is kind of why I'm like skeptical, or at least questioning the whole, like, like, this is MAGA country. Trump is like amazing, like did this amazing blowout. Is like, you had Harris. Now, maybe it's possible that things are so tribal and partisan that it doesn't matter. Like, there's always going to be this like super close like split on the Democrats, Republicans. But it is weird to me that you had Harris, who, vice president of Biden, who was very, very not popular towards the end of this. Harris, who herself was probably one of the worst candidates I've ever seen in my lifetime, one of the worst political speakers I've ever seen in my lifetime. She's literally standing for the status quo at a historic time where people are like desperate for change, and it was still as close as it was is kind of surprising.
Yeah. Yeah, she would embody change just in the fact that she'd be the first female president, but that's it. Yeah.
Which I think people are over. Everyone's just over this sort of like, it's
I
like a woman's going to just change everything.
Look, I think there's a certain contingent that like live and die by that. So
yeah, but they're going to vote blue no matter who anyway.
Of course. So. Yeah. It's so weird because I guess they wouldn't vote for a Republican as the first female president, would they? They'd be like, oh my God.
No,
how dare you?
I know.
One of my takeaways after the election was like, cross authoritarianism and oligarchy out of every script. Nobody talks this way. I don't think that's the only thing, but I do think looking back at the election, one of the outcomes I hope people who are not thrilled by the Trump administration, which is a whole lot of people, take away is that Democrats and people running weren't talking to a large swath of the country. They were kind of talking to a small group of people, progressives. They were talking to people who were primarily focused on things that were, in my view, more academic than they were real issues.
What part in your...
So to translate that, what she's saying nicely, which is, it is very fascinating. She's saying they were too woke. That's what that means. She's saying the Democrats went too woke as a party. And it's so interesting because whenever we hear like left-wing political commentators and left-wing pundits that are talking to each other, they'll kind of acknowledge this, and that kind of, sometimes they'll acknowledge it very openly. Sometimes they'll acknowledge it through this kind of code of language that Jen Psaki just said here. But then whenever they're like arguing with someone on the right, you always hear like, I don't know if she's done this, but we always hear from other people. They're like, how can you say Kamala Harris was woke? I mean, she like was the most moderate candidate ever. She ran the most, like they say all this like talking points.
Right? Yeah, they don't understand wokeness just from what it is. It's more than just about talking about it. It is a thing.
Right. Well, and also, I mean, she ran on it super heavily the first time around. She would have to actually distance herself from it again. There was this interesting video I watched. Maybe I watched like 2 minutes of it, which is kind of interesting. It's on this like very left wing YouTube channel that I sometimes watch, where there's like this woman who is a socialist, and she's kind of explaining how she thinks like she's kind of gone in the full reverse, where basically the socialists thought that they could use identity politics to trick everyone to being socialist. And now that identity politics and wokeness seems to be on like the downward way out, they're like, oh no, that actually got in the way of the social revolution. We need to like get rid of it and go back to like classical economic socialism now, because it seems like economic populism is more popular.
Right. They got to have some way to sell their socialism, don't they?
Which everyone just hates.
They're like, economic populism's popular again. Let's attach to that.
Exactly.
Identity politics didn't work. But I don't know how you can't. So many people on the left make the argument that because Kamala Harris didn't come out and say specific things, that her candidacy wasn't filled with identity politics. And I'm just like, what are you smoking, right?
I know.
She's the whole reason why she was nominated was because they couldn't step over a woman.
A black woman.
Yeah. Identity politics.
That's true.
It's just completely infused in her campaign. But
well, maybe. Listen, it's still possible that Joe Biden was like, oh, they're going to push me out. Well, I'm going to give them this time bomb. I'm going to give them Harris and she's going to implode.
Harris was obviously the nominee because of meritocracy, right, Sitch?
Obviously.
Yeah, see? It's laughable. It's laughable. Right. I guess they really don't. They completely reject that argument that it's identity politics versus meritocracy. They don't see the yin and yang of those two arguments.
Right.
Your mind was academic. I want to get, is it they were talking civics when they should have been talking something that was more directly impacting people's lives?
Yes. So I think the threat of fascism is a huge issue. The threat of authoritarianism, huge issue. This guy is an aspiring dictator. His words, not mine. All of those are huge issues. I also think Liz Cheney is very heroic.
Wait, what? Where did that come from?
Here we are.
Here we are.
But I don't think closing the campaign with a message about fighting democracy with a former Republican member of Congress was the right strategy. I'm not saying that's why they lost. No. What I'm saying is there were millions of people who didn't turn out to vote, who many of whom have in the past leaned toward Democratic issues, leaned toward Democratic candidates. And Trump somehow massively won on issues like the economy, even though his primary position is that he wants to lower tax cuts for corporations and the highest income Americans. That reality means maybe something isn't going well.
He would not say that that's his primary position, but is it also, could it be?
Well, I mean, you have to actually address what was going on in the conversation. His primary position was tariffs.
Well, yeah, and no tax on tips is lowering taxes on billionaires and corporations.
Well, we'll see if that comes to pass. Okay?
We'll see if it comes to pass, but obviously he's smarter than the Democrats.
Right. Well, and we're talking about in terms of like what was promised in the campaign and why people would vote the way they voted. I mean, he couldn't run on, even if this is what materializes, he couldn't run on, obviously, on like, I'm going to cut taxes for rich people. People are going to vote for that. Yes. It was tariffs, and people were very, like, I think in their mind, a lot of people associate the tariffs with the immigration question of like, well, fuck other countries. Also, it like kind of aligned with the isolationist attitude of, we're giving money to other countries. Why are we helping other countries? Even though like tariffs is kind of going to probably would make the economy worse, which is a part of why I don't think, like he kind of used the threat of tariffs with Mexico and Canada, and then they immediately basically went away. I don't know if we still have there's like some 10% tariff on China. So we'll see what happens with that. But, when you have inflation problems, throwing tariffs up is only going to make prices of everything go up. Do you think that those tariffs are going to even materialize, or do you think that was just sort of an empty campaign thing?
I think they're a negotiation. I don't necessarily, I mean, there's a lot of tariffs that are on us in Europe. Like there was, I think, a 25% tariff on American automobiles that they lowered, I think, to 10% just because Trump was throwing tariffs on China and Canada and Mexico. So, I mean, that's already a win. The 15% lower for American automakers in Europe.
Right, but that happened. That's not now. That was
that just happened. I retweeted it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that just happened. They lowered some tariff and yeah, look, it's a negotiation thing.
So it's just going to be
I don't know.
It's just going to be the basically the hammer for any of the negotiations.
Other countries tariff the shit out of us. So if it's like we're going to start tariffing you and it gets them to lower their tariffs, then that's a win.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
So to answer the question that I asked, so you don't think that there's going to actually be any tariffs? They're just going to be essentially this.
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Look, to threaten to kind of get other countries to lower their tariffs on us.
I'm not sure. I read Lighthouser's book. He's Trump's tariff guy from his first term, and tariffs are definitely a mixed bag. Like people come out on one side of the issue, although they say tariffs are going to cause massive inflation and destroy the economy, and other people think, oh my God, tariffs are going to completely erase the income tax. So neither of those positions are true. I mean, it's complicated as far as what you're tariffing specifically, how it's going to affect the economy. So I'm not sure how the tariffs are going to shake out. We'll see what happens.
We'll see.
What's up?
Be said that the lived
I'll find the tweet for you on the tariffs and
experience of Americans is that, look, Ronald Reagan had it in the 80s. What's the scariest thing that can happen? It's somebody from the government coming to your house and going, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. The idea being that Democrats are the party of the government. They are the party of the status quo.
And institutions. And institutions.
Quo.
Yes.
And the status quo. So I don't view that in any way as progressive. So when we talk about, oh, it's the elites and progressives and things like that.
You're right. Maybe progressives.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh. That is not the right way, progressives, to describe it. It's elites is the right way to describe it. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. I got to go back here for a second.
They are. What's the scariest thing that can happen? It's somebody from the government coming to your house and going, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. The idea being that Democrats are the party of the government. They are the party of the status quo.
And institutions. And
institutions.
Quo. Yes.
And the status quo. So I don't view that in any way as progressive. So when we talk about, oh, it's the elites and progressives and things like that.
You're right. Maybe progressives.
Yeah.
You're right. Oh. That is not the right way, progressives, to describe it. It's elites is the right way to describe it. Yeah.
Now we're talking. Now this is the conversation that press secretaries have. Is this how press secretary, when you're in the back room?
I just acknowledged I was wrong in one of the things I said.
There's this kind of switch over, I think, that we're going to be seeing over the next few years. A Texas two-step, if you will, where, and we started to see this years ago, and it was very annoying, where people would be like, oh, I don't know if you know this, but it wasn't the leftists that were promoting wokeness and identity politics. It was actually the dirty liberals, right? We've actually talked to people who try to push this like insane lie, and it disgusts me on a very visceral level because it's so obviously a lie. It's so obviously not true. You know, it's so founded in socialist ideology, socialist theology, maybe I should even say, these ideas that try to pawn them off on like, oh, the liberals, just because they want to basically jump ship. And this is kind of what's going on, I think, is going to happen with the term progressive, where you're going to have people are going to try to save this term progressive because they think that they're going to try to basically transform the Democrat Party into a progressive, a quote, economic progressive populist party. So they're going to say, oh, well, it's not the progressives' fault that all this horrible identity politics, academic shit that Jen Psaki, she was just complaining about all this, like, oh, they were too high-minded. They're using the words oligarchy and authoritarian, all this ivory tower stuff. Oh, but it's not the progressives' fault. It was the elite's fault. Like, who do you think the elites are? What are you talking about? The elites all adopted the progressive ideology. That's what they went hand in hand with each other. It was all the elite ideology you're talking about that was like controlling all these institutions all came from the colleges. They were all from leftists and progressives from college institutions that were shoving this stuff down everyone's throats.
Yeah, it's going to be a complete rebrand.
And they're going to try to do this. And if they try to do this, it's going to completely implode. If there's going to be a bunch of people who were the progressive woke ideologues, we're going to like try to put on a little mask where they pretend that they're not actually woke anymore. Like, oh, we're just economic populists. And they're going to try to like hide and sneak into and control the party that way. I mean, that's going to completely implode if those people seize power, because they're only going to be able to contain that part of themselves for so long before all the woke shit erupts again.
Right. Because it's a deeply rooted ideology.
Yes. Yes.
Based in racism.
But is that, how much is messaging about arguments over the right word to choose versus the impact of policy? Have the Democrats lost themselves in message speak and lost sight of that broader goal?
Well, I think the Democratic message speak still needs a lot of work. But I think just to go back to the original part of your question on the press secretary job, I think the people who do it best or try to do it the best are the ones who are policy focused on the policy and understanding it so that you can answer the 18th question. You're not worried about exactly every word. You're not trying to like, I'm going to say this thing and it's going to be a zinger and go viral. Like, you don't think like that. You think about understanding the policy so that you can push the system internally and provide more information publicly. That's not always how people think it works, but that's how it should work and how I think it worked, or tried to make it work when I was in the job.
I wonder, this idea now, right? When I'm watching the cable news now and the Democratic messaging about what Elon is doing and Doge and all those other things, the point that you made about oligarchy and civics and separation of powers maybe not being where, not that they're not concerns, but that's not where the messaging should be. It feels like that message hasn't gotten through, because I'm hearing an awful lot about separation of powers and very little about defending USAID. I'm not hearing a lot about, here's the specific program that is so valuable, and by not funding that, this is what we lose. There's been, to be fair, there's been some attempts at that, but the overwhelming majority has been, we are sleepwalking into a constitutional crisis. Again, taking the bait of the larger thing and not defending the efficiency or value of the programs.
I would take it just one step.
Yeah, because they can't. It's a fool's errand to try to do that.
Farther.
I don't know if it's that they can't. I think it's just laziness from a lot of the media, because it would require, like, there'd be one talking point that came out. Like when they first talked about starting to cut USAID, there was the first talking point was about, you're cutting basically all this like AIDS funding for people in Africa, essentially. And which I'm not going to make light of or belittle or say it's unimportant. But so that was like the first like message point. But then it like kind of moved away from that into just sort of the constitutional crisis. And I think it's twofold. I think it's number one, if you wanted to go into the specific programs, which I think would make sense about how, if you were on the news or you were a political pundit on the left, that would be how you would defend this. Did you say, like, here's a political program that's doing, or here's a USAID thing that's doing like good work for people in X country. Here's a USAID program that they're doing good work for people in America, right? Second, whatever, right? You go through the list, but that requires for people to like go through the list and actually find things that are doing useful things. And I think they don't want to do that because for two reasons. Number one, it requires a lot more work. And number two, a lot of people on the left are shaky and uncertain with what kind of messaging I think works. Because the second reason about why they're not really focusing on that is because there is a massive amount of people saying, hey, why are we giving money to anyone, to any foreign country? How is that helping ourselves, essentially?
Right.
This is, which
it's
makes
tough
sense,
to defend politically.
Right. Because whenever people feel like their own resources are threatened, they're going to want to like grab everything they can and like, hoard it. Because like if you're in a situation where you're not doing well economically, you feel like, and it makes completely rational, logical sense. Why would you want to help anyone anywhere else? Why would you want to give away your own shit to other people when you're not in a good, solid ground? And so that's a hard argument for people to sort of defend on the left. And I think it's even harder argument for people to defend on the left because the left has classically been the party that tries to say, hey, we shouldn't be telling other countries what to do. We should just be the huggy buggy, helping people out of the goodness of our heart thing. And so they don't really want to pick up the mantle of defending the soft power stick to say, oh, well, we're really only helping people fight AIDS in Africa because we're gaining some kind of rare earth mineral out of it, right? They don't want to like, which is probably true, but they don't want to actually like make that argument.
Of
And it's
course,
funny
yeah.
because that would be the actual argument that would be more effective. I don't know if it would be the most effective, but would be more effective than the huggy buggy argument in terms of, since everyone feels like, why am I wasting my money? It's like, okay, well, here, it's not a waste of money. You're getting, XYZ. You're getting this, lithium for your phones or whatever.
Yeah, the Republicans would do better to make that argument.
But they're not going to make that argument because they're the ones that are cutting everything.
I know. It's the irony. It's
Mm-hmm.
palpable.
And I worked at State Department. I think USAID is a tremendous institution. I don't think it should be a front and center top messaging argument. Should people in Congress defend and use every lever of their power to prevent the Trump administration from gutting it? Yes, because they play a pivotal role around the world, cracking down on corruption, defending a free press, a million things. But I guess when it comes to how the Democrats are communicating with the public, the things that the Trump administration are doing that they should be talking about more, in my view, are getting access to people's personnel information, their social security data, anybody who's applied for a government job, that's millions of people. Halting programs, which a judge this week said they haven't actually put back in place all of the funding halting of the funding that they said they had. Those are the kind of things that if you are not really, if you think government is, government's not popular, as you all know. Congress is not popular.
Why would that be?
Right. I don't know. Institution's not popular.
True.
So if you're trying.
People, there always this like idea, like you want like the businessman to run government because he can run government more efficiently, more effectively. There's a level of risk that high level business people like Elon are willing to take on that could, I don't know if it makes sense politically to be engaged in that level of risk. And one of those examples is, he's got, everyone talks about, oh, the big balls guy, right? He said the racist thing, should he be fired? Should he not be? And, people kind of focus on like the race element of, he made racist post something when like, that's like not really so important. What's probably more important for some of these kids that Elon has running around looking at, treasury data and all this other stuff is that they were on, they're on watch lists because some of them maybe worked for organizations that were like hackers for hire, right? And they wouldn't actually be like they wouldn't successfully pass a normal government background check to be able to look at sensitive data. And it's like, okay, like out of all the people in the country, like you couldn't find someone that could do what you wanted that doesn't have like a clean record to kind of like look at this data, because it is like the risk here is like so massive that that Elon's taking on, because all it takes is for one of these people that he got involved with this to sell some information or to do something wrong, and it's going to be like cataclysmically bad for Elon. It could literally be It could be business, like completely end his entire business career. If one of these kids, okay, that he's got doing this shit ends up getting caught trying to sell data to
Stealing the
Russia
entire
or
treasury
China,
database.
right, or just someone else for some, which is not so outside their bounds of possibility.
Oh,
Fuck, you
they've
could even
caught
have,
people doing that shit before,
yeah,
obviously.
of course.
Yeah.
And fuck, you could even have like, if you want to kind of look at it from the deep state angle, you fucking know that anyone in the federal government, the feds, any of those people are going to be trying to set up like a million honeypots to all those people
Of course
to
they
try to
are.
catch them,
Yeah,
selling
exactly.
data. Like it only takes one of those people to get caught in like a honeypot sting, and it's going to be so disastrous for Elon and Trump that it's like, what is the point of that risk? It's
Elon
such
can't
a
even
risky
navigate the
thing.
honeypots. What makes him think one of these 18-year-old kids can?
Exactly. Exactly. It's such a high risk for something that I don't understand the payoff, because I feel like you could just get any number of people who have clean records to sort of look through this data.
Yeah. Yeah. That is a big problem with Elon Musk, because Elon Musk's appetite for risk is just giant.
Yeah.
And that's a big question. I don't think people in government have that big an appetite for risk, and that's probably a good thing.
Well,
Especially
it
when
can be
you're
both
dealing
good
with
and bad,
something that,
obviously, right?
yeah, this has far higher stakes though
Yes.
than like one company, a
Right,
single
right.
company, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There was only one federal government,
Trying
right?
to reach people
Of
who are
course.
like, ugh, people who are like, ugh, government, Washington, then talk about how this program that's being cut off is helping your kids have early childhood education.
Even it's funny because the Democrats have been making this argument for days now, and you sold it 1,000 times better than any one of them ever did. Like every single one of them is selling this as though you should be worried about your own personal information, when that's not really the big deal. The big deal is like everyone's personal information getting corrupted at once. Like that's just fucking chaos. And so many other organizations have our personal information. Like nobody believes their personal information is uncorrupted at this point.
Yeah. Well, to me, obviously the Trump supporters are not gonna believe it until it happens, and even half of them won't even believe it when it does happen. So it doesn't matter.
True. Yeah.
They're trying to sell, that perspective. I'm just saying from Elon's own risk perspective, it just seems completely retarded to do that, to not at least get people that, put them through the normal background check. Like part of the point of the background checks is to say, well, we did our due diligence. It's not our fault the person turned out to be a Chinese hacker, right? Even the FBI and CIA couldn't determine this person was a hacker. But if you like sneak these people in and they're like, you've done zero checks on them, and then it blows up in your face, well, there's no one to blame. There's no one to point to but yourself.
True. Yeah.
It's helping you get Medicaid access. It's helping you farmers have subsidies.
But that seems obvious, Jen. So
yes,
why are they not doing it?
I wish I knew the answer to that question.
That is the most painful sigh I have ever heard.
I've retired from the world of democratic messaging in some ways. I think some people do it better than others. I think it is easy to get caught up in we're in a constitutional crisis, and we very well may be. I'm not trying to downplay that reality. When you have a president, which seems to be what's happening, and an administration who are defying a court order that is ignoring the one branch of government, that is technically, I think as lawyers would define it, a constitutional crisis.
Right. Well, then through an appeal
could be.
A little.
Oh my God. Jon Stewart brings in the reality.
I know.
There's this thing called appeals.
Right.
So
well,
silly.
Okay. Technically, you're not, if a lower court says you can't do something, you're supposed to stop doing it, and then you appeal it, and then you the ruling has effect.
Look,
until you appeal it, right?
I don't have the examples. I watched a couple videos earlier this morning. People were pulling out examples of Obama and Clinton doing the exact same thing, and nobody got on the news and was talking about there being a constitutional crisis. So that's the thing. This is like the norm,
right? We can get the whataboutism. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, I'm just giving you the technical thing
No,
here.
I get that. I
Right.
get that. But look, if this is the norm, like we don't jump out and say we're having a constitutional crisis every time some president does the norm, right?
Yeah, if that's the
Yeah.
case. I don't know if it's the case or not, but if it's the case, sure.
Okay. I'll pull out the example.
Yeah, give me some
not
examples.
now. Yeah.
A little bit down the road, but yes.
A road to a constitutional crisis.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay.
That's what a press secretary does.
The
See?
road to constitutional crisis. Boy, if that's not a title of a Rachel Maddow special, I don't know what is.
Well, there may be. And then you're like, how did she incorporate
Unbelievable.
cigarettes, giraffes,
Right.
Zimbabwe? It's like some sort of brain genius that my brain doesn't function that way.
A beautiful mind.
Yeah, I think some people do it better than others. I think there is an ease in using some of this rhetoric that is applauded by people who are very loud on social media platforms when it's like, it is an oligarchy, or it is, yesterday last night on my show, I talked about what a constitutional crisis actually is, because people keep throwing around constitutional crisis. I'm like, does everybody know what that means? Maybe they do, but I was like, this is what it is. And people were messaging me on social media platforms. Always dangerous when you look that up and they're like, we know what it is. Stop explaining it to us. It's like, well, okay.
Stop.
I mean, I don't
Stop explaining things, news person.
Sorry. But I think there is a following the soccer ball of, everybody's calling it a tech oligarchy. We're all talking about fascism. It's not that they're not issues. It's just that message was not connecting with a majority of the public. And so that's where I think there needs to be a readdressing.
What do you think are the important things? I have my own opinion about what I would like to understand.
Yeah.
What are the important things if you're the news? Like, here's what I would like to see focused on.
Yeah, let's hear it.
What are the mechanics of this audit?
Mm-hmm.
How is this audit being conducted? It seems awfully quick. I've never heard of an audit that goes in and 2 days later and like, this is a criminal operation. Like they've uncovered a cartel. It's very easy to go in and pick a program. They'll say they're spending $15 million a year on condoms for the Taliban. And you're like, I'm pretty sure the Taliban don't fuck that much. Like,
no.
I just can't.
That's one way to look at it, but
Right.
Probably true. Yeah.
So what they've done is they've taken the mantle of efficiency, right? Which I think a lot of people feel like.
Last time I looked at the Doge website, they said the receipts were coming on Valentine's Day, remember?
Yeah, have they showed up?
Now it says receipts coming over the weekend.
Oh, well, wait, today's, what do you mean? It's the weekend now. What are you talking about?
I know, it's hilarious.
The weekend's right now.
I will keep checking in. I'm waiting on the receipts as well,
I know.
So.
Well, there can't possibly be receipts for a lot of this stuff, for most of this stuff at all. There's like the things that they have receipts for, I'm pretty sure we've already heard.
Mm-hmm.
Like when Elon was talking about how fucked up the treasury payment system was, or how, fucked up some of the other payment systems were, where people aren't filling out the notes. It's impossible to stop things if they're to like known fraudsters, all these other things, which are all fantastic points, by the way, and all things that they should 100% fix. And I would definitely applaud Elon and Trump for fixing all that stuff. Okay. Those are things that's like, okay, I think they have receipts for that. I don't think he just made that up. I think he looked at it and said, oh, like this is something. But like, obviously you can't have receipts where they looked into supposedly thousands of different organizations and found out whether they were spending the money in some corrupt or illegal way. Like, that's, there's no way you could find that out.
Find at least one, right?
You would hope.
Come on.
But look, like the whole thing with the firing of the nuclear scientists is a perfect example of what's going on. Is that, you have the situation where they just say, okay, we want to make these like massive cuts in the Department of Energy. What do we do? And someone comes up with the idea where they say, well, let's just fire all the people that are, probationary hires, right? Mm-hmm. Because someone thinks, oh, probationary hires are like new hires. Because like when you're newly hired by the government, you're on a probation period. So it's easier to like fire you essentially.
Right. Yeah.
And so they say, well, like, let's just fire all those people because A, they're new, so maybe you don't need them, and B, we can actually fire them legally because it's, it's much easier. So let's just fire. Like, I'm not even going to look at the people. Let's just fire them. And then you do that. And then after that, you find out two things. You find out, number one, people on probationary period in the Department of Energy and in the government are not just new hires. Apparently, every time you take a raise and you enter a new position, you enter in the
Oh my
probationary
God.
period too. Okay. So actually, there were a lot of people who were smart, who saw this coming, who chose to not take raises around this time period because they could foresee that this possibility happened. But those that did take raises, who were moving up the ranks, all of a sudden they just are now fired or their jobs are in jeopardy because they're in this probationary period. And then it turns out, supposedly, because I don't know if it's ever been adjudicated, but there was a reporting that they accidentally fired like 300 to 400 scientists that were involved in maintaining nuclear weapons and nuclear waste that were like very important. And you can't just pick up more people like that across the street at the at the 7-Eleven, right? These are people that take years of experience and background checks and shit to make sure that have like all this nuclear information and nuclear secrets and all this other stuff. And then they quickly had to rehire those people back because it's like, oh, whoops, we shouldn't have fired those people. So it shows that like whatever the technique here, the strategy here, it's not like thoughtful. It's just a slash and burn. And then, oh, if there's a complete fuck up, maybe we'll try to like rehire the people back after the fact. But how many people were important people that were doing important things, doing good jobs in the government, but maybe it wasn't managing nuclear waste, and they're just going to be completely thrown on their ass for no reason because they're not really going through any of this stuff with a fine-tooth comb.
Yeah, they're just trying to work quickly and messy, and they figure they can hire anyone back that's necessary, which is horrible. Yeah, obviously.
And it's not really, and it also seems very performative because, I mean, when you're talking about like the budget, these are very, very small amounts of money that are essentially going to these programs in the overall budget of, billions and trillions of dollars. Like at the best case scenario for Elon, because he's talking about, he wants to save what, $1 billion, $1 trillion. I mean, the best case scenario for Elon is he's like, oh, I'm going to end up saving $4 trillion and cutting government, spending over 4 years. And that's going to go towards not paying the debt, but it's all going to go towards paying for Trump's tax cut that he wants to reestablish.
Yeah. Yes.
Which is like, okay, well, I mean, is that worthwhile? I don't know.
Could at least reestablish a tax cut for the middle class, right?
Right. I'm sure they'll have to give something, right? Throw something out there.
Long overdue in government.
Mm-hmm.
Uncovering waste and fraud and abuse. But it seems like it's a Trojan horse for an ideological reordering.
Mm-hmm.
So I would love to know what the mechanics of this are. And I haven't seen much of it.
I would as well. I would also like to know how do they know they've destroyed the data that they pulled out when they had access to it? I'd also like to know what can Congress exactly do? I mean, if we're calling on them to do things and Democrats are in the minority, they have limited power. What should they push to do?
Right.
I mean, should there be a push to subpoena people from DOJ? I think so. I mean, these are some of the things. Yes, I've lived in Washington and worked here on and off for a long time, but we've never been in this exact scenario before. So the piece that I'm most interested in is what now, right? What are the levers that can be used? Obviously, the courts have been active. How many of these cases could go to the Supreme Court? They're only going to probably pick maybe a few. I don't know, but that's what legal experts say. Which ones? And what does that mean for executive power? These are the questions I also have that I think, to me, one of the I don't know if it was a wake-up call, but one of the things I've thought a lot about since the election was, if we're out there every day and screaming, fascism, constitutional crisis, the world is ending, it's like, well, it's not answering people's questions, right? If they're ending the show and that's all I'm screaming at them, what did they learn or what did they gain from the experience of watching the show? And now, as you know, sometimes you have people on and you ask them these questions and they don't answer them, or they can't answer them, or they don't have the information, and that's fine. But in this moment, as it's so fast moving, I also feel this interest, but also responsibility to try to kind of pull out, what are the levers that can be done? What are the checks on power that can still be utilized?
Do you think this is a punishment that the voters in the country, because right now it's still broadly popular,
on all of us? Or is the punishment
in some ways, is it a punishment on what they think was the Democrats' inability to effectively improve their everyday lives. And what I'm interested in is a triage for the Democrats, of seeing that there's an understanding of how they ended up in this position.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see that yet. And I don't know if your experience is different.
I don't see that.
I don't know if he meant it that way, but I don't think this is a triage situation. I don't think you can just put a Band-Aid on this. I think this is like there needs to be a complete rethinking for the Democrats of what their core principles are and how they got to where they got. I don't think you just slap a Band-Aid on this and move forward.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So you object to the term triage just in the fact that the metaphor means this can be fixed. You're like, we got to completely reconstruct the body.
Well, I mean, usually when people use triage in this sort of language, it means it's like, okay, we have to stop the hemorrhaging, we have to stop the bleeding, right? It's not really a deep look into, okay, what's causing the problem? What caused the problem in the first place? Right. And that's, I mean, I think that's what the Democrats as a party, if they want to come back, if they want to revive themselves, they're going to have to figure that out.
I think triage is basically assessing who needs to go first into medical care because they're in the worst state. So it's kind of a how bad is it situation. I never really thought of triage so explicitly in these kinds of situations. I do think that they need to do some sort of assessment on, okay, we had an election, we obviously lost. What did we do right? What did we do wrong? Sort of. I think post-mortem is another analogy people use from time to time, right? We kind of got to do an audit,
right,
of what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. Yeah, an autopsy. That's another one. We died, and now we have to figure out why we died.
Well, everyone, and this maybe goes back to what John Stewart was saying about like why is the left-wing pundits sort of framing things the way that they're framing right now. On the left and the right, what they're both gambling. Everyone is rolling the dice right now because essentially the only way this is all going to shake out, it doesn't matter what Rachel Maddow says. Doesn't matter what Sean Hannity says. Nothing that anyone says matters. What's going to matter is how is this going to shake out?
What happens? Yeah, exactly.
Right. If this all ends up working, right, then Trump is going to be hailed as like a fucking hero. The Democrats are going to be looked at as like complete retards. They're going to be out of power for at least at the minimum another 4 years, possibly longer. They're going to have to completely restructure the party, right? But if it all explodes, even if it's not Trump's fault, if it all explodes for some completely, whatever reason.
Other reason, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, then the Democrats are going to have the massive "I told you so." The egg's going to be all over Trump's face. So right now, both sides are just basically just gambling on like, okay, well, we're just going to see what the outcome of all this. We're pulling on the Jenga blocks here of government, and is the tower going to stay up? Is it going to fall? Is it going to actually become better? Like, everyone's just rolling the dice to figure out what's going to go. What's going to happen.
Yeah, that's what I hate about this.
Right.
I'd like to think that Elon has some technical know-how that he can figure things out and fix what's going on. But I mean, I'm completely blind to what he's doing. So none of us can really see anything. So you don't know.
I think what's going on is there's like a very business mentality of, and there's truth to this, that like in the very big companies, everyone's going to defend their budget. Obviously, every, subsection of the company is going to defend their budget. And you say, oh, can you cut 10% from your budget? And they say, of course not. We're using every dollar, every penny down to the last, breath here, the most efficient way possible. And so it's like, if you're going to try to like go through everything piece by piece, it can be, it's going to be very time extensive. It could be impossible. People are going to lie to you. Everyone's going to say that what they're doing is the most valuable thing. So instead, people kind of have this attitude. Some, business leaders have this attitude where they basically just say, well, I'm just going to cut 10% of everything and you're just going to have to fucking deal with it and you'll figure it out. And sometimes, and a lot of times people do figure it out because there is maybe there is waste. Maybe people just manage to make it work, at the end of the day. And I think that's basically just the attitude that's going on here. I don't think there's any like deeper thought process to any of this
No,
stuff.
I completely agree with you. Yeah. The problem is though, you want to sit people down and make them defend their mission. Like you want to say, like, what is the purpose here? What are we trying to do? Right. And then you
Right.
know how many resources you need to accomplish that, right?
Right.
Like until you know how many fraud complaints the Consumer Protection Bureau gets every 6 months, every month, every week, right? Like you have no idea what you're dealing with. You have no idea what the scale of the problem is.
Of course.
Like if they're getting like 1,000 fraud complaints a week, right? And they're only able to address 10% of those with the budget that they have. You think cutting 10% is going to be useful?
No, of course.
I mean,
not.
now they're only going to be able to address 9% of the fraud complaints they get, right?
Right.
I think they go in and they imagine. Look, I've read a bunch of books on government agencies, and it always seems like they're starving for money. Like they give them this massive thing that they're supposed to do, and then they have actually no money to do it. I mean, that could be completely incorrect. These books could have been written in the 1980s when nobody had a budget, and now in 2024, spending has gotten so out of control. Now every agency has like 10 times the budget that they actually need. That could be the case. I have no idea. So I would just like more. I mean, I want the receipts, obviously. I want to understand this problem better than just let's cut everything, right? Let's just assume that this project or this institution is useless.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of why I think it's not going to work. Is it's not even like, oh, we're just going to do a 10% cut across the board. It's not even doing that. It's we're going to just start closing down individual entire agencies.
Yeah.
And the CFPB is like just the perfect example.
It's like that is so mental. That is so mental.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially if you're going to close down agencies that will end up bringing in, more money than they cost.
Yeah, from literal fraud.
Yes.
Like from literal fraud. They had Wells Fargo was taking and opening accounts in people's names that they didn't know about to charge them fees and stuff like that. They caught them and returned a bunch of money back to the people who they were doing this to. Like, what the fuck? You don't think that's going to be happening? You don't think that's going to continue to happen?
Well, and there hasn't, and again, there's still, hasn't been transparency on why that happened, on why they were closed down at all. Right. We were told, we watched the clip. We were told transparency is the way that we're supposed to see here. And it's just, there's no transparency on that.
Right. Wow.
That yet either. That is not to go back to plug my own podcast, and I'm not really trying to do that, but I'm going to do it for a second.
Hey, what the son of a bitch? All right.
Well, listen, this was actually one of the things in the weeks after the election where I felt like it wasn't that I was shocked out of my mind that Trump won. I mean, I've been in politics, I've traveled around the country, but how did this happen and why did this happen? And what can be learned from it, which I think is pivotal to understanding in order to figure out how to move forward, which I think is the point, is a part of what I'm hearing from what you're saying. Mm-hmm. And I don't think there's one answer. And I know that there are efforts in different places to explore that question. I think the DNC is doing one. I don't know what will come out of that. I'm keeping my expectations low. But that's sort of, to me, it is a multitude of things. It is how the Democrats are communicating about issues, but it's also, maybe it's a policy question too. And let's not all just call it a messaging issue, because it may not just be a messaging issue. Mm-hmm. It's misinformation and disinformation. And that's not just, everybody shorthands this as if Democrats only appeared on Joe Rogan's podcast. I'm like, I'm not sure. I don't know that he's inviting many, maybe he is, but that's not the only answer. I think there's a lot of layers of it.
It's 100% policy questions. I just wish like Democrats would actually think about policy for 15 minutes instead of running around saying the sky is falling. Trump is a fascist, wolf, wolf, wolf. The wolf is coming. Oh my God, it's death of democracy. Holy shit. Like, just pretend that you're actually playing the game of we have to come up with better policy prescriptions than them. Like, that's how democracy actually
That's
works.
hard. I don't want to come up with hard policies. It's better to just either just say Hitler.
This is why, look, this is why Trump is destroying them, because he's like, let me think, how do I get a bunch of waitresses and waiters in Nevada to vote for me? Well, don't they all make tips? Like, it's just fucking, it's not rocket science, for heaven's sakes. Jesus, just think, how can I make people's lives better, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why can't they do that, Sitch?
Because it's hard.
Why do they have to continually point to the Republicans and say, oh my God, they're going to enslave people? What a bunch of dumbasses.
It's because they don't. And so this is why I said that they need to completely reevaluate. They don't know what their principles are. They don't know what the people that they want to vote for them want, and they don't know what they want and how to identify. They're completely lost.
Look, can you imagine if Burger King's entire advertising campaign was McDonald's sucks? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah, wouldn't be good.
You're like not even competitive. What the fuck? There's it's just mind-boggling how stupid these people are.
It's also the kind of candidates people run. That's not a hack on Kamala Harris. I mean, in different races as well. And sometimes there have been purity tests in the Democratic Party that aren't particularly constructive. The purity test should be, can you win? And will you be a part of the caucus? Because the majority helps make things happen. I don't have an answer yet, but this is the thing that I want to explore.
Do you think the Democratic Party is principled?
I do think and sometimes I don't want to say too principled because that is not a good thing to say. Mm-hmm. But I think principled, yes. The Democratic Party writ large are defenders of institutions that make the country run, the rule of law. This is part of the problem, right?
Right.
This is why I like pragmatism, because you can never be too principled in pragmatism, Sitch.
Well, and I mean, I think she's way off here too. The only reason that the Democrat Party at large is defending institutions or the rule of law at the moment is because the view is that the institutions are more aligned with their purposes and their ideology.
True. Yeah. Good point.
And that's just true of the way any of the left or right's going to operate. I'm very skeptical, of any of this. We're operating from this, principled position. Like, yes, I mean, I think even politicians at the end of the day, most politicians, they have some base level of principle that they're probably not willing to go past at the end of the day. But I think they have a lot of latitude before they get there. They have a lot of wiggle room before they get there.
If the Department of Education was promoting Christianity, do you think they'd be for defunding the
No, of course.
Department of Education?
Yes. We could be in this exact situation 4 years in the future. Okay. Someone could dig up this live stream, this moment, 4 years in the future, and we could be in the exact reverse. Like, say that Trump is completely successful at gutting all these institutions and then just replacing them with like the right-wing versions of it. So you have Christopher Rufo has his Department of Education, right? And Elon has his, whatever, departments and all this stuff. And then 4 years from now, we could just have the Democrats being like, we got to defund all this stuff. It's all evil. It's all, racist. It's all, oligarchy, blah, 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 whatever. Right.
Yep. So the circle of life. It's so repetitive.
They are believers in the separation of government.
Here's where we're getting into it. So I think other people would say that's a veneer. And that what Donald Trump is doing is exposing, he's actually explicitly exposing the dark heart of how the world actually works. Sort of that idea of, hey, man, it's corrupt. And I know how to run a corrupt system of quid pro quo. I mean, look, this is the final boss battle in some ways of Citizens United, where they're basically saying, money talks, bullshit walks, and that's how things are done. I mean, they're making it so that United States companies can't get in trouble for bribing foreign leaders. When he said that he was draining the swamp, right? I understood that as or I understand that phrase as, we are going to
do you know the argument against that? Because I think we talked about it briefly, the bribing foreign leaders thing.
And I know the argument that Trump gave because I heard him give it.
Right. That a lot of people are not engaging in foreign business because they're scared they're going to be investigated first.
Well, he gave two reasons. He gave that reason, which is like the more like the good, like the quote, more moral reason.
Yes, of course.
Which is, there's too many American businesses that are too afraid to involve in foreign negotiations because they don't want to get hit with corruption charges. Now, I'm just the way when I hear that, I'm skeptical of it. Maybe it's true, but it doesn't sound true. I'd have to see some sort of data to show that. And then the other reason he gave was he basically said all the other countries are allowed to, I don't know if this is true, but he basically said all the other countries are allowed to just bribe local governments and we're not allowed to do that. So therefore we can't compete. So we need to allow American businesses to bribe local governments.
Well, look, if bribery is part of the culture in certain countries, I guess you really can't do business there you can't compete unless you can commit bribery. And if you're going to get investigated and get in trouble for it, then you're just not going to go compete there. I think it's an open question whether or not we should let our businesses go into these areas and compete. I mean, obviously, if we can have some sort of sway on the culture and kind of move away from that, then that would be a good thing. Something like this kind of happened in Russia, where a lot of the American businesses obviously didn't work through those sort of corrupt dealings, and it made a big impression on a lot of the Russian business people because they were like, holy shit, our system fucking sucks. We have to constantly be greasing the palms of political apparatchiks. It would be much better if we had a system that was more like the American system where they don't do that kind of stuff. So if we could have like a soft power influence type thing, that could be a good thing, right?
That would be, I mean, I like the idea of what you're saying. If there's some way to make that work, that would be fantastic. It didn't work in Russia, famously, because obviously after the wall collapsed and we basically threw a bunch of money at Russia and all the oligarchs basically just gobbled it all up and created the system that they currently have right now.
Well, there are opposition candidates to Putin that come out of this sort of they basically learned from the Americans during that time period. So, I mean, it worked to an extent. It didn't work. And ultimately, obviously, Putin is still in control, but those opposition candidates still exist. They're still fighting the system.
No, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like this, like the idea of what you're saying, it can work. Maybe we have to figure out a way to make it work, because it seems like with Russia, for every person that was like, oh, I'm inspired to follow the American system, there was 5 corrupt assholes who just gobbled up a bunch of money and put it in Putin's pocket or helped Putin gain power. Mm-hmm. So that would be very interesting. And I would love if Trump made an argument like that, where he essentially said, like, we're going to lax bribery laws so that like American companies can somehow bribe their way into systems and then like make them better from within. I'm kind of skeptical. I'd have to see how that would work. I'm very skeptical of American businesses having that power to do that action. I feel like it's more likely that they'll just
adopt the bribery
because it's a much easier thing to
try to bring it home to America. I mean, that's the risk, obviously.
I don't know if they're going to, I'm not worried about it coming home to America. I just think they're just going to do whatever's easiest for them to do overseas. They're just going to say, oh, if we need to bribe people, then we're going to bribe people.
Right.
And I listen, I think, before the election, the right made this big deal where they kept saying, humans are not economic units. Okay. And they kept, a lot of people on the right, a lot of the MAGA people, they kept criticizing, especially in regards to immigration, this sort of like dumbing down the conversation to just pure money view of the world. And there was truth to what they were saying. Everything at the end of the day is not just about money. There has to be a national spirit and character and moral virtue that underlines what it means to be American and be American in the rest of the world. And I do think Like, why are we sacrificing American morality and American spirit and American character just so some companies can make a few extra dollars? That doesn't make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense when you're talking about it economically. I mean, obviously, I'm making the argument that it's more of a soft power thing where you're influencing the culture. Mikhail Khodorkovsky is the guy who did this, but obviously he was opposition to Putin, but Putin, I think, exiled him. I don't think he's even living in Russia now. So,
J-Mac, thanks so much, Circuit Fire. J-Mac for the 50 gifted memberships. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And J-Mac, who's been 34 months outside the simulation. Oh my God. He's outside the simulation, everybody. J-Mac sees the reality for what it truly is. Obviously, a very complicated, high-stakes game of D&D. J-Mac says, it's your last chance to get your copy of the critically acclaimed and probably New York Times bestselling comic from Sitch and Adam, Supervillains Anonymous.
That's so great.
That's true.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the endorsement. Look at that.
I know.
I can't wait for some reviews, Sitch. We finally did it.
That's right. That's right. It's exciting. J-Mac for $20 says no tax on super chats. Oh my God. Listen.
That would be so amazing.
I am but a simple man and I can be bought too. Okay. Maybe my morals aren't so strong. Maybe if Trump makes it so that a huge chunk of my income is tax-free, maybe I will sell out to Trump and I'll jump on the MAGA train. Okay.
You should do it.
My feelings, my vote, I guess you can't run again, but maybe your son can. Okay. I'm open to be bought. I want to see no tax on super chats. I could be swayed. I could be changed. J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much. J-Mac says, what if we require all people working these programs to become eunuchs? Worked for the monarchy, then they can honeypot the honey potter.
That's true. That's what they did in China. A lot of parents who wanted their kids to be in politics decided to turn them into eunuchs.
I don't know. Didn't it not work very well in China, though, when they did that?
I mean, probably worked for 1,000 years.
I don't know. It would definitely raise the bar for people willing to work in government if you had to be a eunuch, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, the
idea was that they wouldn't have any family to funnel resources to. That was the thing. So they wouldn't be stealing from the crown or whatever.
Right. Yasuke Gigasaki for $20. Thanks so much. Says, as long as Democrats remain the party of the elite and defenders of the bureaucratic apparatus in Washington, they will continue to lose. One of the few things most Americans agree on is the elites in Washington fucking suck. Yeah, I think that's completely true.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Agree.
I feel like essentially the Democrats got debated into basically defending a lot of things just because Trump was attacking them. They just automatically felt compelled to take the other side, essentially. They didn't have to. They could just say, from a completely cynical perspective, regardless of whether they believe it or not, they could have just been like, oh, you're right. They could have been like, these old institutions suck and, it was Republicans' fault. We're going to make them better. Right.
Yeah, they perceive of Trump as a big meanie dum-dum, a big buffoon that they're there to make fun of. So
crack down on corruption. I think what he's saying is that's not how the world works. So I am going to exploit corruption because we're the biggest bullies on the planet. And it's time that we swing our thing and make that happen and say things like, hey, Canada. I mean, why are you going?
Why Canada?
But is that?
It's not corruption. Like trying to goad Canada into being the 51st state is not corruption. Words have no meaning anymore, Sitch. Well, he's basically making the argument that, look, the whole system's corrupt and I'm going to be corrupt. But is Trump corrupt?
No. I think what he's saying is that, remember that moment where it was in the first debate against Hillary, where Hillary was like, you didn't pay to your taxes,
Mm-hmm.
essentially, for X number of years. And he's like, well, that's your fault. It's not my fault. That's your fault. You're the one that wrote the laws like that. And it was like a big laugh line for everybody. I
Right.
do think that attitude, I think that part of the attitude is true, is that there's this notion that like everything's corrupt and Trump, knows how to like see it because he's like lived in it, essentially. It's like he's going to be like your man on the inside to like ferret it all out,
To
essentially.
end the corruption. Yeah, he's
Yes.
saying that the
Yeah.
system is corrupt and I'm going to fix the corrupt system so it's no longer corrupt. The argument that Jon Stewart is making is that Trump is saying, I know how to work within the corrupt system and work the corruption to our advantage. That's not the argument Trump's making.
That's not the argument that Trump makes, but I have heard people say things like that. I think that's a vibe that people can interpret from what he's saying. Like there's like kind of a doomer attitude that a lot of people have in terms of like you can't really like ever ferret out all these bad actors completely. So it's better to just have someone that can navigate the system.
Right. That's not the pitch you do to moderates, though.
No. You would
like
never
to win the independence
yes,
with that
right.
argument is not what you do, right?
No, Trump. To my knowledge, Trump has never directly said. Maybe I think he sort of like maybe implies things close to that, but he's never said that to my knowledge.
I mean, the whole idea behind the deep state is that there's these corrupt bureaucrats that are running everything. So elections don't matter. When you elect the people that you want to be change agents, they can't change anything because the corrupt establishment is standing in the way.
Right.
But to them, that's not the corrupt establishment because those are the people who are keeping all of the policies that they love in place, frozen in place, even though there's an entirely new leader. So, but I mean, obviously the Republicans worked kind of in the same way against Obama. So, I mean, this is just politics.
Well,
it's not. It's not what he's saying. He's
there
lying.
is no, it's not what Trump's saying, but this kind of goes back to the McMaster interview that we watched, a few weeks ago, where there is a bureaucratic inertia, with all these bureaucracies that are
true.
sort of,
yeah, definitely.
Going in a direction can be difficult to change the direction. They also want to continue to justify their own existence. They can have their own goals that are all completely separate from each other and from the president, and things of like that nature.
Is he basically exposing how the world and how business actually works?
First of all, now I'm going to keep thinking about Donald Trump swinging his thing, which
Please
is a phrase
don't
you
do that.
just
I apologize for
you
that.
just used.
It was a Teddy Roosevelt.
It was in the riff.
Big stick thing, and I fucked it all
got
up.
it. Right. Okay, I think what it is exposing is how he thinks the world should work, right? And how he thinks business, to your point, should work.
But does it work that way, Jen?
I don't think that actually government does work that way. And I don't think I think there are corrupt people in both parties. And we know that look, Eric Adams, well, I guess who knows what's happening with him next. Menendez, there are corrupt people. But I think that for the most part, the people who have been leading the Democratic Party, at least in recent years, have been trying to do good in more of a way of protecting rule of law, of trying to stand up for people in this country than what we have seen from what has become Trump's Republican Party. It's not the party of Mitt Romney or John McCain anymore from what that version of the Republican Party is.
But that party was...
I mean, it's hard to make that argument when you have, Biden as a corpse being weakened at Bernie's for 4 years.
Oh, I know.
Right? Like, now you could now I'm sure the people involved with that would make the rationalization that they're like, well, Trump was so bad, the Republicans were so bad, we had to maintain this facade, blah, 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 blah. Right. I would say that's bullshit. I say it's 100% bullshit because like when Biden won, a lot of people thought he wasn't going to run again. I thought he wasn't going to run again. And
yeah,
like it would have been so easy for him to just say, no, I'm not going to run again. I'm going to pass the torch to someone else. And they could have had a normal primary and all this other stuff. But the fact that he didn't do that, that his own ego got in the way, that his own narcissism got in the way, it really kind of detracts from this, like, oh, the leadership of the Democratic Party, like they were just
we're
doing
so
what
principled.
Right.
Yeah,
we're
exactly.
So principled.
Yeah, it's completely bonkers. It's weird too because they probably should have 25th Amendment at him if this is a situation. But then the woke stuff gets in the way of that because you've got Kamala Harris who become the first female president through this weird process of not actually being elected, which screams DEI. Does it not?
Yes. Yeah.
Does it not?
It does. It does. That would have been an interesting. I mean, I think it would have been better for them politically to just not if they just had a primary, right?
Oh,
And
of
Harris
course,
could have
but
run,
look,
right?
at this point, it's just weird because we had no president for like as long as Biden was cognitively incapacitated, right? Like somebody else was the shadow president. And I don't see how you can come out and say, oh yeah, we're principled. We're for following the law.
First of all, Adam, we only had, you're being hyperbolic. We had a president from the hours of 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Okay.
Right.
We had like a good, like, window of time where we had a president.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Kamala Harris was president, right? She seemed really like on the ball. She seemed real competent, right?
Yeah. That completely, this whole situation destroyed their credibility.
Of course.
Completely destroyed their credibility.
Yes.
People are liking having a real president now. I don't know how long it's going to last because Trump might do something crazy. So,
but it's funny. It's interesting. There was so many, we used to joke about this. The David Pakman videos of success where Joe Biden is not the one in cognitive decline. It's really Donald Trump.
Is. Yeah.
Right. And here's the clips of him, saying things weird or he's stumbling off stage or whatever the clips were. Right. And yet now that conversation is gone. No one is even thinking that. No one is even talking about that. That issue is so far off the table. Right. Oh, Donald Trump has cognitive decline. Like that's just not even part of the conversation.
Yeah. Because they don't want to compare it to what they did with Biden.
Well, because it's just obviously not true.
Well, it's not true, but obviously if they tried to make that argument against Trump now,
right,
it would harken back to the Biden comparison. And everyone would think, oh my God, these were the people that lied to us for 3 years about Biden's mental capacity.
Right.
Yeah. God, it's so sick. It is so sick.
Ineffective.
Thank goodness nothing major happened. To us, at least. I mean, right.
Right.
To a large, that's what I'm saying. The world doesn't work that way. Like when we say, we're promoting democracy and goodness throughout the world, and yet we bomb the shit out of two countries for 20 years, create untold instability in a region because of our own interests. What he's saying is, I don't want to give money to Ukraine unless they're going to give us rare earth materials, according to that value.
But that may be giving him too much credit.
No, I think he said it literally.
I understand that. But also, he loves Vladimir Putin and loves his dictatorial nature. And I think he also might be inclined to just say, you know what? You take whatever land you want and we'll end this whole thing. And then I can say I ended this war. I don't know that he's actually going to stick to what he said about Ukraine and who knows, but like he says all sorts of things. I hear what you're saying. I think that the history of the country led by Democrats and Republicans is imperfect. There's many moments even before Afghanistan, even before Iraq, et cetera.
We're going to see how the Ukraine-Russia thing plays out. And it'll be very interesting to see who's right. I've personally never bought into the whole Trump just wants to be completely deferential to Russia view of things.
Yeah, me neither, obviously.
I think he has a natural, I don't know if I say I don't want to use the word inclination. I think he has a natural resistance to sort of the narrative about it because it was so, the whole Trump-Russia connection thing was used to attack him for, so many years when he was first running, when he was president, that it's going to make him sort of like be the opposite, right, of that to some extent. But he did do, as I talked about, he did do things that pissed off Russia. He did pulled out of missile treaties and deals and things that pissed off Russia during his first term. So we'll see what plays. I interpreted the whole thing with like the rare earth minerals as, and maybe, you can look at it the way you want. I looked at it as actually Trump trying to sell helping Ukraine to his base. to the isolationist base to say, listen, we're not just throwing money into Ukraine for nothing. We're going to get a bunch of minerals out. Like,
yeah, that's probably far more accurate.
That's how I interpreted that action. Now, what actually happens at the end of the day, I don't know. I think that I think Zelensky, Zelensky obviously probably knows things more than we know, but I think Zelensky and some of the other people that are like all freaking out about Trump meeting with Putin alone, I don't see why that's such a like a horrible thing at all whatsoever. At least, in the terms of a vacuum of the president meeting with Russia, I think Biden, if it's true that Biden just said, I'm not going to talk to Putin, and there could have been some communication there, I think that's a massive misstep. I've never bought into this sort of foreign policy strategy of like, you're not allowed to talk to other countries' leaders. I think that makes no sense to me.
Yeah, that's ridiculous, obviously. But that's a popular meme with a lot of pundits that you're somehow endorsing them just because you're talking to them. I'm glad Trump doesn't feel the need to give into that.
But what I'm getting at, I think, is that Trump, what he is rebuilding the government as is in the model of loyalty to him, right?
No question there. No question there.
And that is not what I think leaders from other parties, Republicans too, have ever tried to do in modern history.
It's old school. It's old school patronage. It's what civil service was. The swamp was created.
I just look. It's so ridiculous. Like in the context of all the U.S. AID stuff, this is such a weird argument to make because all those programs just seem like complete fucking patronage. Like it's not Republicans that are sponsoring some transgender comic in Peru, right? It's just so weird.
Yeah, I don't know if he means it in the context of the USA thing. That's not how I interpret
he's basically saying, look, Trump is building this patronage network. Oh my God, that's so against our political norms. When we're sponsoring transgender comics in Peru, that's not patronage? We would never think to do patronage.
Well, I don't know if I would even compare. I don't know if I'd compare it because when I look at and we talked about this, when I look at USAID, I look at it as two things. I look at it as individual people basically like they were able to get votes from some coalition and they're somehow giving money to that coalition to do their pet project.
Yeah, through patronage. That is patronage.
Right. But I'm talking about like not the president. I'm talking about like representatives or House members or whatever. So they put something, in the budget, or, it's soft power essentially of the US government, the federal government trying to influence a foreign country to do something that the US government wants.
So when the Democrats do that, it's not patronage. Is that what you're saying? No.
I didn't. Okay. No, what? I'm saying it's nothing to do with Democrats or Republicans. I'm saying that when the federal government as an entity says, okay, we're going to give Ethiopia, or Egypt or whatever money to do XYZ as a form of soft power, that's not patronage. It's just soft power. It's we're trying to get a foreign country to do something, right?
The patronage is what you're giving them because that's what your constituents want. Your constituents want a transgender comic in Peru.
No. Hold on. I'm saying there's two different things going on with the foreign aid. There is probably foreign aid that's just patronage or just, this charity group helped me raise a bunch of money and they want to feed starving kids in Africa, or they want to make transgender comic books in Ireland or whatever. So I'm going to, write a line in the budget that gives them that. Right.
Yes,
that's one. And then two is there's also just the federal government as an entity, not an individual congressperson that says we want, Egypt to do something. So we have to basically pay them to do it.
The only reason I brought it up was because it appears that Jon Stewart is making the argument that Democrats would never in a million years dream of giving projects or jobs to their ideological constituents. That would be old school patronage, and that is completely above what the democratic system that we've created is. Only Donald Trump, the meanie, batty person, would ever do something like that. And it seems like when you've got a bunch of programs like this that obviously are pushing some far left ideological agenda, that there was some kind of patronage going on. So it seems ridiculous that he could say that.
Well, so
that's
like
the argument I'm making.
Okay.
I understand that you're saying, look, and I completely agree with you. Soft power is a completely different topic than the patronage topic.
Right.
I think we should be operating in the terms of soft power. But if the soft power that we're talking about is we have to get the Peruvian people to accept transgenderism, I'm not sure that's the kind of soft power I agree with.
Okay, let's put U.S. aid, foreign aid aside, because I think there's a better way to conceptualize it would be, the Biden administration spent, millions, if not billions, I don't remember the exact amount of money. Like, we're going to, give a bunch of broadband internet to a bunch of places in America.
Sure.
And we're going to build a bunch of, electric vehicle charging stations and all, they spent like millions, if not billions of dollars on these programs. And what they have to show for after 4 years? Nothing. Right. Absolutely nothing. And so it's like, okay, classic example of just like wasted government spending, literally billions of dollars, fucking nothing to show for it. Now, was it through incompetence? Maybe. I'm sure that had a lot to do with it, but I'm sure also a lot to do with it was, this is to what I would say is patronage is, okay, there's going to be some company or some organization that maybe is Democrat aligned that had something to do with internet or had something to do with electric vehicle charging stations or whatever, that they were paying to do this instead of like paying, the best suited company to do this. And that's why nothing got done. Right. To me, that's like,
you don't know the story of why none of it got done?
No, I don't know specific.
Okay. Well, on the right wing media, they're saying that the reason was that the companies had to have some sort of diversity quotas or whatnot, or before they could actually get the contracts. So they gave them like some survey that they had to fill out to get the contracts, that they had to meet some sort of DEI requirements, and the companies couldn't meet those requirements. So
yeah, but
I don't know if it's true or not, but that's supposedly why the broadband money was never spent.
They spent the money. It's not like if it was just no company could fulfill the DI contract, then the money wouldn't have been spent, right?
I don't think they did spend the money though.
No, they spent. I mean, the article that I saw about it, I thought said that they had spent a shit ton of money on these programs and nothing happened.
I thought they didn't.
I could be incorrect. I don't know.
I thought they didn't spend the money. But
well, okay.
Because none of the companies could actually take the contracts because they were using those contracts.
That's
to get
even
the companies.
Worse. That's even like
to
more
basically
retarded.
hire more women.
Okay, that's like even more retarded. And if that's really true, the Biden administration,
that is more patronage than anything, right?
Yeah, that's like so fucking insane. Like, okay, but that's a fine example of what I'm talking about. That's what I think of like patronage is like these sorts of things. Okay.
Yes.
Right. So I agree. Yeah, and that obviously that happens. That is the classic way in which all political parties, all leaders are going to operate. That's straight dictator's handbook. You have to provide resources to the people, the coalitions that basically get you into power, right?
Yes. Look,
I don't think
we can't spend all this money on rural voters unless women are hired to actually do the work, right? That's what the goal is.
Right. Or, maybe we want some company that's going to be more aligned with left-wing democratic values.
Yeah, exactly. We want to give the money to our constituents.
Right. Or our constituents are clamoring for it, or they think their constituents are clamoring for this nonsense, whatever. It doesn't matter, but they all do this. So that all, 100%, they all do that. That's sort of like this part of the system, unfortunately. I don't think though, that's what he's talking about. What I think he's talking about is there does seem to be a mentality that is different with Trump, which is that I want to put people in these high-level positions of the government who are just ultimately completely deferential to me and will basically
rubber stamps.
Yeah, who will just rubber stamp whatever I say. And this was like a big thing. This really stuck in Trump's craw from day one of his first term. He makes Jeff Sessions the attorney general. And first thing that Jeff Sessions does is he immediately recuses himself from the Trump-Russia investigation, to Trump's like shock and like befuddlement. Like, he's like, why would you do this? And it's because Jeff Sessions is operating in an Overton window of acceptable political behaviors that was like the mainstream political Overton window that was completely different than what Trump was expecting or wants. And I think that's what Jon Stewart was talking about. You have with like Kash Patel and all these other people who I think are going to just be, or at least Trump thinks are going to be, just the rubber stamps that just do whatever he wants. They're not going to provide any pushback at all.
Right.
I mean, look at you have the thing with
so their position, they're the patrons in this patronage thing.
Right. Like the thing with Eric Adams is like like a perfect example of this. It's totally crazy. You have Eric Adams tries to make he does make some quid pro quo deal very directly with the Trump team about, working with them to help with deportations and the get rid of sanctuary city laws in New York City, which is funny because it's kind of completely goes against the entire conversation we had about sanctuary city a few like last week or something, because Eric Adams is the fucking mayor of New York City. But he makes this deal with the Trump team essentially to do this.
To pause investigation
in order to pause the investigation.
He didn't mention that the investigation was just paused, though. He said it's over, but really,
but it's
just paused. They want to hang it over his head.
They want the guillotine, which is smart politically, right? But it's also like makes it very more apparent like what's going on here. And this deal was so, and I don't know all the specifics about the Eric Adams corruption thing, but this deal was so bad apparently and seemingly so corrupt that you had 6 different lawyers for that district in New York who were like lifelong conservatives, part of the Federalist Society, had clerked for like Scalia and other like very conservative Supreme Court justices, quit in disgust because they thought it was such a like insanely corrupt thing to do.
Yeah.
So I think that's what we're talking about when he's talking about like there's like this new level of sort of patronage that's occurring here essentially.
Right. Yeah. Hold on, I'm going to back it up a little just to hear.
Republicans too have ever tried to do in modern history.
It's old school. It's old school patronage. It's what civil service was. The swamp was created to remove that aspect of patronage. But I wonder sometimes, how far have we really come from the model? And this is not about the administrative state. This is like, how far have we come from the model of searching the globe for cheaper materials and cheaper labor? And when we pretend that we're doing it for moral value and freedom, are we kidding ourselves?
Maybe at times. I mean, and there are times.
I mean, mostly.
Well, look, I think there are also realities of, and I worked at the State Department.
It's so funny because he buys into the blood for oil in Iraq narrative. Which is, it's funny because Trump is in direct opposition to that. Trump says that Bush was an idiot for not taking the oil. Trump says we should have taken the oil.
Well, I guess I don't know what Trump means when he says that. What does he mean by that? Like the U.S. government take the oil or like U.S. businesses take the oil?
Well, U.S. businesses were forced to buy the oil. I guess they would get the oil for free, maybe.
I don't know, because
maybe we just put it into the strategic reserve.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what Trump means when he says that, because my understanding was, I could be completely wrong about this, but my understanding was that when they were pumping oil, that they were giving contracts to U.S. companies to do that action,
right?
U.S. oil companies to pump the oil. And then, I think they had a lot of problems with security, obviously, but you had the situation where you had like U.S. soldiers were basically defending the oil fields that were being operated by private companies.
Right. Yeah, but they were buying the oil from Iraq, though.
Right.
That's the difference.
So someone sent me this article. It says Melania and Ivanka's close ties to U.S. aid. This is from February. It says U.S. aid helped fund Melania Trump's Be Best program and Ivanka's Trump's Women Global Development and Prosperity Initiative during Trump's first term. Each woman traveled with the agency on separate trips to Africa, where they praised the investments it was making on the continent. Ivanka Trump traveled with then U.S. aid administrator Mark Green to Africa in April of 2019, where they met with women entrepreneurs in Ethiopia and rural cocoa farmers on the Ivory Coast. USAID oversaw $265 million per year in spending Ivanka Trump's Women's Business Initiative and associated anti-poverty programs. That's interesting. If they spent if that's true, $265 million on Ivanka Trump's program.
Nice.
Okay.
I mean, the argument on the USAID is that they, obviously they control a massive budget. And if that institution is ideologically conformative for left-wing causes, then it doesn't matter who comes into office. Like, they might change a little bit around the edges because Melania Trump is doing something, but it's still going to be about like helping women overseas or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the argument that's being made. They want the ideological axis of the institution to be completely changed after the election.
Yeah, but if those USAID programs have to be voted into place by Congress,
right?
I mean, there should be equal distribution of programs. It shouldn't be ideologically. I mean, I would imagine anyone who's going to be involved in an organization that's mostly about helping people, helping children.
It's probably going to be left wing. That's probably
it's
how
probably going
they
to be left wing, just personality dispositionally, right? So I don't think anyone would deny that, but
that's how it's going to trend, right?
Of course.
And things get dicey once there's so much conflict between each ideological opponent, where it's almost like civil war just over any topic. I mean, I get it. People don't want either party to be able to set up a permanent institution that is just constantly going to be there, siphoning tax dollars to that ideological position forever and ever and ever, even if people vote against it. Which that makes sense, right? Elections are supposed to have consequences. If people are done with this stuff and they want something different, there needs to be a way to facilitate that.
Yeah, if you just have to change the budget, though, it shouldn't have that. I don't think, to my understanding, and I've never heard anyone lay this out, if it has to be put in the budget, I don't think they could remove a program in the budget and then USAID is like, we're going to magically go against Congress, essentially, without them suing us into oblivion and getting shut down by like the courts.
This is why I was saying you got to sit down with these people and say, what is the purpose? What is the goal of this institution?
Right.
Yeah. The thing is, though, so much of the woke stuff is really about, the goal is diversity and inclusion. Sure, we're making big Hollywood movies that are supposed to entertain people, right?
Mm-hmm.
But really the goal is to indoctrinate them with this diversity and inclusion crap. That's the real goal of the institution. That's the problem, because the USAID could be, the goal of our institution is to promote American values abroad. Well, what are American values? Well, American values are transgender women should be able to compete in women's sports, right?
Yeah, right. But what if it's doing the thing that you were saying, like it's this, having this attitude of, positive, non-bribing businesses existing in a country?
Well, that's the thing. You have to be able to look into the institution and see that, right? You got to be able to say this institution is going to function somewhat non-partisanly. Like somebody is going to suggest a program for a transgender comic book in Peru, and someone's going to step up and go, "Oh man, this looks massively political. We probably shouldn't do it." Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing.
Right.
Been for a couple of years, and you'd go to meetings and you would do a readout of the meeting. And oftentimes it was like, oh, we have to mention that we raised human rights, right? And the human rights mention would have been 5 seconds of a 2-hour meeting. That is a truth, because there are, I'm acknowledging.
Shit. Look at the difference between the defense budget and the State Department budget. What's the defense budget? $850 billion. What's the State Department?
Minimal.
50?
Right. It is. And right. And if you don't cut the Defense Department budget, you're not going to make the cuts. Anyway, that's an aside. I do think, though, most people who run for president, and I know there are exceptions in history and we can talk about them, do it because they want to make the country a better place, right? They want to defend people and represent people in the country. I don't think they do it necessarily because they want to, have cheaper labor. Nobody runs. And that's not what they have in their mind.
But making it a better place means, look, capitalism is a system that, is a profit-driven system. It rewards growth and profit and distribution of capital, and it seeks its lowest Mark, it's why, when we talk about globalization destroying the inner manufacturing nature of our country, we also have that race to the bottom in the United States. Mexico is to America as South Carolina is to New York.
The hypocrisy in this is fucking driving me insane.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, we have the race to the bottom because of your immigration policies, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? These people are so fucking stupid. It's infuriating. Like, maybe we wouldn't have the race to the bottom if you didn't have this fucking open door immigration policy for 100 years.
Well, not 100 years, but
fucker.
I don't know if they don't know that or if they're just too afraid to acknowledge it.
Look, and he forgets also all the good things about capitalism. Innovation, fucking lengthening people's lifespans. Like, all these great things happen because of capitalism, right? The race to the bottom, the bad thing, the lower wages and people getting totally screwed by more powerful employers. You are facilitating with your fucking immigration policy,
right,
Jack? Oh, God. Bernie used to know this. What happened? What happened? And now it's completely, the whole Democratic Party is just completely consumed with Trump. Like, all they're doing is talking about Trump and the Republicans. It's like they become the referee. They're like, we are the ones that care about the rules. Instead of playing the actual game, do you understand you're playing a game? Like, let the ref worry about the rules. You guys come up with some policies that people are going to want, right?
Mm-hmm.
Stop fucking complaining about the rules and come up with some policies. God, they're so annoying.
Always competing for that lower thing. So I think you can't separate when presidents say, I want to make it better. You can't separate it from the system that we operate that makes it better.
See, and none of this applies to Trump, obviously. Trump didn't run to make the country a better place. Of course not. Trump ran to enrich himself and his rich friends. That's their narrative.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I know what you're saying. However, I do think that the current situation we're dealing with is a very different destruct from internal.
Or is it just a more explicit expression of that?
I think it's different.
Okay.
And I think it's far more destructive. If you look at, we've already talked, I know, about the getting into the payment systems, which is concerning. We've already talked about stopping programs that are benefiting people across the country. Then there's also...
See, none of this has to do with, we want to fight waste. We want to fight waste, fraud, and abuse too. That's not the conversation that they're having. They're like, great, we want a wasteful government is bad. It's all about, did you get into the system the wrong way?
Mm-hmm.
Instead of talking about the substance of the issue, they're basically just referees. They're hall monitors. They've been reduced to hall monitors.
Now this loyalty test for people applying to work in intelligence and law enforcement.
Sure.
These are things that are rebuilding the government infrastructure in the model of Donald Trump, right?
Right.
And that model across all of those branches or across all of those elements is based on pure loyalty to him and embracing, kind of, as you said, the corrupt approach to governing that he thinks is okay.
But don't you think we're talking about two separate things? Those are two separate things.
That may be.
One has set the environment up for the other. The weakness of our government to be responsive in those ways to the lives of the people has set up that idea of globalization and retraining people instead of giving them the idea that Walmart can pay its people to the point where they have to go on food assistance. Like, the systems that we've set up that we're defending, that are status quo. We subsidize pharmaceutical companies. We subsidize oil companies, yet we pay the highest drug prices. Our health, like, all those things have added up to this. No? The systems that we've created, were Democrats not urgent enough in the alarm bells going off about the corruption within our so-called status quo system?
Yes. And
Do you have to agree with Jon Stewart, Adam? I know it's painful, but
that the pharmaceutical companies are corrupting.
Well, that the Democrats, if they kind of face, if they put themselves in the position as being defenders of the institutions, defenders of the status quo, and the institutions are corrupt and fucked up and the status quo sucks, then that's the problem. What are the,
That's on them. Yeah, I totally
you're
agree.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this favors Republicans are kind of favored in this argument because they're like the government get out of the way party. So when
Right.
institutions fail, like it's a win for them. So that wrongly incentivizes them to make institutions fail. So, but when
So,
Democrats are controlling everything and the institutions fail, like obviously, look, I think the immigration is a huge problem because the Democrats just they ignored it. They didn't think it would ever be an issue. So
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
until it blew up in their faces.
Right.
Unfortunately, that's how politics often works. Like everybody thinks, oh, this is not going to be an issue until it blows up in your face, right? It's the same thing with the mortgage-backed securities, right?
Yeah.
The housing, the ninja loans, like making people who had no business owning 4 homes, like own 4 homes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Completely divorcing loan selling from the actual risk of those loans turned out to be a horrible idea. So, but everyone thinks, oh, it'll all work out until it doesn't, blows up in their face. And then all of a sudden it's like, bring the Democrats in, let them try to fix this mess.
Right.
Obama basically took over for Bush when all that stuff blew up in the housing crisis. And look, at that point, the Republicans were at such a low. Like, I don't even think George Bush was allowed to speak at the RNC, and he's the fucking sitting president, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that blew up pretty catastrophically. Yeah. But this is the thing. They're not really even talking about policy. They're talking about rules. But anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I think he is talking about policy. He's talking about policy in terms of, you have to be defending something people want. You can't defend a system people are tired of.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, that's true. Right. Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
But he's not talking about why it's working or not working.
Right.
I guess he did say that it's not serving the people. So
yes. But with going back to with Obama, it's I do wonder in the alternate timeline where Hillary Clinton wins the nomination instead of Obama, what the trajectory of the Democratic Party would have been. Because even though I think Obama was a lot more to the left than Hillary was, she had an ability. Like, I think Obama's big problem when he became president was he was just very inexperienced. He had only been,
yep, totally.
A junior senator, I think, for like 2 years. And I think he'd been a state senator before that. And it was like he just didn't know how to get the Democratic machine to do the things he wanted to do, unlike obviously Hillary, which has like the whole Clinton machinations in the Clinton machine, behind her that could do all these things. And because it seemed like 2008 was a real turning point, because you're completely correct. The Republicans were at this like massive low point. America was on the precipice of like, really bloodthirsty for change. And that's part of why Obama won. And Obama, in my opinion, completely squandered so much of that energy, just threw that energy in the trash can, or was just not able to use it to get the change, to do anything that was really like monumental, that shifted the country in a different direction.
He was a bit naive too, obviously, because he thought, I can just make these passionate speeches that people really respond to the Republicans in Congress and they will change their minds, which it's like, nah, that's not really how politics works. Right. Which it's funny because now that Trump had this first term where he was kind of steamrolled pretty easily and then had this break, right, for 4 years where he kind of could figure out where he fucked up and how things work. Like now he really knows how to work the system and not get steamrolled. So,
right. And actually, it's interesting because a lot of, when I hear a lot of people talk about the failure of the Biden administration, the failure of Harris's campaign, a lot of the talk is about how, Obama basically built this fundraising machine and built this kind of DNC machine, as he was president, before he was president. And so it's kind of ironic that the machine that the Democrats are working off of is the presidency that kind of squandered its opportunity. And maybe that has some sort of institutional ideological problem rooted within it that's never been ferreted out yet.
Yeah. Well, they know how to win elections. They don't know how to rule.
The govern,
They don't know how to govern. Yeah. Rule. It just sounds bad, doesn't it?
Doesn't, yeah, come on.
They don't know how to represent. What are you talking about? Govern?
It's a constitutional republic, Adam. Okay.
People want representatives. They want them to represent their will.
Right.
I do. I mean, as much chaos as Elon has thrown into the mix, him saying, people are finally going to get what they voted for. God, I know that resonates with so many people who are like, democracy doesn't work. You never get what you vote for. He's like, God damn it, you're going to get what you voted for this time.
Well, that is the genius of the Trump administration the second time, is just blaring out what they're doing, trying to do everything with executive orders, trying to do it all so publicly so that people feel like there is something being done.
Yeah, they got what they voted for. Yeah.
Right. As opposed to the normal presidency where it's like, okay, they win, people just kind of like go back to their lives, and they're not really tracking what's going on in the conversation, what's going on in governance anymore.
Yeah. They keep saying promises made, promises kept, which is great. We'll see how that shakes out, obviously.
Yes.
Because the forces are going to be fighting against a lot of those things. But at least he can say, look, we tried. We tried. Can Obama say that he tried for the public option?
I don't know did they try for the public option?
I don't think they did. No.
I don't remember.
I don't think they did. I think Obama pretty much just gave up on it. So at least Trump makes you feel good in that he's fighting for it, right?
Well, there's two roadblocks, which is the first roadblock is what I said earlier. If this all just implodes, then obviously it's then it's going to implode and everything's going to blow up in Trump's face. The second roadblock is if the courts just even the Supreme Court basically just says 95% of Trump's executive orders are unconstitutional, and they're just a fucking waste of time. And you have to get Congress to do this, and then it's going to be kind of weird because it's like, well, the Republicans control Congress. So why haven't they been doing this in the first place? And it could actually, I guess it depends how long it takes to get, this for the stuff to get through the courts, because the worst case scenario would be actually if this stuff gets slow walked in the courts. And then by the time it goes back to Congress, it's like the midterms and the Democrats are able to get, one of the houses back and just stop everything.
Trump is going to have a difficult time because Trump wants to do big things and spend a lot of money, and the Republicans are going to stand in his way as much as the Democrats. So I think that's where the real conflict is going to be. And look, between June and August, they're going to have another debt ceiling fight. The fact that Trump couldn't get the debt ceiling fight taken off the table already, bad news. That's not boding well.
So there's they're talking about, those early drafts of the Republican budget, and they're already, trying to cut Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and stuff like that. Do you think, because I was wondering, I'm like, is Trump going to accept any budget with that? Or is he going to throw it back? Or is he going to throw it back to Congress and tell them no?
Is he going to accept a budget with cuts to Medicare and Medicaid?
There's because Trump ran, part of what Trump and JD Vance talked about this, they wanted to have a larger child tax credit, remember?
Yeah.
That came up a bunch in the campaign. And now apparently in whatever budget the Republicans in Congress are trying to put together is going to get rid of or lower that child tax credit. And it's weird because that was such a thing that Trump that was one of the few policies that was very visible in the campaign that JD Vance and Trump both talked about. And I'm wondering, is it just, Republicans and automatic, kind of sleep at the wheel behavior, we're just cutting things behavior, or handy chess move, we're going to throw this thing in here, make a big spectacle of it, Trump can throw it back to Congress and we'll get rid of it, so it looks like a big win for Trump and the Republican Party.
Yeah. This is where This is where the tweet, the Napoleon tweet about, breaking the law is okay as long as you're saving the country. I'm paraphrasing, obviously.
Right.
This is where that stuff is not smart, right? Like, because if you're trying to do something that is populist in nature, I think you could conceivably pick up a couple Democratic votes at least, right? That doesn't seem like a huge lift if you have these Republicans that just are going to be no to any spending, anything that's not budget neutral.
Right.
But when you are dropping tweets like that, you make it impossible for any Democrat to step out and vote for anything you're doing, right?
Yeah.
You completely cut off that avenue of attack. And I just look, if they famously call these bills bipartisan, even though there's just like 3 Democrats, right? It's like mostly Republicans and 3 Democrats. But it is a big win when they can go to the press and say, "Oh, this is a bipartisan bill." That would go a long way towards cleaning up Trump's image in the left-wing press. But he's just completely abandoning those avenues of attack when he does this. I'm going to troll the libs because my base likes it.
Right.
He doesn't have that big a majority to. I think he's going to have a difficult time getting anything passed. People keep talking about this, the 2 bills or the 1 beautiful bill or that, this and that. Why is it taking so long, Sitch?
Because they always move slow.
Why are we talking? What? I thought we were moving. Look, if they had the votes, it wouldn't be taking long, right? They'd be moving forward with it.
Well, it takes them a long time for them to even whip up the votes in their own party.
Right. Yes.
To get everyone on board. Yeah.
Yeah. Because they have such a narrow majority. Yeah.
Right.
That means people are dragging their feet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Look, people are taking it as a given that the tax bill is going to pass, right? I don't know. Do you think that, would you bet money that the tax cut bill is going to pass?
I would bet money the tax cut bill will pass. Yes.
Okay.
I think that's very likely. Yeah.
How long
I don't
do
know
you
if
think
any
it'll
other
take?
stuff's going to pass, but
how bad do you think the debt ceiling fight is going to be?
Well, okay. Here's the thing. The Republicans have completely capitulated on like any sort of question of Congress's power and the president overriding Congress's power to get rid of any organization that the Congress created through legislation.
Mm-hmm.
And so that makes me wonder: are they just gonna go along with everything? Like where is the line? Is the line going to be the budget? Like there might be some people, there's a handful of like more libertarian Congress people that always complain about the budget. I don't know. I feel like they are going to just capitulate to basically anything right now.
So you think Trump and Elon are going to do a bunch of cutting through Doge and they're going to get no pushback from Congress at all because Republicans control the Congress?
That's the way it's been so far.
Right. And then that's going to play into the debt ceiling fight and obviously this tax cut bill, which I'm sure they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The tax cut has to be neutral, budget neutral.
The way, like if you're a Republican and you're in Congress, you kind of have this like the perfect situation because you can get all the benefit with none of the blame. And this is why I think they're just kind of doing what they're doing. Or they could, like, if any of this stuff blows up, okay, they get to point their fingers at Elon Musk or Donald Trump. Say, we didn't do it, was them, okay? But if it goes well, they can still ride the red wave of success in the coming future. So that's why I'm skeptical that, I mean, there's always going to be a handful, but I'm skeptical that there's going to be any like large pushback on anything Trump or Elon's doing from Congress.
Well, they're not going to push back if it's cutting, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to push back if it's spending.
If it's spending, right.
Right. So you got to look at what Trump wants to do that's in the spending realm, which it's like.
Well, has there been anything in the
We want to
realm?
build the border wall. We want more ICE agents.
Well, I
We
don't
want
think they're not going to
more.
push back on anything immigration at all, regardless of how much money is thrown at it.
So, like,
No fucking way. But I don't like, I don't know. Has Trump really pushed anything spending wise outside of immigration yet?
well, the border czar guy is always talking about how they need more funding and this is not going to be cheap. Like every interview he does, he's like, money, money, money.
Right, right.
Send the money. Send the money. I don't know. They could make it just a big show of it. They obviously are making a big show of it now, but then they could secretly not fund them and they could just do the best that they can with what they've got. And I think
the border guy is going to advocate. He's just going to be the best advocate for his own organization as possible. So he's always going to just say more, 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 right?
Yeah. But I mean, obviously they want to look at those numbers. They want to see deportations go up. I don't know that that's good for the economy, to be honest with you.
Well, it's probably not good for the economy overall. At least in the short term. It might be in the long term, but it's not going to be in the short term.
I mean, wages are totally depressed by all of this illegal labor, but at the same time, like prices are going to go up if employers are forced to hire at higher wages just to attract American workers.
Mm-hmm.
So short term, it's going to be some pain. And the time that you want to take on that pain is when the economy is screaming and inflation is super low, which is not now. So, I mean,
it's not now. No.
Yeah. So unfortunate. Very unfortunate. All right. Let's see what Jon Stewart has to say.
I think that
another thing that I don't like about Jon Stewart is that I feel like all of these are talking points from the 90s. Like Jon Stewart just has the talking point bingo from the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
It's just tired.
Part of that was not addressing and listening to the core people who should have been the base and who are the base, I think, of the Democratic Party, which is a lot of working people who are impacted by exactly those policies you just outlined. So yes, it is different things. And part of it is also, there are things that on its surface that Trump has said government is bloated. It is inefficient. And there are reasons why that should be addressed. The way to do that is not to have Elon Musk go, target people who have attended DEI trainings, right?
Totally understand. You're exactly right. But
oh my God, it's just, stylistically, this guy just completely annoys me.
What did Kennedy say? If you make peaceful evolution, impossible, you make revolution inevitable. My point is, and I'll be perfectly frank, I lean towards the Bernie and the Elizabeth Warren and, all those sites economically. I've been shocked by how undemocratic the Democratic Party can be.
Tell me, what do you mean by, I don't disagree with you necessarily, but what do you mean by that?
By putting their foot on the scales to get, make sure that Hillary Clinton comes out of the thing, or make sure that, that they're listening to that anger about the way that even the ACA, quite frankly, struck me as a very conservative. You mean
because it didn't have a public option in it?
Correct. That it didn't address the very thing that was causing the foundational upset. If I were to break this down narratively, what I think the Democrats have forgotten is government may not be perfect, but it's the only thing large enough to offset multinational corporate exploitation and corruption.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't act like that's urgent and that affects people's lives, then so if the big policies that we make are billions more dollars to insurance companies that we think are fucking people over left and right for their healthcare, so isn't that part of why people lost faith?
Yeah. So yes, I think we're saying, well, I'm trying to say something similar, which is this.
Boom.
Which is Democrats just lost everything. They control nothing. They control I mean, they don't control the House, they don't control the Senate, they don't control the White House, and they don't control the Supreme Court. So now is the time to break some shit, right? And break some China.
They do control the email lists that continue to ask for money.
Well, that's true.
They still have that.
I don't even, it's like an overwhelming. And that is what, and I hear the public option. Look, I worked for Obama. He was.
At the very least, no matter what happens, it does give me hope that it's just, I continually hear from almost every left-wing pundit that's not just like completely a leftist or completely sucked into like their little internet bubble, that they understand that identity politics is like toxic.
Right.
And it does give me hope. That is just this horrible thing. And whether for cynical reasons or for correct reasons, it does seem like they want to throw identity politics under the bus as the blame for Trump winning the second time.
Yeah, that's good. That's definitely good.
At least they'll say this within their own circles. You know, if they're talking to someone on the right, they might become defensive. But
right. She was just defending DEI trainings, which most people think are a complete waste of time and money and resources. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So look, if you can get us, why don't Democrats ever say they're going to do a giant tax cut for the middle class? Like, why do they always run on, I'm going to raise the taxes of billionaires?
Well, I think they try to do both. They say, like, we're going to cut taxes for the middle class and raise taxes on the wealthy. But you're right. The way, like, the vibe is, the way the messaging gets interpreted is just, it's
we're
not
tax
cut taxes
raisers
on middle class, it's raising taxes on wealthy people. Right.
Yeah.
I don't know why that works the way it does psychologically, but it definitely does.
They should just say, look, we're going to do a giant tax cut for the middle class.
Well, you do have to have a villain, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And I think that was part of the problem, is that when the big corporations all accepted the DI nonsense, it kind of like shifted the classic Democrat villain into becoming a Republican villain. And the Democrats didn't really have a villain outside of Donald Trump to point to. And that's, I think they completely, again, because sort of they were just, the TDS or them just being completely reactionary to Trump is like Trump's attacking the businesses. The Democrats like end up defending the businesses, which just doesn't work. They should have just been attacking the business the whole time too. They never should have tried to snake them as an ally. It was a total mistake.
Yeah. They sided with the corporations because the corporations embraced DEI. They got away with it too. They didn't give a fuck about DEI.
No.
They're like, oh, great. Don't attack us.
Would have been for the public option. He didn't think it could get through, right? Was he wrong? Maybe he was wrong.
But that's the point. So it's the audacity of hope with the governance of the possible. And that's the point. Like, Donald Trump is nothing if not audacious. He manifests this way.
Yeah, but what does he produce, though? I mean, he doesn't, even if he sees tariffs as a success, it's not going to be, but he even had to pull back from that. It's like, what are the outcomes of his success, of his grand proclamations?
Well, he accomplished them. He got the tax cuts that he wanted. He basically got the cabinet members that he wanted. I mean, he's, as you said,
he controls the Republican Party. So that is like, got what he wanted.
Right.
So he got some things he wanted. What I'm getting at is like, yes, the Affordable Care Act, imperfect, but there would be, it would have been that or nothing. That's how I think people at the time felt. And you disagree because you think.
Completely disagree. Because look, this is a 50 to 60 year project that the Republicans have been on. They wanted abortion gone.
Yes.
So what did they do? They
stacked the courts.
They stack the court. They have a goal. And they go and they work for decades to achieve that goal. They stack the courts, or they make regulations that make it impossible for small physicians' offices to provide the kind of health care for women that would be necessary for those kinds of things. Or they work through other measures. They don't go, well, we'll never get that done. So here's what we're going to do. we're going to make sure that within Planned Parenthood, there is also an office of adoption. And that's what we're going to do. And then we're going to tout that as a victory.
I mean, I think the Democrats do that too, though. They just do it in a different way. I don't think Jon Stewart's saying it. They do it with a lot. Like, there was a lot of executive orders. There was a lot of federal bureaucracy that was essentially pushing DEI initiatives for Biden's 4 years. That was pushing a lot of this stuff into private businesses, into these institutions, through non-legislative, channels.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't agree with that. I mean, they didn't do it obviously with Obama failed. My opinion, Obama failed with Obamacare, which I think was a colossal failure. I mean, I guess I will agree it was better than nothing, but I still think it wasn't. I've never liked Obamacare ever since it's come to pass.
What's to like about it? I've never engaged with Obamacare, so I have no idea.
Well, you had to. What do you mean?
No, you don't. You don't have to buy off the Obamacare exchanges.
No, you had to at first. It took a few years before they. It wasn't until Trump, I thought, that they got rid of the mandatory.
Oh yeah. But if you had the mandatory fine was only if you didn't have private health insurance, and I had private health insurance the whole time, so
no, but
I
like
never had to pay the fine.
Right, but all private health insurance had to follow the new Obamacare requirements. Like, there wasn't any private health insurance that existed outside of those requirements. Is what I'm saying.
Well, I got to keep my doctor, so.
Well, most people got to keep their doctors. I didn't lose any of the doctors that I had. But I'm just saying that it didn't seem like it did it didn't seem like it lowered a lot of the cost or did any of the things that, it was sort of advertised as doing.
Right, yeah.
Except for the, again, the whole, the pre-existing conditions part, which everyone points to.
Yes.
That's what I meant by principled.
Okay. I
disagree with it.
I would dispute this notion of the principles. And maybe this isn't what you're saying. So tell me if it's not.
Please.
Let's just take Russia. Okay.
Wait, what?
Know. Hello, Putin.
Hey, what?
Hello, Putin, if you're listening.
All right.
When I was working for Barack Obama, most of the Republican Senate and caucus would say that he didn't arm the Ukrainians, right? He didn't provide the type of assistance that should have been done in 2014 and 2015. That was their argument. He's too soft on Russia. That was the core. Mitt Romney said the biggest threat is Russia. Now they've turned around. They have not stuck by that principle, and they're confirming this person to lead the intelligence agency who befriended Putin, who's defended Putin, who's used the talking points, et cetera. Their principles are very flexible.
No, they're not. I disagree. I think that's very consistent with their principles.
Which is what? However they can win, or whatever the dear leader says?
No. They view Putin and Hungary as allies.
But they didn't used to.
Not that the Trump wing has always viewed them in that way, I think.
The Trump wing has
viewed them as ideological allies. I should put it that way. Pro-Christianity, defenders of what they consider to be Western values that are, the old battle was capitalism versus communism, right? Economic systems at play within the world and a world order and rules. I think the battle now is woke versus unwoke. And in that battle, they view Hungary, Putin, and all those countries as aligned. And they are natural allies to that group. The Republicans have been praising Putin for, as far as I can see, a couple of decades. There's some that view Russia as that, but at least in the media, there's always been he's really strong and he is, look, they are allied with those countries ideologically.
Not, I just, okay, we can agree to disagree. This is democracy.
What the heck?
But not.
How do you, I like half agree with what Jon Stewart was saying, but I think he's half wrong. I think he's missing some huge factors here.
All right, what's he missing?
So I think when Mitt Romney, when he was debating Obama in 2012, or whenever the fuck that was, it was 2012, right? Yeah, 2011, 2012. When he made that comment about, Russia being a threat and Obama making fun of him and all that stuff. I don't think that there was a large swath of the Republican Party that was like friendly to Putin because he was perceived as anti-woke. Because this is woke wasn't a thing in
Yeah, it
2012.
totally wasn't.
Right.
Yeah.
It wasn't a thing. I think that conversation, that debate played out exactly the way it played out. The left was like, the Cold War is over. Russia can be our friend. Because that was the big thing. I mean, people already forget this. When Obama became president, he went on this whole campaign where like, I'm going to reset relations with Russia. I'm going to fix relations with Russia. Because people forget George W. Bush kind of fucked relations with Russia. Well, I don't know if he would fuck relations with Russia, but obviously he made things very icy with Russia, or maybe Putin made things very icy with George W. Bush. Now that we know what we know, with the whole, invasion of Georgia and all that shit, and the, trying to get Ukraine and Georgia into NATO stuff. And so Obama's like, I'm going to fix relations with Russia. Obviously, none of that fucking worked whatsoever. It completely fell apart for many reasons, which we've talked about in the past. But so when Romney said what he said, I think that was the true feeling of the Republican Party. This is where I think Jon Stewart's wrong. I think now, in the modern era, in the modern time period, right, I think there is a large element of woke versus unwoke, looking at Russia as like not woke. So therefore, they are some kind of spiritual brethren. They are some kind of spiritual ally. I do think that that's true-ish today. I don't think it was true back then. But also, I think there's a missing key factor, which is that I think the woke versus unwoke thing was it was mapped onto some existing thing. So much of politics is just being reactionary, the left turning to be favorable to big business because Trump turns on big business, and people on the right becoming more favorable to Russia because the left turns on Russia. And we saw this when Russia invaded Crimea. When Russia invaded Crimea and Obama took a very hardline stance, at least in terms of rhetoric, the Republicans were in this kind of weird state because Russia had, up until 2014, Russia had been like their boogeyman. And now you have a Democrat who's president. The Republicans had adopted a strategy of just doing the opposite of whatever Obama did. And now they're in this weird situation where Obama's coming out and he's speaking very strongly against Russia. And they don't really know what to do because they don't want to support Russia, but they can't really support Obama. So they're just kind of quiet in 2014. They didn't really know how to handle the situation. And so you first have that kind of, in my mind, that's what kind of plants the seed to change things. And then it kind of explodes with Russia, hacking Hillary's emails, which is obviously helpful to Trump. And then it goes even further with, the Trump-Russia association, just having that Trump-Russia thing hanging over Trump's head, like that's going to automatically make people that are on the right or Trump supporters, like it's going to make them flip or change their feelings about how they feel about Russia automatically, just because of that. It has nothing to do with ideology. And then once you sort of add the ideological lens into it, as some, I think, intentional bad actors on the internet did, with trying to paint Russia as like a Christian nation, even though they have like worse church attendance and more abortions than America, right? And try to paint Russia as anti-woke, it kind of like is like the final straw to kind of like shift some people into feeling more comfortable with Russia than before.
Yeah, it's hard to tell how much of that isn't Russia's own doing through internet espionage.
I'm sure a lot of it is. And that's what's, it's weird. I listened to Mike Benz on Joe Rogan the other day because he was on again, obviously, to all the USAID stuff. And yeah, I'm trying to like listen for like proof of things. And it's just a lot of accusations, not a lot of proof. I'm like, okay, because I'm gonna have to, getting kind of, skeptical about all this stuff. And then of course he brings up, and it's funny because I actually DM'd you. Of course he brings up, he buys completely into the 2014 coup, America coup, Ukraine. And he didn't mention it there, but I looked it up because I was curious. He actually does completely buy into the fake narrative about the phone call, the Victoria Nuland phone call. I was like, oh my God. Now, to be good faith, that doesn't mean everything. I'm not going to say everything he says is wrong just because he believes this like completely factually untrue conspiracy theory that I know is factually not true about the Victoria Nuland phone call. But it does make me like, skeptical. But the thing that kind of struck out to me is that, when he's going through all the accusations about all these things, that about how America is controlling all this stuff and doing all this espionage on the social media and internet and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, how does anyone that believes this not also, like, how can anyone believe half of what Mike Benz is saying and not want to ban TikTok? That's what doesn't make sense to me. If you believe even a half or a quarter of what Mike Benz says, how do you not also want to ban TikTok? Because then it's like, well, wait, you think America is the only country doing this? If America is doing this, every fucking country is doing this. At least China and Russia are fucking doing this. You have to be so naively stupid to think only America is doing this and that China and Russia are not doing this.
Is he saying America is doing this to Americans or to Russians?
He's saying they're doing it to Americans and to Russians. He's saying they're doing it to everybody.
Our social media companies are doing this, are playing with people's minds.
Yes, he brings up, because there used to be this law that I think it went away under Obama, which was like, you couldn't use like propaganda essentially against Americans.
Mm-hmm.
And then supposedly it went away under Obama. So now they can use propaganda against Americans.
Oh, okay.
And so, yeah, that's the whole thing, that they're propagandizing. His big point is that there's all these tools that the intelligence agencies created to propagandize and, mind manipulate foreigners for decades. And now they're being used not just against foreigners, but also against Americans.
Right. Yeah.
So,
which TikTok would obviously be a good platform to do that with.
Exactly.
So he buys into the concept. A lot of people don't buy into the concept that you can do psychological experiments on people via social media.
Well, no, it's his whole thing is that's his whole thing. Is that
I didn't know.
Concept,
yeah,
right?
I don't know much about this guy. I heard Joe Rogan mention him once, and
right. That's his
whole thing. I
thing.
followed him on Twitter to kind of figure out what was going on. So, but I've never heard a talk with him.
Right.
Well, look, so I believe that. That's true. That is true. Yes. Social media is a great way to manipulate
100%.
people, manipulate
100%.
Public opinion. Yeah.
Right.
Because you can show what is popular, which you never could really show in the newspaper, right?
That's true. You didn't have likes on the newspaper.
Yeah. Look, as soon as you can see, like, there's this idea that this is popular. Yeah. That's a huge thing.
You couldn't have a bot swarm an article before.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
You thought, there's a small committee of elites that are deciding to publish this article. You don't have this idea that, the overwhelming number of people agree with this article, and that's why it's popular. That's what viral means.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, I mean, I bring it up because I'm sure, because what you said, I'm sure is true, is that I'm sure Russia had a bunch of bad actors and social media trolls and all sorts of shit that's been going around, since 2014, trying to change people's opinions on shit.
They want as many. They know how America works. America is a democracy. We all go to the polls and vote. They want as many Americans to believe Russia is no threat to you. Of course not.
Right.
Russia's just trying to get the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's what Russia's doing.
Well, I think, when you look at it's like straight out of the Yuri Bezmenov
playbook
was like the whole, not just like, part of it is, Russia's not a threat, but like a big part of it too is just you can't trust anything, right? You had the whole Russia's going to set up the protest, the BLM protest and the anti-BLM protest, just to kind of get everyone riled up, just to create strife, just to make sure that everyone's more divided.
Yeah, and so they don't vote.
Yeah.
Suppress turnout. Elections don't matter. This is why Russia never has them. Kooky.
Not in the era of John McCain and Mitt Romney leading the party and what they thought the party stood for and what the party stood for. That's not the party anymore. But that was the party not that long ago, is my point. And some of the same people who were in that party are now blindly following Trump down the Russia's great, Putin's great rabbit hole.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say they're saying they're great, and I understand what you're saying, but like this whole principle thing on their end is power. Like Mitch McConnell is the poster boy for not having, like, even just now when they confirmed Pete Hegseth and 3 Republicans voted against it, and oh my God, now JD Vance has to come and break the tie. It's all theater.
Yeah.
But my point is, it's a realignment of principle, right? With woke versus unwoke being, they've said like that's the greatest danger of all is that. I think the Democrats have an incredible opportunity to be actual economic populist, not the bullshit populism that the right is putting out there as they're gutting OSHA and they're making it so that you can't regulate anything that possibly could affect workers in a bad way. But they have not embraced that with the fervor and directness that I think they need to.
I agree.
I was told that populism is fascism quite recently, but whatever. Now the Democratic Party needs to embrace fascism.
100% with you. I mean, I think this is
it's fascism for good now. Okay, don't you get it twisted.
I know. Look, in this whole idea like that the Republicans, it's all just a big power play. That's all they care about. I think that's a complete miscalculation. Trump wants to be a influential president. Like Trump literally asked some guy how do I get on Mount Rushmore, right? Is that like a power play? He just wants to be remembered like everyone else does. And the way that you're remembered is you do good things for people. That's the way that you do it.
Where there was not a clear, digestible message. And maybe there were policy issues underneath there too. I don't want to undervalue that issue as well. I mean, to your point, it's like, you got to be bold if people going to feel like you're addressing their issue. And the example, Harris talked about the opportunity agenda, which sounds like a poll tested thing and nobody knows what it means.
That's right.
There were very good things in there, but that is the place where, Governor Westmore, Maryland, I was talking to him last week about this, and he said he used to run a poverty organization.
Robin Hood. He was the head of Robin Hood Foundation.
You know Robin Hood? Yes. I don't know if everybody does, so I shorthanded it.
Robin Hood Foundation is a foundation where Wall Street people gather once a year to try to give money to offset them going to hell.
Okay, there you go. But they also give money.
And it doesn't, there's no level. No, but that is the general.
Here's my point of this story.
They do great work, by the way. It's a fabulous organization.
They do great.
Isn't Robin Hood hilarious? Because we all learned the Robin Hood story when we were a kid. It's like he steals from the rich and gives to the poor.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Just the context of that as an adult, you think, well, does he steals from them? Like, he breaks into their homes and he breaks in and steals their shit. And then he takes it to the poor. Okay. Wow.
Great work. And they get money from all sorts of places. Point is, when he was running for governor, they were like, pollsters, people advising him were like, don't use the word poverty. Don't use the word poverty. This is my point. There is a knee-jerk, we have to talk about things in a poll-tested, it sounds like, and I know I keep using the word academic, and maybe that's not the best phrasing, but a way that feels like we're defending a PhD dissertation about the economy. Instead of talking about healthcare should be affordable. Man, the minimum wage is not as high as it should be. We should be fighting for that. We're on the sandwich generation. I'm in the sandwich generation. What does that sound like and feel like? And it is a moment where figuring out the messaging around that, and not just the messaging, but the
I don't think any of that's going to work. I mean, that's what they used to do. It went away for a reason. It wasn't working.
Yeah, the federal minimum wage, I think, is ridiculous because obviously in some states, the minimum wage, like you just could never live off of the minimum wage in California. That's why California has a much higher minimum wage, a state mandated higher minimum wage, right? So that's kind of a dead issue. What was the other issue?
Giving people healthcare.
Giving people healthcare. Healthcare does have a lot of issues with it, but I think a lot of that is the healthcare is too expensive. I think if they focused on making healthcare more affordable, rather than giving people too expensive healthcare.
Right. That's what I'm assuming. That's what she means when she says that. But it's just
right. But if you could say, look, we want to make healthcare inexpensive enough that anyone can afford it. We want healthcare to be, well, groceries wouldn't be a good example now that people can barely afford groceries, right? We want healthcare to be inexpensive. That's what they should say.
I'm just skeptical that any of this, like, we need to go back to old talking points. Even if I agree with the policies, like, yeah, I want a public option. Yeah, I want other, things like that. I don't agree with the federal minimum wage, but there's other, older talking points that I'd be in favor of. I'm skeptical that it's going to be effective because, well, I don't know if this is the because, but when I think part of the reason that wokeness and identity politics was able to sink its fangs into the Democratic Party so deeply was because after Trump won in 2016, it was like such a psychic blow to the left. Like it destroyed their entire worldview. It sent them reeling, and they didn't know what way was up, and they didn't have anything to like ground them, and so they were scrambling to find some lens to make sense of the world in their, you know, frustration, and they kind of clung to wokeness as like this is it, this is how we explain why things are the way they are, and then obviously now it completely blew up in their face, and they're right back where they started in right now in 2016, where now they're like scrambling because they're lost. And it seems like a lot of Democrats are just kind of like scrambling for the past talking points,
Right.
which, I mean, they're better talking points than the woke talking points, but again, there's a reason those talking points lost the first time. So I don't think that's going to be the way out for the Democrats. It's better than what it was, but I don't think that's going to the way forward for them.
Well, wasn't there original talking points in 2020 that, Trump is racist, Biden is running because of Charlottesville, and it's really racism?
That was the woke talking points. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
So it wasn't economic populism. So when they're going back to economic populism, there's like saying, okay, the woke didn't work in this election. Economic populism worked. That's what Trump was doing. So we need to go back to economic populism. That's what people want.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the thought process. Yes.
That is the thought process. But
right.
I mean, yeah, I'm objecting to the policies that they're pitching as economic populism. So like single payer healthcare and a federal minimum wage, I just don't think are things people are going to think are possible or even desirable. So they have to retool what they are thinking of as economic populism.
I'm not even sure it's about policy, which is sad.
It's got to be about policy. Like, people ultimately vote based on policy.
I don't think they do. I'm very cynical about this. I think most people.
You don't think the last election was driven by the immigration policy being a complete fucking disaster? You don't think it was driven by crime?
No, well, we're talking about two different things. You're talking about there's a policy that the previous president implemented that had a bad outcome.
Right.
And that's what affected their voting. No, that does happen. That's not what I mean. I mean in terms of like you have two candidates and candidate says, I have policy A, and then candidate B says I have policy B. And then people like are gonna logically figure out which policy is better. I'm saying people don't vote based on that, is what I'm saying.
I think a lot of people do.
I don't. I think it's really, and I think this is the biggest problem with the Democratic Party, is their vibe has just been shit. They don't have a good vibe. They have a very weak vibe. It kind of goes back to what you were saying about the hall monitor thing. They have the hall monitor vibe. They have the nanny vibe. And it's
that's true. That doesn't help.
It doesn't help. And I think that was like a big boon for Trump, is that he has like the fuck you vibe. And that's why there's like this sort of, I think this religious fervor around everything him and Elon does, is it's, the fuck you vibe, which people like feel is like winning in their soul. And so they don't want to let that go. And the Democrats, they don't have that. They don't have that all. I think until they can produce that candidate, I don't think there's going to be outcomes for them.
I think that you are correct. I think it breaks down obviously into group of voters. There are groups of voters that they just vote on who they like better, as a person, right? They just think who's more charismatic, right? They're not really voting based on policy. But I do think there are a substantial number of people that do vote on policy. The calculation that they do is they say, person A wants this list of policies, person B wants this list of policies. And then they also think, can this person implement these policies? Are these policies actually going to happen? Are they going to come to fruition? And I think that does affect a sizable number of voters who actually can swing the election, can decide the election. I think obviously crime and immigration, I mean, those are policy choices. Like Biden's policy choice on immigration was just, let everyone in. The more the merrier. Like, we need these people. They increase our economy. They help us, right? Trump's policy was, no, they're bringing crime. They're eating our pets. People voted based on those policies.
Yeah, but see, well, first of all, number one, that kind of shows what I'm saying, because that wasn't actually Biden's policy. That was the vibe, but that wasn't his policy at all.
What was his policy?
The policy was, when COVID's in place, prevent as many people from humanly possible from getting in the country. And then when COVID's not in place, we're going to implement a very caring, humane system of like people using this magic phone app to get into the country.
Yeah, let as many people in as possible.
Well, no, because it's supposed to be that they could use the phone app and that all this stuff could be adjudicated before they actually got in the country, right?
They're still massively different policies.
No, they are massively different policies, right? But I'm just saying, like, again,
I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Like, it's totally care harm. It caters to his base.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was more care based on the people coming into the country as opposed to the people who are citizens of the country.
Right. We have to deal with the immigrants.
Exactly. And that was the massive failure of the system. But then, even as I said, people vote on the outcomes of policy because people can see the outcomes of policies pretty clearly.
Right? Yeah.
You saw, people like, well, I don't know what Biden did, but obviously whatever he did didn't fucking work in terms of immigration. And obviously it didn't work in terms of, or at least they perceive it didn't work in terms of the economy because everyone's like, oh, everything's expensive, right?
Yeah.
And so no one knows what the policies are or cares what the policies were that got us there. They just say, okay, the outcome didn't work, right? And so a lot of times when you have that situation, it's just like, okay, well, I'm not going to vote for that again, right? And obviously Kamala Harris represented that again, at least in terms of how she was talking, the fact that she's vice president, and all this other stuff. But I'm just saying, I don't think, and maybe I'm just a cynical asshole, I don't think that like Trump talks about his economic tariff policies and no tax on tips, and Kamala Harris talks about copying no tax on tips, and also that she's going to, give people money for homes and try to, reduce regulations for home building or whatever. And I'm just skeptical and cynical. I don't think people are like hearing these two policies and then trying to do the calculation to figure out exactly what works. Well, look, I just don't think that's the way people vote.
Do you think people, and this kind of tests that idea that it really is about vibe. So do you think if the Democrats nominated someone that basically did the same stuff as Kamala Harris did, said, I'm going to not change anything. The policies are going to be the same. I think that we're doing fine, right? But she's or he is substantially more charismatic. Like the vibes are off the charts. Like this person is completely dreamy by comparison to Donald Trump. Do you think that people are going to vote based on those vibes and not on the policy? Because obviously they're still unhappy with the policy choices. Like they think the country's going in the wrong tangibly going in the wrong direction, but they've got, some dreamy dreamboat to sell it to them.
It's a hard question to answer because I don't know if you can detach. I know that for the sake of the hypothetical, you're trying to detach the vibe question from the policy as much as possible, right?
Well, no, I'm in my mind, they're going to vote based on the policy. They're going to be like, I don't care how dreamy you are. The country's going in the wrong direction.
Right. What I'm saying is I understand why you're setting up the hypothetical thought experiment to try to be like, okay, recreate all the policies, but the vibes are different. Right. I understand like the point of that. I don't know if that's like possible because I think like, is it possible that there's I think that's like, even though this sort of seems contradictory to what I was saying, though it's not, I don't know if the vibe of the country is the status quo isn't working, right? I don't know if you could have someone come in and be like, I'm the most charismatic, positive vibe person, but I'm going to say the status quo is like, okay. Because then I think saying status quo is okay is like, that's going to shift the vibes away from them. Like you can't say that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I want to, that's not to me.
You're saying the policy makes the vibe then.
Well, no, because Because when someone says the status quo is not working, that's not a policy. That's just them acknowledging the vibe of the country. The policy, maybe we're just using different terms here. When I hear policy, I think of the specific prescription that a person is saying to fix something.
Right.
As opposed to just identifying that there's a problem. If someone can identify there's a problem, to me, that's not a policy question.
Well, a change of policy is a policy question. I mean, this is a lot of people say Kamala lost because she's like, no, I wouldn't do anything different. Like,
yeah,
she's basically admitting, oh, I like the policies,
but
the policies are working.
I don't think you should think of it as a policy. I think you should think of it as a vibe. The policy is, here's how to fix X, right? This is actually, remember when we talked to Joe Good Logic, like I don't know, it was like a while ago, and he said one of Trump's biggest strengths is that he'll make up like a vague promise about how to fix something, and he's not specific, and that way you can kind of like project whatever you want into that.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe said this as a Trump supporter, and I think that's completely true. Now, there were things that Trump did give specifics for, but a lot of times he wouldn't give specifics for, healthcare being one of them, right? And so that's what I'm saying. I think you have to separate the policy from just like understanding the vibe that the country's at, understanding that people are not happy with the way things are, is just a different question.
Do you vote on policy or vibes?
Me? Well, I didn't vote personally. Last time. I'm not going to vote anymore.
So no, when you did vote, did you vote based on policy or vibes?
I would tell myself it was based on policy, but I could be lying to myself. Okay. I think I was probably lying to myself for most of it. Like when I voted for Obama twice, like there wasn't like I was in a place psychologically where it wasn't possible that I would vote for like a Republican in 2008 or 2012.
Right.
So it's like, well, am I really voting for policy then? No, I'm voting on tribal team politics at that point.
If you voted now that
now I could 100%
taken
I
out,
could, if
out
I
of the
if
matrix.
I was going to vote, I could vote on policy. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I think, and you could be right. Like maybe people are lying to themselves or telling themselves, I'm voting based on policy. But then there's always the escape hatch, right? Oh, this guy can't implement the policies because he's fucking so hateable, right? And then you're really voting on vibes. Like you like his policy choices, but the vibes are just wrong. So you're like, he can't implement those policies that I want so badly.
That's part of it. I think of it in sort of the Haitian perspective of, I think policies are the logical rationalizations your brain gives you to justify who you wanted to vote for already.
In Los Angeles, crime is just tangibly worse. Like it's so obvious crime is worse.
Right.
And everyone in politics is always trying to gaslight us. Oh, it's your imagination, right? Look, all your neighbors' houses have been broken into. That's just your fucking imagination running wild, right? It's so, oh God, the condescending nature of it is just infuriating, but that's their game. But I don't see how, if something like crime is high, you can say, look, I'm not voting on policy. Of course you're voting on policy. You're like, I want a policy where we're hiring, 100 more cops or doubling the budget of this institution or that institution, right? A bunch of people's houses burned down in Southern California over these fires. It's hard for me to imagine when the next election rolls around, they're not going to vote based on policy about the fire department and reservoirs and water storage and all kinds of different.
Well, let's use the crime example because I think it's a little more clear.
Yeah.
If we're using the crime example, so you have we'll say you have the mayor of San Francisco. He has all these crime problems or whatever, out of control. And, you have the Democrat who was the mayor, or we'll say you have the Republican who's not the mayor, who says, there's all these crime problems, vote me in. I'm going to get 1,000 more cops. We're going to clean the city up. Right.
Yeah.
And then you turn to Democrat, and the Democrat hypothetically says, we have a crime problem in San Francisco. I'm going to hire 1,000 more cops and we're going to clean up the city.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. Are people going to trust the Democrat who was already in power that the problem was created under to solve it just based on the policy that he's promoting? Or are they going to say, no, I don't trust this guy because he's
right. The advantage is going to go to someone new because they're going to say, why didn't you do it before? Like what happened?
Right. Because that's exactly what happened with Biden and with Harris with the immigration bill and the immigration executive order.
Right.
So that's why I'm saying I think the vibe is more important than the policy.
Right.
Anyway, we can continue.
I mean, it's an interesting debate. It totally is. Look, and everybody wants to say, obviously, you're like their opponents are like, you're voting on vibes. Oh my God, you're such a fucking loser. That's just a common attack. So I think that's why I'm more hesitant to agree with it, is because it is such a common attack.
Well, I'm saying it as just, first of all, I'm not using it as attack. I'm just saying it's the way it
is
for everybody.
You said you literally said you could be tricking yourself. So look, it seems like you're just saying it in complete good faith. And I think, I mean, it is an interesting dilemma to kind of suss out which is true. I have to lean with the policy thing because sooner or later, look, I think you start voting on vibes because everything is good. Like you're not really worried about serious issues like crime, okay? You're worried about what we're going to teach our children, right? Should we teach them Christianity or transgenderism? Like it's, as soon as the crime comes in, as soon as things or people start getting drafted or the stock market crashes, right? As soon as the shit hits the fan, then I think everybody immediately turns to policy. They're like, fuck the vibes. That's just my take. So
messengers, because the messenger is the message, who is delivering this and are they talking about it in a way that's accessible and real and authentic and passionate? And I don't think we know who that is yet, but that is part of it. And I think, yes, a big opportunity for the Democrats, but one they got to figure out.
But I still think that the message and the messenger are tertiary. I wouldn't even say they're secondary.
What's secondary then? If primary is the policy?
Primary is the policy. Or maybe I'll give you second. No, I'm going to say tertiary. Primary is the diagnosis. Here's what makes it so difficult. Trump's diagnosis about this world is not, I think, insane or far off. I actually agree with a lot of what he says about the system is rigged. I believe that to my core.
Yeah, and that's how a lot of people feel.
So the first part is diagnosis. Second part is remedy. Third part is message. Remedy being principle based on diagnosis. I don't think they've diagnosed this well. I certainly don't think they've created remedy. And sure as shit, then the tertiary part of it, which is messaging, won't align. But the problem that I see is they're still fucking tied up in messaging.
It's not just that they're tied up. I agree with you. Tertiary. Yeah. Okay. I'm down with the tertiary order of events here. Tertiary. But
they do a bad job of separating who they're talking about, Republicans or Democrats, because they keep vacillating back and forth between them. And then they just say they. And I'm going, they who? The Democrats or the Republicans?
I mean, we keep pausing and talking for like 20 minutes in between. Like,
well, no, but I listened to that whole thing all the way through. So, right. I mean, in that little section there, they did talk about both Democrats and Republicans.
Well, I'm gonna put the messenger in tertiary as well, and I think you did that too. Just because what I mean by that is if you have somebody who's like, I am for an opportunity agenda, it's like people who were...
Okay, maybe they're talking about the Democrats because she did mention the opportunity agenda.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can't pay for my health care are going to recognize they're not feeling it in the same way. That's what I mean. But there far too often it's a messaging problem. It's a communications problem. And then, therefore, you skip over the things that are harder questions to answer, right?
This is a huge problem I see with the Democrats all the time. They believe they can sell any shitty fucking policy with the right messaging.
Yes.
And so instead of focusing on the product, and this is where Elon Musk kicks ass, because Elon Musk is like, I don't do any advertising because the product literally is the advertising, right? If you have an amazing product, people are going to want it. You're not going to need to advertise it. I think that's brilliant. Like, policy should be developed in the same exact way. The Democrats are like, well, we have these super shitty policies, so how do we sell them to people?
Right.
right? Which is what should be the policy basis of what you're running on, which I think is what you're saying is the primary and secondary. I agree. And I don't know exactly what the basis of that, what that is right now for the Democratic Party.
Well, I remember, it was during Clinton's term, and you were probably, by the way, Jen Psaki and I we went to the same college, the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia. Jen, when did you graduate?
2000.
So I just missed you.
Barely.
Just barely by just a couple of decades. But,
barely.
but so you graduated in 2000. So this is pre that. But in the Clinton era, I can't remember which year it was where he faced Newt Gingrich and the contract with America. It was one of the midterms, and I can't remember if it was the first one or the second one. They had a contract with America. It was 94, maybe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Oh, that is right. Okay. But they had laid out, and basically the policy prescriptions were designed by the Heritage Foundation, and it was all laid out, but it was wildly effective. Mm-hmm. And they took control of the Senate and the House, and they were able to execute certain things. But it was also a brilliant piece of policy.
Yeah.
Who's writing that? Who even knows what that is? Look, government is, when we talk about checks and balances, the founders were brilliant. Oh, Congress and the executive and the judiciary. What they didn't count on is corporate power.
Mm-hmm.
The Democrats have to effectively counter, because that's where we can get value. We subsidize pharmaceutical companies and pay the highest fucking pill prices in forever. $20 billion a year, apparently, to oil and gas. Like, what are we fucking doing?
Yeah. Look, and there are some people you've mentioned, like Elizabeth Warren, who do talk.
Do you remember the contract with America?
No.
Newt Gingrich's contract with America. I guess
I was very young at that time. No.
Republicans were out of power. Republicans didn't control the Congress for, I think, 40 years, maybe 50 years.
Mm-hmm.
And they gained control of the Congress for the first time in at least 40 years. In 1995, I think it was, 1994, with this contract for America. I just looked it up. The number 2, ready? Select a major independent auditing firm to conduct a comprehensive audit of Congress for waste, fraud, and abuse. Holy shit, some things never change, do they?
No.
Look, they've got 10 easy to digest things. It's very, very smart. Look, and John here's like, how come we don't have nifty policies? Why do we always have to talk about raising the federal minimum wage? Can't we come up with a new fucking policy?
Talk about this kind of stuff. I'm not saying she's writing the plans. Yeah, who's writing the plans?
I'll tell you who's writing the plans.
Who is it?
The corporations.
Oh, well, I was like, who is it?
And the lobbyists, they are.
Yes.
Jen, I'm going to tell you a story.
I understand what you're saying. I thought you were going to tell me some insightful plan you'd seen from somebody who's going to run for something. I was excited for a moment. Go ahead. I know
these people better than I do.
Wow, shots fired. Look at that. She's like, "What's an old man? Give me something. Right. Give me something new here. I don't want to hear your tired talking points."
I agree, man. That's the first smart thing she said.
I don't, just the whole, I'm sorry, I don't know. I just don't believe this whole, I don't buy the whole, the businesses are writing all the laws for the Democrats. I don't think that's what happened.
The corporate Democrats?
Yeah, I don't think that's what happened. I think what happened was Trump started attacking the corporations, and they either reflexively or cynically thought that they could gain them as allies because Trump was attacking them. And obviously it didn't work. It completely backfired.
Yeah, I agree with you.
I don't know these people.
Because I mean, like, the whole thing, if it's true, if the people on the left who have like this worldview, they're like, oh, you just buy all the politicians off and bing, bang, boom, you get what you want, right? If that's true, why did it not work with Mark Andreessen and the crypto boys? Why couldn't they just buy off the Democrats?
Yeah.
Because the whole thing with Mark Andreessen and the crypto boys and the fintech industry, the reason that he switched, and he said this on Joe Rogan, The reason that so many of the people in that sphere switched was because
they couldn't buy the Democrats.
Because they couldn't buy the Democrats, because they kept getting attacked by the Democrats. They kept getting attacked, by the government, by getting regulated by the government. And they're like, what the fuck? We donated money to Democrats, and now they're like turned on us. So it's just it's like, well, wait, why didn't it work with them? Like, it can't be that simple.
Yeah. This is just an argument to say that your opponents are corrupt. Or whoever you don't like, whoever's on the dole is corrupt. Right. It's dumb because they also believe in this manufacturing consent idea where you just find the people that agree with you and fund them. So it's like, well, doesn't that seem more plausible here as well?
Mm-hmm.
Find the people who agree with you and just fund them, right?
Right.
You need to flip anyone. Anyway.
I may, but you're like, I thought you were going to be like, I saw this great plan. I'm like, great.
Here's what's so interesting. On the Republican side, the synchronicity between the think tanks and the politicians and the billionaire donors, right? And the media arm, they work together. It is the circle of life. It is the Lion King.
Obviously, he missed the entire H-1B debate on Twitter, so which happened quite recently.
Right.
That got Vivek kicked out of the MAGA circle.
No, listen, Elon was able to skate by pretty unscathed, I guess, now.
Yeah, well.
He's able to distract enough.
It's funny to me. They always think, oh, the Republicans, they so have their shit together. And we, the Democrats, don't.
If you hear, I hate whenever I hear someone on the left say that. Because then I'll listen to some right-wing pundit, and they'll say the same thing. They'll say, oh, the left, they have all their talking points in order. But I'm like, oh, my God. Like, just, that's what it always looks like from the outside.
It's true, yeah.
Understand that. Like, it's...
Who's Simba?
Simba's Rupert Murdoch, unfortunately.
Oh, I didn't say Mike Johnson.
No, he's
could
sweet.
be.
He's a little sweet-faced boy. I mean, Donald Trump was giving a press conference. Rupert Murdoch was sitting next to him, and he's like, hey, the Wall Street Journal wrote some shit about me, but we'll take care of that. Rupert Murdoch said in a meeting, it was released in those documents after the Fox lawsuit, we need to do everything we can to help Donald Trump. Like, this is absolute corrupt. That it gets us back to the thing of like, this is how the fucking world works. And yet somehow you're connected. You were the press secretary in Biden's thing. You worked for Obama. You worked at the State Department. You understand that. You're now at MSNBC. None of these people are talking to each other and working together in any way.
It's like such old. What is he talking about? Last I heard, Rupert Murdoch hated fucking Donald Trump. I just Googled. Here's a Guardian article from 2023. Rupert Murdoch often wishes Trump dead. Like, what the fuck?
I don't know what he's talking about. Was there some changeover that happened recently? Because I did the same thing when I heard this. I was like, what is he talking about?
I thought Rupert Murdoch and Trump were sworn enemies. Like, Trump was going after Fox because they wouldn't support him enough.
Right. Yeah. Which is silly.
What the fuck? Jon Stewart, man. Maybe you should turn on the news once in a while.
Maybe hold on.
Well,
there might be a new.
Did something change?
Maybe something changed. Let's see what happened here. Okay, this is from this year. Trump enters new chapter. Look, they made up at him.
Oh, okay.
New chapter with Rupert Murdoch.
So we're the ones that are out of touch.
Right.
I got the New Republic from 2024. Signs point to Rupert Murdoch wanting to destroy Trump.
Well, I think what's going on here most likely is that there was a lot of people on the right that hated Donald Trump. Right. And they're like,
oops, like he won.
Yeah, well, they're like, and then he won the first time. They're like, okay, well, let's, we're still going to fight against him because they don't want him to win a second time. When you win a second time, they're like, okay, whatever. We'll just weather the storm for 4 years, right? Essentially.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it's not really, what is the point of fighting at that, wasting their political capital, at least publicly.
Right, yeah. At that point, it's time to make nicey nice, right?
Oh, okay, wait, hold on. Let me read this article. Quote, this is a Trump quote. Rupert Murdoch is in a class by himself. He's an amazing guy, President Trump said of the conservative media magnate who sat smiling in the Oval Office this week as the newly elected president sang him praise. Moments later, when a reporter in the room asked about a recent editorial in Murdoch's The Wall Street Journal that argued the president's trade proposal would lead to the, quote, dumbest trade war in history, Trump sang a different tune.
No way.
Quote, I'm going to have to talk to him, the president said. What does that mean? Oh, someone wrote an editorial and didn't like me in your newspaper. We're going to have a talking to.
Okay.
Quote, I've been right over the Wall Street Journal a number of times, Trump said, smirking in Murdoch's direction as the White House pool cameras rolled. I don't agree with him on some things.
Wow.
Oh,
okay.
That's fine. That's true.
Well, no, this is hilarious, but it does go against what Jon Stewart is saying, that they're all just completely in bed with one another and everything is hunky-dory and it's massive corruption. So
I think it's, I forget who it was. I remember someone was saying this. I think this is true of MSNBC and Fox. I don't believe that they get like the talking points on high. I think what happens is they hire people that are politically aligned in that direction and they know are going to toe the line. And then those people get even further audience captured once they're on the shows. Like people, they know what they kind of get a sense of what they're supposed to say. Right.
Yeah, of course.
They know who's, writing the paychecks.
Constitutional crisis. That's the word of the day, right?
Right. I don't think they need to be told specifically, you are going to say the words constitutional crisis, or you're going to say whatever the right-wing talking point equivalent is. I think everyone just picks it up on their own.
Yeah, they tell them we're in a constitutional crisis, and they're like, what? Oh, my God. And they believe it.
Right.
They believe it and start talking about it. They start researching it. A constitutional crisis. Oh, shit.
In 2024, Trump attacked Murdoch during the campaign and called him a globalist who was trying to tear Trump down.
Yeah, look, I thought they had a contentious fight during the campaign.
They go back and forth. So,
Right. Okay.
We think the other side is really messed up. I mean, look, but it's also how the world is
each other and working together.
Backed it up a little bit.
In any way.
Well, yeah, because we think the other side is really messed up. I mean, look, but it's all
that says it all right there. That's what drives this woman's politics. She's like, I'm protecting everyone from the evil, evil, evil Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
I fundamentally hate those kind of politics. I really do. Instead of going out and saying, look, how can I make the world a better place? How can I heal things? They're like, I got to protect you from the Republicans.
Also how the world is working, which I think is a huge problem that Democrats need to be clear and aware of. I mean, Hannity was like meeting with the Republican caucus. There's more and more and more examples of what you're talking about.
Yes. And
isn't she on MSNBC now? This woman here?
She is on MSNBC.
Who wasn't she the press secretary for the president of the United States?
Yes.
And now she's on MSNBC.
Isn't that weird? It seems weird. It seems wrong. That happens a lot.
And she's here bitching about Hannity meeting with the Congress.
It feels like this happens a lot. You have the press secretaries of a president go and they join MSNBC or Fox News, and I'm like, what? I don't know. It doesn't seem like it should be that way.
I guess maybe did she never meet with the Congress? Is that where she's drawing the line? Is she like?
Mad?
It's hard for me to imagine the press secretary of the president never meeting with Congress. Like,
usually, I'm sure they met. I mean, it's not usually the press secretary's purview of duties to go speak to Congress, but
right. Yeah.
Seems very effective, but also effective in that they're creating policies. Now, I don't like a lot of them, and I think they're lying about a lot of them, but they've certainly created a machine. And nobody is building that machine as far as I can tell. And even within the media,
See, that's what I would love to have a conversation with about, okay, what are the policies you don't like? Let's talk about that. Let's talk about those policies. Let's have a policy wonk conversation, John. Let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
Rupert Murdoch and then Roger Ailes. And now I don't know who's running, but they run it with a really clear mandate.
Is Roger Ailes still in the picture? That seems like early aughts type. Who's Roger Ailes? I haven't heard that name in 20 years.
You're at MSNBC. Do they come to you every day and go, here's what we think is important to preserve and fight for whatever?
No, everybody gets a zillion press releases and pitch calls, but no.
No. I'm talking about the head of it.
Oh, no. You determine, we determine, each of us for our shows, here's what I'm going to cover today, and here's what I'm going to talk about, and here's what I think is important, which there's an independence-ish of that. And there also is, you're not waiting to be told what to say about anything. You're going to say what you think. So people can trust that, and that is a good thing.
See, I disagree with that. I think it's not that you're able to be independent. It's that you're then a prisoner purely to the minute by minutes. Purely
you mean in terms of ratings?
The ratings, incentives, and all those other things. If you don't have the ideological component,
capture.
Right, then you don't have a governing authority of editorial authority, right? The greatest trick Roger Ailes ever played was he delegitimized editorial authority while exercising absolute steel trapdoor editorial authority.
The greatest thing he did, because it led them to be an arm piece, a mouthpiece of the right wing.
It led them to be exactly what he wanted it to be, which is an effective expression of...
You know when Roger Ailes died?
No.
2017. I just thought you might like to know.
It's good to know.
I don't think he's had much of an influence on the second Trump administration. You know, I'm not sure he had much influence on the first Trump administration since he died the first year in, but whatever.
Of his worldview.
And MSNBC, I am unburdened by not having, I can share whatever I think. I have obviously worked in Democratic politics for 20 years. I don't hide anything about that.
Oh my God, she almost said it, Sitch. It was so close. She almost said the thing, the unburdened by what has been.
It is a progressive leaning network, but nobody is to the frustration at times.
Are you listening to this? Am I pausing at a bad time? I feel like I am.
No, keep going.
Of many elected Democrats, it is not a mouthpiece of the Democratic Party.
I don't want it to be a mouthpiece of the Democratic Party.
I mean, it might not be a mouthpiece of the Democratic Party, but it doesn't have... MSNBC has no, with the exception of Joe sometimes able to peek his head out of the bubble. I mean, too many people are just trapped in the ideological bias of the left. I don't think MSNBC is really capable of, as an organization, of producing commentary of value to really anyone outside of just resistance, left talking points.
Yeah. It's all groupthink at MSNBC.
Yeah.
And like, even if you tried to challenge the narrative, even if you said, well, maybe Trump just wants to do right by the American people, they'd be like, shut the fuck up. They would hate you. They would laugh you out of the building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It is a church. It's a church. Like, it's like walking into the Catholic Church and saying, maybe Jesus didn't really live.
It's unfortunate because I can't think of a single cable news organization that isn't a church at the moment. Yeah. I'm trying to think of one. I can't. They're all churches.
Yeah.
They're all religious institutions for an ideology.
It's kind of the problem, isn't it?
It is the problem. It's exactly the problem.
But people want a church.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where the other church is the devil. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They're the devils, the bad guys.
Mm-hmm.
They want to trans your kids. Well, I heard they want to kill your trans kids.
Yep.
But I do think it can stand for something more coherent and be more effective in its execution of that by doing so.
And what do you think that should be?
This is like a great brainstorming session for the Democrats. I can really see them pulling ahead soon here, Sitch.
I don't.
With all the, oh, really?
Oh, you're being sarcastic. Yeah, I agree. I agree completely.
You think this is not good? Doesn't seem like they really know. Like, why wouldn't... I mean, Jon Stewart could invite some Republicans on and say, why do you think Trump won? Right?
Well,
That'd be a much more interesting conversation.
I mean, Jon Stewart, I think part of the reason that's like some people are trying to rally around Jon Stewart is, I mean, he's vocal and understanding there's a problem, which is the first step, but I don't think he understands the solution. I mean, to be clear, I'm not sure I know what the solution is, but I don't think it's the Jon Stewart pathway here whatsoever.
Yeah, I know the solution. Focus on some policies that actually, people want. Get some policies that people want that aren't garbage. Stop going back to your policies from. People are done with representation. You played the representation card very effectively, right? You got Obama president for 8 years based on the representation card. Obviously, Obama was a great fucking orator, a great politician, not as experienced in governing, which was a problem. You tried to play it again with Hillary Clinton. It didn't work out. You tried to play it again with Kamala Harris. It didn't work out. I mean, you could argue it worked a little bit because it helped. Maybe it helped Biden get elected, but they need to come up with some policies that people actually want.
That's not going to work. No.
No policies?
I figured it out. This is what the Democrats need. Fuck policies. That's a waste of time. Okay. They need, it's all trash. Throw in the trash can.
I love it.
Okay.
I love
Throw
it.
all
Yeah.
policies away.
Trash. Who cares?
Yeah, no one cares.
Crime could get out of control.
Take it all, just put in the trash. That's what the Democrats need.
Okay,
policies come second. Here's my new political theory. Policies come second. Vibes come first. The vibes create the policies. Okay. And so if you have a candidate with good vibes, they're going to create good policies, or at least they will in the minds of voters. All right.
Okay.
So this is what the Democrats need. They need, and this is going to be like a big, tall ask. Okay. And it's going to completely revile the thinking of the elite, the elites on the left here. But this is what they need. They need some alpha Chad energy. That's what the Democrats need. They need to find a candidate.
Chris Hemsworth.
Yes. They need to find some candidate that exudes male alpha Chad masculine energy. Right. And that's the vibe he gives off. Okay. And the policies will flow downhill from that vibe. That's what they need.
The problem that I have with this is, like, let's take Chris Hemsworth. Okay. He enters politics. Everyone loves him. He's going to be running on the Democratic ticket in 2028.
Chris Hemsworth's too goofy because he ruined his goofiness in the Thor: Love and Thunder. So he's lost his alpha Chad energy, right?
Yeah, but I think that comedy side could work for him, right? Obama was obviously very funny. Trump is very funny, right? Like, he could use that to his advantage.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point. Yeah.
He's dreamy, he's strong, he's tall, he's like everything. But if you start putting, like, if he comes out and says, "Yeah, I think everyone should be trans," like, that's his policy.
But he wouldn't say it though, because that's not alpha Chad. That's what I'm saying when I say the policies flow down from the vibe. Okay.
Look, if he comes out and says, "Look, I think the Democratic Party is wrong about abortion. I think we should be pro-life. I think babies are beautiful."
Listen, I'm gonna create a poll. So I'm gonna end the poll here. I'm gonna add.
Okay, go ahead. Hold on. Let's see. The poll is for. Oh, here it is.
We can see the results. Yeah.
How enthusiastic are you about Doge? This was requested in the chat, so I went ahead and put it up. I love it. Is 63%. Oh, my God, please help me. I couldn't care less is 22%, and please make it stop is 13%. So, love it. Anyway, what's the new poll?
Okay, the new poll. What's more important?
Hopefully it has to do with policy or vibes. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm so curious how this will turn out. So
what's more important for a candidate? Alpha Chad energy or good policies?
Is pro-life an Alpha Chad policy?
I think that can go either way. I don't think the abortion thing is a specific energy to it.
Right. Trying to think of a policy that people would revile that's alpha Chad energy.
See, Grassroots Hegemon gets it for $20. He says, if I'm not understanding you correctly, you need the Democrats to have big dick energy or the fuck the fat cock spirit, if you will. There you go. There you go. That's exactly it.
Oh my God, this is going to be a nail biter.
Oh my God, look at this. 51%.
50-50.
Oh, 50-50. Oh, on that 52%, the Alpha Chat Energy has a slight lead here. Okay, it's wow. I'm shocked that it's this close. I thought it was going to be an absolute meme blowout. Look at this.
We might have to redo this poll, not now, but we might redo it later with Alpha Chad Energy. I'm on the left, Alpha Chad Energy. I'm on the right, because I'm curious how that breaks down, especially if it's a 50-50 like nail biter.
Right, right.
Is it all the Democrats going good policy, and
Listen,
all the Republicans going Alpha Chad Energy?
The Democrats who are on the left saying that they don't want Alpha Chat Energy, they want good policy. They're coping, okay? Because they don't think they can get Alpha Chat Energy on the left. But the second they do, oh, they'll just swoon, right? They'll just go for it immediately.
Right. Yeah. Hayden, I mean, Obama had a little of that Alpha Chat Energy, so
he did. He totally did, yeah. Hayden Dill for 31 months of Discipline Equals Freedom. Thank you so much. Says, listen, Sitch, you say policy does not matter, but once the Democrats are offering a policy of free big booty Latinas, you know who's going to win. S-Class
That's a good policy. That's a great policy.
That's a cool. Yeah, you know what? The policy of big booty Latina robots, you know, could change things. You could have me on that one. That's possible.
I did see Alex Stein pushing the big blue Latinas in some funny video. So
he did.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Did you see that video of him?
I didn't see
where the guy was so pissed off at him.
No.
He's like, "You're racist." And he's like, "What? I like big booty Latina." How's that racist?
I can't be racist.
They want the guys want. They wanted to beat him up. It was hilarious. And the guy chasing out Alex Stein must be like 7 foot tall, because the guy chasing after him will look like a midget.
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue how tall he is. J Mac or Circuit Far for $20. Thanks so much. Says, did you guys see your Freedom Tunes cameo video went viral after someone criticized it? Went back and watched it. Still holds up, but maybe that's because it was made
really
for me. It did.
Wow.
I saw your
Holy
tweet about
shit.
it. It was pretty funny.
Nice.
Pretty funny. The made for you.
I hope we didn't get in trouble.
No one even noticed. No one even noticed.
No one tried to cancel me or anything.
Right. No one but our fans knows us. But yes, it's always glad to see. That was a great video.
Wow.
I'm glad. Allowed us to.
Were we on the news? Did we make it to MSNBC? How viral did it go?
Well, I don't know if it made it to the mainstream, but it was making the rounds on Twitter. I saw. So.
That would be pretty cool if it did.
Val Van Gogh for $20 says, thank you. Says the implication of Kamala's slogan, "We aren't going back," is America's getting better. People thought it was a lie. The implication of MAGA is America is getting worse. Trump won because people thought this was truth. Yeah, that's a great point. And that's kind of what I was trying to get at with the whole, like the vibe versus policy, in terms of if you have two camps that both say crime is a problem, it's like, okay, but the vibe is like, who do you trust, right? Who do you trust to fix the problem? But actually, to undermine my own point and to slightly disagree with you, Val Van Gogh, we aren't going back wasn't quite a refutation of, it wasn't a refutation of the status quo. It was a refutation of Trump pre-status quo, which is actually a terrible slogan because most people thought the country was better under Trump, at least economically and immigration-wise.
Yeah, it was terrible.
So it's actually a terrible slogan now that I think about it. Brian, thanks so much for the $50. Says, I think your discussion on if the public votes on vibe or policy highlights perfectly why we have a representative democracy. I think people vote on a blend of vibe and general policy positions, but the specifics are left to be worked out. Yeah, no, I agree with that, obviously. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I just think the vibes are more important. So. JV for $20. Thank you so much. Says, Sitch has it backwards. Having good policy creates Alpha Chad energy. I just disagree. I think it's the Alpha Chad energy that creates the good policies. So. I think the energy comes first.
It's a great debate now.
It is. The chicken and the egg.
I love it. Yeah. It's the new chicken and egg debate.
Right.
The policy or the Chads.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Let's see. What is the poll at right now? So right now, It's at 56% alpha Chad energy, 44% good policy. So the alpha Chads are currently winning. Okay.
That it should be a check on the excesses, that it should be muckraking in the best sense of the word. But effective muckraking needs organization and a leader. And it can't just be left to everybody's random show to, I mean, I watch these shows all the time. I find them to be like wildly redundant and not really that like have a macro view, right? If you don't have a macro, I mean, this is, I don't know. I don't want to, I'm just saying like it makes it less effective.
Well, okay.
This is such a weird, this is an insanely weird critique. Because if you listen very closely to what Jon Stewart's saying, first of all, he's saying he wants a top-down news apparatus for the left where they basically plan out the talking points from the top and then they tell everyone what to do. Okay.
What
so first
the
of all,
fuck? Basically what they have.
Well, first of all, I don't think that's what they have, but I think that's what they have in terms of the hiring process. But so I think that's number one. It's weird that he's advocating for that, number one. But then number two, he's kind of like contradicting himself and not realizing it, because he says he watches the news and it feels redundant and he's not seeing like a macro plan. Okay. But that's because he doesn't have the self-awareness.
Oh.
No, he doesn't have the self-awareness to understand how people digest news. Because I had the same thing. There's a time period like back when I was, when I'd be making my videos or I'd be doing other work, there's a time period where I'd have the news on like just in the background, like constantly. And I would go through all the channels and I would notice that if I was watching MSNBC or Fox or whatever, all the different shows would just say the same like 4 or 5 things for the day consistently. They'd all just repeat the same things. And it was hyper redundant. And it was like there's only like a very small select group of people that watch the news all day. Like the very politically tapped in people watch the news all day. Maybe they'll find it boring to hear the same talking points over and over again. But the average person doesn't just have the fucking news playing 24/7. They'll watch like 1 or 2 of the shows that they like, and then that's it. And so when he says it's like redundant, it's like, well, so what? That's because it's not for you, Jon Stewart. Okay. Like you're talking, and it's weird because he's talking about like trying to create this like political apparatus that's going to convince a bunch of normies to vote the way he wants. And it's like, okay, well, then you'd want the redundancy. You want someone to figure out like the most effective talking points, and then every person basically regurgitates them. Make up your mind, John.
Yeah, that's a good point. People just usually watch a show with the host that they most relate to. Right. So it's important that everyone gets these 5 talking points. So that's why they have every single host repeat the 5 talking points, because they're repeating them to completely different audiences. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if they had like each host had 5 different talking points, then everybody would get completely different stories all day long. They couldn't get around the water cooler and talk about the terrible thing that Trump did, because they'd all have some different terrible thing. What? I never heard about that.
That's a good point. Yeah, right.
Why didn't Rachel Maddow talk about
Everyone
that?
needs like the thing. Yeah.
You need to watch Lawrence O'Donnell. He's the one that talked about that.
Right.
Yeah, everyone's got to orient on the same thing. That happens on YouTube too, obviously, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like everyone's talking about Captain America right now because Captain America just got released, and it's like the thing everyone wants to weigh in on.
Well, that's the thing. Like what you should have theoretically on any of these stations is like, yes, there's going to be a limited amount of pieces of news that you talk about on a day-to-day basis. And what you would hope is on all the different shows, they would add something different to the conversation.
Right? Yeah, some new piece of information.
Or a new way to interpret the information or look at the information or something, right?
Yeah. Look, we didn't plan on talking about the vibes versus policy debate, but it's kind of an interesting discussion that, obviously that just came out of our show.
I don't know about you, but like before these streams, I write an entire dialogue tree of all possible directions the
No,
conversation will
we
go.
don't. That's why these shows are fun, is because we're just
And
kind of
then
like thinking out
I
loud.
send it
And
to Adam, and then we just read off the dialogue choices, kind of like, characters in a play or like a video game.
it's interesting because sometimes our intuition is so aligned, just totally, totally aligned. And sometimes our intuition is like directly opposite. So
It's the beauty of life.
it is. Yeah. I mean, I don't, alpha chat energy is obviously important, but I think it has to do with where we're at policy wise. Like if society is really just in a tragic state because the policies are so fucked up, then obviously people default to policy. But if things are relatively good, everything's, everyone's making money, the economy's screaming, unemployment's low, taxes are low, people are happy, everyone's got a sexy girlfriend or boyfriend.
No, you're wrong.
Then everyone's like, alpha chat energy is important.
No.
Anyone could sail this ship.
No.
This ship is basically on autopilot right now.
It's the exact opposite. When people are more afraid and more in dire need of strong leadership, that's when they need
that's when they need the alpha chat
exactly.
Energy. They're like, oh my God, everything's falling apart.
Exactly.
We need the alpha chat.
They're like, Alpha
Kamala
Chat
Harris.
Daddy, please save me.
Well, then why did they nominate Kamala Harris? That's like ridiculous.
Because they didn't. What do you mean? Biden just said you're the nomination.
So stupid.
It was very stupid.
They could have just listened to the show and gone, they got something about this alpha chat.
They see, that was the thing. If they had listened to the Sitch and Adam show, they would have known that the way forward.
Where's that Jesse Ventura? Chat. Did Jesse Ventura run as a Democrat? Is Bernie
Jesse
the best
Ventura,
alpha Chad that they could do?
Listen, Jesse Ventura is a little past his prime, Adam. Okay, I don't know if
he is obviously, but look, we're talking about the Democratic Party here. Who when you say alpha Chad energy, who
among us? Yeah, listen, I don't know.
Is it David? Right. Is it David Hogg?
It is not David Hogg.
Okay.
No. It is distinctly not him.
What about Harry Sisson? Is it that Harry Sisson guy?
No. I don't know who it is, right? I have no clue. I'm understanding what they need.
David Packman. I'm just throwing names out here.
It's not Jon Stewart. Okay, we don't need smug New York liberal, right? That's not the energy that we need.
We need alpha Chad energy. Come on.
We need alpha Chad energy, yes.
Right. I can't think of one Democrat that fits that bill.
That's fair. We're gonna have to draw deep.
That's desperate, man.
Yeah.
That is desperate.
Listen, it's like sometimes they need a shot of testosterone. Democrats are the party of low T right now.
Cory Booker did pretty good in that hearing with Kash Patel. Maybe it's Cory Booker.
Maybe
Cory Booker has that alpha Chad energy that can come in.
It's
come in and save the day.
Everyone likes the I never read his book. My dad really liked his book. Westmore. That Westmore guy.
Westmore. I don't know who that is.
I've never heard him talk though, so I don't really have a
strong take on Kash Patel have alpha Chad energy?
Not even remotely.
Oh, really?
No. Kash Patel has like the nerd that the jocks keep around because like he knows how to schmooze the teachers into giving like answers to the test energy. You know exactly what I'm talking about, right?
That's more Vivek. That's not Kash
They both
Patel.
have the same energy. What are you talking about?
No, they don't.
You're crazy.
How
Chat,
dare
you had to back me up. Kash
How
and Vivek.
Dare you?
Actually, no. You're wrong. Wait. I'm 100% right. Kash Patel has the nerd suck up to the teachers that the jocks keep around for favors energy. Where Vivek has a completely different energy. Vivek has like the guy.
Now we need a new poll.
Vivek had no. You're wrong. Vivek has the I'm running for class president. I'm on the academic triathlon. He's wearing his little like sweater vest. With his hair like all
sweater
perfectly.
Vest. Yeah,
right.
Sweater
yeah,
vest
he has a completely different energy than Kash.
I don't know. Kash Patel is
listen. You're usually pretty good at this.
Law enforcement.
No.
Well, just because you disagree doesn't mean I'm bad at this. I mean, I think
Nah,
you're
man.
wrong. So,
Nah, you're crazy. You're crazy. I got it down.
how about Pam Bondi? Does she have alpha male energy?
I haven't really seen her enough to weigh in one way or the other.
Mm.
So I didn't actually listen to her hearing at all.
Oh,
So
you didn't? I
no.
think I think Pam Bondi probably has more alpha chat energy than Harry Sisson and David
Mm,
Packman combined.
I wouldn't disagree with that based on absolute no, not even hearing her once. I wouldn't disagree with that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That is totally hilarious.
Right.
I think it's Tyler Brian Cohen. Is that him? Does
Yes.
he have alpha chat energy?
No.
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 Not fucking I'm naming everyone. And you're basically just shooting them all down.
Yes.
Every single one of them you're shooting down.
Yes. You're right.
How about Lance from the Surfs?
Why would you? Okay, you're just trolling. You're just trolling right now.
No, I'm running out of options.
You're
Here, I'm
trolling.
literally
Okay.
running out of options.
No way. No way.
Okay, so we agree. There's no one. There's absolutely no one. Oh, that's so sad.
I don't listen. I don't know any of. I don't
Oh,
know
wait. Hassan.
No, God.
He paints his fucking fingernails
Hey,
with black nail.
no, not Hassan. It's not the alpha chat energy you're looking for.
Okay.
He has like he has the people confuse it for alpha chat energy. He has like the dude bro who reads feminist literature because he's trying to roofie his date energy. It's some people confuse it, but it's not the same. It's very different.
Oh my God, that's so true. That's
Yes.
so accurate.
Yes.
Yeah, he does. He has the guy who joined the fraternity so he can date rape women vibe.
Yes, but they're also going to women's studies classes to like increase the pool of predation.
Right.
Right. To increase the environmental plane that they can roam for victims.
Right. Just representation.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's get back to this video here.
Okay.
You've goofed off long enough.
Here's the thing with a macro view, though.
Yeah.
A macro view where
Oh my God, it's painful. I can't take it. Sitch, talk to me.
Listen to her alpha chat S energy, Adam. What's the problem?
The thing that's funny about these things is just how, like, in the dark, these people seem. I don't understand how it's so hard for them to actually get an accurate picture of what's going on around them.
I disagree. I think that's one of the hardest things for anyone to do.
Really?
Is to get the accurate picture of what's going on. Yeah. It's very difficult.
Oh, I guess you're right. You have to change your mindset. You have to listen to people on the right and think, okay, this person is telling me what they honestly believe instead of using the stereotype. They're just lying grifters.
Well, you know what's not alpha chat energy?
What?
All these pictures she has over her right shoulder are on our left that are like crooked and askew.
Mm-hmm.
That's not alpha chat energy. You need to straighten up those pictures.
That's so funny. I mean, this is straight out of the Heidi and Moral Foundations, right? When they look at people's rooms and you can tell who's a conservative and who's a liberal by like how many pictures are out of whack.
Yeah, the orderliness of the room.
Right. And she has like a light socket there that's like not even a real light socket.
Yeah, wait, what's up with that? Wait, what the fuck is up with that? Why is that there?
I guarantee you that electrical outlet is too high for code, man. Oh, unless she's in like a flood zone. Maybe it's supposed to be that high.
Well, maybe it is a real electrical socket, but we just can't see the holes because the resolution of the camera's like too low. Because I mean, that'd be really weird to just have that on the wall or what. Just like a fake socket.
It looks like she has a whiteboard there.
Yes.
Maybe a little mini fridge for a little wine spritzer.
Of course. Listen, so you can get the creative juices flowing as you're trying to figure out how to save America from Trump.
Right. That's so funny. Picture of Kamala Harris there in the background.
Where?
That's her hanging up on the wall, right?
I can't tell.
It looks like a picture of her and Kamala Harris.
The
there.
glare is crazy. I can't see what's going on in that picture.
Okay.
She could be with Bigfoot for all I know.
Show does the same thing. And maybe you're saying you think.
No.
You're not saying that.
A macro view of is this.
Now let's look at John Stewart's room. Okay. His room looks like you walk into the home office of the psychologist.
He's got his fucking printer in his shot. Like, oh guys, look at the new printer I got. What a fucking dork.
It looks like the home office of like the therapist's office. You got the two
chairs.
Oh,
it does, yeah.
The two big chairs facing each other.
Yeah.
Right. Everything's very well, I guess it doesn't because it's like the white and black is a very harsh, like you wouldn't want that in your therapist's office. It's way too harsh and aesthetic.
Oh yeah.
He's got pictures on the floor.
Get some color in there.
Yeah, come on, John. What is this?
Ugh.
The direction, right? That help, like the nighttime shows should not be divorced from the daytime show. Fucking 4 hours of Joe Scarborough shouldn't be allowed in this country. and then like Rachel Maddow, like
she can't say anything because she's
because because Joe Scarborough is her guy.
Co-worker.
Yeah.
Well, in her senior, it is weird. I have no clue why he's on for 4 hours. I guess there's some weird thing going on. I mean, it's like 6 a.m. to like 10. It's a weird time slot.
Yeah, it's funny because they probably talk shit about Joe Scarborough off the air, but Jon Stewart slipped up. He wasn't supposed to say that.
Oh,
and Jenna's like,
oh, that's the face. That's the face.
Like, why would you say that? Why would you say that? You dumbass.
She's like, you motherfucker. When I was talking about how much Joe Scarborough smelled like shit from fingering Trump at Mar-a-Lago, I didn't expect you to bring it up on stream. You fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Okay. When I said that,
what a clumsy putz.
I know. What's Miko? When I said that Mika looked like a stretched out leather bag that you can buy in a dark alleyway at New York City. Sitch. I didn't mean for you to say it, John.
Oh my God, Sitch. How dare you?
That
was great, actually. Come on.
Like it's schizophrenic at times. Like, yeah, I do think there should
wait, hold on. I think he just called Rachel Maddow schizophrenic.
Be allowed in this country. and then like Rachel Maddow, like it's schizophrenic at times. Like, yeah, I do think there should be some semblance of an idea that, look, they're kicking progressive ass right now. And
okay, to be clear, so he didn't call Rachel Maddow schizophrenic. He meant having Joe Scarborough for 4 hours and then having Rachel Maddow 12 hours later in the middle of the night at 11 o'clock at night is schizophrenic, which first of all, that's schizophrenic to think that the vibe 12 hours later on MSNBC has to be consistent throughout the whole fucking day is weird, right? That seems kind of like Dear Leader-esque, doesn't it? It's like our station must adhere to one specific ideological vibe and like idea throughout the whole day.
This is the kind of thing that leads to constitutional crisis, man. I'm telling you.
There you go. Yeah, exactly.
This is fascism.
It is weird. He's basically just saying like, I want to copy Fox News or his idea of the stereotype of Fox News.
Fox News doesn't do that. They have like the afternoon shows.
Yeah, they have different vibes that are more, I mean, it's all conservative, but it's, there's a differing vibe for all the various shows.
There's like a morning show and then a comedy-ish show. Yeah.
Is Judge Jeannie so? I don't know how the fuck anyone watches her. Oh my God. She's the worst.
I know, daytime TV's insanely bad.
No. Judge Jeannie Pirro, when she stopped being a judge, she got a Fox News show. And it's just like, oh my God. I don't know if she's still on. It was the worst thing ever. It's like I turn it on and I'm like, why are you yelling at me? I'm like listening to your show. Like, why are you mad at me? I didn't do anything. I just turned her show on. I feel like I'm being assaulted. It's like, what is this?
I only ever watch clips. I don't even have cable, so
I don't anymore. But I mean, back when I used to.
People were talking about the 50th anniversary Saturday Night Live special, and I thought, wow, do people still have cable? Like, how do you watch that?
Yeah, it's funny. It was weird to me, when we were out of town last week, I turned on the TV and I'm like, I haven't turned on the TV. Like,
It's crazy, isn't
I
it?
was like, when's the last
Holy
time I've
shit,
turned the fucking
TV.
TV on? I was like, what is this? What is this thing?
It's such
This
a
weird
bad
thing.
format.
It's so strange. Like, you could have never told me, like 20 years ago, like, oh, like huge swaths of population aren't going to give a fuck about TV anymore. I'd be like, what? What are you talking about? It's not possible.
Yeah.
Here we are.
I wonder if they have the whole thing on SNL 50 red carpet live stream. Oh, maybe that's not it. I just wanted to watch it for like the cringe of it because I
Right.
can't imagine it being. Oh my God. Saturday Night Live is so past its prime.
I think the dirty secret about SNL is that SNL has always had like good individual sketches, but overall it's always been shitty. It's always not been funny.
Yeah, the first hour used to be consistently good, and then the really shitty stuff would come out in that last half hour.
You mean the first half hour? You said hour.
No, it used to be 90 minutes long.
Oh, really? SNL?
Yeah. Yeah, I believe it started at like 11:30 and it went till 1. Yeah. I used to watch SNL consistently, like back in the 90s when Adam Sandler was on, when it was actually good.
I don't agree.
Yeah.
I disagree.
You didn't think Adam Sandler Saturday Night Live was good?
No, I think SNL throughout the years would have good, like someone would come up with a good sketch or a good character, and that would be good. But then like 80 to 75% of every show would be like, ugh.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if they had 2 or 3 good skits. I could be completely misremembering because obviously I was just a dumb kid at the time. So
that good one. Listen, Celebrity Jeopardy was always amazing, right? You had all the Lonely Island stuff was always amazing. Yeah, go back in the day, I liked a lot of the Phil Hartman characters.
Oh, Phil Hartman was great.
The caveman lawyer stuff was funny. A lot of things were like funny as like concepts, but then I just feel like they would never, like, that's a funny concept, but I'd watch it and I wouldn't laugh.
Right.
Anyway.
And if progressives don't organize their media, their think tanks and all that, it's going to continue to happen. It's chaos.
Well, I will say, broadly speaking, I'm not going to say Democrats. I'm going to say people on the left do not do that the right does.
It's funny because, again, this is like what like everyone thinks the other side's doing like everything right. On the right, they're like, oh my God, all the Democrats have organized. They're all using US aid as like their tactical piggy bank to manipulate the country and the world with their propaganda to trans all the kids into frogs. And then Jon Stewart's like, the left is all disorganized and the right's all super organized. They get all their talking points. We need to be more like the right.
Yeah, the right, who has like one channel.
No, they have 2 now. Don't you know about Newsmax?
I've seen some clips from Newsmax.
Newsmax is like unhinged half the time.
Are they actually on cable TV? I don't even know if they're on cable TV.
I think they are. Maybe I'm pretty sure they're on some kind of TV show.
I follow this channel that's a woman that makes videos about, she calls them super savers. So it's obviously like a bunch of boomers like trying to invest their retirement money. And you can always tell the topic she picks. Like, these people do watch a lot of cable news. Like, the cable news is what's driving them. So it's kind of interesting. They are. I mean, she did a video today. I think it was on the constitutional crisis stuff. So I'm thinking that's right. Boomers are turning on cable news and they're hearing constitutional crisis on every single program. And now they're fucking scared. They're like, oh my God, my retirement. Should I put it all under my mattress? I don't know if Newsmax is part of that mix, though.
Very well. is support within the system each other. I'm serious. Like, and what I mean by this is this, right?
Yeah.
Theo Vaughn appears on Joe Rogan's show, right? He promotes what Joe Rogan's doing. But they all promote all of the things each other are doing and what the elected officials, I guess, are doing too.
They're all fucking comedy shows. It's hilarious. Yeah. Theo Vaughn is like, yeah, I'm going to be in Las Vegas doing a stand-up comedy at the Sahara.
Well, I don't know about Theo Vaughn. I've like never listened to him. And Jon Stewart brings this up. They do give the sort of like Joe Rogan, I know gives it's just a comedy show defense.
Right.
But I think it's the same thing with Jon Stewart saying that these are shows that a lot of people listen to. A lot of people trust what they say. And I don't know about Theo Vaughn, but I know that Joe Rogan has like a very, like for him, it makes sense because, he's always, he had a time period where he was like super into conspiracy theories and they kind of moved away from that. And so it makes sense that like the more conspiracy thinking view of the institutions all being evil, corrupt, deep state stuff would appeal to him because that's where he used to be. And he definitely pushes that opinion out consistently to his audience today in terms of how to view politics through that lens.
You got to watch the Theo Vaughn interview with Donald Trump because it is so funny.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Theo Vaughn knows about the hospital transparency executive order. And he's talking to Trump about how good this is. And I think he's even bringing up friends that it's affected and whatnot and help them save money. And you can totally tell Trump is like, God, I wish I remembered more about this thing that I supposedly did. He does a good job of winging it, but it's pretty funny. You get the impression that Trump doesn't even remember.
He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah. That's funny.
But Theo Vaughn is completely selling it. So great for Trump.
Trump's like, yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
For it.
No, that's good. I like Theo Vaughn. Theo Vaughn is I don't think he's Alpha Chad, but he's got some charisma going.
Mm-hmm.
In a sort of, I used to be a drug addict and now I kind of got my life together way.
Right.
Which, I can empathize with. So.
Right.
It's cool. Sitch, being addicted to cocaine is like a step on the path to enlightenment, right? You understand that.
That is not true. That is the opposite of true. That's a step on the path to ruin.
That's right. Good. That was a test, and you fucking passed. I'm glad
I passed your test. Yes. Okay.
And the left is a little bit more kind of discombobulated in terms of supporting the different entities on the left. There is not a left ecosystem that matches the right ecosystem.
But Ailes didn't do that either. It was the principle, the ideological principles, not the party. He and Murdoch the same way. They're promoting an ideological worldview, right? That they believe is correct. And Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan, I think, are different animals than any of this. Like, I wouldn't say I don't think they're part of any machine.
Don't you think they're but they are still in the right wing ecosystem? Wouldn't you agree?
No, I would think they're in. No, I would consider them in a more probably libertarian comedic complex.
This is interesting. Like, there's a little bit of piercing of the bubble going here. What? Everyone on MSNBC has told me Joe Rogan is like a right-wing nut job. What's going on?
More along the lines of, and if you watch or listen to their shows, a lot of times it's just pure like goofing off.
Has nothing to do with politics, and oftentimes, but
almost entirely.
But they are supportive of the Trump enterprise, is what I mean. So maybe I'm loosely putting them in that category.
I think they are supportive, but not. They are not relentless in the Trump enterprise. Like, they are not Charlie Kirk. They are not Ben Shapiro. Like, they are very different animals. They are not invested in the shit that you get picked up and like go to the headlines of media. But on balance, that's not what their shows are about.
This is interesting. This is like the first thing Jon Stewart has said in this entire podcast that makes me think, okay, he does kind of know the lay of the land a bit more than Jen Psaki, I think her name is.
Mm-hmm.
On balance, Ailes like never took his foot off the gas. Never. It was like there was not a wasted moment. And did it still with an eye towards producing very watchable television. Right? That's missing. I think it's missing from the media is a sense of like, how many times have you heard, Jen? Our job is to call balls and strikes. And you're like, no, you're not you're Upton Sinclair. So get on it.
I don't say that. I don't think most of the people on MSN. I know what you're saying. I mean, look, this moment of the last 3 weeks has exposed exactly that issue. This notion that, and I think a lot of the media is guilty of this, is we have to be equal and down the middle. And look at how reasonable what Mike Johnson just said. You're like, is it reasonable because it's less crazy than what Tom Cotton says? That doesn't make it reasonable, right? It's like this rank order of things, because we have to be fair and give everybody equal consideration.
What was the most frustrating thing about the media when you were on the other side? When you were the press secretary, what did you find most objectionable about the media at that time?
Well, I know you're a big fan of the briefing room and how it operates. So I'm just kidding.
I want that removed. Removed.
Look, I think the thing that it was frustrating about the media, couple things. This is a therapy session, but I will be short. One is there is a performative nature, something I know you've talked about and everybody knows about the briefing room. And that was created by television, largely. And what it means is that if you're in the briefing room and you watch a whole briefing, which most people don't, even if they're consuming the briefing, it is extremely repetitive. So 6 people asking the same questions because they need the clip for their package, right? Are you moving the story forward? Is that hard when you're the press secretary? No, it's hard only because by question 7, you're annoyed and then you can't be annoyed. You have to be. That is a challenge. The twisting yourself into pretzels in order to seem equal and balanced is driving me up the wall currently. The third thing is, I think the responsibility of a press secretary, whether in the White House or anywhere, is to be extremely informed on the policy and the substance. That's what it is. Actually, most of the job is not edgy and it's not arguing with Peter Doocy. It is like spending, I mean, that was fun. But like it's spending hours in your office explaining the nuclear deal, explaining whatever may be happening in negotiations with Congress. That is not the sexiest part of the job, right? But that's the majority of the job. It's true for reporters, too. The best reporters who cover the White House are experts and super substantive and informed about the policies they're asking about, which is why when I was the press secretary, not to pick on Peter Doocy, we had a good relationship, but I was never concerned about answering his questions. It was when I would see like David Sanger, who's a New York Times reporter who's covered nuclear issues for 30 years in the room. And I was like, shit, He's going to have a hard question. But what I have seen happen, and I blame this on the first Trump administration, is this sort of addiction to trending, right? From some of these reporters, not all of them, there's a lot of good ones in there, where they literally would complain when I was the press secretary on background, meaning not with their name, that it was just too boring because it was returning to too many policy briefings. And it's like, welcome, everybody. That's what we do here, right? If you want to cover something sexy, go cover Hollywood. I don't know.
That's why the poll is what it is, because of the way you worded it. The alpha chat energy versus policy. Everyone's like, policy's not sexy. Alpha chat, that's sexy.
It's close. Okay. It's 53-47. I'm shocked.
Is it really? Holy shit. Okay.
I thought it was going to be a total blowout. I thought people were going to choose the obvious meme answer, but I'm impressed. I'm impressed with our audience for being such, big brain policy lovers. Yeah. I mean, they're wrong, but I'm impressed. I appreciate it even though they're wrong. Right. I love you even though you're completely wrong.
Sitch, how often do you consider that maybe you're wrong?
Sorry, did you say something? I was reading. I didn't hear what you said. I was reading something.
So true. So true. I think we all know the answer. Never. It's very hard. It's very hard.
That's how you listen. That's how you be not alpha Chad. You concern yourselves with being wrong.
Okay? It is. That is so true.
The true alpha Chad never looks back. They just say, I'm right. And they just charge ahead like a stampeding elephant all over everything.
So true.
Mm-hmm.
what does right, wrong even mean?
Exactly.
That's like the alpha chat energy, right?
Right.
That's what's wrong with the world. That's why I voted good policy.
No, like we're nerdy. So I don't know. I just gave you a very long answer, but a couple of things that I think make the system. I mean, it's outdated, and to state the obvious, it's outdated.
That was what I was gonna. Yeah,
it's not how people consume information. It is also when I was leaving, I was Obama's communications director, and when I was leaving, well, we thought Hillary Clinton was going to win, so there's that. Obviously, that didn't happen. I would have told them, and I don't want to speak for Josh, but I think he would have said the same thing. Change and modernize what you're doing in there, right? I mean, do it twice a week and do one day that's just regional press. Bring people in on a screen. To Sean Spicer's credit, I mean, I know he wasn't like the success measure of this job, but like he at times brought in a screen of people who didn't live in Washington. There's a million things you can do and modernize it. And the reason that we didn't do that when I started is because we were coming in at a point where there was such a trampling on the freedom of press. We felt like we needed to return to a very traditional approach. Maybe that was the right approach. Maybe it wasn't. But meaning you call on AP first, you have a briefing every day, you allow them to ask their questions. But yes, it's overdue for modernization for sure.
It's difficult, I think.
You know, Trump is totally fucking with the AP. I'm sure you saw that story.
Because they wouldn't put
because they won't say Gulf of America.
They'll say Gulf. They'll say Gulf of Mexico parentheses Gulf of America or something. Yeah.
Yeah. They won't use the proper terminology in their newspaper.
It's pretty lame.
It's funny. I mean, it is kind of funny, but
it's funny. It's trolly. It's also kind of cringe. I mean,
yeah,
because it's supposed to, like, their rationale for it does make sense. Like, well, they're the global wire service, right? So they're going to use the terminology that, the rest of the world is going to use.
CNN promoted the Find People hoax more than anyone. I do remember, because I did have cable back then, and I do remember, like, you couldn't turn CNN on without hearing Trump praise neo-Nazis out of every single guest that they brought on their channel. So if Trump was fucking with CNN, I would feel more like that was fair than the AP or just over the Gulf of Mexico thing. Or I don't know what the AP did to Trump. I'm sure they did plenty of bad stories. I'm sure Trump knows, right? He probably has a list of stories.
I mean, I would just like if the president wasn't fucking with press at all and was just doing their job. But
well, I'd like
I know
it if
that's
the press,
an old-fashioned view of things.
I would like if the press wasn't like lying pieces of shit and constantly making shit up. So
that would also be nice.
It would be good. Yeah.
It's impossible.
You got to slap them around, put them in their place.
When the modes of media are changing as rapidly as they are to adjust, it really does, these kinds of changes create, spasms. When radio first happened, when TV first happened, when TV first happened, Kennedy went on the debate and Nixon was like, I don't need makeup. I look great, and that completely fucked him up.
You didn't look great, Nixon. Yeah.
But I do think at some level, like, we all operate kind of Tower Records. Like, I feel like, I host a television program where I sit in a studio and we do it and we work all day on the thing. And it does feel a little bit like, hey, kids, come in and see the newest CDs from Columbia Records. Like,
well, so, okay, I know this is your podcast and not mine, but
no, please.
I was going to ask you, because I have found this in my brief foray into podcasting, is that the conversations are just a lot more flowing in a different way than when you're on. There's something about being on and you've done this a lot longer than me, but being on a television set where it's like you have to deliver your monologue or your script in a certain way.
Correct.
And you can't just sit there and be like, hey, I'm Jen, what's up? Because that would seem weird on TV, but on a podcast or a different conversation, you can.
This will evolve. And the practitioners of it that do more, the one thing I would say is, like, trust your discomfort. Like, trust your discomfort about some of this shit. Like, when you said, like, this has to change, like, that's what I'm talking about. And I mean that writ large within the status quo of how we govern and the way that we create policy that battles corporate interests or battles media industrial complex or any of those other fucking things. Like the discomfort that you feel in those systems is your gut telling you like, this isn't the way to execute my intention at its highest level.
Yeah.
And I mean that for everything. And I feel like Democrats haven't listened to that voice. And Trump is that voice, like without any.
This is like the woo-woo part of the podcast, right?
Yes.
The woo-woo.
The woo-woo.
Trust your heart. The heart, it can never be wrong.
The heart of the cards, baby.
Yeah. You got to trust your gut.
The other.
So I don't know. Let's I'll give you a breaking news here. Okay, so I can feel you.
Kash
fading
Patel
away.
was confirmed.
No. No. This is more important breaking news. Okay.
Was Kash Patel confirmed? I don't even know.
No, he was not. That's not. I don't think this hasn't.
Did he get
yet.
shot down?
Kash Patel got shot.
It's a long weekend.
Right.
Yeah. So that means Doge has 2 more days to like, drop the receipts.
I typed in Kash Patel Google. The first story comes up. Kash Patel failed to disclose companies involved in $1 million land deal. I don't even know what that story's about. No,
really,
nothing to do with Kash Patel. Yeah, it has to do with more important news. Ethan Klein firing more shots at Hassan Piker.
Did you drop another content nuke?
Not yet, but Hassan apparently on Valentine's Day on Instagram posted some like thirst trap picture of himself in a bathtub.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hassan did? Ugh,
yes.
Gross.
Yes. So Ethan replied and he said, "Fine, I accept my role as #1 hater. This is a 40-year-old man who made his girlfriend take a thirst trap of him on Valentine's Day while keeping her a secret so he can fulfill the fantasies of his pathetic, vapid obsessors while wearing non-prescription glasses in a bathtub."
Okay.
So apparently, which first of all is hilarious if that's true. So Ethan, if Hassan wears fake glasses just to make himself look smarter, that is awesome. That's fucking hilarious. First of all, I didn't know that. I never heard that accusation. That's really funny if that's true. Okay, that's number one. But number two,
hilarious.
There's this very funny. There's this thing. A lot of the OnlyFans girls they'll hide that they have boyfriends because so many of the people that subscribe to OnlyFans girls, they want to have like the fantasy right in their mind that somehow they're gonna like pay them enough or give them the right DM or whatever, that somehow they're gonna end up with them. So if they find out that the OnlyFans girl is a boyfriend, like they'll see some drop in their subscribers because obviously that kills the fantasy.
Yeah, you're like, oh look, she's having sex with that guy.
Right.
Taking the picture right there.
I've never heard of that for a YouTuber who's supposed to do current events politics, right?
Isn't like most of his audience guys?
Maybe they're gay.
They could be.
How pathetic is it? That's like, to me, that's content brained on a level of insanity that I'd never even considered. That if Hassan is so afraid of his audience, he's so fucking audience captured, he's so content brained that he's literally keeping his own relationship secret just so his fans can thirst after him, and then have her post a picture of him as a thirst trap is kind of cucky and weird too. Right?
Do we know what she looks like?
I don't know.
Maybe
I didn't even know that he had a secret
super...
girlfriend till Ethan said something about it.
Maybe she's just super ugly or something.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Like, oh, that's weird.
He's hiding his ugly girlfriend.
Maybe. I think it's the audience capture thing, though.
So sad. Terrible.
Filter
Ethan,
around it.
Don't give in to the #1 hater of Hassan.
Right.
Like I said, I think his diagnosis is oftentimes correct. I really disagree with his remedies and the way that they're executing them.
I agree with that.
Is that Trump they're talking about? Let's kind of back it up. I feel
like Democrats haven't listened to that voice. And Trump is that voice, like without any other filter around it. Like I said, I think his diagnosis is oftentimes correct. I really disagree with his remedies and the way that they're executing them.
I agree with that. I mean, it is, people feel that the system is broken and working against them.
Yes.
That is something that I think that many.
Yeah, but see, why didn't it's weird to hear, like, if that was the case, why didn't the Democrats take that message up at the time before the election? Or could they not? Could they not see it or able to acknowledge it till after the election was over? They just say, yeah, I agree with the criticism, but they think the solutions were wrong.
Well, aren't their solutions working against the people that Trump picked up? I mean, the Democratic Party is pretty virulently anti-male. Like, they keep talking about the male problem.
Mm-hmm.
Like, males don't want to vote for them, but
yeah, but it's a different. That's not really what we're talking about. That's not what I was preferring.
Well, no, but they're
talking about like economic problems and stuff.
They're talking about how the system is broken, and people feel the system is broken and against them. Well, if most people are like, yes, it is against me.
Yes.
And that's because it's a system the Democrats created to be against me.
Well,
then obviously that's going to be a huge problem. They're going to have to fix their policy prescriptions if that's the perception.
No. You're that's not what they're talking about. What you're saying, I'm assuming what you're saying is you're talking about like there's this like, anti-male, anti-white male sort of ideology that's been permeated through various institutions, right? That's what you're talking about. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about privilege. They're talking about from a class perspective. They're not talking about. They're talking about a different feeling.
Right. But male perspective does touch on the class perspective.
Yeah, but it would be you could separate that out from that.
Right.
Right. So
many Democrats might understand and agree with, but don't articulate that and don't connect with people about how broken they feel the system is. And I also think the policy solutions don't feel always bold enough. And sometimes they are.
And are overcomplicated by the corporate lobbyists and interests that get around. Like, poor people aren't the ones who made the tax code 8 million pages. Like,
well, that's true. I also think they're overcomplicated by, and this is the tertiary example, just to come back, but the packaging of them.
And the bureaucracy of them. And the, progressives and Democrats shoot themselves in the foot with regulations that actually make solving the problems they care most about nearly impossible.
That is true. And now some regulations are good. Like we like clean air and water.
Yes.
Right.
Of course. Yes.
But
again,
there is a message from the election is clearly people feel disappointed and pissed off with government.
Yeah.
And it's like, what are you going to do about it now?
Yes.
Now, I am scared for what Trump, because in 3 weeks in, I'm already feeling like I need to lay down. But I'm not going to lay down. But
there's your alpha chat energy we're looking for right there, Sitch.
Having to lay down and go to therapy.
Somebody needs a couch.
I don't think that's the alpha chat energy.
Somebody's like, oh my God, I'm going to faint.
I don't think so.
He's doing what the voters asked him to do.
Concerned. I try very hard not to be like project fear. I'm not fearful as a person. I'm concerned about what he could do in this period of time, but there's a huge opportunity here.
Yes.
On the political front for Democrats.
Now you're talking.
Yeah, because he's not going to implement it the right way. He doesn't know how to address the things he's saying are the problems.
And you can't just say, turn away from this disaster. You have to give people the place that you want it to go. You have to paint that picture of what it should be.
I wish we were actually talking about the policy. Like, what policies is he not going to implement correctly? Is it the tariffs? Is it the immigration reform? What is it? Is it the waste, fraud, and abuse? What is it? What are we talking about?
He's gonna fix prices and inflation.
Is it the egg prices?
It's the egg prices.
Maybe he's gonna give aphrodisiacs to chickens or something.
I don't
have the chickens reproducing like crazy.
I'm not sure that's gonna solve the problem. Okay.
He's gonna give a little Spanish fly.
I'm no egg farmer. I don't think that's the issue. Okay. Donald Trump's like, to fight the egg prices, I will personally impregnate 1 million chickens.
No, that's not good.
You don't think that's gonna work?
They can't be like half human, half chicken.
Why not? They'll
That
be
wouldn't
larger.
work.
They'll produce larger eggs.
Don't you think that's
then
like
you only need like
little bit
less. You know, if listen, if they're a human
cannibally,
sized
maybe?
no, listen, if they're a human sized chicken and they're producing the same number of eggs but they're larger, then people would need less of eggs, right?
Does Spanish fly work on chickens?
I couldn't tell you. I've never tried, honestly.
I'm delighted. And Jen Psaki, I'm glad that we had a chance to sit down and talk about it in a lovely conversation. It's a pleasure.
You guys might as well have been talking about the weather. This conversation had zero substance. This is the problem with the Democrats.
You don't think Jon Stewart's going to save that? So this is it. This is the gambit here. You don't think Jon Stewart's going to save the Democratic Party?
No, he's like completely substanceless. He doesn't even know Roger Ailes died like 10 years ago. He's like, Roger Ailes is still running everything. Oh my God, we got to do it like him. Maybe we can get him on the phone.
Pleasure to get a chance to do that with you. And I thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Host
It is good that he's like a Theo Vaughn fan. I didn't know that.
Of MSNBC's Inside with Jen Psaki and the new MSNBC podcast, The Blueprint with Jen Psaki, former White House press secretary. All right, Jen Psaki.
All right.
Sake's good. I love sake. Sitch, you ever drink sake?
Oh, I don't like sake.
But Pasaki, that's shit. Don't eat.
Sam
That's
likes
like
sake, and she orders this. And I'm like,
Kisaki's ugly.
she'll order sake,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, if you get it, it's like warm, right?
Oh, it's delicious. Yeah, you got to heat
and
it
I
up.
drink it, and I'm
Mm.
like, oh, this is just like drinking rubbing alcohol. Like, what is the?
That's what I
appeal to
like
the-
about it. Oh my God,
You
it
like
is
the-
like rubbing
You like
alcohol.
the taste and scent of rubbing alcohol?
I do like the scent of rubbing alcohol. So, and I do
you-
like to take my
wow.
sake and breathe it
Uh-huh.
in, like
Okay.
some big snorts of sake steam. Oh, so good.
That's disgusting. Oh my God, this is disgusting.
You don't like it?
No, look,
Oh,
no. I think sake's great. Listen,
Hmm.
Kirin Ichiban, I think it's one of the best beers out there. Very
Mhm.
tasty.
Oh.
Sake tastes like crap.
wow.
Tastes disgusting. Well, actually, here's what I'm wondering.
New poll.
Do you like vodka?
No, nobody likes vodka. You drink vodka.
Okay, well,
to
no,
get
wait.
drunk.
Okay,
You
that's
don't-
interesting.
You don't enjoy vodka. Nobody's like, oh, I'll have a vodka martini, please. That'll
My
be tasty.
theory was that if you like sake, you will also like vodka because I feel like they taste very similar.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh no,
But you
I
disagree, obviously,
completely
if you hate
disagree. Yeah,
Okay.
sake is very unique.
I think sake's
I
disgusting.
love the sake.
Right. No. Gross.
Mm.
Give me tequila. Give me beer. Give me my frozen margarita ice cream. Okay.
It's
Give me
fascinating.
My alcohol milkshake, please. Or snow cone.
It's fascinating to me that this was the press secretary for Biden for so long.
Why?
And she seems completely in the dark about politics or Republicans.
Why would that surprise you even remotely?
It's funny that that's most of the left, their conversations really are talking about the right and Republicans. Is it? Do you see that on the?
I'm sorry,
I
I
guess
was
it
reading.
is.
J-Max says that they don't taste the same and my taste buds are broken. What would you say?
They don't taste the same. That's for
Okay.
sure. I guess Republicans do sit around and talk about Democrats a lot. So
I don't think
maybe
either
that's
no,
just a thing.
I don't think either side understands the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe in. I think there maybe was a point where there was a, what was it called? It was the CRT thing, viewpoint. Oh my God, what was it called? I'm blanking. You know, where they're like
Standpoint epistemology.
Standpoint epistemology. Yes, I think there was a point in time where maybe there was Republican standpoint epistemology. I think that time has passed.
Yeah, I do. Like Trump drifts into the Biden was the worst president of all time kind of rant. And I think we're going there again. Why? Come on.
Mhm.
Let's talk about the future. Let's not
Right.
talk about. Let's wait until the Democrats are actually doing horrible things and then talk about the Democrats, and you have a purpose to talk about the Democrats. So I guess that's the situation right now with the Democrats. They want to talk about the Republicans because they perceive of everything the Republicans are doing as terrible things.
Well, I mean, you have it's a new time. Trump is president. Republicans control all the houses. Both houses of Congress. They control the Supreme Court. So, I mean, it makes sense. That's where the focus would be. But anyway, let's watch the rest of this because it's actually interesting. He has like his people that work for him on. So
hold 1 second. What do you? Okay. Oh, there's more to this podcast.
Yeah, there's more.
I always wonder about. Hold on, I want to bring up a picture of Michael Dukakis really quick. I want to do a comparison.
Why do you want to bring up a photo of Michael Dukakis?
I want to do a comparison here. Who do you think wore the big goofy headphones better, Sitch?
Michael Dukakis, or who's he against?
Jon Stewart.
Oh. Well, I mean, listen. Jon Stewart. I mean, anyone wearing the big headphones is gonna beat out that helmet.
Why do so many podcasts do these big headphones thing?
Because it blocks out
is that
sound,
necessary?
I guess.
Is that really necessary? I mean, I live on a busy street, and I don't even have the those crazy noise blocking headphones on. Anyway, I just think it's funny. All right, let's continue.
Probably broadly agree, I would think, on principal issues. But I think there's very much a tension in that conversation now.
Yeah, I think that's the conversation all Democrats are having amongst themselves right now. And there's that tension, and hopefully they'll move towards something eventually.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about how the Democrats need to have...
Oh my God.
What are you laughing at?
Huh?
Huh? What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Huh? What are you laughing at? What's the problem?
Is it going to keep coming? How many? Look, I'm looking for the Alpha Chat energy. How many of these producers are there?
It's just the two, I believe.
Oh my God. Well, let us continue.
Principles. And at the end of the conversation, she mentioned how maybe their policy positions haven't been bold enough. I don't know if the Democrats should have drawn a line for the public option when they were fighting for the ACA back in 2010.
Right.
But I do know that many of them.
Back when I was 7. Back when I was 7 years old.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, no. I don't like this.
I'm your producer.
I don't like this at all.
Sitch, I'm thinking about bringing in a producer, this super hot 21-year-old for the show.
How's your wife feel about that?
What do you think? Oh, my wife thinks it's a terrible idea. I don't know. I don't know why she would think that, but
yeah. What's the problem?
Yeah.
What's the problem, honey?
Yeah, I'm thinking. She likes to wear a lot of low-cut tops.
Seem to still be resting on.
Look, at least she's got a turtleneck.
She's got a turtleneck on. His wife is like, you can hire her, but she has to wear a turtleneck.
This turtleneck exists after the conversation. I'm certain of it.
Right.
The laurels of that achievement, and even though.
Oh no!
You fucking liar! No. You lied, Sitch. You fucking lied.
I totally tricked you. We have executive producer, associate producer, producer. They're all young women. Wow, this is so weird. This is so weird.
I totally nailed it. I called exactly where this was going. I was like, Sitch, how many of these are there? Oh, just the two of them. Just the two of them.
Listen, if I hadn't lied, you wouldn't have had such a surprise moment.
Look, this is hilarious. Now this one, I mean, that's a pretty low cut shirt there. What's going on here?
Well, listen,
Brittany.
This is the way it works. Okay. When you're just a lowly producer, you have to, sleep your way to get to the higher positions. Once you get to associate, then you can cover up.
How long do you think it takes Brittany to get her hair perfect like that? Like, I don't see one single hair out of place. Those curls look,
They're pretty good. Listen, that's
pristine.
impressive.
Look at that.
That's impressive work.
Amazing. Yeah. Little lip gloss.
Yeah.
Little gloss on the eye.
There you go. Good for her.
Yeah. Okay. Jon Stewart's producer.
Isn't it weird?
The ACA doesn't seem to be.
Is what weird?
You have an older man whose entire staff seems to be young women. That just, I don't know. It seems a little strange to me.
Yeah.
An older married man.
Is he going to start talking about the two Americas?
I don't know.
What's
Something's
going
going
on?
on here. Doesn't seem right.
Who was that guy that screwed his cameraman and got her pregnant? He was a contender for president for a while, but then he got outed in some sexual scandal.
Cameraman?
Elon Musk is going through some crazy scandal right now.
Well,
too.
Obviously, with Ashley Sinclair.
We should talk about that after we drink in some of this ridiculousness.
Yes. So also after this, there's a video. We're only gonna watch. You'll only be able to withstand a couple minutes of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like this wasn't torturous enough for you, so I want you to like really just torture you, Adam.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you get ready for that after this.
This was pretty torturous.
Yes. Oh no, this is gonna be.
This is literally the best part, though.
This next video is gonna be 10 times more torturous, but on a completely different level. You're not gonna see it coming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, I can't wait.
Unlike these women, you're not gonna see it coming.
Medonic. Brittany Medonic.
Be working for a lot of people, and they can't even seem to unify behind the ideal of universal health care as a goal. Even
that girl's got to get a ring light because like it looks like she's like the fucking ring girl with her eyes. Like it's just
look, the eyes are crazy.
I know. This looks like she's like a fucking like demon from another dimension.
She
here.
does
come to get you. Okay.
Yeah, it's scary. I bet if you touched her, she'd be cold to the touch.
There you go.
Even if they don't think they can achieve.
Of course, consensually, right?
Well, even when they say like, well, it might not be possible. And you're like, well, do you believe that it's right?
Yeah.
If you believe that it's right, then we have to move. But maybe there's something even beyond that. Now, let me ask you guys this, because I think the job even before that is to regain the confidence of people that government can effectively manage any of this.
This is a bit like tangential to what you're saying, but it really stood out to me, and it kind of follows this path, which is just that the Democrats need to rebuild confidence. But I think you said something along the lines of one administration has set things up for the other. And I was thinking about this constitutional crisis we're all, discussing whether it's occurring or not. And the foundation of it is that, or at least from what I'm reading, is that the Trump administration has not unfrozen funds that a court has told them they must unfreeze. Mm-hmm. And I can't help but thinking during my time as a national security reporter how many times I had sat in a courtroom and listened to a situation where the Obama administration, let's say, was not following a court order. One example I can think.
Well, there you go. Look, she's going to make the argument that you were talking about.
Yeah, this I think this was the video because I think Zero Fox posted this clip of it. But I did also hear, I heard another example in another video. I heard two examples of this. Yeah.
Right.
But it's weird that this one is actually in like a left-wing video.
Yes.
So,
look at John's face. He's like, don't let the secret
oh my God.
out. Don't let the secret out.
Don't let him know that's just the norm. We always do that.
Think of is like with torture pictures, people think of like.
What do you think of these limbo rings, Sitch? Just be honest.
They're pretty decent. Decent.
Obama administration, let's say, was not following a court order. One example I can think of is like with torture pictures, people think of like Abu Ghraib images, and when they're ordered to release them, they'll be like, oh, well, we'll put them in groupings. And
oh my God, he's like, he's demoralized. He's like, I thought Trump was the only one doing that. Holy shit.
I think I'm assuming he's trying to be sarcastic. But
no, he's like in an existential crisis here.
Okay.
And we'll put a representative picture because for national security, we can't. And then it was just this understanding that.
Look, if you're saving the country,
Wow.
You're not breaking the law, Sitch.
Look at this guy.
That's basically what she's saying, right? Look, we can't have people fighting in the streets over these terrible torture pictures.
Mm-hmm.
Was that Obama? The Guantanamo Bay stuff? No. That was Bush, right?
That was Bush.
This is the process of courts. And that's kind of where we are right now, is everyone decides where we're at. It's like, well, this is the process of courts.
Right. That's not a constitutional crisis. That's just how it goes. Boy, that's a fabulous point.
I don't want to downplay this moment, and it's a very different situation.
Understood.
But one administration does set up things for the next.
Even when there was extrajudicial killings, there was drone.
Okay, you can keep this producer, but fire the other ones. It's just a bad look, man. You don't need like 5 hot producers.
Well, things. I mean, this shows what I've always said, is that the importance of perception, right? Because if Obama had disregarded some court order, well, first of all, he could kind of get away with it because the Republicans are going to complain, right? Oh, you're not treating prisoners of war nicely. Like, right, they don't go fuck, right? If Obama had disregarded a court order, say like, oh, you're not allowed to, look into the taxes of some religious Christian group or some, anti-abortion group or whatever. And, he basically posts the Trump tweet, right? Obviously everyone on the right would fucking have a nuclear meltdown. And so it really shows you like how important the perception is, the way that you sort of present yourself. That's why I put up the meme comic, the retard comic. It's like, okay, like if you're going to play into that and people are going to treat you that way, that's on you at that point.
Yeah, the other example of Obama, I don't know what the issue was over, because I hear what you're saying on the torture stuff, right? Obviously that makes a difference in whether or not people want to call it out.
Well, it depends what it is. There's with Obama, people complaining about, him drone striking people, right? In a way that they say was illegal. And it's like, okay, but the only people who are going to care about that are people to the left of Obama, right? And that's such a small faction. I'm not saying that makes it right. I'm just saying in terms of the public perception. So it's not going to be like some contentious political fight, essentially.
I think it was over raising the minimum wage. The comment that Obama made was like, sue me. That's what they brought up in the video. So I was just trying to look up. Yeah, they did.
And what happened?
I don't know. I was looking for articles.
I think the whataboutism here doesn't really function except as other than a fallacy. Because if you have like Obama,
the purpose of the whataboutism though is to establish that there's some sort of cultural norm. So it's not really a whataboutism.
Okay, right. If that's the point of it, then it fails. Because there's a big difference between saying, well, Obama didn't do something with drone strikes properly, or he ignored the court in terms of like releasing the photographs of prisoners that she was talking about, right? That's, to me, you're like, okay, that's bad. I don't think you should do that. But it's very different than being like, oh, Trump has unilaterally decided that he has full authority to remove any program started by Congress and control the budget, even though it explicitly says otherwise in the Constitution. And Congress is just going to sit with their thumb up their butt because they don't give a shit. Like, to compare those things and to say like, well, Obama doing those two little things somehow creates the precedent for Trump doing this now, to me, is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, if you think that Trump is just going to ignore every single court order and say, fuck you to the courts, those are completely different situations though. But like, she lays it out perfectly. She says in one context, it's just, oh, this is how courts work. Obviously there's appeals. All presidents kind of stretch their presidential authority as far as they can until the Supreme Court steps in and says, no, you can't do that. Obviously that happened with Biden with the student aid relief. Yeah. Right. So look, the argument is that's kind of the cultural norm. And everybody says, oh, this is just how courts work until Trump does it. And then it's like, oh, it's a constitutional crisis. That's the argument that people are making. Like, if you want to say, okay, but Trump is different because Trump tweets out things like, oh, if Napoleon quotes where if it's saving the country, it is legal, whether it's legal or not. So that makes it different. Then, okay, you can make that argument. And I think there even is some merit to that argument. But I think they pulled out the constitutional crisis stuff. I mean, they were saying that before Trump did the tweet. So I don't know.
It directly plays into the tweet.
Yeah,
yes.
I mean, we're in a weird, maybe that's a response to them saying we're in a constitutional crisis. Like, they want to say we're in a constitutional crisis. Well, I'll give them what they fucking want.
It's kind of a retarded response.
I agree. Trump is often reflexively contrarian. So,
So to address it beyond the perception argument of it, you have to, in order for the comparison to not be a fallacy, it actually has to be of the same weight. Okay.
Otherwise, it's a whataboutism, unless it's the same way.
Right. Because I'm saying, like, because the example she gave here, it's like, the court ordered Obama to release pictures, and he said, I'm not going to for national security purposes. Okay. Which is like, I don't even know the specifics of this case, but like, obviously, if the president, and I assume you'd agree with it, like what the thing is matters. If a president ignores a court order to, I don't know, if the president
I think
ignores,
it does matter, but that could help Trump.
No, but like if the president ignores a court order to not throw someone in jail for jaywalking, right? That's very different than the president ignoring a court order to drone strike someone.
I totally agree.
Who's an American citizen. So that's what I'm saying. Like, it depends on what the thing is. So to just be like, well, Obama did this about something who gives a fuck about, right? Or Biden tried to forgive student debt, and he basically, they said you couldn't do that. And then he tried to find a workaround, and he was able to give some workaround for some of the kids, but not for everyone that had the original amount that they wanted. They're just to compare that to be like, oh, well, I have all the power over the budget now, expressly, something that's expressly given to Congress, the Constitution. It doesn't seem to me to fall. Now, I'm not one of these people running around saying, wait, hold on. I'm not one of these people running around saying, oh my God, constitutional crisis, just because I think it's cringe to do so. And as I said, I think you should wait to see actually what happens. I think you should wait to see what happens in the courts. And I don't think Trump is going to go against the Supreme Court. I don't think he's going to do that.
So I think it's not going to be a constitutional crisis.
I think it's cringe for people to complain about that, but I also think it's double cringe to say, well, Obama or Biden did something that's far lesser, so therefore it's okay for Daddy Trump to do it, theoretically. Mm-hmm. It's like, okay, that's cringe. Like, all the people, here's the question, like all the people that are defending this, that are the Trump stands, do you think that they're going to get mad if Trump goes against the Supreme Court? Of course not. They're going to say, well, he should.
Depends on what it is.
With all the stuff with getting rid of USAID, with getting rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, with all the Doge shit, if the Supreme Court says, Donald Trump, you do not have the authority to do all this stuff, it has to be like anything Congress creates, they have to get rid of. If Donald Trump says, fuck you, and does it anyway, all the people that are saying, oh, blah, 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 they're not going to suddenly turn on Trump and say, oh, how dare he go against the Supreme Court?
You're only saying, though, it's not as big a deal because you agree with the policy. If you completely disagree with the policy, you would say it's a big deal. So
what did I say? What did I say? Wait a minute. What was the rationale I gave for why it was different?
Well,
what do you mean? Wait, first of all, that's not even fucking true. I said at the time, I don't agree with student loan forgiveness that Biden was trying to do. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't
even understand what the fuck the situation is with it. I said there's a difference between that and the Constitution expressly gives Congress some authority, and the president saying, I'm usurping that authority.
What is the metric that you're using for determining whether or not it's a big deal or not?
What the thing is in terms of the constitutional powers granted to the various, how much of an infringement it is on another branch of government for the president to do the action. Okay.
And so hiding the torture pictures is not an infringement on
It is
another
an
branch of
infringement, but it
government.
doesn't seem to be like a massive infringement.
Well, I think it's an infringement on the American people, obviously, who it's like a newsworthy thing to know. It's an infringement on transparency, government transparency.
Right.
Yeah.
It's an infringement on the court saying they wanted him to do it, and then Obama saying they're not going to do it.
What is the infringement on the USAID situation? Who's infringed on there?
If we have a system set up where the legislative branch is supposed to, in theory, be the strongest branch of government, even though it's obviously not recently, and they're supposed to be the people passing legislation, and the president is supposed to be executing that legislation. And instead, the president says, fuck you, I'm not going to execute your legislation. I'm going to override it completely. That's a pretty huge power grab away from the legislative branch and the entire spirit of how the three branches of government are supposed to function, which I know most people don't give a fuck about, but I do.
Yeah, I'm trying to point out that if the policy was something that we all thought was egregious, right?
Yes, if it
they're
was
doing some sort of medical testing on American citizens, right?
If somehow some law was passed by Congress and they're like, oh, it's okay to like eat babies, right?
Yeah.
And the president's like, no, okay, then of course, obviously
they're using
like, okay,
aborted baby
like,
fetuses
right.
to
There's
like
always
harvest for stem cells.
There's always some level of like egregiousness that a system could produce where you say, okay, we can't, like, this outcome is so crazy, we can't follow the system, even if however we got here was by following the system. Okay. And people bring this up as kind of like a straw man when they had these sorts of conversations. I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying when I like see people arguing about this on Twitter. So yeah, like obviously that's the case. Is getting rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau such an egregious thing as eating babies that we should have that Trump should
have the authority
to do that?
Bad, but I like that policy, so I don't want to see that one go.
Or even if you think that USAID is like mostly a waste of money or something, okay, is it in the eating babies level of egregiousness? I would say no.
Well, I don't know the details of the court order. Like, how long do they have to comply? Are they like completely outside of the law at this point? Is this normal? I mean, she's making the argument that it's normal for the presidential administrations to like drag their feet for as long as they can.
That is probably completely normal, I would
But
imagine,
ultimately, they end up following the law. I think what they probably try to do is they're shopping around for some sort of appeals judge to like say, oh, fuck that guy. You can ignore that, right? They want to get some sort of injunction.
Well, no, like.
So they drag their feet until they can get that or not get that.
You agree if the Supreme Court says you can't do that and they say, fuck you, which I don't think they're going to do, by the way.
Constitutional crisis.
Okay, constitutional
like,
crisis.
That's where, right? That's so obvious, right? And that's why I feel like they're the boy who cries wolf, because they're like, the wolf, the wolf, the wolf. Well, maybe the wolf is going to show up, maybe not. Trump says he's going to obey the court order.
Right.
Yeah. But look, he might drag his feet a little bit. He might be like, I'm going to, like he might have his fingers crossed and say, eventually, I'm going to obey the court order eventually. And should we lose our minds if he drags his feet a little?
No,
the Democrats will obviously, okay, because they're in the business of losing their minds.
I don't think first of all, okay. Whatever party is not in power, this is what they do. They scream and they yell and they say the other party that's in power is unhinged and unchecked and they're doing crazy evil things. Okay.
They called Obama a dictator all the time.
Obama was the evil dictator, right. That's just the way the move is. So yeah, I as I said, calling it a constitutional crisis is cringe, is stupid, whatever. But the whole thing about the precedent is super cringe. There is not really precedent for this, at least in modern history. This is creating the precedent, essentially. I mean, obviously, it's going to depend on how it shakes out this is how it's going to shake out in the courts. But it's also like it really shows you the fact that Trump doesn't really care about the Republican Party or really the functioning of the political process in the long term. Because
that's where you lose me, because I don't.
Well, no,
that doesn't. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me tell you why. Because what you're creating in this scenario, like Donald Trump has the Congress and he has the Supreme Court. Okay. So if they wanted some kind of lasting change that wouldn't be challenged, just gets a law passed. And that makes it so much more difficult to undo because you have to undo it by getting another law passed, right? If it's just executive order, then the next president comes in and just goes, oh, I'm just going to reverse literally every single thing that the previous president did. Or if you set a precedent that says, well, now the president can just go through the budget and say, I don't like this because it helps the other political party. I'm going to get rid of it. Well, what the fuck do you think the next Democrat president is going to do when they come to office? They're going to do the same fucking thing. They're just going to go, oh, I don't like all this Republican shit in the budget. Let me just get rid of it. And let me start funding. And then I'm going to actually start funding Democrat shit. We're just going to keep pushing the envelope.
Executive order is a step on the path to legislation, though. The institution that the Doge people took over was literally started by executive order and then became an actual institution through Congress because it turned out to be just as effective. So starting something off as an executive order is fine. It's like a good step towards it becoming legislation. I mean, I get what you're saying, that it can be undone if it doesn't become legislation, but saying, oh, we shouldn't do an executive order because we should just, go for legislation. Why not? Why not start off with an executive order and then go for a legislation later?
Well, because I guess you just don't believe in, I guess you just don't give a shit about like rule of law and process and all these things that I care about. So I don't know what to tell you.
Hold on. So executive orders are outside the law?
Executive orders that go outside the president's rule and authority as a president, yes. That's the overstepping.
I am under the impression that executive orders are sort of like company policy. Like,
you're incorrect.
This is how we're going to do things in our administration.
Well, that's the way it's supposed. Executive order is supposed to be the president who has a lot of realm he can play with within the executive office and say, like, okay, if you're within my realm of power, here's what I want you to do as president. That's what the executive order is supposed to do. Okay. Executive order is not supposed to say, oh, the Constitution is wrong about birthright citizenship. Oh, I have the ability to certainly start defunding programs that Congress has explicitly funded in the budget. That's not what it's supposed to be.
I just looked up what is a presidential executive order. An executive order isn't a law, but it can have a similar impact. Executive orders leverage the power of the presidency to manage and change operations of the federal government without involvement from the legislative or judicial branch. Also, though executive action is limited in scope, it can have a big impact on regulatory enforcement and are often used in times of war or national emergency.
Right, that's exactly what I just said.
The first executive order was given by America's first president, George Washington, and has been used by every president since. President Roosevelt holds the record for the most executive orders signed at 3,721. In contrast, President Trump has signed 194. Barack Obama signed 276, and George W. Bush signed 291. So, I mean, to say that they're like outside the law, I mean, it seems like they're kind of a cultural norm.
Who said that they're outside the law?
I thought you just said they were outside the law. You said if you're in favor of executive orders that you're in favor of government acting outside of the law. I don't want to
That's not what I said.
Okay. So
I said,
what is your argument against executive orders?
I said very specifically, and you were reading, so I guess you didn't hear me. Executive orders that go outside the president's power and jurisdiction are not caring about the rule of law. I assume you agree with
Oh,
that.
okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
What I'm pushing back on in the way that you're discussing this is, again, I agree. People shouldn't be, oh my God, the Constitution is over, right? Okay. Just everyone chill out. Let the courts handle the situation, right? I'm fine with that. What I don't, but so I'm fine with you castigating the Democrats being hair on fire about the situation. That's totally fine. I agree with that. But I'm
Okay.
not fine with you, and I think you should also castigate the completely flippant, like, Republican attitude of like, whatever, Trump can do whatever the fuck he wants. It's fine. It's like, no, like,
Well, look,
just see what will happen. Okay. There's like this weird attitude. Like, Trump has this like weird mental effect on people where they either go insane or they're like so permissive. It's like with the whole elector scheme. It's like, well, the elector scheme didn't succeed, Sitch, so it was okay. It's like, what? Like,
look,
no, it's not. If someone tries to do something that's bad or illegal and they don't succeed, doesn't make it okay. Right? Like, I don't want this. You have like this weird permissive attitude about this. That's like rubbing me the wrong way.
We had a conversation before the stream began about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which I'm just like,
right.
They're completely going after in a insane way. And when I'm talking to, I think other people have a completely flippant attitude towards, oh, this is great, when they really don't have any kind of details of the situation, right?
Exactly.
Like you wouldn't cut a police department in half without knowing where you're at with crime. Like, look, if you hadn't had a murder or any sort of complaint for like 6 months, maybe you cut the police department in half, right? You got to have some sort of metric that you're playing with here. But people are saying, oh, we just need to get rid of the Consumer Financial Protection Agency based on fucking their gut feelings, their vibes. They don't know the details of the situation. And I'm damn sure Elon Musk has not given us the details of the situation. Like, we saw one clip of this fucking dude who could very well be the next Sam Bankman-Fried on Joe Rogan that everyone's going off of. That doesn't seem like an accurate thing to do. So I just look, I obviously care. I'm not being flippant about what Trump is doing. I just think, like, executive orders, I don't think people should look here. Let me read the next line, because I think I should have read this line. Executive orders have a role to play in the function of our government, but should never replace the legislative process laid out in the Constitution.
Exactly.
Nor should we allow these orders to threaten our system of checks and balances. Having one individual make decisions for the entire country can be dangerous if the boundaries are overstepped. Okay. Look, and this is, I mean, I immediately jumped to, okay, the executive order on the Gulf of America, right? Because immediately you start jumping into, well, who is it that has the authority to rename bodies of water, right? Is Trump overstepping his authority? Is he stepping on some other authority that does this? Is it constitutional or whatnot?
I don't fucking know. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of these executive orders are kind of stepping into gray areas and then letting the Supreme Court work it out, right? So I don't think I completely 1000% agree with you that executive orders could be structured in a way, and like even the birthright citizenship thing, I think like they're going to lose on that in the Supreme Court. And I don't think it's that big a foul to do an executive order that's obviously going to lose in the Supreme Court because you want to, give something to your constituents, right? Like, I think that's what Trump is doing. Trump is throwing a bone to his constituents that I believe he thinks there's no way we're going to win on this. Like, they told me there's no way we're going to win on this, but I want people to think I'm out there working for them. And I don't think that's like a terrible thing.
No, that in its of itself is not a problem. That's fine. That doesn't bother me.
Now, if he tells the Supreme Court to fuck off, then that's
but what bothers me is that there is a contingency of people. I don't know how much they make up. I think they're in the minority, but I see them on X all the fucking time.
It's scary sometimes how
who are
prevalent they are. Yeah.
who just say, I don't care what the courts say. Donald Trump should just ignore that, right?
Yeah.
Donald Trump should have the power to revoke birthright citizenship. Donald Trump should ignore the courts. I don't care what the Supreme Court says. Or anytime any person, doesn't matter. It's the same thing with the lawyer the lawyers that quit about the Eric Adams thing. Okay. Doesn't matter that one of the lawyers was like a conservative lawyer who was like disgusted because they wanted to do corruption charges against a Democrat mayor. As soon as they go against something that the Trump administration wants, the mob turns on them like a pack of hyenas, right? So what bothers me about the whole situation is not the specific thing that you're talking about. Like, oh, well, who cares? It's just the president. They're just trying to get something in the courts. That's fine. What bothers me is the mob mentality around the action that's like completely cult-like and unhinged to the same fervor that like the woke mind virus had like a cult-like hold on so many people on the left. That's the thing that I'm like reacting to.
Look, it's difficult for me because obviously, I see stuff like that on Twitter that gets massive amounts of likes and retweets, and I'm just horrified. Right?
Yeah, is it like a bot? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
right?
But at the same time, I think, well, if I'm President Xi or Putin, right, I'm going to have my fucking espionage guys go and hit tweets like that all day long, right? I want to get that tweet up to like 75,000 likes.
But you're completely correct. But then this is why I say that the perception matters, is because then, so you have your tweets that all these people are like liking. You don't know if they're bots.
It's always an account with like 100 followers too, but it's got like 75,000
You'll see
likes.
Like, Jack Posobiec or fucking Cat Turtle, one of these retards, tweet some shit out, right?
Sure.
And they'll get a bajillion likes. So it's like, okay, I don't know. Maybe they're all bots. Maybe it's all China, whatever. But then you see like, oh, JD Vance tweets out something that he knows is a lie because he went to law school about judges not having any authority over presidents. And then Donald Trump tweets out his troll tweet, I assume his troll tweet, about being able to ignore the law. And I'm like, oh, so they're playing into that thing, right? They're playing into the Twitter mob thing themselves intentionally. And I'm like, what kind of like psychological damage does this have on the country as a whole? And I'm like, I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like it either. I really don't.
Like the point wasn't to replace, one child, like the woke baby, with just another child.
With the baby
troll
Jesus?
Baby. With troll baby. I didn't want to replace woke baby with troll baby. That wasn't like the thought process. Like, okay, we need an adult in the room here.
That's where, as someone who has like a very immature sense of humor for my age, I'm like, do we really need an adult in the room? Can't we just have some fun?
I think for president,
I guess it's not.
I think for
fun,
president, you need an adult in the room, right?
Right. Oh yeah.
If people want to troll the internet, okay, it's fine. Like the president, I don't think the president should be a troll, right? But whatever, it's fine. It's just this is all going to come back to bite everyone in the ass later.
Okay, let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's be a little more optimistic. Let me read one more paragraph.
You're gonna have President AOC come in and be the Yas girl boss troll.
I'm officially off the
right's gonna
AOC.
Have a fucking, stroke, and it's just gonna be like chaos. And I'm gonna be sitting here like, this is awful, but what did I told you? I warned you.
I do not want AOC to troll me. Okay, one more paragraph on the executive orders. We all famously know that Franklin Roosevelt is Sitch's favorite president, right? In some cases, presidents have overused and abused their power. For example, in 1942, President Franklin Roosevelt signed a controversial executive order that imprisoned tens of thousands of Japanese Americans during World War II. His argument was to prevent another attack similar to Pearl Harbor, but instead caused lasting harm to many American citizens. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. Okay.
History doesn't usually look back on that as like a good action, right?
No, of course not.
The whole Japanese internment thing. Usually looked as like a bad thing.
Why didn't somebody step in on that? That seems that does seem pretty unconstitutional to me, right? These are American citizens that were imprisoning just because they're, I wonder why that, how did that pass constitutional muster? Did the Supreme Court just never take it up?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I don't either, but I'm curious.
I'm assuming they wouldn't, right?
Right. Yeah. Okay. This is the thing. This is the thing that's going to be just completely torturous, right?
Mm-hmm.
And look, this is kind of, there was a lot of I told you so's going around about January 6th.
The Supreme Court ruled that it was valid. That seems crazy.
Really?
That seems totally crazy.
How is that constitutional?
They said that the need to protect against espionage outweighed the rights of Japanese Americans. See, that's see how psychotic ruling is that? It's a psychotic ruling. Jesus.
What if we get some psychotic rulings out of these? What if they do overturn birthright citizenship just because they're a conservative court?
I mean,
they interpret those words as, oh yeah, they're all foreign diplomats.
I'd be very conflicted because again, I'm in favor of getting rid of birthright citizenship, but I'd be like, I think that interpreting it as if it doesn't give it that way is just so obviously not true.
It's crazy.
But
I just, if Trump, see, this is why I could never full-heartedly endorse Trump because I always wonder. I mean, this is why I didn't vote for him. Like, I always wonder, are you going to make me regret that thing I said? Or look, we did the Kash Patel stream, and Kash Patel did not look good in that hearing at several points in time, and I was thinking, oh, I mean, you spoke up for Elon on the Nazi salute and stuff, and you're like, well, I'm not gonna fucking do that again, right?
Yeah, well,
like
what a waste,
1 week
right?
later, 1 week later, he's got like an illegitimate son, and he's like destroying government institutions.
I mean, I don't care about. That's not why I wouldn't defend him on the Nazi salute, just because afterwards he immediately was trolling about it. So it's
you're cool with bastards. Bastards.
Well, no, I'm not cool with that, but I'm just saying, like, I try to look at people's actions individually. So like, if, despite Elon doing a bunch of stupid shit that I don't like now, if if people were accusing him and I was like, oh, well, if you listen to context, that's not what he said, right? I'm not going to like lie about it. The reason I changed on the Nazi salute is because, from my perception, I'm like, I don't think he meant to do it. Some people thought that he was just trolling intentionally. And then later he just comes out and says, LOL, like he makes it seem like, oh, he was just trolling. And I'm like, well, why the fuck, fuck you then.
Yeah,
right?
Totally. No. Well, look, this is the same thing with Trump, because Trump may do something crazy. Look, I'm optimistic. I hope some good comes out of his presidency. I think that's the right attitude to go into any presidency, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican. Like you should not want the president to fail, because you're basically asking for America to fail. So I don't think that's good, but I don't know. We'll see where things go. And the Democrats, obviously, and you have the right attitude. It's cringe to go so early to like blow your wad on constitutional crisis when we're not really even close to that at this point. That's the thing, because the people who do blow their wad early, like they're able to say the "I told you so" for longer, right? They're like, "Look, I've been telling you this since."
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of
which is unfortunate.
That's part of why people do is because then it's kind of like the people who predict the future constantly. Like people forget when they're wrong. Just remember when they're right, essentially. So that's part of why they're doing it.
Yeah. The only one who has control over this is Trump, because Trump can, but this is what makes me think he's trolling, because he knows, like, I'm just going to totally troll the shit out of them, but then I'm going to obey 100%. The court orders, and they're going to look like a bunch of nagging losers.
Yeah. No, that would be my prediction as to what the outcome would be as well. Yes.
Right.
But the problem, my issue with that is that while he's doing that, there's all these weirdo fucking people like Cat Turd who are like, we need to arrest these
lapping
judges.
it up.
We need to kill these judges. You know, we need
oh my
to
God, for
like
real?
do all this crazy shit. And you're like, what the like, and they'll get like tens of thousands of likes. And you're like, okay, I'm glad that we're like priming the internet right to be fucking unhinged in some of these, you know, audiences.
Yeah, that is
like,
a
can we
little
not
scary.
do that? Like, if everyone on the right was just like, ha ha ha, troll, I think I'd feel like way better. But there's like a bunch of people like, ha ha ha, troll. And then there's a bunch of people who are like, not troll.
Right? What do we, it hasn't come up in a while, but what do we always talk about? LARPing yourself into
revolution.
Yeah.
It's true.
It's the same on the right? LARPing yourself into civil war.
I mean, that's how everyone, it's not just the right, it's the right, the left, everyone. They LARP themselves into the civil war, into the revolution, into the fight. It's a LARP until it's not a LARP. So.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're watching a video here.
Like there's a process in the court's order and injunction, but that is the truth. Like rubber meets the road. It all depends on what the priority is. And certainly he's operating more as a wrecking ball than anybody else, but it's not an unheard. It's just like everything else with him. It's all, as they would say in Spinal Tap, turned up to 11.
Does Jon Stewart know that he only hired the good looking women? Does he know that he did, he turned down all the ugly women that applied?
He turned out, listen, Jon Stewart only picked young women to be his staff because he's a feminist. And, you know, too many women were just not given jobs in the entertainment industry. Okay.
Was there no male producer that he could hire? There wasn't one male that applied for this producing job for his podcast?
He's definitely not an old, almost 60-year-old man who wants to have a hen house of women look up at him and nod as he says whatever he says, right? That's definitely not what's happening in this scenario.
Notice how every single woman's head is cocked
to the
slightly
side.
to the side.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
what's going
right.
on with that?
I
like my eyes straight up and down with the horizon, Sitch, so I can see as far as I can. It's this thing called binocular vision.
It is. Listen, that is why they all have the little head cock.
What's going on there?
I don't know.
That's like a little seductive look, isn't it?
It's a thing. I don't know what it is. It's a thing.
This is so weird.
Everything is just fucking
oh my God.
Turned up to 11. But what I thought was most interesting is we can't identify the infrastructure.
Okay, listen. I typed in here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What does this body language gesture mean?
Oh, good. That's what we need. The research.
We need the body language expert, right? We got to get the body language expert. Women often use pseudo-infantile motions, such as the head cock, a playful movement that aims to instill a feeling of protectiveness in their partner. They also tend to do intense eye gazing with widened eyes, laugh exaggeratedly, and maybe be tactile with other people to advertise their skills. Look, wait.
Well, look, we got some gazing going on here, and
I know
in the bottom
look at the
corner.
Gazing, yeah,
just gazing off in the distance. I just love to hear your voice, John. Your voice.
Listen, she listened to Ian. She's gonna try some sun gazing. Okay.
That would make these adjustments.
Nobody can do it.
Yeah, it's the Spider-Man meme of just people pointing to each other. You're supposed to be doing this.
You go through a list and nobody stands out.
Nobody stands out. Jillian, I can always count on you to tell me what the young people are thinking. Meanwhile, I couldn't even get my fucking email to open. And by the way, terrible apologies for a twisted sports analogy in the top. I know that many people.
Yeah, went right over my head. I don't do sports ball.
I apologize.
I even skipped the Super Bowl and went to a Broadway show.
What? I thought Broadway was done.
This is the Democratic Party for you. God, it's just so full of winners. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So full of winners.
So terrible.
It's exactly what you want. Just an insular group of girls who just love Broadway shows. That's how you're going to get a lot. That's how you're going to build a large voting coalition.
This is the alpha Chad energy we need in the Democrat Party, okay?
This just screams the Democrat Party is the party for women.
Sports ball. I was watching Wicked in Broadway.
Yes. Yeah. Wow. The Democrats have just become Little Women.
Yep.
Dark. How dare they?
I just feel bad that John was watching the Super Bowl and thinking, this reminds me a lot of what's happening. He will never be right now.
It reminded me of that because Saquon Barkley and the Philadelphia Eagles won the Super Bowl, and I was watching him, and to tie it all around to Broadway, I just began to sing, "Used to be mine." I'm a terrible voice. That's it. What else we got? Anything?
We got some listener questions.
Yeah, let's do that.
John, do you think there's anything good that could come out of Trump's second term?
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, again, like,
John, why do you not have any men on staff? That's my
Look, how do we submit some of these listener questions? I have a question.
What's going on here?
Like, why do you have 3 super hot producers? Yeah.
How does your wife feel about these hiring decisions? Okay.
Yeah, exactly. What does she think about you hiring 3 beautiful women 20 years younger than you?
Yeah.
Actually, probably like 40 years younger than you.
Well,
Jesus.
Listen, I wouldn't. Let's not oversell it. I wouldn't say beautiful. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
Let's take it back a little bit.
Nothing is ever completely black and white. Like I say, some of the diagnoses that he has about the rig system, I completely agree with. I'm sure there will be something that occurs, or at least hopefully. I mean, I hope so. Christ, I live here. I mean, there better be something good that comes out of this.
The fact that he can't name anything, so telling. So fucking telling. What, are you afraid to name something?
Well, at least he said maybe, right?
Go for the easy thing.
Way.
Say, look, I'm sure there's a lot of waste in the government. If he can trim some of the waste, that would be great. Look, I think middle class people, their taxes are too high. I'm in favor of the tax cut for middle class people, right? I just don't think he should give it to rich people or corporations. Like, why not say that? Look, easy money, right? Easy money. I like to eat
tax on tips.
Yeah, I like to think my tip is tax free.
There you go.
Yeah, look, Sitch has joined the red pill community here. All of these ladies are mids. He's like, bunch of mids here. What's going on?
Listen, I'm just spoiled.
I thought you were gonna say.
I stare at a beautiful woman every day. So
Sitch
I just
only
look
has
at
eyes
this.
for Sammy. So
I look at like a prime cut every day, and I'm just looking at this hamburger here, and it just doesn't.
I get it. I totally get it. She's in the room?
No.
Oh, okay.
Not yet, anyway.
Say the pendulum swing.
Oh, I think we're so beyond.
What kind of type do you think Jon Stewart has?
I don't know.
Anyway. Pendulums at this point. I don't know. I think it's different forms of matter. I think it goes now from gas to solid to plasma. I have no fucking idea. We are in a joint custody where the two parents have just so divorced from each other, and it's such completely different. But I mean, I really hope I live here. I really hope something good happens.
He could at least.
Oh my God, he can't think of one fucking thing. This is Kyle, you're crazy in love with this guy as a presidential candidate? Kyle, what's going on? What's happening?
Be the one to get rid of daylight savings.
Oh, look, she can.
There it is. Daylight savings, man. We got it. I forgot about daylight savings.
She even has one.
Yes.
Look, you're supposed to be the wisdom. The 20-something came up with something good.
There you go.
I think give me 5 minutes on the phone with him. I feel like I can make this happen.
I like the idea that Jillian just wants 5 minutes on the phone with Trump, and all she wants to discuss is daylight savings time.
That is how things are done now. Yeah. Like, you get 5 minutes with him. Like, Eric Adams spends 5 minutes with him, and he's like, tell the Justice Department it's fine. He's a good guy. It'll be fine.
He meant well.
They meant well. Why not? Brittany, as always, how do people get in touch?
Does he know that, like, they want Eric Adams to play ball on immigration? So they're like, we need this guy. That's such a, like, morally I don't know what the right word is. Morally complicated situation.
In touch with us.
Twitter.
What's that?
Okay, that's over. It's
over.
over.
Weekly Show Pod.
No, look, I need to follow some of these.
Oh, you gotta follow
some of these producers. How are we gonna get a fucking question
if we
don't follow them?
That's true. That's true.
You gotta ask the question. Hey, how many hot producers work for this show? Do you have an OnlyFans?
Right.
Oh my God, they probably get that question like,
Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky. We are Weekly Show Podcast, and you can like, subscribe, and comment on our YouTube channel, The Weekly Show with Jon Stewart.
All right, very good. Very.
Oh, they have him throw out his information.
Pleased for the program today. As always, our lead.
Let's hope that they don't copyright claim videos. That's really what I hope for.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna put something in this little video bar here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I want you to prepare yourself mentally.
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
For
what you're gonna have to like sit through at least 2 minutes of. Okay.
I'm ready. Look, I feel strong. I feel energized.
You feel good?
Yeah.
You feel strong? Okay, we'll see. We'll see, chat. We'll see how he feels once the video starts. Okay.
What is it gonna be? I don't know. How bad is it?
Since House of the Dragon.
I fucking guessed it. I almost said, what is it going to be? Some trans woman? But I was like, nah, people will think Adam's a bigot if he says that.
He is a bigot.
I'll hold off. I won't say that.
Let's see.
But of course, it is some fucking trans woman.
Wait till you see what this video is about, though.
Sitch, did you know I'm a super straight?
Wait till you know what this video is about. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
Since House of the Dragon and Star Wars, a lot of people have asked me about my acting process. So in this video, I'm going to tell you...
Okay, I can't take it. I can't fucking take it. No! Please. Please. Oh my God.
6 seconds. I got it for 6 seconds.
Acting process. What acting process? There's no fucking
tubes. There's
no fucking no. I am so glad that you brought this up because this is premium fucking cringe. When did this had to come out during the live stream? Why are we not watching this?
How I approach characters, both performing them and writing them. This is just the way that I do things, the way that I was trained.
Like what kind of characters do you play? Women?
That's a good question. They do say something. Abigail Thorne does say something. I don't remember what part it is because I will make you sit through this whole fucking video. It looks super boring. But there's a part where they're like, "Oh, I like doing characters who are like hiding something from the world, and they're making the world think one thing that's like, but not really how they really feel." And I'm like, "Oh my God, the self-report here is like." Astronomical.
So on the nose.
Oh no.
Holy.
I was like, oh my God.
Please make it stop.
When I went to drama school, you don't necessarily have to use all of these techniques, but it's how I start. Part 1, creating a character.
Would this person have a career if they weren't trans?
No, they're not. They're a bad actor or actress
yes,
or whatever.
Terrible.
Yeah.
Yes, terrible.
I really like to start with a character's physicality and the way that they move and relate to their bodies. And for an example, I'll use the film Dracula's Ex-Girlfriend, which came out this year. My character, Belladonna, is a vampire, and she's also kind of low-key the villain of the film. So to begin with, I looked at snakes and the way that they move. You might notice when standing that Belladonna comes to rest with her hips cocked and her shoulders.
Oh my God, this is fucking painful.
You liked it? Listen, this is... Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. This is like an insight into very brilliant acting. All right. They're like
think about snakes, huh?
When I think of snake, I think hips cocked to the side, like a bitchy girl. That's what I think of when I think snake like, right?
What's this body shape remind you of? This body shape here.
I don't know.
This like triangular body shape. His big broad shoulders.
How dare you, sir?
I
How
just
dare
look.
you? How dare you?
Shoulders cocked the other way. And in art and sculpture, this pose is called an S-curve or sometimes a contrapposto. And she also turns her wrists out a little bit, so it's feminine, but it's also kind of childish. She takes that curve up into her neck as well. When she speaks,
This is like so fucking ridiculous. So ridiculous.
What do you mean? This is what like all the top level actors are thinking about when they're doing a scene.
How a fucking snake moves? Like maybe concentrate on human interaction.
What
like
if
you're making a movie for humans, right?
Listen,
I mean, the snakes probably love this movie. They probably give it 4 stars, right?
But what if you're like, Voldemort? You got to be very like serpentine.
This is terrible advice. It's so funny. All the bad advice that comes out of Philosophy Tube's YouTube channel. Now bad acting advice is coming out as well.
Well, listen, we're going to get to see some of her acting so we can like see it in action and then you can judge whether it works or not.
She completely destroyed House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon was just annihilated from Philosophy Tube. They wasted an entire episode like basically built around Philosophy Tube.
That's
Thank
true.
goodness they were just a background character in Acolyte. Yeah. In the Acolyte. And the Acolyte got canceled.
Needed more Philosophy Tube.
Yeah.
She often keeps her chin down like this, but then when she wants to strike out, she'll sometimes emphasize it by bringing the chin up suddenly like that. Again, very like a snake. I guess snakes don't really have chins. When she gets angry, she makes herself very, very wide and she hisses.
Oh my God, please. Oh, no. Oh.
Look, doesn't this like exude like intense fear and emotion? Like in this scene, like I can really feel like I'm like grabbing my chair because I'm like terrified. No, it doesn't exude that energy.
It sounds like she's about to hawk a loogie.
You don't buy the anger in that face? That doesn't look like real anger to you?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I think you're just too harsh. Look, it even had a green light.
Again,
it was like
very like a snake. I guess snakes don't really have chins. When she gets angry, she makes herself very, very wide and she hisses.
Like, why would that be the cut that you put in your movie? That was so bad.
Well, so yeah.
Oh, that was so bad. Anyway, I agree with these people over here. That was laughable.
Why don't you?
Oh, we're gonna hear like the amazing line delivery.
I can't handle it. It's just so every movement.
We have to fucking watch this movie. We have to find. I think it's like on Nebula. We have to find these fucking movies and watch them.
Every movement, just the look in the eyes screams, "Yeah, I'm in a movie." I'm in a movie.
It screams like theater kid.
It does.
Yeah.
Nothing about it seems natural.
Right.
That's why I can't stop laughing.
Yeah.
I'm in a movie. Look, here's my movie face.
Here's my movie face.
Yeah, look, check it out, my movie face. Look at every detail.
Why don't you sit down? Finish your cards. Belladonna also holds.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. The cringe. The cringe.
People laugh this stuff up too. They love Philosophy Tube. They're like, oh my God, this is so brilliant.
Jesus.
Thank you. Oh, you've done such a good job.
Eye contact a lot when
You haven't watched Severance yet, have you?
No.
I'm amazed at the acting in Severance is so good. It's kind of crazy. Most television shows that I see, I'm just like, fucking horrible acting. Yeah.
That's true.
They have some heavy hitters in there. So I think we talked about that before.
She's speaking. In natural conversation, people don't often do that. Like we will.
Obviously, Philosophy 2 is a heavy hitter. So
Obviously.
amazing act. See, I'm so. How does that work? Okay, a lot of the actresses, the cis female actresses in Southern California, they want to be called actors because it's not gendered. They don't like the actor.
I think that's fine. Yeah, just call everyone actors. Yeah, that's fine.
Sure. But in this situation, it could be construed as transphobia.
As an insult, you're right.
Yeah, if you're
that's
calling them an actor.
Right.
So, the rules.
Look away.
We need an executive order about this. That's what I really think.
Well, it's funny. I don't remember what the context was, but there's like last week, I forgot, I tweeted something out about, I don't really remember who, something that had something to do with a trans person. And I referred to them as like them, but it was like, I didn't go them because I'm afraid to call them her or whatever. I just did it because it was like grammatically correct to use the word them.
Yeah.
And there's a person replies like, "Oh my God, Sitch, you have to choose whether you're gonna call them she or he. Fucking fence sitter." I was like, "Oh my God, chill the fuck out."
I
relax.
sometimes default to them just to avoid that. We've just consistently called Philosophy Tube she for so long.
I'm fine calling people, listen, as long as they're at least trying a little bit. Fine calling their pronouns, whatever. You know.
I do know other people like they really want to. They want to do the he thing.
I don't care. It's like whatever.
The only time I feel like when that wide shot with the black silhouette. I mean, you see that person. You see that person from like a block away. You're not going to go, "Oh, that's a lady," right?
Right.
It's so you can never get around that. That's why I do feel like a lot of these kids are being sold a bill of goods. It's just they're young and naive and they don't realize you can't change your body like that. You just can't do it. Yeah. I mean, you may be able to pass in certain circumstances, right? But you're most likely never going to be able to pass the like across the street test.
We think about something, we remember things.
I just realized they have that orange octopus on the bed.
Yeah.
There, right?
Yeah.
Is that like a weird reference to remember when people were giving what's her face shit for the octopus that she had?
I don't remember, no.
That climate change girl.
The climate change girl? Oh yeah.
Yeah, Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg.
Yeah, I remember she had like an octopus and people were like, "Oh my God, it's like an anti-Semitic trope." And she's like, "No, I'm just autistic and I have like an octopus I hug." Do you don't remember this like stupid controversy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Greta Thunberg. Ugh.
Sometimes we might even say half a sentence with our eyes closed, but Belladonna doesn't. She's very straight on. She looks at people.
That wardrobe is fucking ridiculous.
I know.
What the fuck?
I know.
Oh, God.
The way predators look at prey, direct, unbreaking. Whenever she's speaking, Belladonna uses a lot of precise articulation. She really gets her mouth and tongue and teeth around every letter of what she...
Exactly the same way Philosophy Tube does on my YouTube channel.
Well, it's so weird because they basically came up with a thought process to overact in a bad way. And they're like, but no, it makes sense. It's like, well, yeah, but it comes off shitty. What are you talking about? Like,
yeah,
that's what the end product matters more than whatever your headcanon is. There's a very good story about this that Arnold Schwarzenegger tells.
Oh, wow.
Where he says he gets in this big fight with the director of Terminator.
Oh, James Cameron.
Yeah, he gets in this big fight with James Cameron because I think it was Terminator 1. Yeah, it was Terminator 1. Because the line in the script says, "I'll be back." Right? The famous line.
I will be back.
Yeah. And then Arnold Schwarzenegger's like, "James, like this line, it doesn't make sense. I'm a robot. Robots wouldn't use contractions. I should say, I will be back." So he had like this whole, and like, okay, maybe there's some logic to this, right? He comes up with this whole like reason for it. And James Cameron's like, shut the fuck up and do the line. He didn't even like entertain. He's like, shut up and say the line, Arnold. And then he says the line, and that's the big line, right? If he said, I will be back, oh, terrible, cringe. Wouldn't it have been the big line of the movie?
Of course, yeah.
So that's the whole, so it's funny to hear Philosophy 2 basically come up with this like excuse to act poorly. Like I thought of a headcanon reason to act poorly. It's like, well, good for you, I guess.
Yeah. It is so true, man. It's the rule of cool. It's just got to be cool. It's got to work. Yeah.
Right. The vibe is more important than the policy.
Oh yeah. Look, in art, that's 100% true, obviously. Yes. Yeah. It's got to be good.
She's saying,
did he know you sleep with other men?
Yeah, we have a deal. I only let them fuck me in the mouth and pussy.
She's a vampire.
Oh my God, please, Sitch. The pain continues.
There's like this aesthetic that I despise. It's the left wing art house student vibe, where it's like everything is like kind of like seedy looking, and all the characters talk in this like hyper vulgar like sexual way. But to me, it always comes off as like children who think they're really cool talking about like sex for the first time. They're like, oh, mommy and daddy don't let me talk about sex, so I have to be like hyper graphic when I talk about it. Like and it's just like, oh, it just comes off as super cringe whenever I hear it.
Yeah. Look, it completely brings you out of the movie when Philosophy Tube is talking about their pussy. Right? Right?
I didn't even think about that, but yeah.
I mean, that's like, okay.
Is the person they're talking to supposed to be a trans woman or a gay man or a man in drag? Like, I don't know what's going on there, but
this is like just trying way too hard.
Yeah.
Not only that, it is difficult, and it's weird because now Hollywood is like, well, if you're playing a trans character, you should have a trans actor or actress or whatever you want to call them.
I mean, it's called Dracula's ex-girlfriend. Are they supposed to be trans characters?
See,
I don't even know.
Right. So that adds another level of complexity because you're wondering, well, what is this character? I mean, that was a problem in House of the Dragon. You didn't know, is this a trans actress playing a man? Or so is a man playing a man? What's going on here, right? Is this a woman? What am I supposed to, what's going on here in the script? So
we got to watch this movie.
It seems awful.
I can't
know.
wait.
I know.
I cannot wait.
So consuming people is pretty central to her identity. I chose to physically emphasize her mouth and teeth, and her dark lip really brings out
Oh, you forgot the pussy too, remember?
Yes.
this effect too. Belladonna's makeup artist was Danny Rose, and he really understood the assignment. Belladonna's voice.
Danny Rose, this guy you've never heard of before, but he did my makeup.
Resonates further forward in her mouth than mine does naturally. You might be able to hear I'm resonating like a little bit towards the kind of center and back of my mouth, whereas Belladonna really pushes it forward. She's resonating on the edge of the hard palate up here. It's a little bit nasal.
We're expanding the modeling agency again. He sent me here to hunt for talent.
Her average pitch is a little bit higher than mine too. She spends a lot of time up here.
Do you know anything this is about? It's a movie? It's a vampire that has a modeling agency.
Says here's the plot synopsis. A recovering ex-vampire is forced to revisit a dead romance when an old rival invites her out for a quick bite.
Oh, okay. So it's My Dinner with Andre. It basically all takes place over dinner.
Yeah.
Boring.
With ex-girlfriends of Dracula.
Oh my God. This is what all the independent filmmakers try to do. They're like, one location. I need a one location.
I mean,
thriller.
Listen, I've filmed things. You film things. It's so much easier if you can just set the cameras and lights up and never move them.
Our entire podcast takes place in one location.
Exactly.
Great.
Yeah. What are you complaining about? Okay.
Yeah. It can work. It can definitely work.
Of course.
Have you seen Tape?
The writing's got to be like super on point if you're gonna do that.
You've seen Tape by Richard Linklater?
Tape?
Tape, yes.
No.
You should see that. That's a one location thing that's amazing. But obviously a great actor, so.
It's not the one that he did that takes place over 18 years that everyone hated?
Waking
That was a huge
Life?
waste of time? No, the one where he like
Oh,
tracks
I
the kid
never
growing
saw
up.
I never
Yeah.
saw that one. Never
Right.
saw it. I do like Linklater though. Tape is an amazing movie.
I have a very
I
mixed
think
feeling
I
about
think
Richard Linklater.
I think Tape was made. He basically did. I think it was Waking Life,
He did
and he
Waking Life,
talked
yeah.
and he talked to the producer about getting him 3 extra days with Uma Thurman and Ethan Hawke, so that he could shoot the movie Tape. So he
Oh.
gets like a twofer, right?
Right.
So the Tape movie was filmed on the Waking Life budget.
That's kind of funny.
It is funny,
I
isn't
didn't
it?
know
Yeah.
that.
So it all takes place in a hotel room. And it's interesting because you're like, for the first like minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes, you're like, holy shit, is this all one location? And then the plot kicks in pretty quick and you're like immediately hooked. So
What's the
that's
plot?
the key. Well, I don't want to spoil it for you.
Oh, okay.
It's a good movie. You should watch it.
I mean, Richard Linklater kind of, his whole thing is just making movies about people just talking to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. But really, what you need to do is you need to watch a bunch of snake videos on YouTube.
Oh, okay. That's where it's at. The snake video.
Right.
In this.
Okay, are we done with this? Do we
No,
need
wait,
to watch
come on.
more?
Just a little bit more. This is gold.
Kind of range, it's a little bit forced. It's almost a little bit fake, you might say, which is a.
It's a lot fake, I would say. It's actually fucking. It sounds like no human being would ever speak that way. Oh, but you're a vampire, so there's an excuse.
It's so interesting that VelociTube is like, let me write this character whose entire persona is fake that I have to act as. That's probably like the hardest thing to act as a person who's pretending to be fake, but for it to not come off as fake, to come like legit in the role, right? That's got to be like hyper difficult.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, it just comes off like trash.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know how you get around that. I always go to
Write a different character.
Well, no, I think it's helpful if you look at good performances from other actors and you try to emulate what works about their performance. And usually, unless you're like Dana Carvey or something, it's hard to impersonate another person, right? Specifically, so it's usually different enough that people don't call you out, unless you're doing like Elvis or Kennedy or something, right? Then everyone knows.
The one thing I didn't like, there's this movie called There's Something About Paris.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have you seen that movie?
Is that Linklater?
Or I'm sorry, there's not something about it's oh my god. What is that movie called?
Linklater did a Paris movie where they just walked around Paris. Is that the one you're talking about?
No. Hold on, let me look it up real quick.
The movie trope that they're completely overusing now, it's so crazy. There are so many movies about the regular family. Midnight in Paris.
That's the movie I'm thinking of. Have you seen Midnight in Paris?
Let me see.
It's a Woody Allen movie. It's like, but it stars Owen Wilson, and he like keeps going back in time to like 1920s Paris.
Oh yeah, I think I have seen this.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good.
I like the movie, but there's something that's really disturbing, which is that Owen Wilson is doing a Woody Allen impression.
Oh yeah. Woody Allen does that for a lot of his movies.
Woody Allen has like a character that he writes in his movies, and now he's too old. So he's like, let me hire Owen Wilson to do an impression of me. And it's weird. Like it keeps taking me out of the movie because I'm like, oh, that's weird. Like he's directing Owen Wilson to act as himself. And it bothers me.
Didn't he do that with Kenneth Branagh too? I feel like there's a Woody Allen movie with Kenneth Branagh doing the same thing.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Acting like Woody Allen.
I wouldn't be surprised, yeah.
I mean, this is kind of typical. Woody Allen, is he still making movies, man? He would always do sometimes you do 2 movies a year. It's kind of crazy.
He did a movie in 2023 was his last movie.
Really? Holy shit. Probably sucks.
He's only done, he's done 83 movies apparently. So
holy fucking shit. He's a workhorse.
Yeah.
Look at that. It's all that stepdaughter energy. Oh my God.
Anyway,
the movie trope that I'm sick of seeing now, because it just seems so repetitive, is the family regular guy who is hiding in society, but really they're a secret agent.
Is that
why do they keep making these fucking movies like this? There's so many movies like that.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know the names of them, but
okay.
They're constantly coming out.
The only one I could think of off the top of my head is the one with Aragorn.
Mm-hmm.
What's the actor's name?
I just saw one, Love Hurts, which is the same. It's that same thing.
Oh, I've never saw it.
Love Hurts just came out. Oh no, I guess it came out in
Viggo
2024.
Mortensen movie. What was it called? History of Violence. That's the only one I could think of. That was it.
Well, that was one of the original ones.
Oh, okay. That was
I'm talking about the knockoffs.
Oh, okay.
All right, let's cycle through here and see if we can nail some.
Get a little bit more.
I saw an Acolyte clip in there. What's going on?
Fuck.
What was this? What's this?
In a highlight, and the waterline is clear, whereas Belladonna's are ringed in darkness. And the costume department.
Oh my God! Please, nobody gives a fuck. That's it.
Short, whereas in the UK, a lesbian manicure keeps these 2 nails short. Different strokes for different folks. Belle also has the word Dee tattooed on her neck. Her boyfriend is Count Dracula, but she doesn't call him Count Dracula all the time with his full title. That would just be silly. So she calls him Dee. Short for Vladimir, and also it sounds a little bit like Daddy. The tattoo is a reference to Andrew Tate, who got some of his alleged victims to tattoo his name.
You have to listen to this part. You skipped ahead at right at the key moment here. Okay, we have to go back for a second. This is the part I was talking about.
It's almost a little bit fake, you might say, which is a clue as to her character. The reason I made all these physical decisions is this. Belladonna is putting on an act. She is trying to fool other people and also fool herself into thinking that she is happy living this vampiric life when actually it makes her miserable. The body, the voice, the energy, her facial reactions being a little bit bigger than a normal person's would be. It's all part of this high energy Harley Quinn act that she's doing as she tries to fool people. And that honestly made her a really interesting challenge to play as an actor, because when you're playing somebody who's putting on an act, you're putting on an act as someone who's putting on an act. It's kind of like acting squared. And so I need to be able to show the audience that A, this is a performance the character is putting on, but also B, you need to be able to see the real person underneath that and understand her reasons for doing this. I've been quite...
Okay, all I can say is...
Did not succeed.
D-transition, I can see. D-transition is coming.
Oh, well, listen, what she's about to say right here.
Drawn to characters who do this over the last few years. So in House of the Dragon, Sharako Aloha is also...
I'm drawn to these characters, okay, who are putting on an act to the world where they over-exaggerate everything they're doing to hide the fact that inside
they're a fraud.
They're a fraud. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm just saying, seems a little on the nose for me, Abigail.
Yeah,
Seems
totally.
a little too on the nose for me. Okay.
Seems like someone wrestling with the idea of detransition.
For the person who says they don't have gender dysphoria.
Putting on a bit of a performance to try and unsettle people. When I did The Prince on stage in London, Hotspur, my character in that, is doing a similar thing. The key to making a performance like that work is finding those moments where the mask just drops. Something else I like to do is recreate a character's core memories from their backstory.
Yeah, whatever. I just thought that was interesting.
Oh yeah, no, this is premium cringe.
I know.
Totally.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
And enjoy.
Right.
So sad. Hmm.
Okay.
God, it's like people just eat this stuff up. I mean,
Right.
Where's this career going to be in 10 years? Oh my God.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know the answer to that question. Okay. Gracias, Hegemon, thanks so much for $20. It says, if you have a very large system, you really need a high input signal to generate movement. You can't calibrate until it happens. I'm a never Trump guy, but you can see the signal after he provides an input. That's the thought process. That's definitely the thought process that's going on here. It's a risky move. I don't think it's the way you're going to have to. I don't think it's the way you should be handling the situation. Obviously, there's going to be real cost to some of these actions. So, but no one's going to care except the people affected, obviously. Loser for $50. Thank you so much. Says this was a bad few years for e-thoughts, gentlemen. First, Lauren Southern got exposed for having an affair with Destiny. Then Lauren Chen gets busted for taking Russian money. Next, Destiny's harem imploded, and now Elon's side hoe is seething on the timeline. Rejoice.
Is this the end of the e-thought? Is that what's going on?
The
e-thoughts are over?
What's your take on the whole Ashley St. Clair thing? Because my thing is like, listen, obviously I'm not an Elon fan, but something about the vibe of like, I don't know a lot about her. I've seen her on Temple a couple of times. The vibe in the way that she's like going about the situation, like sends alarm bells off in my head.
I mean, what do you do when you have a child with the richest man in the world and he's like, nah, I don't really want to put my name on the birth certificate? Like,
that's not good.
What do you, I mean, that's the situation, right?
I don't, well, that's what she's, when I say alarms going off my head, I mean like something about, and this is purely based on vibes, something about the way she's going about this rings very disingenuous to me. And I don't know why exactly. Just like the way she's talking about it, the way she's posting about it, the photo,
Does a paternity test exist?
It just seems like something about it seems sketchy to me.
Everything about it seems sketchy.
Right.
Everything. Yeah. This is an episode of Maury Povich where we've dipped into here.
I mean, sketchy in terms of like there's something that she's not letting on about this whole situation that's going to come out.
Right.
Eventually and be like, oh, what? Like, why didn't you say that from the beginning? That's why I asked in my tweet. I said, did they actually like bang? Or is this just one of those like, I want you to be a surrogate father situation?
I went back and reread part of Elon's book just because we keep talking about him so much. And it's been so long since I read that book. And it is a weird situation because the woman that he took to the White House is the head of Neuralink, right? And
that's the woman that he had the surrogate with, or not surrogate, but the in vitro.
What's her name? Do you know her name? Sizzle or something?
She had a weird name.
Zizzle.
Yeah.
So she is friends with Elon, right? But she is talking about having a baby, but she's not in a committed relationship. So she's like going to go to a sperm bank and get, look through the books and get the sperm donation and like impregnate herself. And Elon offers to be the sperm donor, right? Like she's super high IQ. He's super high IQ. So they think, of course we're going to have kids. But how weird is it to like literally have two kids with someone because they had twins. They did artificial insemination so that you can kind of pick how many eggs you put up in there. And like then the relationship comes later when like the kids are like 3 or 4. They start, oh, maybe I do have feelings for you. I mean, you already have 2 kids of mine.
Yeah, that's weird.
Look, but for all I know, because he literally had these 2 kids with her through in vitro fertilization at the same time that they hired a surrogate to have Grimes in his second baby. So he's having like 3 kids at once with 3 different women involved, right? Because there's a surrogate Grimes and this, what's her name? God, I wish I could remember her name. But yeah, so like it's a super strange situation. I don't know. Like obviously the book is, I think it's Isaacson. I can't remember his name now either, but Walter Isaacson, that's it. So Walter Isaacson is interviewing Elon Musk, for the book. So he's having constant conversations with Elon Musk over 4 years to write this book. So for all I know, like he's totally fucking this woman, right? But in order to keep it on the up and up, because he's like in a committed relationship with Grimes, he's like, okay, well, if you're going to have kids, we got to do like in vitro fertilization. So there's like a paper trail, right?
I think that was all just a cover.
It could be. I don't know. Look, I'm starting to think. I think that Elon is a bit of that salesman. And I think this might be why he and Trump get along so well. Look, I've worked in different situations with different salesmen, and just, salesmen have this attitude where they're like, they basically speak in hyperbole all the time. Like that's just them, right? And Trump definitely has that. Like that's his, I'm negotiating, everything's a negotiation 24/7. Whoever I'm talking to, it's a negotiation.
Unless it's talking to Russia for some reason, then you're completely deferential. But yes, continue.
That's funny. But yeah, so I'm thinking Elon, it's weird. The book is super complicated. Like there's sections of it that I want to clip out and like listen to with you, because I know your moral compass very well. And there's certain sections that you'd be
I'm
like,
going to go, oh my God.
I know you're going to fall in love with Elon. You're going to be,
I thought you said the opposite.
No. There's sections where you're like, there's one section where, so look, Bill Gates comes to him to talk about philanthropy, right? Because Elon Musk has set aside a bunch of money for philanthropy, and Bill Gates wants him to do, good things with it, right? He's into philanthropy. He wants to set him on the right path. So, but Elon Musk gets wind that Bill Gates has shorted like $500 million worth of Tesla stock, and he's fucking livid, because he thinks Tesla is working to change the world, to solve climate change, to basically save the world. And he thinks it's like morally repugnant that Bill Gates would short his stock and be kind of against that endeavor when Bill Gates claims he cares about climate change too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think that's a good thing? You're like, nah.
I don't know. It doesn't really trigger someone shorting stock. Doesn't really trigger my morals at all.
Especially if they're doing it against Elon Musk, right? Someone that you fucking hate.
No, I just if someone shorted stock or did something in a way to take down the company, that'd be like a different story, right?
Right.
Like how much does Bill Gates shorting Tesla stock? Would you free says like $500 million? Like how damaging, is that?
Here's the,
like, I don't know. I can't I don't know logically how much damage that does to Tesla.
Here's the moral dynamics of the situation, right?
Right.
Elon Musk asked him, why did you short the stock? And Bill Gates is like, well, to make money, obviously. I thought you were overselling. Yeah. I thought that you were basically overselling Tesla, and that the value of the product was going to decline. So I did it to make money. And Elon Musk takes this as like just a moral infraction that's beyond the pale, because he's voting against something that's for what he feels to be the existential survival of humanity. He's like, you would go against the existential survival of humanity just to make money, you fucking piece of shit. So, I mean, that's the moral compass that Elon Musk is living by. Like he would never do something like this.
Well,
That's
see,
the idea that you get. But look, maybe he would and just
well,
keep it
I
a
mean,
secret. Yeah.
it's hard to disassociate yourself from like this is the thing that's going to save the world and this is my thing, right? Like this is my thing that's going to save the world.
Mm-hmm. Well, he did make all the patents free for any other car company to use, and a lot of the other car companies I think took him up on it. So
okay, well then
yeah.
see to me that's a far greater example of moral character than the shorting story is like making the patents accessible for everyone.
Right. You might be too far gone on Elon to even. There might be nothing Elon can do. There was one moment where Elon
not at all. And also, I mean, you're talking about something in the past. Obviously, people change with time.
Oh, of course. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Look, it could be like he could be completely different now.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, listen,
it's interesting because
my vibe on the Ashley situation is that it's sketchy and that she's in the wrong somehow because just the way it went about it seems weird to me. But that's just my initial vibe. I could be completely wrong. Maybe fucking Elon is like Destiny 2.0, right? It's just being a bunch of maybe he's just a horrible person stringing a bunch of women along. I have no fucking clue what's going on there. So.
I mean, the question people want to know is like, did he have sex with her? Like, did she say she was on the pill? And
I want to know what the
like.
I don't care about like whether they like literally just had sex. What I'm curious about is what was the parameter if it's even true. I'm assuming it's true.
What was the parameters of the
if
relationship?
It wasn't true, I assume he would have said something. Yeah. What was the parameters of the relationship? Was it a relationship? Did she just want a child? Did he sell her on something, or did he try to do the Destiny mind trick of like, well, listen, we're just gonna have sex and we're never gonna talk about it? And like, I just curious as to like what's going on there because I mean, the whole situation seems fucking weird.
Do you know about reversion to the meme?
Yes. To the mean or the meme?
To the mean. To the mean.
Oh, I know the mean, not the meme.
Yeah. I don't think that's a thing. Reversion to the meme.
It should be.
It might be. Yeah.
It should be a thing.
So reversion to the mean is basically this idea that like even if you have two super intelligent people, right? Their kids are probably going to be average. Because it's not necessarily sustainable. It's not a straight process. So wouldn't it be ironic? He has kids with this super genius who works at Neuralink, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kids are totally average. Then he has a kid with this dumb hoe.
Super smart.
It's like a super genius, right?
I mean, obviously, with the rules and laws of statistical chance and heredity, you're going to, if you two parents are intelligent, it's more likely that a child is going to be intelligent, right?
Okay.
I'm just saying from my personal experience, when I've met people who are smart, usually their parents are smart too. I've never like met someone and I'm like, oh, this person's smart and their parents are like fucking retards. Or I've never had the opposite where I've met someone, they're like really smart and their kids are retarded. I've never interacted with that. So it's hard for me to sort of to conceptualize that.
I do think I've seen both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. So there's this interesting clip that came out recently. So, we talked about, Logan Paul fought Mike Tyson.
I never saw that. I never saw it.
It was not worth watching.
I just heard about it. Yeah.
Not worth watching, right? So, Logan Paul said that Mike Tyson had Parkinson's disease.
During the fight?
And that, but before the fight, he had Parkinson's disease and that he cured it by taking the drug that, the people would like lick the toads and they'd get that drug from.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that he
somehow poison dart toads?
I don't know what toad it was. I think if you lick a poison dart toad, you die. But if he said that Mike Tyson had Parkinson's and he used the frog to cure it. And he did this so that he could fight Logan Paul. He used frog juices to cure his Parkinson's so he can go fight Logan Paul, which makes me think he obviously didn't cure his fucking Parkinson disease. And Jake Paul just fought an old man with Parkinson who was licking frogs to try to cure it.
That sounds horrible.
Oh my God. It's
That's
so
so
bad.
sad.
It's so bad.
Yeah, he beat up an old man.
Yes.
Just because he was famous. Isn't there like a young boxer that's famous that he could have gone up against?
Someone did a video. I forget who it was. It might have been Super Eye Patch Wolf. He had a very good video kind of going through all of Jake Paul's fights and how they're all very strategically planned out, where he's like consistently fighting people that are either like way past their prime or people that are not boxers. So that he always has this advantage. And that he said, I forget who it was, he said he one time fought a boxer who would have been like comparable and got annihilated.
Mm-hmm.
And that people just don't talk about that fight for some reason.
They try to do that, obviously. It's
Yeah.
very choreographed. A lot of it is who you pick to fight, right?
Yes, yes.
I did
He said
find the
toad
article
in the video. I don't know if it was a frog. He didn't specify. In the clip, he didn't specify what kind of frog Mike Tyson was looking. So, or toad.
So I got the numbers wrong on my. I want to do a little personal fact check here. Oh, let me see. 6 hours ago when we were streaming,
Yes.
I got the tariff numbers wrong. EU currently has a 10% import tax
On cars.
on cars. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And they're talking about lowering it to 2.5%. So
they have
75% lower.
Are they going to do it or are they talking about doing it?
They're working on a deal.
Okay.
Because of the tariff, because of Trump throwing his big tariff stick around.
Right, right.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be good if that happens.
So, but we'll see. We'll see if the tariff thing works out.
Not going to help inflation, but. JMac for $10 says, okay, Sitch, here's your chance to redeem yourself. Do you like gin?
I used to drink gin a lot.
I feel like I just had a gin drink recently.
Have you ever had a gin and tonic?
Gin tonic's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my drink.
Gin tonic's disgusting. I guess I'm not a huge gin fan.
Yeah.
I used to drink whiskey a lot. I moved away from whiskey to basically just beer and tequila. Or beer and tequila based
Tequila,
drinks.
Wow.
Yeah.
Or margarita.
I love margaritas.
Margaritas.
I'm a big like citrus guy, so I don't like berries.
You always Sitch always seemed like a Midori sour kind of guy to me.
What is that?
It's like a fruity drink.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't like fruity. I like citrus things. Like that's why I like to like margaritas because it's like the lime. I don't like, the berry drinks or the fruit drinks or things like that.
Margaritas are good.
Yeah.
It's excellent drink for you. Acceptable.
I don't know what answer you're looking for, J-Mac. I don't know if you're a gin fan or not. But
gin and tonic is really alpha Chad. That's what he's fishing for.
I completely got put off from tonic because for some reason, back when I used to drink soda, it was like a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I would ask for Sprite and they'd give me tonic water. And it was traumatizing to drink that shit.
As
you
a
take
kid.
a big fucking gulp. You think it's Sprite, it's tonic water. It's like the most disgusting fucking thing on the planet. You're like, oh my God, what is this? Did someone just hand me a glass of piss?
Yeah, it's definitely unique. That's for sure.
I mean, you've had tonic water on its own is like fucking foul, right? You agree with that?
Yeah, it's strange.
Okay. Sprite, oh my God, get out of here, Doc Diller. Sprite is based. Crazy.
Sprite is delicious.
Yes.
What? Who doesn't like Sprite? Which is better, Sprite or 7-Up?
Sprite, easily. Come on.
Yeah.
Choice.
Look. Yeah, you passed another test.
Of course.
Excellent work.
So, 7-Up is far, far inferior. Look at this. I guess I passed. JMac for $20. Thanks so much. Says gin sucks, Adam. Nasty ass car freshener flavored shit.
Holy shit.
Well,
wow.
There you
J-Mac's
go.
out for blood.
There you
Holy
go.
shit.
I guess I passed. Yeah. No.
I guess you got, if you like your guys' roofie drinks, I'm talking about the Alpha Chad drink.
I mean, I told you I used to drink. I used to literally, before I even drank beer, I just drank whiskey shots. That was like the only thing I would drink.
Whiskey shots, huh?
Yes, whiskey shots. And
Scotch?
then I finally developed a taste for beer, and I was like, "This is
Scotch
so much
or
better
whiskey?
It was Jack Daniel's whiskey. Usually.
Oh, okay. I don't think that's Scotch.
No, it's not.
I think Scotch is a type of whiskey.
It is. Yeah. And then the other drink that we used to drink in college that I would drink, but I fucking hated it, but people had it, was Goldschlager. It was disgusting. For some reason, everyone had Goldschlager when I was in college. It was so gross, but you know,
Goldschlager, that licorice fucking.
Oh God,
I know.
This was so foul. Oh,
look, it's got real gold flakes in it.
Yeah.
I don't give a. Oh my God, look at this.
Fucking peppermint schnapps or whatever.
The poll is at exactly 50-50.
Oh wow, that's impressive.
At 874 votes.
Yeah, look
50-50. How is that even possible?
Right. That's impressive.
That's crazy.
That's pretty impressive.
What's more important for a candidate? Alpha Chad energy or good policies? Look at this.
That's
the
good.
audience is conflicted.
I know. Look at that.
What did you pick? Alpha Chad energy? I picked good policies, obviously.
I mean, I can't pick anything. The person makes the
oh, you're right.
choose, so.
Yeah, that sucks. Log into your other account. Pick one.
Goldschlager is cinnamon flavored. You're thinking of Jägermeister. I'm probably thinking of both. Whatever, they're both disgusting. We had both of them. Goldschlagers that had the little gold flakes in it. I do remember that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're right. Jägermeister is licorice. You're right. Goldschlager. Yeah. Goldschlager's cinnamon schnapps.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're both oh God. Both disgusting. I was like, what is this?
M8666 says, where's my comic, Adam? Are you in the United States? I have like 500 comics ready to go out, all to US people tomorrow. So
right.
You could be in that 500 batch.
You could be.
Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross for $10 says gin martinis are top level drinks. JMax spreads lies. Wow.
Gin and look at this. Obviously,
gin martini. I've never had a gin martini. I've had a gin and tonic.
Okay.
And I had some drink. I don't remember what it was because I remember I looked up. I was like, what the fuck is in gin? I had some drink somewhere and I was like, this is disgusting. And I looked it up. I'm like, juniper berries? What the fuck is that?
Normally, you don't call them a martini a gin martini because a martini is with gin.
Is it just a martini?
Yeah.
Oh. I don't think I've had just a normal martini. So yeah, no, I've never had just straight up.
I think it's vermouth and gin.
It's gin and vermouth, yes.
And then there's vodka martini, which is like a martini but with vodka. You're not sipping on gin and juice?
Vodka's
laid back.
Fuck it. Vodka is like so gross. I don't know what.
Sammy G says Sitch is a lightweight. 3 drinks. What's this? Hold on.
3 drinks in the dress is possible. Changed my mind.
3 drinks in the dress is possible. Wow. Oh wow.
She wishes. She's always Sammy's always trying to apply alcohol into me, try to get me to do untoward, unchristian-like things. Okay, degenerate things.
Sammy, if you tweet out a picture of Sitch in the dress, I'll retweet it. We'll get this. Just send it to me. I can bring it up on the live stream.
The very abusive relationship. She's always trying to get me drunk and take advantage of me.
Yeah, that's what we're all trying to do.
Oh, okay. Okay.
That'd be great.
JMac for $20, thanks so much, says, do I wear a low cut shirt in the Eris wig next time you guys have me on? Yeah, definitely, obviously.
Oh my God. Can you do that hiss for us too?
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. They so want it. They so want it for philosophy too. It's so interesting because YouTube is exactly the same dynamic as my generation had with the indie bands. Like you'd get a band and you're like, oh my God, this band is like, nobody likes this band. This band is not famous yet, but I'm an early adopter. I love this band.
Mm-hmm.
And then your band blows up and it's like they're international superstars. That's what people want with YouTubers as well. So everybody is like, oh, Philosophy Tube. Oh my God. I subscribed to Philosophy Tube when the channel was 100 subscribers. I am like so close to the pinnacle of king. First early adopter. And now they're in a huge Star Wars production. They're in the House of the Dragon.
Right.
Yep. All their shows got canceled. They did a short. Now they're talking about acting like a snake on their YouTube channel.
Very strange.
Yeah, it's weird.
Lives and Does Wall specifically for 2 hours says, what about bourbon? Do you like bourbon? Yeah, I remember we drink.
Yeah, I like
we
some
would
bourbon.
drink the old Jim Beam back in the day. Actually, I remember there was a pretty good, I don't have forever, but I remember liking, there was like a vanilla Jim Beam. That was pretty good. But it's been a while. J-Mac for $20, thanks so much, says, I'm a better actor than Philosophy Tube. And that's a fact. That is true. That's true.
Yeah. Obvious. Anyone is a better actor.
Wow, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. Let me go top.
That's so funny.
And I forget. I was watching some video. In the middle of the video, they like cut for an ad to like buy some kind of enzyme or like something you're supposed to take before you drink that's supposed to prevent you from like getting hungover.
Yeah, did those work? I was curious if they do.
I have no clue if it works or not, but
I should try one of those. I never drink. I don't even drink beer anymore.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I want to stay young forever, Sitch.
Oh, okay. That's fair.
It's poison.
Okay.
Yeah, alcohol's not good for you. Have you ever worked as a bartender?
No.
No.
I have not. See a lot of old people coming in? Is that what you're saying? A lot of people look old?
No, I'm just saying. I was curious, like I worked as a bartender, so
I know you did.
I've obviously associated with a lot of complete drunks.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, what's your opinion on isopropyl? Tasty. Well, I don't know. Adam said he likes the smell of rubbing alcohol, so I guess he's on the isopropyl train.
You don't like the smell of rubbing alcohol?
No, it smells like ass. What's wrong with you?
It doesn't.
Are you trolling me? I cannot tell if I'm being like trolled.
Now I know you've never gotten to butt sniffing because it doesn't smell like ass at all. It smells nothing like ass.
That rubbing alcohol, you honestly like the smell of rubbing alcohol?
Yes.
It's so, why? It's so weird. It smells horrible.
Love it.
I don't know. It's fucking weird. It smell like I know they put something like in gasoline that makes it smell
I
good,
had some here. Jeez, I would just take a whiff now. Get
Terrible.
my fill. Supposed to be bad for your brain cells, but
I bet it is. I bet it is.
Yeah. God, I wish I had some sake.
Okay.
I might get some sake after this live stream.
Here's my question. Maybe someone in the chat will know the
Mhm.
answer to this. I was mad about this.
Can smelling rubbing alcohol kill you? No, it can't.
Probably.
Sitch. I've
That's not
done
the
it. I've
question.
been doing it for years. Okay.
Yeah. Adam is fucking taking whiffer shots of fucking rubbing alcohol.
Never.
Fucking
It
weird.
always makes me feel good. A little lightheaded, but
Yeah, exactly. No, that's not what I was gonna ask. I remember. So whenever I go to the doctor's office, they would use this hand soap that has like a specific smell to it, and it was like a good smell. And one time I was in a restaurant, and I was in the bathroom, and I was using the soap, and it had that smell. I was like, oh my God. And so I took a picture of the bottle, thinking I'm some kind of super genius. I'm like, I'm going to get this smell
okay.
on the soap. And then
It's like Hawaiian.
And it's funny, and I tell Sammy this, and it's funny because when I go to tell her this, I'm like, she's gonna think I'm crazy. She doesn't know no clue what I'm talking about. She instantly knows what I'm talking about. She's like, oh yes, I know that exact smell. I love that smell.
Lavender? What is it?
I don't know. I don't know
Kill
what
the
makes the smell.
suspense here.
I don't know what makes the smell.
What's it called?
I don't know. This is why I'm asking chat.
Bring the picture up.
So wait, okay. So I bring up the picture and I'm all excited. I'm like, I'm such a big fucking brain genius. I took a picture of the soap. And then Sammy looks at the picture and she's like, that's not a picture. She's like, that's not the name of the soap. That's the name of the soap bottle. And I said, what? And we look it up and it's just the fucking generic name of like the soap bottles you buy off Amazon. I was like, no. So so I don't know what the name of it is. That's why I'm asking chat. Okay.
Well, you got to describe the smell then. Did it smell like rubbing alcohol or ass? It
smells like the smell of soap in the doctor's office. I don't know what it looks like. It looks like
that's
soap.
Rubbing alcohol. That's rubbing alcohol.
It's not the
that's
smell
literally
of
rubbing alcohol.
Okay.
Oh my God. I can't believe it. How does no one in the chat
know what this smell is? It's the same. They all use the same smell.
Your favorite smell is rubbing alcohol.
It's not. You're crazy.
After making fun of me, your smell is isopropic.
It's okay. You're crazy. Is it pink? I don't know what color it is. I don't think I don't know. Memes Brand Jar says, Sitch, if it's pink soap, it's almond scented. I'll check
I like
that
the
out.
pear.
I don't know if that's
I like
the
the
case.
pear scented hand wash. That's some good stuff.
It's not citrusy. I don't know what it is. It's like very unique. It has some kind of like antiseptic kind of scent to it. It does not smell like rubbing alcohol. Okay. I've never thought about almond scented soap.
All right. Let's
anyway. Guys aren't helping here. No one knows the
Woofie for $5. I think I may need 500 cigarettes for this one. Jon Stewart makes me hurt. Look, I feel you. I didn't pre-watch this one because I just knew, oh God, it's going to be painful.
It's not aloe vera. I know what aloe vera smells like. It's not aloe vera. That's not the answer.
Plus 500 cigarettes was a pretty good movie. Did you like 500 cigarettes?
I've never even heard of that.
It's been a while since I've seen it, so I'm hesitant to say it's great. I think it was the first movie that Dave Chappelle was in. And I think Dave Chappelle is actually great in 500 Cigarettes. So is Elvis Costello, but
Ibiclins surgical soap? Maybe.
Black Hat 0061 for 36 months says, hey, that comic was pretty dang good. Oh my God.
Wow, look at that.
It's our very first review. Some of the backgrounds are crazy impressive. Congrats on launching once again. S-Class. Oh, you got to read that part. Ooh.
S-Class is the best class.
Well, thanks.
Well, listen, you got to give Adam big ups for the drawings.
Yes. And I'm glad you like the story. So that's good. Zero for $5 says, Adam, just wanted to say thank you. I got the shipping info for the comic. Also, Brianna Wu killed at DebateCon today. Might be worth watching. Oh, okay. Interesting.
I'll check it out.
Yes. Sweet.
Jack Spades for 34 months. Thanks so much. Is breaking. Ian Miles Chong reported inconsolable after finding out that he was not the one Elon impregnated. True.
Oh,
That's a good point. That's a great point. I bet you he's just sobbing to Elon like, how could you choose Ashley over me? Okay.
Well, we don't know because obviously some of Elon's semen could have been transported by Ian Miles Chong
directly by his mouth. Yes, that would make sense. That I would believe that.
To Ashley Sinclair. So
right.
He could have actually been instrumental in this whole artificial insemination part.
That's a great point. Yeah.
I mean, he would have had to stay in the other room while he deposited this into some kind of receptacle.
No, he put it directly in his mouth. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but then he'd spit it into something and give it to her. Look.
Right.
Ashley's not going to.
Yeah, she's not that kind of woman.
Chong.
Right, anywhere near there. Sure. Okala, thanks so much for 27 months of discipline equals freedom. Says comics arrived. Oh, comics arrived yesterday. Great work, Adam. Man, these comics sure will look good with some Supervillains Anonymous vinyls. Oh, look at that.
Nice. What's a vinyl?
Like the little like figures.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Joey Hollywood Films for $5 says I'll have to catch the VOD because today's my birthday. Well, happy birthday. Hope you have a great stream. Sitch, what's your favorite Star Trek episode or movie?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Jesus Christ. It's my favorite episode of Star Trek. I don't know. That's hard because just like there's a lot.
I mean, the Borg is probably. I mean, the Borg is pretty good. Was the Borg 2 episodes though? Does that count? I believe it was a 2-parter.
You're talking there's the 2-parter in Next
the original
Gen.
Borg one.
Yeah. Well, that's not the original Borg are in the first episode, I think. But they come back. You're thinking of when Picard gets turned into a Borg. Which is a good episode.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a good episode.
Yeah.
Right. No, I don't know. I'm more partial to Deep Space Nine. I don't know what episode specifically, but I'm sure there's some Deep Space Nine episode that I would.
It's like sacrilege to even say.
Nah.
You're saying Picard turns Borg episode is not as good as Deep Space Nine? Is that the first season of The Next Generation?
No, I think it was season 3 or 4.
There you go.
Or something. It's a good episode. I like that episode.
Yeah. The Borg had the cultural impact.
They did.
Everyone knows that episode.
Yes. No one knows or cares about DS9 except for other Star Trek fans.
There was one with some kind of crystalline entity.
That episode was lame. Yes.
That I think might be the cringiest Star Trek The Next Generation ever.
No. You're wrong. The cringiest Star Trek The Generation episode was the episode where there's like a planet of black people and they kidnap Tasha Yar, the white blonde lady, because he wants to marry her.
Oh, wow.
And then they have to fight on a jungle gym. She has to fight, and then his like queen gets jealous, and so Tasha Yar has to put on this like super lame looking. It basically looks like the little pirate like hand hook things you put over your arm as like a child. Imagine that, but it has like a ball with spikes at the end. It looks really goofy. If you could find a picture of this, it looks so retarded.
Yeah, I was gonna look.
Oh my god! If you
Tasha Yar kidnapped.
Tasha Yar like jungle gym fight maybe.
Oh my goodness!
Is like so. It's so awful. It looks fucking hilariously bad. So.
Well, look, there's a lot of representation in this episode. That's for sure.
And then there's like a pretty cringy episode where like they go to some planet and the genders are reversed, sort of. So like the women are more the dominant one, and she's like all enamored with, number 2 because she's like, oh, you're like a man, but you act like a woman. I was like, oh my god, it's cringe.
That sounds funny.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've seen all of
the Q episodes in Next Generation were always pretty good, except for the first one.
Yeah.
Were all pretty solid episodes.
Q was great.
Actually, I
take it. Definitely a great character.
I take it back. I think if I were to like lay it out, I think even though I like Deep Space Nine as a whole more than Next Generation, I think Next Generation probably has better like singular episodes to it.
Yeah, look, Next Generation. A lot of episodes were really good. A lot of episodes were cringy, though.
DS9 had a lot of shitty episodes, unfortunately.
I never got into DS9, so.
No. Anyways. I read that one. Lucy Lundbug, thanks so much for the 5 gifted memberships.
Woo-woo!
Metalworks 41190 for $2 says, what if he undermines Congress's authority? Is that okay?
How? I mean, I would have to know. I'd have to know how undermines Congress's authority. I mean, I read all the stuff about the executive orders, so I think there might be a crisis of authority in Congress. I mean, I think a lot of people in Congress, they don't want to take the political heat for doing things, so they're just fine with Trump doing things through executive orders. So things can get done, but they don't have to face the political ramifications of those things if they turn out horrible.
Mm-hmm.
So is that really undermining Congress's authority if Congress is kind of ceding their authority to the president? I mean, the Democrats will obviously spin that way. They'll be like, oh my God, this is fucking terrible. But at the same time, I mean, like I read the thing, Obama did a bunch of executive, look, all the presidents do executive orders. What's your take, Sitch?
I mean, it's my same take I had. Executive orders aren't the issue. It's executive orders that cede authority away from the legislative branch.
Oh, so you agree with the Betel Works then?
If it, I don't think it's good to do. Well, he just asked a question.
Right.
No, I don't think one of the branches of government should be taking the other branches of government's powers away.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a fan of that.
Mm.
Even if I agree with the policy. Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadians says, quote, no act of the president, however necessary to the preservation of the Union, can be in violation of the Constitution. Abraham Lincoln. Well, it's a little ironic that he said that.
Wow. That's why they called him a tyrant.
But,
look at that.
Right. Right.
Oh, wait, no, he's basically saying he can't violate the law.
He's saying the opposite. Yeah.
Right. You're right.
But I'm saying it's ironic because, he's the whole suspend habeas corpus thing. But no, I do agree with that.
Well, that's good. That's a good quote. You should tweet that at Trump. Say, listen, buddy, you're always comparing yourself to Abraham Lincoln.
There you go. Lincoln said the opposite, right? El Caliso.
Uh-oh.
What?
Let's chat. I see it coming. Someone's coming for me. Here we go.
Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadians says, no. Oh, I read that one. El Caliso for 20 months says, Adam is guilty of short people shaming. Someone who's 5'7" can totally become president. This is why S-Class is best class.
Adam, you bigot.
Bigot. What is this even in reference to? Who were you short shaming?
I was short shaming Jon Stewart.
Oh.
Jon Stewart is only 5'7".
Really?
Yeah. I was looking for a picture, that picture of Robert Wright standing next to Bill Clinton. And I was going to say, this is what the first presidential debate is like with Jon Stewart and J.D. Vance. Because J.D. Vance is like 6'2", so he's going to tower over Jon Stewart.
Forrest for $5 says, so is there any situation which you feel the judiciary can act unconstitutionally? What if a lower court attempts to block a legitimate executive action? Well, obviously, a judiciary can act unconstitutionally, sure. Any branch can act unconstitutionally.
But that's what appeals are for, right?
Right. Yeah, it's a little bit stickier if it's like the Supreme Court, because they're the ones that are the arbiters of what is constitutional and not. But if a lower court attempts to block a legitimate executive action, that's what the court's for. Yeah, you go through the court system to fix to solve it. It's the same way. It's like, oh, if the police wrongly arrest you, you don't get to punch the police. You have to go through the courts to solve the problem. So
just run.
There you go. Luke W for 20 months says, comic book ETA, 1 day, 19 hours, 28 minutes. Can't wait to see how amazing the story is.
Nice.
There you go. Are you waiting? Do you have it for 1 day? Or
Look, be honest.
Are you waiting to get it shipped for 1 day?
If you don't like the story, you can be. We're big boys. We can take it. So
right. That's true.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, honestly, I don't know what the Democrats are anymore. Yeah.
I don't either, honestly. Yeah, I'm not sure.
They really don't like Republicans. I know that.
They don't know what they are.
The Republican opposition.
Ginger Prime for 5 Aussie bucks says the demographic that saw saving democracy as their biggest issue went to Trump by 5 points. People obviously saw the case against him as a bigger threat to democracy. I'm skeptical. I think it was just. I know you're referring to like whatever that poll was, but I think it's just people were not swayed. Most people were not swayed because of the people who are like in the middle or in the left were not swayed. That were like the political normies because they're like, well, they like went through Trump being president already, and they didn't see like the country fall apart. So that's what they think of when they say the threat to democracy. So that's why I don't think a lot of that stuff was particularly effective to them. Where the people that are more more likely to vote for Trump all were in pretty significant lockstep about believing that, the cases were all evil lawfare against Trump.
I mean, you can make an argument that the weaponization of the justice system is a threat to democracy.
Of course it is.
So you can vote for Trump because you see the Democrats as a threat to democracy.
Yeah, but it's only if you were to it's only if you believe that all the cases against Trump were fake.
Well, I mean, if you could think enough of them were, that there should be zero, right? There should be zero cases that are just drummed up for bullshit reasons.
Well, of course, everyone's going to think that, sure. Right? But people are going to disagree on which cases are the real cases.
Right.
If any. Right? So everyone's going to have their different opinion on that, on how to categorize that.
Most people will think any cases, if the justice system is throwing any cases at people unfairly, that's a threat to democracy.
Yeah, but the way that you're phrasing this doesn't make sense to me. Like, if you're like, okay, if the New York, I mean, I know that most people are normies. They're not going to conceptualize like the state courts versus the federal courts as different entities, even though they are. But if you say like, okay, well, the Stormy Daniels case and the New York cases, the tax cases were bullshit. And so you could say those are lawfare. I agree. 100% lawfare, completely unjust, bullshit, right? But then it's like, okay, well, the fake electors case, that's not bullshit, right? So should you just say, well, because the cases in New York were bullshit, suddenly that means Trump skates on the other cases? It's not that I'm going to vote for him because there's a threat to democracy that New York tried to hit him with a fine, even though he tried to do the fake elector scheme, which is like 1,000 times worse than any fine imposed on someone.
I mean, you're saying there's a threat to democracy on both sides.
Right. I'm saying the way you framed it was like,
which is the least threat to democracy.
No, I'm saying the way you framed it like, oh, well, if you believe any of the cases are bad, then it's a threat to democracy, and it's automatically defaults to you have to vote
I didn't
for
say
Trump.
that. I didn't say that.
Well, in the context of the super chat, that's what I thought you were saying.
Certain people will believe. Well, I guess most people will believe, like, if there's a weaponized justice system, that's a threat to democracy.
Of course, everyone's going to agree with that. Sure.
Yeah. Yes. So, but it doesn't matter, like, which you mix and match cases. I mean, if any case is unfair. Anyway,
listen, we can take the bold stances of being against unfair cases. Okay.
Yeah, look, unfair cases shouldn't exist. They're a threat to democracy.
There you go.
But look, I don't necessarily know that the Trump administration is not going to start throwing out some unfair cases here. I don't know how you feel about that. You probably think they're on the cusp of that.
Well, they already have. I mean, he's suing the fucking seltzer pole lady.
Well,
how's that not lawfare?
I mean, you could argue that it's lawfare, but
I mean, I think it very clearly is. He's suing someone because they had a poll he didn't like.
It's different if a prosecutor goes after somebody than if just like anybody can sue anybody. So if just Trump is suing the poll lady, that's different than if some prosecutor goes after somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, there is a different. It is different if a private citizen is suing someone versus
some other private
state.
Citizen. Yeah, exactly.
Right. I agree with that. But you also have to consider, okay, it's different if there's a very rich person who can basically drown someone in legal fees.
No,
Right.
that's part of
That's
the
very
equation
different.
too. But
And then
look, if
also,
Pam Bondi goes after the pollster, then
Right.
like you're on solid ground.
But then, well, I don't know. They're going after CNN, aren't they? Or is that a private? I don't know. Is that private or is that government? I have no clue what the fuck. And this is where it gets even murkier. Is like, okay, Donald Trump tried to sue the seltzer lady privately, but he's also the president. So that kind of complicates the matter more.
Yeah.
Zero for $5 says Emperor Trump memes are hilarious, but I don't take them seriously. However, I think my recently passed grandmother would love to have Trump's babies. Wow. Well, there you go.
Wow. Big Trump fan.
Forrest for $5 says Dems like Psaki don't hate woke. They just think you shouldn't say it out loud because the pros hate it. Keep on keeping, but change the vocabulary. That's how it kind of comes across.
Totally.
Or she just doesn't give a fuck either way. She just wants to win. Maybe she never cared about any of it. I don't know. But it's not in a position I endorse either way.
Doesn't look good optically. It's not good.
I don't think it's good morally.
Substantively, yeah.
Right, yeah, either. So
substantively, it's bad as well. Yeah. It's probably why it looks bad optically, right?
Yes, that is why it looks bad optically. It's true.
It's like serial killing. Looks bad optically.
Right.
Probably because it's so morally repugnant.
Right. It's like,
cannibalism.
Like pedophilia looks bad optically. It's like, yeah, well, there's a reason for that.
Yeah. Come on, we've been streaming for like 6 hours here. Almost 7 hours.
Selic S for 10 Aussie bucks says the things you guys don't seem to get is that the left decided to attack the child-parent bond by pushing trans ideology. As a father, I'd rather support MAGA than this, and I don't even like Trump. I mean, we've talked about that a lot in the past. So I get that. Well,
if only Democrats would get this. That's the thing Democrats keep missing. They're like, this doesn't affect you as a father, okay? Let us trans your kid.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about that in the past. I definitely think that's part of the gender, the gender ideology, the gender theory ideology, the queer theory ideology. That's what I'm looking for. Queer theory is to dissolve the bonds between parent and child in a really psychotic socialist way. I would be curious. I don't know how many people there are out there that would be single issue voters on that, though, in America. I'm not sure to answer that question.
Well, a lot of people with kids, I'm certain, would be.
No, I'm not certain.
Really?
Most people, I mean, so many parents were like fucking completely gaslit on the trans issue. So I'm like, to even be susceptible to not being gaslit, I wonder how.
Oh, you mean they just buy into the trans shit?
Of course. Yeah.
Oh, I don't think so.
Of course. A lot of people did.
Matt
Geddes, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Anonymous Cow for $10 says the robber barons are looting the treasury. Elon Musk illegally hacked U.S. servers. They cut Social Security and welfare. Those are legit takes from Kyle. He and Crystal have radicalized each other.
Oh my God. I was like, what? Did this really happen? Should I be afraid?
I think it was the people that keep screaming that like Elon Musk is hacking the treasury, I think is obnoxious. You're right. It is weird. It is definitely weird to see that dynamic happen. You're completely correct. They did radicalize each other.
So, oh my God.
Which is too bad because I think that they can have, when they're not like in that frame of mind, they can have good analysis of things.
Sitch, good policies has pulled ahead to 51%.
Oh my God. Good policies are defeating alpha chat energy. This is shocking. What a shocking
I know.
thing.
Look at this. You were wrong all along.
There you go. No, listen, we have a very, our audience is not indicative of the general population, Adam. You have to understand that.
Okay? Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
No, our audience is like.
Our audience is a perfect sample of the general population.
You're so wrong. Our audience is way more big brain than the average person.
Well, I believe you on that part.
Yeah, see? There you go.
Let's see. Malcolm something.
My thing either crash and reload it.
Malcolm McKay. Well, let me see if I can.
Matt Getty, thanks so much for joining the Free Wool Seekers. Malcolm McKee for 5 Canadian says progressives went through a rebrand already to avoid association with eugenics after World War II. Back then, they pretended they were liberal the whole time. Yes, and they're going to try to rebrand again. Those fucking degenerates.
They keep rebranding.
I know.
Why can't they just be smart and come up with some good policies?
Liz and Deswald specifically for 21 months says, are you two going to special stream when all the conspiracy files drop? JFK, MLK, Epstein might be worth going over. Definitely.
Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about that stuff. Yes. For sure.
Gilbert for $5 is mad and says, Sitch displaying his institutional brain rot. Well, thank you for the
once again.
Very,
oh my God.
The very informative take. But thank you for $5. Lethal Strain for $10 says Taco Bell was originally a hamburger restaurant. McDonald's came to town. The owner took his hamburger recipe and made it into tacos. That's why its slogan is "Think outside the bun." Wow, I didn't know that. That's very interesting. Good for him.
That's awesome. And I haven't had some good Mexican food in a long time.
When did they get rid of the little dog?
I need to go to Taco Bell.
Did they get rid of the dog?
Taco Bell.
Did they get rid of the dog for like woke reasons, or like this dog is offensive to Mexicans?
The Chihuahua?
The little Chihuahua that used to say, Yo quiero Taco Bell. Remember? That was like a huge thing when I was like a small kid.
Everyone
oh
had
my God,
dog.
it's the little Chihuahua. Yo quiero Taco Bell. Everyone loved that shit.
Oh, yeah.
It's gone. It's gone forever.
Sad.
Where did that dog go?
Probably died. Dogs don't live that long.
Well, that's true. Our league for $5 says FBI background checks are a joke. I expected being interviewed in a small room with a polygraph test, but didn't even get a phone call and passed. Well, little did you know, our league, that's because they hacked into all your internet records and they looked through everything. So they didn't need to do all the polygraph tests. Janimus Prime for 2 Aussie bucks says, Sitch, how do you square your love of norms and FRD? Well, I'm assuming you're going to be, I assume you mean FDR. But no, it's funny because like
Roosevelt Delano,
all that stuff, that's part of why I say the FDR thing is a very tongue-in-cheek way. Because I know it triggers people on the right. Because people on the right say, oh my God, how dare you? FDR, basically did all these norm violating things. And now those same people are like, Donald Trump is the God Emperor and I love him. So to answer your question, I actually don't. It actually made me think, really actually made me lose a lot of favor with FDR was the fact that he did a bunch of shady shit that I don't appreciate. So, but that being said, I do believe that most of the New Deal stuff was passed through legislation. I don't think it wasn't done by executive order. It was done through legislation. It did go to Congress and, strong arm Congress into passing laws, which is what you're supposed to as president.
I mean, he did 2,700 executive orders, but I don't.
Yeah, but those which did those
did
create?
Social Security start off as an executive order? That would be a good question.
I don't know the answer.
Right?
I don't think it did. I don't know the answer to that question. Alexander for $5 says Trump's first term, when he complained about how we, quote, didn't even get the oil, puts weight behind his, we want security on the money we give to Ukraine.
Right.
Yes. Old School for 26 months says Sitch, the one prosecutor, was not part of the Federalist Society. She spoke at a Federalist Society event. Her conservatism has been way oversold. Well, what are you basing that off of?
This is a prosecutor that resigned in a huff
there was
over
like 6
the Eric Adams thing.
I mean, this is a person, they wrote a Wall Street Journal opinion article shitting on Biden for all the pardons he gave. So
is it okay if they pause the investigation and help him get Eric Adams to help clean up New York City and then completely throw the book at him?
That would be kind of funny.
Well, look, I mean, that's what you want, right?
I don't think that's going to happen, but
that would be the morally correct thing to do.
Well, I guess I'm going to ask Old School, what are you basing this off of? I haven't seen, first of all, everything. I mean, this is a person who, she literally fucking clerked for Scalia, didn't she? Yeah, she clerked for Justice Anton Scalia. So
he's like the right-wing justice.
Yeah, like what?
They cried when Scalia died. They were like, holy fucking shit.
She wrote an article for the Federalist Society about some other judge that she clerked for. She's referencing Oh my God. She's referencing the bell curve in this positively in this article, which we all know that is foreboding in left-wing circumstances. There's like this super obnoxious thing where it's like anyone that speaks ill against Trump automatically becomes a rhino through the lens of sort of that mentality. So I never expected that. Do you remember there's so many people that complain endlessly about Eric Adams? Do you remember this? Like, oh my God, remember when he ran, they're like, oh, he's going to change the laws. He's going to make crime legal. Remember this? Remember when we
No,
went over all
but
this stuff? Oh, Eric
I'll
Adams,
take your
he's
word for it.
changing the crime. Remember he's making, he's going to make it so he's going to drop a bunch of crimes into misdemeanors. He's going to make crime legal. He's allowing New York to go totally crazy.
DA.
Right.
He's the mayor though, right?
Yes. Because at first they're like, oh, Eric Adams used to be a cop. He's going to be tough on crime. And all the Republicans like, no. He wants to make everything misdemeanors. He's a bad person, blah, 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 blah. There's endless complaining about Eric Adams being this fucking horrible mayor. And then when he gets hit with corruption charges, they're like, aha, see, we told you he's super corrupt mayor. And then it's like, oh, he's going to get pardoned by Trump. Suddenly people are like, well, maybe maybe he was actually based the whole time. It's like, oh God, it's just the most obvious thing on the planet. What's going on here?
Oh yeah, totally.
So
like, now he's our guy. We got to protect him.
Okay. Right.
I just think it's interesting if they use him to clean up the immigration stuff, right?
Right.
It's even funnier if he's a hardcore progressive.
Well, supposedly,
like,
I don't even
they're
think
done. They're like, throw the book at him.
I read some article about it. It's not. I don't even think it's up to him. I think it's actually Kathy Hochul who was, it was Kathy Hochul or there's like not even the mayor. It was like some weird council makes this determination, which sounds fuck to me in the first place. But
right.
So I'm sorry, you're right. He didn't get pardoned. They paused prosecuting him to see if he'll do if he'll do what Trump wants him to do. Right, you're correct. He wasn't pardoned. He was temporarily paused.
Did you say
do a quid pro quo?
Pardoned?
That's definitely not. I did. They paused to do a quid pro quo in order to not. And even though they said this is not a quid pro quo, which obviously a quid pro quo, but
I mean, look, I don't know if you read that letter, but I think it pretty much spelled out
that it was in fact
quid pro quo.
Yes,
exactly.
No, it's funny because
the letter's like he needs to help us with immigration, so we need to kind of put this on hold so we can focus on more important, more pressing issues for the city.
It is literally the most blatantly, explicitly corrupt quid pro quo of fucking all time, and no one cares. It's fine, no one cares.
But if he well, people care. Obviously, a lot of people are losing their shit over this. I think
people on the right don't care. The Trump loyalists.
Some people on the right do care, but some people don't. A lot of people don't. I just it's a pause because then you get him to like if you just came out and pardoned him, like he could say "fuck you," right?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You have to try to convince the action that you
got to hold the handcuffs up. Look, Eric.
Well, listen, I mean, talk about the corruption of Eric Adams. He's the one supposedly that reached out to the Trump team first. He was like,
because he knew he was guilty.
He's like, I have an idea. Like, here's an idea. I'll do whatever you want if you help me out of this. And they're like, sure, we'll help you out of it. That sounds great.
Yeah. We want a big win in New York City.
I know. It's so silly.
I'm sure he told him about Letitia James and the other guy too, the other prosecutor. He's like, I got some dirt on these guys too. Weren't we reading super chats?
Yes.
Do you remember where we were?
Oh my God. I've made a person in chat so triggered that they're like, Sammy doesn't actually care about you, Sitch.
Really?
Yes. Imagine being so fucking triggered. That's hilarious. The Wooster for $10 says the system has been patronage since FDR, probably before. I think it was way before then. Whining about it being dishonest and whining about it is abjectly dishonest and deceptive. The rule is to the winner the spoils. Trump was not aware of this and got fucked his first term. I think that I'm surprised to hear you say it, Wooster. That's shockingly naive from you. Trump's entire perspective of the world is patronage and is quid pro quo. I am actually very surprised at what a shockingly naive take that is from you, Rooster, to think that Trump was not aware of that. So,
well, Trump was not aware of how to procure the spoils, though. That's
yes, that's a completely different question.
That's probably more what he means. Yeah.
Well, no, it's because there is patronage and there is quid pro quo, but it has to happen in a, or it wasn't have to, but the culture in Washington was it happens in a specific way. And basically he wanted it in a very blatant way, in a way that was very uncouth for most people in Washington. So, and actually, I mean, there is a level of things that were, again, I think, you know, you look at, what was his name? The Attorney General. Trump's first Attorney General, who you know, renounced himself from the Russia.
Jeff Sessions.
Jeff Sessions, right.
Jeff Sessions.
It is, I think it is untrue to look at it like the situation where like, oh, everyone is just so hyper corrupt. They're all just out for themselves, blah, blah, blah. Because it's like, well, why did Jeff Sessions recuse himself? Why did Comey refuse to do what Trump wanted? Right. There's so many. Why did Bill Barr, you know, quit? There's like so many times that people who you say, okay, this person would be very easily benefiting from, you know, basically just doing whatever Trump wants, and they just quit. Look at the lawyers in New York. I mean, that's not going to help their career. It's going to hurt their career for jumping out of this, for quitting in disgust from the situation.
Wooster doesn't imply that the patronage system is corrupt, though. I'm just saying that's the way it is. He doesn't imply that in the super chat.
He doesn't imply what?
That the patronage system is corrupt. That the quid pro quo system of politics is corrupt. I think it's innate.
Okay. No, what I'm saying is that there's a difference. There's different levels of patronage that can exist, and some of them can be corrupt.
Yeah, of course.
You agree with that, right? Okay. So.
Of course, yes. But a lot of people take that too far, and they think basically in an election, you're trading your vote for some policy prescription. So, but they think the enactment of that policy prescription is like some sort of patronage.
Well, if that's what you mean by patronage.
That's what people take too far sometimes.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, no, you expect to get. Look, probably the student loans thing is the best example of something that literally seems like patronage and was a policy prescription.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
The $25,000 to new home buyers. The business loans for Black people.
But we just have to. Okay. I really don't want to loop, and it's starting to get to that point. You have to draw a distinction between saying I'm doing a patronage for the voters who are voting for something, and I want specific loyalty from a person who I'm appointing to office to do whatever I say. These are very different things. You can't call them both patronage. These are different actions.
Okay.
Right? Do you agree with that? Do you understand that? Because you keep kind of saying that they're like the same thing, and I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Patronage.
Okay, you're tired.
No. I'm looking up the word because I think both those meanings apply, but obviously you're using them in different contexts. So
regardless, okay, if you understand those are two different concepts.
Yes, of course I do. Of course I do. But some people call just providing the policy prescription patronage.
Right, but okay. Ace for $5 says, how much money can I bet that Adam will say anyone critical or skeptical of Trump's approach to Russia has TDS?
$1,000. You can bet me $1,000 right now. Please, Ace, take the bet. $1,000.
Right. Brian for $5 says the most oil contracts given in Iraq during the war weren't even given to American companies, and most of them to China, Russia, and France. Wow. Bush, what were you doing? Really fucked up on that one. Jeez.
So patronage support or being a patron of a regular customer or client of when a politician gets in office in one of these third world countries, they typically dole out jobs to people that are their supporters, right? And they call that patronage, right?
Mm-hmm.
You supported me, now you get this cushy job.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is obviously the biggest form of, we think of that as corrupt just in its very nature.
Well, it's usually like, for example, be making someone like a diplomat to some, not scary country, right? You're going to be diplomat of France.
Yeah.
Or Canada or England, or something like that, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not really like, I'm going to make you in charge of the FBI so you can do whatever I say. That's not really thought of as like the reward position. That's thought of more of like the attack dog position.
I'm not sure that if you're thinking of patronage is like, I'm going to install someone into a position that is going to be my rubber stamp. I don't think that's really what the meaning of patronage is.
No, I'm saying that's my argument. You're making my argument.
Okay.
Patronage is when you reward someone.
You gift them something. Yes,
right.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So that's why when I say, look, if you're gifting someone student loan forgiveness, a lot of people think that's patronage.
Right. That's why I'm saying that don't conflate that with putting someone in a high level that you want to rubber stamp things, because they're very different. That's not patronage. It's a very different thing.
Did I ever say that? Well, I don't think I said that.
Okay. Well, that was the entire conversation. So maybe.
That was?
Yes.
Well, I wasn't using patronage in that context at all.
Okay. I'm glad. Lives in Des Walls for $5 says, what if we force Congress to vote on future budgets line by line and keep them locked in the building until they pass it like a Pope election? I like that. I do like that. I think they should also have to use the smoke system.
Mm-hmm.
Where they have to, do the little stupid smoke.
But it's got to be weed smoke.
There you go. There you go.
Cigarette smoke's not a good fragrance.
Forrest for $5 says, corrupt! The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was funded directly by the Fed, had zero oversight as an organization, instituted, SCOTUS declared their immunity from executive action unconstitutional in 2020. Well, I'm sure, Forrest, that you have an actual specific examples of something that the CFPB did that were wrong or evil or corrupt, and are not simply regurgitating talking points that you saw on the internet.
Weren't they? I thought the oversight was from the Fed.
But I would be happy if you or anyone can actually, because I sent this out on Twitter. I said, can someone provide me with the evil things that the CFPB did, and no one could provide anything whatsoever. But if you, Forrest, or anyone could actually provide to me the receipts for the evil things that they did, please send to me on Twitter and I'll be happy to look at it.
My understanding was there was a bunch of shit that other organizations were doing that they decided to bundle together and give to the CFPB. Like each organization had like a consumer type unit, and they were like, let's just put all the consumer units together. So now that the CFPB has been defunded, or it hasn't been destroyed, it's been paused. Let's be hopeful here. Now there is no consumer unit in all of these other regulatory bodies. So if you got in trouble with your bank or whatever, and you called one of the other regulatory bodies, they'd be like, oh, well, we don't handle consumer stuff anymore. Call the CFPB.
If the question is this one of oversight, it's not that they did anything bad or wrong that we know. I just don't like whatever organization has oversight over them. Which
They
I don't
did
know.
have oversight, though.
Right.
They literally have an oversight committee in Congress.
Well,
they had a meeting about it. You watched part of it. I watched part of it. Yeah,
you're right. Congress has oversight over the CFPB.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Okay.
We literally watched a 2-hour fucking talk about this from the oversight committee.
Right. So if their complaint is that they just want to be some federal agency as opposed to Congress, okay, then you could just complain about it, try to get first of all, you have to actually make an argument about why that matters, right? So it's actually not true to say they don't have oversight. But then if you wanted to, you could just change the organizational structure to have whatever oversight you want through Congress.
Remember the oversight committee that approved Pam Bondi? They kept, I can't remember, I think it's Grassley, kept complaining that the DOJ would never respond to his letters. Like, he's like, we're the fucking oversight committee. You never respond to our fucking letters.
Right.
All these committees, they have oversight over these various institutions. Like, the institutions can go rogue and be like, fuck you, we're not going to respond to you, right? Even the Fed chairman said, I respond to all inquiries. Sometimes I can't give you the information because the information is not in my purview to give, right? This idea that they have zero oversight. What the
Listen,
hell?
you defund the police, hippie fucks. Okay? If you want to defund the police, you better provide some receipts that the police did something wrong. Otherwise, F off.
Well, that's final.
I'm not in favor of defunding the police. Big Hoth, 98 for 10 euros, says, we are seeing it with Doge and we're just going to get reheated. Reaganism against populism isn't going to happen, but we'll get government cuts, deregulation, and tax cuts. That's definitely possible. It's definitely highly possible. Alex Wright for $5 says, I'd love to hear Jon Stewart or any of these delusional people talking about this and explain how they would pass a public option in this country. That would be interesting.
Yeah, they're
going to make a speech.
Yeah, I think that was part of Obama's problem. He thought the power of rhetoric. That's not how democracy works, bub.
Lives in Des Walt specifically for 2 hours says, I'll only eat the rich if she's hot. There you go.
Ooh, look at that.
Lethal Strand for 2 hours says, Hillary's dumb as reset button with Russia. Yes, it did not work.
Oh, that was, yeah.
Did not work.
That was great.
Alex for $5 says the ACA passed the House with 3 votes. 34 Dems and every Republican voted no. Yet he could have passed a public option where the public option people smoking. That was pretty shitty. But that's what I'm talking about. I think Obama was not competent enough. I don't think he had enough experience. I think Hillary, I don't know if they wanted to pass a public option, but theoretically, if Hillary was president in 2016 and she wanted a public option, in 2008, I think she could have figured out a way to make it happen.
She would have sold it. She would have been like, look, government writing a checkbook for all
I'm not talking about selling it. I think she had a machine, the Clinton machine that was in place to basically force Democrats to do the things that they wanted them to do.
Oh.
Effectively. And I don't think Obama knew how to navigate those oceans.
Right.
I don't think it's a question of giving speeches, but Obed for $5 says Democrats will always be like, quote, the Republicans were never as great as when they are losing.
True.
Yasuke Gigasaki for $5 says Robin Hood stole from the sheriff of Nottingham, aka the government, who taxed the population unjustly. It's basically a libertarian's wet dream.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Though it is a monarchy, so it's a little different, obviously. So
stole from the evil king.
Right. People didn't really have a voice.
I like it better now.
The taxation that they were living under. Living Dead Wall for 2 hours says, I vote entirely on vibes and I can't even read. Listen, that's the true chat energy right there. Okay.
Oh, it is.
Right.
What's a poll doing here? Let's see. Oh yeah, good policies, 51%. Let's see if we can get
50, not 51. Look at that.
Let's see if we can get that to 52, boys.
Right.
Let's stick it to Sitch on the good policies. He can go sleep off his chat energy somewhere else. There you go.
Got a bunch of betas.
His alpha chat energy. Beta good policies.
Yeah.
It's more like Sigma good policies, bro.
Go. Oh, okay. P Not for $5 says the approval rating for the Democrats are not low enough. I don't even know what they are. I'm assuming they're not good right now.
Pretty low. I think 30s.
Not surprising.
30%. cataracts are at 35.
Burger Danford Jar says, I just learned pterosaurs aren't dinosaurs. What? What are you talking about?
Impossible. They got sores in them.
So you're talking about the bird, right? The little, not the pterodactyl, but the pterosaurs. They're little bird guys. What do you mean they're not dinosaurs? What the fuck are they? What
Dinosaurs,
the fuck are they?
Dinosaurs are birds, so or
Well, no,
birds are
dinosaurs
dinosaurs.
became birds.
Right.
Or of like the animal lineage of dinosaurs evolved into animals that are now birds.
Let's look
A
at their
pterosaur is not considered a dinosaur because it has a distinct skeletal feature that differentiate it from dinosaurs.
Hmm.
Okay. Oh, that reminds me. How do you feel about putting barbecue sauce on shrimp?
Well, I'm not a big shrimp fan, so.
Well, I know that's right. You can't. How does chat feel about putting barbecue sauce on shrimp?
Okay. I don't. I'm against it.
I might have gotten to an extended, very contentious, very heated debate with one Sammy G about the legitimacy, the legacy, and the validity of putting barbecue sauce on shrimp. And just shrimp being included possibly in anything barbecue related at all. Okay. So I'm curious as to how people feel about all this.
I love barbecue sauce. I love barbecue, but just shrimp. I'm not a huge fan of shrimp, and I don't know. Maybe shrimp would be better with barbecue sauce. I don't know.
It's interesting. So Vanessa says against. Mr. Woodcroft says fine. General Ballsack says no problem. David Puff says I'm for it. Lucy Lemonbug says wrong. So we have a very, very, very clear sex distinction here so far. Right? The women are against it. The men are in favor of it.
Men love barbecue.
Oh, here we go. Zero Fuck says ew. Paladin says ew. Okay. Shrimp on the Barbie. Yeah, there you go. Okay, looks like more. Well,
grilled shrimp on the barbecue is much different than actually like barbecue sauce.
Shrimp from barbecue is good though. Okay, so it seems pretty contentious. You're going to jail. Okay, interesting. Sammy G says it's sacrilegious to put barbecue sauce on shrimp. And I did, and it tasted great. Okay.
Oh, you did this.
I did. I put the barbecue sauce on the shrimp taco.
What kind of shrimp?
Just like normal shrimp. It was in a shrimp, like not taco, like
on
it was in
a shrimp taco.
A shrimp soft
on a taco.
Yes.
Barbecue sauce in a taco.
Yes. It was delicious. Wait, you never had taco like with barbecue meat inside? It's really good.
Like barbecue chicken?
Anything. Just put in a taco.
I like al pastor, which is barbecue pork.
Okay. There you go. J-Mac for $10. His correction says, you're crazy, Sammy. Barbecue sauce can go on anything. Shrimp on the Barbie. It's in the phrase. There you go. See? Listen, I know what's up. Luke says, what is wrong with you, Sitch? What the fuck is wrong with you? You can't put barbecue sauce on a taco. Do you realize how offensive that is to the Latinx people?
That's funny.
There you go. And we deport Sitch. This is such a contentious topic. Okay. Anyways. Listening to Swap for $2 says that this episode, Sitch invents political string theory. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Wasn't string theory debunked?
I don't think it was debunked, but it basically the argument is that it basically put theoretical physics in like a hole that's never recovered from, right?
Oh, yeah, that's it. I think that's what he means.
Yeah. Hayden Dill for 31 months. Thanks so much. Discipline equals freedom says, listen, Sitch, you say policy doesn't matter. But once the Democrats are offering a policy, I read this one. This is a big booty Latinas. You know who's going to win. That is true. That's a good point.
What if it's done by executive order, Sitch?
Well, listen, I could be swayed by executive orders. I might have to rethink my stance.
Look at that.
A very horse for 30 months says, I don't know about the. Oh, the thing just crashed.
I don't know about the R's, but the Dems and the media have done things like journalist too often for me to believe they don't collude on messaging regularly. I did it. I made it to the end of the super chat.
You know what? That is true. That is true. There was the journalist stuff. That's a good point.
Yeah, don't they have like a big text group? They meet together and
I think
part of the
a
fun,
big text
right?
group, but
they jump in and they're like, we should attack them this way. We should do this constitutional crisis thing. That'll really get people scared. See if we can give some old people heart attacks.
Wait. Ace for $5, $7. Says, Sitch, check your DMs. I sent you something you should read on stream, and please don't skip over the super chat and end the stream. Okay, let me see here. What did you send me?
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. What? This is like 3 pages. What the fuck?
Did you get my last super chat?
Oh my god, this is long.
Send it to me.
Do you want to read this on the 3 pages on the stream?
You're reading super chats. I can glance through it.
Musk has been telling endless amounts of lies about U.S. aid. They are so grave they can only be explained by stupidity or malice. A book that both of you give reference to at great lengths in various episodes is Taylor's Handbook. I believe has given you an unfairly negative view of foreign aid at the time of writing this article. I haven't gotten the chance to read that book. However, by using ChatGPT, I was able to at least look at how this book talked about foreign aid. From my research about foreign aid, this book has a needly negative view of this venture. That's true. It does have a very negative view of foreign aid. It's in favor of the concept. It just has a negative view of the way it operates currently. According to ChatGPT, the Dictator's Handbook fails to mention foreign humanitarian aid, how much that has helped the world. You have to actually listen to the book to comment on that. But as you progress further through this write-up, you'll see how important this aid issue has been and how even those who are critical of foreign aid, such as William Easterly, was quoted in the New Yorker saying, quote, even if I like the idea of moving away from aid, I cannot condone this horrific way to go about it. This piece in the article further explains his attitude and the attacks on U.S. aid. Quote, even though many aid programs have failed to meet their objectives, Easterly went on, some of them have worked well, particularly in the area of public health. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that completely. I agree with that 100%. I'm sure there's tons of people that have been helped by foreign aid, even if there's problems with, the whole, some elements going to bad actors or some elements being totally wasted through like bullshit. Of course. Worse, this administration has given these orgs no time to help train these people to use the medical equipment and has left patients who are left in test clinical trials in dangerous situations. Okay. I don't think Adam's even listening, but
I am listening.
Okay.
It's very fascinating.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to jump in and say someone has TDS.
Right. Now I want to address
that was a joke. I hardly ever blame.
I want to
only Sam Harris.
I want to address Adam's concerns about U.S. aid funds concerning Politico and the Twitter post he made. Did you make some Twitter post about this?
Twitter, what's that?
The Politico. Oh, you made a post about the Politico subscriptions?
I don't remember.
Okay. In The Atlantic, Jonathan Chait goes over much of the problem with these conspiracies in the Politico witch hunt. However, before we get to this point, God, I'm just going to send this to Adam. I'm not going to read this. This is too long. Sorry.
Yeah, why didn't you just send it to me?
I'm just going to send it to Adam.
No, make Ace send it to me.
Okay. Ace, send it to Adam. He can read it.
Can we do the $1,000 bet?
There you go. Liz and Deswalls with it for $2 says, did you guys get good Ace's super chat? Yes. Thank you. I'll read it off stream. And then I'll tell Adam that he's wrong.
I'll have my computer read it to me, and I'll listen attentively. When I'm not on stream, having Sitch read to me, I have my computer read to me.
There you go.
Great.
See, Adam really, he's taken all of the streams and he put it through AI so he could basically generate like my voice.
Sitch's voice, I know.
Yeah.
I do have Sitch's voice on AI, but I would never use it.
It didn't come out. It came out
I know. Yeah. Sounds a little strange.
Okay. Dr. Dizzler just sent me a super long post as a troll. Thank you. Thank you.
Ace, make sure you send me a text. I don't want to see some sort of screen cap either.
It's like a Word document.
Oh, perfect.
Lethal Strain for $5 says Alpha Chat Energy is telling advisors to go fuck yourself. Fuck yourselves live to their faces. That's why people like Doge going with the vibe hypothesis. You are completely correct. You're 100% correct. That's
sad.
Totally true.
See, look, and I like policy. I'm like, wait a second here. We might need some of these cops you're firing.
You are completely correct. That's part of why people like Elon. Elon definitely has the go fuck yourself Alpha Chat energy. Yes. I mean, he's also kind of autistic, so it kind of conflicts with it, but no one's perfect. Azriel for 8 months says less Pete Buttigieg and Kamala Harris, more Alpha Chad energy. There you go.
Yeah.
A Very Dead Horse for $5 says, I voted for Alpha Chad energy, but we can't forget that some policies like Yeetus the Fetus transcend cults of personality. Can't wait to get the comic. Yes.
You will get it very soon.
Luzin Does Well specifically for $5 says Alpha Chat Energy sounds like it has 500 milligrams of caffeine and an affiliate program so you can chill it on your channel.
Yeah.
Listen,
definitely.
How is it possible? It has to be, right? There has to be someone out there that's shilling an energy drink supplement that's called Alpha Chat Energy. That has to be a thing already.
I know, it'd be perfect.
You need get
Sells
on it.
itself, right?
Get on it, Adam. Check the copyright. Lethal Strain for $2 says, Corey, I'm Spartacus Booker. LOL. Yes. I don't remember that. I remember that being a thing, but I don't remember what it was about. Listen, Des Waltz for $5 says the Joe Rogan of the left should have to UFC Joe Rogan Prime. Proceeds to go help build wells for the pygmies in the Congo. Oh, proceeds will go to that. Okay. I like that idea. It's a good idea. Neil John Stone for 19 months. Thanks so much. Says in college in 2004, we'd watch SNL and take a shot when no one laughed at a sketch. End of the show, we were hysterical trying to save our livers. There it is. There it is, baby. Ace for $5 says, after Trump's behavior in the Ukraine peace talks and how insane tweets not having a problem with this proves you're a part of the MAGA cult. There you go. Soldos for 26 months says, Sitch, you don't get to criticize the OnlyFans girl's technique. When a fan of the show managed to send the right DM to bag you, you are the OnlyFans success story. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Live in Deswell specifically for $2 says Spanish fly is highly toxic to chickens, apparently. Wow.
No way. Is that true? Holy shit.
Listen, you got to be careful.
We killed all of the chickens.
You got to be careful. Do not use Spanish fly to try to fuck a chicken. It will die. Okay.
Yeah, don't do that.
I read all these. Soldos for $5 says, Sitch, big news. Now that Trump has banned trans people from joining, you can dodge the next draft by doing your face reveal and the dress Sammy chose. Wow, listen. That's pretty smart, Soldoge. That's pretty smart. Now you're thinking with portals. I like it. I like it. The Whoop Man for 22 months. Thank you so much. Says, pray for us here in the frozen land of the Canadian prairies. It will be 40 degrees tomorrow night. That's a temperature Celsius and Fahrenheit can agree on. Really? Negative 40 degrees is the same. Wow. Interesting. That's fucking awful. God. How do you even 40? Exist? Negative 40? Oh my God. That's terrible. That's terrifying. You stay warm. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, if Congress authorizes the president to spend $1 million on something and he can get it for $300, is the president still obligated to spend $1 million? How much room does he have? I don't.
That's a good.
I don't know the answer to that
right
question.
there.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that.
That's question. A great question.
Right. And I don't know. Yeah, does the president have leeway if they can get the same thing for less money? Well, when it says like you have to spend $1 million on X, does it say you have to spend this on X, or does it just say you have to do X thing and here's your budget of $1 million? Like, I don't know how it's worded. Jonathan Smith for $5 says Trump is acting the same way FDR did. He kept passing orders that he knew were not constitutional, and laws forced SCOTUS to agree or he'd expand it. Well, that's the thing. I don't like the whole FDR expanding the court thing. So I don't think that's going to happen with Trump. Living does also for $5 says, what if we traded naming rights to the artist formerly known as the Gulf of Mexico for the Gulf of California? The latter is entirely by Mexico anyway. Ooh, that's a good. I like that.
That would be great. Turn the Gulf of California to the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
Yeah.
Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, I went to law school. What JD Vance said is correct. Mr. Ubercross, how dare you simp for JD Vance in such a stupid way? Come on.
Isn't
Mr.
he just
Ubercross.
telling you that you're wrong? You're incorrect?
No, but he's wrong. He's
Who is?
literally
Mr.
factually wrong.
Ubercross or
No, because
JD Vance?
No. Both.
What
I'm assuming
I don't even
that
know
what
what
Mr.
the
Ubercross is
disagreement
saying
over.
is because JD Vance at the end, at the end of his little tweet, he says, judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power, right?
Yeah.
Which is like, well, that's one of the things you go, well, that's technically true, but no one is denying that. The question is, what is legitimate power? That's what the judges rule on. That's what the Supreme Court rules on, is the determination of what is executive's legitimate power. So you get into this like kind of stupid conversation where you're like, well, what he said was technically true, even though everyone's like, okay, no one's talking about that. They're talking about what the point of the tweet that JD Vance put out, which actually was untrue, where he said if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal, which is untrue because there was all sorts of adjudications about judges ruling on things that the government and military was doing in military operations and saying, no, you have to do X, Y, Z. What you're doing is illegal. So it's just factually untrue. And I'm surprised that you're claiming otherwise. But then the part about legitimate power, the whole point of the tweet is not to say that obviously the judicial is not supposed to infringe on legitimate power, but they are supposed to determine what the legitimate power is. So,
yeah, but isn't that always, aren't you always able to appeal that all the way up to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court is the arbiter?
Yes. The Supreme Court says what is the legitimate power, of course.
Right. Yeah.
The Supreme Court comprised of judges.
Aren't they jurors on the Supreme Court?
Or justices. Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to call them. Yes. They're not jurors. They're justices.
Right. Well, they can call them jurors too.
Right.
Because they're like the jury deciding on.
Okay.
So are they judges?
They're judges.
Or are they justices?
They are judges.
Or are they jurors? Which are they?
They're all three.
I guess they do call them judges, huh? So, but anyway, these lower court judges, they can't really do shit.
No, they say this is wrong. And you're supposed to stop and freeze until it gets ruled out by the higher court.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, is it possible that judges could just be talking shit to slow shit down?
It's very possible, yeah.
What are you looking up?
What are you looking up?
Yes, Supreme Court justices are judges. They are considered federal judges and are appointed by the president, subject to confirmation by the Senate.
Yep. So you don't even get the technicality of like, well, technically, are they judges? I mean, I don't know.
All I wanted to do was go, well, actually.
Yeah, I know what you were doing. I know what you were doing. You're like, well,
for.
actually, are they? Technically, are they judges? I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm allowed to do a little trolling on the show.
Like, I'm glad.
That's fun for everyone.
Right.
But these lower court judges, I mean, they can piss up a rope. Jeez.
Okay. I mean, that's impressive.
Bring in the Supreme Court.
Okay. This is also for $2 says political changeling and Sitch and Adam opera.
Oh, that's pretty good. Is that the new name of the show?
That should be. Lives in does also for another $5 says you each have 3 presidents to pick for an MMA team fight. You can't choose duplicates. Who do you pick? We could poll to determine the winner. Oh, we'll have to do that for Tuesday.
Yeah.
I call Lincoln.
Lincoln? What are you talking about?
Well, we have to do it in
I
order.
call Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter.
Too late. Choose a real president.
Too late. I already got him.
You had to choose real presidents. You can't choose. If we could choose We cannot choose fictional presidents. Okay.
You can't go first. We got to flip to see who goes first.
Okay. Okay.
I might get Lincoln yet.
We can flip coins. Right.
I want Nixon. He'll do anything.
Fucking worst choice.
Okay.
Okay.
He's not a crook, though.
Right.
Let's
see. Metaworks 41190 for Joe says, what should we replace with birthright citizenship? I would say most countries, they have like one parent has to be, at least one parent has to be a citizen. I think that's probably what we should do. So. Or they have others. I don't know. There's some that are if they've been living, even if they're not citizens. But no, I think it should be one parent has to be a citizen. I think that's what I would go with.
What is that when you take two citizens and they fight to the death, and whoever wins becomes a citizen? What's that called?
That's not called a thing. That's not a thing.
Fight to the death citizenship.
That's not a thing. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not
Damn it. Liz and Deswell specifically for $2. The S&A meetup uniform is now FF7 cosplay.
There you go.
I think that's Final Fantasy 7.
Mm-hmm.
Grindle Vavat for $5 says, and just like that, after a spirited debate, Sitch picked a video that brought everyone together again. Look at that.
There you go.
Yeah. We all come together for the cringe. And then I watched some snake videos on YouTube. Oh my God, it was so good. Notice how my body is like a snake. Notice how I did the snake thing.
Mm-hmm.
Notice how I hiss and it sounds like I'm going to hock a loogie in his face. It's very scary. JMac for $20. I'm a better actor than Philosophy Tube, and that's a fact. Sunglasses emoji. True. Sketch for $5. From now on, every time a lefty criticizes DW for being full of failed Hollywood actors and producers, just show them the Philosophy Tube video. That is great. That is perfect. Yes. What is the last movie that they did?
The
Holy
one that
Balls? No,
what?
the Daily Wire movie.
Oh, Lady Ballers.
Lady Ballers. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lady Ballers versus. I mean, let's face it. Philosophy Tube could have been in Lady Ballers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lives in Dev's Wall specifically for $5. Are you reading Ace's treatise?
No.
Send that to me. Arnold wasn't allowed to do the German dub because his accent was too rural. And people thought a robot from the future shouldn't have a hillbilly accent.
That's pretty funny.
That is hilarious. Yeah.
That's pretty funny.
He's from the country. Meme Spreen for $2 says, P-Tube is so cringed. Ha! P-Tube, ironic. Yeah. What is a P-Tube, Sitch?
Philosophy Tube.
What's a lady P-Tube?
Oh, come now.
What is it?
Come now. Hey now. How dare you, sir?
Dr. Diddler for $2. What's your opinion of isopropyl? Tasty.
That's the rubbing alcohol you like.
I know.
Yeah.
That's my favorite brand too. Meme Spring for $2 says, Sitch, is it pink soap? It's almond scented. Sitch does like almond milk, so it could very well be that almond scented
I don't
stuff.
like almond milk. I like oat milk.
Oh, it's oat milk.
Yeah.
I never got to try oat milk. Meme Spring for $10. I got my comic yesterday, signed too. I haven't had time to read it, but the art is beautiful. S-Class is best class. But A-Team truly reigns supreme. Look at this. Congrats on the release. Woo!
There you go. Look at that. Look at that.
That's how you do the energy, Sitch. Uh-oh, Soladoge. Equal Shaddox for $2.
So those $5 says at thing what? At thing last all of Adam's hot takes and weird ideas make sense. A-Team huffs propofol before each stream, and S-Class uses good soap because it's best class. That's
Look
true.
at
That does make sense if you're sniffing rubbing alcohol before the stream, Adam. That's true.
I didn't, but I should put some on my desk so I can next stream.
You could just get us like a good whiff. Yeah.
I can't believe you don't like the smell. Do you like the smell of gasoline?
Right. Sure.
Equal Shaddox for $2. TOS fan here. What is TOS?
The original series.
Oh. Classic Kirk, Spock, and Bones for the win. I mean, I did like some of the classic stuff, obviously.
Right.
Next Generation, I really thought was good.
Some of the old movies are good. I could never watch the show. It's like too dated for me.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Ace for $5. Did you guys see my past super chats that involve USAID? I sent a Google Doc in your Twitter messages, Sitch.
Yes. I guess that was before.
What happened? Oh, I guess he's out. Is Ace still in the chat?
Yes.
We love you.
Ace for
Ace,
$5
okay?
says I'll avoid trying to have you guys read long messages, stuff like foreign aid and the Doge cuts to them get to me on a personal level. Interesting. Are you involved in the process?
I am 100% against the last cut that they did. What's the name of the thing? The Consumer Protection Bureau.
Well, that's not USA.
Yeah.
That's a completely different organization.
Yeah, totally.
Right.
I don't think I know enough about the USAID stuff yet. So I'm sure there's probably stuff in there that I would be against and probably stuff that I wouldn't be against. So look, I'm on the Doge page right now. I'm refreshing. It says receipts by the end of the weekend. What time is it, Sitch? It's like midnight, right?
Right.
Holy shit. Did they deliver or what? Maybe he means California time. Receipts are coming. Do you believe? Look, in all honesty, I'm not sure receipts are coming.
I don't think they're coming.
I think what's coming is like a New York Times article on Ashley St. Clair. I think that's
what he meant by receipts?
Yeah, I think someone's going to produce the receipts, and it's not going to be Elon.
Right.
It's going to be Ashley. God, that might really hinder him.
Oh, that's right. Adam, Sunday's the start of the week. He meant next weekend.
Oh, did he?
I don't know.
He should have put a date, right?
I don't know. Who the fuck knows? They're not going to exist.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter. Jonathan Smith for $5 says, Sitch, I know a few people that voted purely for Trump because of the lawfare. There's so many laws. You're a felon if they just pursue it. Wow. Interesting. Very interesting.
That I do think that terrorizes a lot of people. The idea that the government can just come after you.
Of course. Well, I mean, it really shows, and I said this before, really shows how fucking disgustingly, irreparably immoral the people in New York were. Even if you fucking despise Trump, for them to basically create the situation where he gets to coast on lawfare because of their dumb fuck cases, it was pretty morally reprehensible for going after someone wrongfully for political reasons. And then even if you hate the guy, because it's going to basically go in their favor, which is exactly
blow up in your face. Yeah,
right,
exactly.
Right. So it's a double
Alvin
whammy.
Bragg. He's got nothing to brag about.
That's true. Orca for 18 months says people have already bought into queer as a title without knowing its inception was a political identity. Use synonym with gay, but far from it. Yeah, I mean, that boat is passed. So. Eagle Shocks for $2 says, I miss Jack from the 90s Jack in the Box ads. There's no Jack in the Boxes where I live, so I don't think I've ever even been to a Jack in the Box or even know what their ads in the 90s were.
They have the greasiest tacos you ever tasted.
They have tacos?
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Super greasy tacos, man. I mean, grease dripping through the bag, greasy.
Gross. Lives in M8566 for 15 months says Blunty Fly emoji.
Oh yeah. Turn some stars on for that.
Lives in Deswald Silly for $2 says patronage is what J-Max does. That's his thing. That's true. Lives in Deswald Silly for $2 says BRB writing 20 pages on ocelots for them to read. Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Look, he's passionate about it. Don't give him too hard a time. I mean,
there you go.
We've all been there.
We've all been there. That's true.
Sitch is passionate about things, too.
I write much too long, probably, for most things. Real Hall's name for 6 months says, damn, you guys still going? Wild. Also wish Bill Maher was running instead of Jim.
Yeah, what's going on? Why are we still going? Hustle, hustle, hustle.
I'm trying. You keep yakking.
Lethal Strain for $2.
Says Cory Booker during the Kavanaugh confirmation. Oh, it was during the Kavanaugh.
Was he bad during the Kavanaugh confirmation?
That's when he did the Spartacus thing.
Was he a little bitch?
Maybe.
They were mean to Kavanaugh. I don't think they treated Kavanaugh fairly. My God, they brought some fucking crazy woman that, oh, he did something bad to me 20 years ago, but I can't remember.
Right.
That's so wrong.
The Real Hall's name for $2 says, what is going on with Ukraine peace talks? Well, I don't know. We've been streaming, I guess, when the first conversations happened. So I couldn't tell you yet.
I heard they all agreed to quit fighting one another and
really
be friends.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were going to all hook up and write a new Star Wars.
There was some clip I just saw where Trump was like, I believe Putin wants peace because he told me that he wants peace. And he would tell me if he didn't. And I was like, oh.
I looked into his eyes and I saw his soul.
I was like, that. Where have I heard that before?
Soul right there.
I heard that exact thing from W, from George W. Bush. The exact same fucking thing.
I saw his soul.
Yeah. I was like, all
and
right,
I said,
buddy.
listen.
Right.
I'm going to invade Iraq. Please do not stop me.
Interesting. Miserable Cross for $20 says, within the confines of the executive branch determined by law of war, a court cannot tell a judge general how to execute the war effort. In the same fashion, they cannot tell the president how to run the executive branch. He is co-equal. I don't know why you said it very differently earlier, where you acknowledged that the courts can make the determination to tell whether what a general is doing is legal or not. You understand? That's the, like, I honestly don't know why you're running interference on the technical, trying to be like, well, technically, JD Vance, worded it in some very specific hyper autistic way to make it seem like he's correct, even though everyone understands the context of what he's saying. I have no clue why you're running interference for that. So,
within the confines of the executive branch determined by law of war, a court cannot tell a general how to execute the war effort.
Yeah, but they could say, well, what you're doing is illegal.
Yeah, I just, I mean, that's interesting because aren't there laws like around the Geneva Convention, right? Like if enemy combatants throw down their arms, they can't just like mow them down, right?
Of course.
That would be illegal.
Right.
So if the general said, all those unarmed people in that village over there, go fucking kill them.
Yeah.
Would that be illegal?
Yes. That's why I don't understand why Mr. Krause is like trying to be like technically autistic on something when everyone understands what the JD Vance tweet was saying.
So I don't know anything about the JD Vance tweet. I know people are super upset about it. I try not to get upset about things. So,
right.
But
I mean, I just took it as a troll tweet. So,
in the same fashion, they can't tell the president how to run the executive branch. I do think. I mean, I think it is rather common that presidents are like, they pick and choose what they're going to enforce, right? Which, look, that's probably not the best thing either, right?
I mean, they have some, I believe they have some leeway, but they can't just, they're not supposed to, at least legally, just ignore whatever they don't want for political reasons.
Right. But they do, obviously.
Sometimes, probably.
Did Biden not enforce immigration stuff, or did he change the laws?
No, the problem was that there wasn't laws. That there was a giant gap there that a bunch of illegals were able to walk. I should say migrants seeking asylum were able to walk into. So.
All right.
Sotos for $5 says Adam wants to eliminate dual citizenship in favor of dual citizenship. I'll give credit on that one. It may just work the way Senator Armstrong intended. That's true.
There we go. That's what I meant. I meant dual citizenship.
Right.
Thank you, Sotos. That's perfect. Yes. We need dual citizenship. As soon as you turn 18, Sitch, you're paired up by lottery.
Oh, okay.
And with another dual citizen that you will have to duel to the death for citizenship. What do you think? I mean, a lot of people are going to die, but 50% specifically are going to die. But don't you feel like you get the best people then?
Right. Oh, Mr. Ubercraz is triggered. He wants in. Send him the link.
He can come in, sure.
Send him the link.
That's great. Just what I need.
Explain yourself.
Someone to come in.
Explain your simping, Mr. Ubercraz.
So I can slip off for a break.
There you go. That's the real thing.
No. Read another super chat. What are you doing? I'll send him the link.
Oh, you send it? Okay, I was going to do it. You do it.
I'll do it. You read super chats. Come on, mow through these super chats. Ace wants to talk to you.
Ace for $5 says, to me, it seems like you guys don't understand how dishonest Elon is. The harm has done. He is painting aid workers as criminals.
I mean, I literally said earlier that I'm not sure I trust anything Elon says. So,
right.
Remember when I said that, Sitch?
You did, but then you kind of
were very walked it back.
Dismissive of. You were very accepting of the concept that USAID's all probably like evil stuff.
No, the stuff that they're talking about is obviously evil stuff. So
but of course they're going to pick out like the examples. They're going to ignore like the giving AIDS medicine to people dying of AIDS in Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
but so many people are like, "Oh, we don't care about that. Fucking, why are we paying for that shit?"
Well, it's a different conversation. It's not corrupt. It's just someone just doesn't believe they should pay for that.
Right.
That's a completely different conversation. Dr. Dillard for 2 hours says the Trump mob has shown me that some people on both sides just want a leader to do their thinking for them. Unfortunately for those people can eat shit. True.
Holy shit. Look at this. This is what I really wanted.
What's that?
A fight.
Yeah.
That's what I want. I want to see a fight. Listen, Mr. Ubercross.
Hey, how's it
beat
going?
the shit out of this guy. He deserves it.
Adam's mad.
All right. Hey, let me.
I'm
Why are you
mad.
simping for JD Vance, you fucking cock? I'm sorry. What were you saying?
All right. No. So what I'm saying is that
yes,
the judiciary cannot order the executive branch to do anything that is within the confines of what the executive branch can do. So,
duh.
All right.
Correct.
So, no one's saying otherwise. What?
Well, and that's what his tweet said, and you're arguing against it. You're saying that that's not what he said. What he said was actually correct.
No.
Yes.
Twisting his words.
No.
Yes. Yeah, that's 100% what it was. That you cannot tell the executive branch that if they're running the executive branch and they're saying, all right, we can, instead of spending $1 million on something, that we can do it for 300, that we have to spend $1 million. That's not correct. That's not true.
Well, okay.
Why would they?
What do you think? Why did JD Vance tweet out the tweet? What was the thought process?
He tweeted it out because the judiciary was telling them that they could not run the administrations or the departments that were within the executive branch, that they were not able to cancel contracts, that they were not able to let people off, they were not able to enforce things the way that they wanted to enforce things.
Because there were laws in place that said what what exactly how
laws?
these organizations were supposed to work in terms of hirings, firings, things being shut down, XYZ. And
right.
the president doesn't have unilateral authority to just be like, fuck you, I can just shut it down. I don't care what the law says.
What are those laws?
Whatever the laws that had to do with the creation of those organizations.
Okay. And what Congress says that they can do, right? The way that Congress funds them, correct?
Right.
All right. So USAID, let's talk about that. So what does Congress do in terms of funding USAID? How do they do that?
Well, wait, to be clear though, because with the first part, you agree that that a general can't just do whatever the fuck he wants in terms of military action, right? Like there's like laws you have to follow, right?
Yeah, he can be tried for violating the laws of war after he is engaged in something that would be a criminal act that has been defined by Congress as a criminal act. But within those confines, if he says, I've been given a directive by the president to attack X position, I can attack X position in the way that I deem proper. I can use artillery, I can use air fire, I can use infantry, I can use whatever means that I believe are appropriate to execute that action. Now, if he violates the law of war and he goes in there and he starts killing civilians, then that's a crime that he's going to get charged with. But the judiciary can't say, whoa, hey, buddy, you can't use artillery there. Why? Well, we don't think you should. We don't like you using artillery in this particular area.
When JD Vance tweets out, if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal.
Yep.
You understand? He's not, well, I don't know, maybe JD Vance is completely creating the most insane straw man. No one thinks that when he says that the Supreme Court is going to pick up the phone and call the president and say, you can't put artillery in some specific place.
But
what they mean is they're saying
that's what the judiciary is doing in their TROs, in injunctive orders. That is what they are doing. They're telling the executive branch how to run the executive branch. That is what they're doing.
No, wait. They're saying, someone's saying we need to, like, the executive branch did something that's illegal, and the court either says,
you're assuming it's illegal.
Wait, I didn't assume anything.
You just said the executive branch is doing something that's illegal.
I did. I said somebody goes to the court and accuses the executive branch of doing something illegal. Okay.
All right. I'll take
and
that.
The court either says, well, we need to freeze it to look at this, or they agree with the person and do some sort of temporary injunction, right?
That is what they should do. What they should not do is tell them, not only do you absolutely stop what you're doing, but all of the information that you've gathered, you need to shred and delete and get rid of, and you cannot keep it. That is beyond the scope of what
I agree with that. That sounds crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's what one of the TROs said for them to do. They said,
so I don't agree with that aspect of it. Sure.
Yeah,
what does that have to do with the military operation thing?
What it has to do with the military operation is that in the metaphor, what they're saying is that if a judge were to tell a general, you can't use artillery in this, even though there's no law that indicates that, they say you can't use artillery in this action, well, that would be a violation of the judiciary. They can't do that. They can't make them not use the military assets that they have in the way that the general believes is the best way to do it, in a way that would not be violating the law of war. In the same way, they can't tell the executive, not only can you not send in the guys that are duly appointed to be able to do this well within the confines of the law that has been established, that they can go and do exactly what they're doing, but you also have to shred all of the stuff that you have.
Okay.
That is an overreach. It's judicial overreach. And JD Vance is correct about that.
So Congress can write a law, and the law says the U.S. military is not allowed to use snipers to intentionally shoot babies in the face. Okay. And then, the executive branch complains about this. They say, or whatever, this somehow gets adjudicated in the courts. Supreme Courts uphold, say this law is constitutional. The military is not allowed to shoot babies in the face. And then the president tells some guy, hey, I want you to go shoot babies in the face. And they go shoot babies in the face. And then they say, well, you shot babies in the face. That's legal. You're going to jail. Right.
Right.
Okay. So you understand that when he said, like, the way that this is framed, it's putting in the mind of everyone that judges cannot adjudicate military matters, which is flatly untrue. That's what I'm saying. Like, you're interpreting it in this way where it's like, I don't think that's how anyone's looking at this tweet in this like very like specific way.
Let's use the second example. What if a prosecutor decided to prosecute a charge against somebody and a judge said, even though they met all of their criteria, they did everything that was appropriate, they charged them, it was accepted, and they say, we want to go to trial, and the judge says, well, I'm not going to let you go to trial on this case. Would that be appropriate? Well, he's not dismissing it. He's not saying that you can't bring the charge. He's saying you can't go to trial on this. I will not set this case for trial. I will not allow you to be heard by a jury on this case. I'm not dismissing the charge. I'm not saying that the elements have not been met. I'm saying that I'm just not going to take it to trial. Would that be lawful and appropriate for a judge to do?
I would assume not. I assume they'd have to make some kind of action where they dismiss the charge for some reason or not.
Right. And so what if the judge then said, okay, here's what I'll do. I'm going to let you, I'm not going to dismiss the charges. I'm just going to tell you that as a prosecutor, I'm going to let you bring charges against this guy, that guy, and that guy, but I'm not going to let you bring charges against this other guy over here. I'm just not going to let you. Could a judge do that? And would that be appropriate?
No.
No, it wouldn't be.
Right.
So a judge cannot tell a prosecutor how to do their job. Once they've done their job, they can tell them if they've done it rightly or wrongly.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't tell them how to do their job.
Right.
What they're doing with many of these TROs is they are telling the executive branch how to do their job. They're saying that we will not allow you to, even though there is statute. I think it's US, I think it's 18 US 3615, I think, is the one that allows a president to be able to have a special appointee that does not have to be approved by Congress to be able to do these kinds of things for 18 months or less, doesn't need congressional approval. That's what Elon Musk was brought in under. It was identified in the executive order. He's brought in under this condition that it's a limited period of time. He can do this without congressional approval, and he can act within the USDS. He's allowed to operate within that department, which is an existing department that is funded by Congress, that was approved, it was created under Obama. He is allowed to have that branch. It is allowed to do things. It is allowed to work in digital space. It is allowed to work in inefficiency. And he is working within those confines to do the things that he's doing. Then why is it that a judge can tell him not to?
Okay. If Trump did something that was blatantly unconstitutional, right?
Yeah, that'd be bad.
You can pick, like, give me an example. What would be like something that could be blatantly unconstitutional that you would do?
He ordered Elon Musk to kill a baby on a stage.
Okay. If Trump orders Elon Musk to kill a baby on the stage,
mm-hmm.
but he's like on Friday night, at 12 o'clock, you're going to do
Friday,
this action.
5 p.m.
Right.
Kill a baby on a stage.
Yes. And someone says, you can't do that. And the court says, you can't do that. We're going to, order a stay or whatever. You're not allowed to do this action. Right.
Yeah. Maybe you can do it next Friday, but not this Friday.
Okay. There you go. Right.
After we've had a hearing.
Right. Are you saying that the court can't adjudicate, the lower court can't adjudicate the president's actions to say he can't?
No, I think that would be proper. If that action was not authorized by Congress, and if the action is not one of the things that the executive branch can do without an act of Congress, so that would be an appropriate thing.
So
that is not what's happening.
Wait. Hold on. So go with me on this very hyperbolic hypothetical. Okay.
Yeah.
So the courts say, Donald Trump cannot order Elon Musk to kill a baby next Friday.
Yeah.
And then Elon Musk or then JD Vance comes in and he says, whoa. It is a legitimate power of the executive to kill babies on stage on Fridays. Judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. Right.
Yeah, I would disagree.
Is that a retarded tweet for JD Vance to put out there?
Yeah, I would agree with that. If he tweeted a different thing about a different subject matter, I would agree that different tweet about that different subject matter would be done.
So this is the problem. I understand what the problem
was about an appropriate subject matter about exactly what the judiciary is doing, and it is proper.
I understand what the problem is. Okay. You're saying you're focused on like the specific order and whether it was legitimate or not. And I'm not focused on that at all. I'm focused on the concept of whether judges are allowed to control executives' legitimate power and what that means.
Yeah.
Because it's up to the courts to determine what is the executive's legitimate power. I'm not even adjudicating on the specific order whatsoever.
Yeah.
So that is a fucking retorted thing because that's what the fucking judiciary branch does.
No, I don't agree with that though. So from your perspective, the Supreme Court, the judiciary branch is actually the top branch of the government. That the judiciary is the most powerful branch of government in your view.
I mean, they're not the most powerful. No.
Well, they would have to be. If the judiciary can decide what an executive can or cannot do, they would be the most powerful. And I don't agree with that. I believe that we have three co-equal branches of government: the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. All three of them are co-equal. I do not believe that the judiciary can, within the confines of the executive branch and the powers that are granted to them by the Constitution, tell the executive branch how to function the executive branch. However, if the executive branch violates the law as described by the legislature, the judiciary can tell them that they have violated the law. I don't believe that they can preemptively tell the executive branch you cannot do something that is within your sole powers. I don't agree with that.
Okay. Wait a minute. You said you already agreed the hypothetical that the judiciary could tell Donald Trump they can't have Elon Musk kill a baby.
Okay. Yeah. That's why I use that hyperbolic. He's executing a baby at 5 p.m. on a Friday,
right?
Because that is a clear violation of the executive branch's power. The executive branch is not authorized to do that thing that I described.
Wait, who says it? Who says that Donald Trump can't tell Elon Musk to kill a baby?
Well, I think the Constitution does, right?
Okay, and who makes the determination about whether the Constitution can be interpreted to give the president that power or not?
I believe that actually every branch of government can interpret the Constitution in an appropriate way. I think the executive, the judicial, and the legislature can all interpret the Constitution. I believe that the judicial has the ability to put it into an order.
Yes.
So they would be able to put that into an order.
So when Donald Trump says that he's interpreting the Constitution, giving him the power to kill babies on stage, and the Supreme Court says we interpret the Constitution, doesn't give you that power, you can't do that, who wins?
Well, it's a good question. I think Andrew Jackson kind of said, "All right, I've got your order. Let's see your army."
Who wins in the theoretical process of everyone's following the law here and not using military force?
So I think
you agree the Supreme Court wins in that standoff, right?
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know actually that I do. But the issue
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Well, if we have three co-equal branches of government, why is the judiciary the final arbiter of the Constitution? Why would not the legislature actually be the largest body that is elected by the populace? Why would not they be?
Well, they can change the Constitution.
Yeah.
Or at least start the process, I guess, of changing the Constitution.
So, and the executive branch is the one who executes. So,
and the judicial interprets the law. They say, well,
and at the end of the day, who's the one who executes?
Who's the executive branch? Yeah.
Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's the executive branch that wins the standoff.
If you're talking about military fight and military might, but I'm looking at the judiciary in terms of I'm looking at the judiciary in terms of them.
FBI to do the thing.
I'm looking at the judiciary in terms of them being the referee. That's kind of how this is supposed to work. They say, okay, we have this document. It's called the Constitution. It's the rules of the game. And we're supposed to adjudicate on whether someone is following the rules of the game or not. And you could say, well, the reason that they're like a co-equal branch is because technically they can't really enforce it. They don't have an enforcement mechanism. It's just out of the goodness of everyone's fucking hearts and the fact that they don't want the country to maybe devolve into a civil war, that the people are going to follow the order. And I would agree with that. But at the end of the day, the Supreme Court is ultimately the body that adjudicates on what the powers are and whether there's something constitutional or not, right?
Yeah, and I would imagine that if the Supreme Court were to make a decision, it'd be far more impactful than a district court.
Of course.
So if a district court judge says that you can't do this, and the executive says, I think I can, like who wins that standoff between the district court and the executive branch?
They appeal. It goes up to a higher court. It goes up to the Supreme Court.
And so my issue is that what J.D. Vance said was correct, in that if a judge says that we are going to write an order from the bench that says that a prosecutor must prosecute a case this way to be able to bring it in front of our court. Well, that's not true. They don't have to. That's not true. They cannot make a prosecutor bring a case in a particular manner outside of what the general rules are that have been established. And oftentimes those are established by both the Supreme Court and by the staff of the judiciary, or not the judiciary, by the attorneys that are working there. They've got those set of rules. All right, fair enough. But if you're operating within the confines of those rules, a judge cannot tell you, well, you've got to do this. You can't call this witness. You can call that witness. You can ask these questions, but not that. In some regards they can, but in other regards they can't. And they can't tell a general, like, you can't use artillery if you're allowed to use artillery. I mean, as long as everybody's playing by the rules, then the judiciary is there as a referee.
That's the whole point. Okay. When he says judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power, do you understand my argument or why I have a problem with that statement?
I think I understand it, and I think I disagree with it, because
just tell me what is my problem with that statement?
So I think what your problem with it is that I think you're making the assumption that means that the executive branch is allowed to violate the Constitution to do what the executive branch wants to do. Well,
no.
If they're not violating the Constitution or the law, let's not say the Constitution, that the executive branch can violate the law to do what they want to do.
The point is, and you agree, is that the judicial branch gets to determine what is the executive's legitimate power through the legal process.
I don't agree with that.
Don't agree with that. Then who gets does the executive get to just determine it themselves?
I think that the executive branch, so if the judiciary says, let's take another ridiculous hyperbolic sort of situation. If the judiciary says that the executive branch cannot wage a war that has been authorized by Congress, is the judiciary correct?
I would say no, from my understanding of the law. Yeah.
But they put an order out there that says the president cannot go to war with Switzerland, although Congress has authorized it.
Mm-hmm.
So
the Supreme Court says this.
Yeah, Supreme Court writes an order and says president can't go to war.
Mm-hmm.
So who's right there?
Well, I'd say the Supreme Court was wrong in their judgment, but now you have a problem, because now you do have that constitutional crisis where it seems very blatantly that they have something that doesn't seem to make sense. Right. But you'd have to, I don't know what the process would be. I don't know what the process would be to resolve that situation.
Yeah, that's a real tough situation. And that's very close to what we have here, is that Congress has told the executive branch that they can do X, Y, and Z. They've authorized it. It's in statute. It's right there. And so the executive is saying, I'm going to do it the way that I want to do it. I'm going to do it.
Couldn't they just impeach the justices in that situation?
What's that? Say that again. Sorry.
Couldn't they just impeach the justices?
Yeah, they could. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's the check on the power. They just impeach the justices. They get new justices. And justices say, obviously, the president can wage war. Bada bing, bada boom. Nothing. Everything's fine.
Right. And so we've got these checks and balances, but that doesn't mean the judiciary is always right.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying the judiciary is always
check on the executive branch. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on.
The judiciary is not the ultimate. They're not necessarily the ultimate arbiter of what the executive's power is. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. A referee can make a bad call in a game. Okay.
Yeah.
But they're the ones that at the time are the ones that adjudicate the call. Right.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I don't understand what you're saying. The Supreme Court.
I think you do.
I don't. Because you're saying like, well, what if they're wrong? That's fine. I'm not saying that they're perfect entities of godlike power that have omnipotence. What I'm saying is that their role, the judiciary's role in our government, is to look at the actions, well, at least in the confines of this, is to look at the actions of what Congress is doing or what the president's doing and saying, is it legal? Is it constitutional for them to do this action or not? And they adjudicate that. They say, I don't think that the president has this power, or I do think the president has this power.
Okay.
Right? So that's why it is up to the judiciary branch to determine what is whether the executive is operating within legitimate power of the law or not.
Yeah, to an extent, yes, but then to an extent, no, because then the legislature, like you just said, the legislature could then say, we're going to amend, we're going to impeach, we're going to eliminate, we're going to do something. So it's not it doesn't really end with the judiciary.
But then what happens? If they impeach the judges and they replace them, does the ruling magically go away, or do those judges have to do a new ruling and change the ruling?
I mean, we've never had it happen. So
I'm asking you hypothetically.
I don't. My answer is I really don't know.
No, you do know. You do know. If the justices ruled that the president could not wage war, even though Congress gave him the authority to, and they impeached all the justices and replaced them, okay, then what would happen? That Supreme Court would say, oh, the old Supreme Court was full of crazy idiots and we're going to undo the rule. Bam. That's what would happen. That's the process.
Well, so kind of yes and kind of no. So have you heard of Dred Scott?
Yes.
Okay. That's still the law of the land. Like, that's still valid case law. That case law has never been overturned. So Dred Scott, which says that African Americans are property, that's never been overturned.
I thought one of the amendments overturned Dred Scott.
Oh, but the Supreme Court decision has never been overturned.
No, but wait. They passed Dred Scott, which was a ruling based on the current existing law. Congress amends all the states amend the Constitution.
Yeah.
That always has the power to supersede a ruling, and then no one ever tried. Then they don't have to change. They don't have to come out and say, "Oh, we were wrong," because they weren't wrong. The law has changed now.
Correct. Right? So they've never gone back to the Supreme Court on that issue.
But they didn't need to because the law changed.
Right. It's a very valid point. However, that case law is still valid because it's never been overturned by another Supreme Court decision.
It would only be valid. It wouldn't be valid in the law that doesn't exist anymore.
Well, so it depends on what you mean by law. So in the law, we have three different kinds of law. We have case law, we have statutory law, and then we've got administrative law. So we've got three varieties of law, and all of them operate. We've got one from the administrative branch, or the executive rather, that's administrative. We've got one from the judiciary, that is case law. And then we've got one from the legislature, that's statutory law. All of them are equal forms of law, and they all kind of merge with each other, and they kind of function based off of bouncing off of each other. So a statute or constitutional law, those all fall under that same kind of a category. So in a certain regard, that it is still valid law. So my point is that if you were to impeach a justice, could you then bring that same case back up to the Supreme Court? Maybe you could, maybe you couldn't. I don't know. If you amend the Constitution, do you need to bring it back to the Supreme Court? I don't know. We've never had that issue before. But from a philosophical standpoint,
if you impeach the justices, you would have to legally, and I would guarantee you in this hypothetical situation, the president might go ahead anyway and do the action, but they're going to have the Supreme Court rule and say the past Supreme Court sucked, and they didn't need to do that with Dred Scott because they changed the law.
The Supreme Court has to have an action in front of them to rule on. They can't just rule.
They would bring. I understand that they would bring some action. They could bring an action to get the Supreme Court to rule on it. Obviously,
potentially, yeah, or potentially not.
They're not going to have a situation where they're like, we impeached the Supreme Court justices and we just ignored their ruling because they sucked. Like, that's not going to happen.
Right. So the philosophical issue that I'm presenting is that the executive branch is the master of the domain of the executive branch. They determine how to effectuate the law in accordance with the Constitution, which says that they are going to do it in good faith, that they are going to, in good faith, try and execute the laws that have been put before them. Mm-hmm. So the question is what Donald Trump is doing, is he violating his constitutional duty? That when the legislature says, here's a pile of money, we want you to spend it on this, and he says, I'm only going to spend a third of that pile of money. Why should the judiciary say that he can't do it?
Well, first of all, I thought the issue was they're like, here's money to spend on X. And he's saying, I'm not going to spend any money on X. Fuck that organization X. I don't like it.
Well, so, all right. So look at, that's what I was trying to get to a little bit ago when I was talking about USAID. So USAID, like if you look at what the legislative act is that it has different categories.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, wait, we can't move on. Okay. I shouldn't have even said that. We can't move on. If you're not going to agree, I don't know. Well, you're like agreeing and not agreeing simultaneously that the judiciary that the judiciary determines what is an executive's legitimate power. You're agreeing and not agreeing at the same time.
That is correct. I am agreeing and I'm not agreeing.
So you're the cat. You're the superpositioned fucking Schrodinger's cat on judicial's authority here. Is that this position?
I'm in the superposition of a lawyer of being both in agreement and disagreement at the same time.
So as Schrodinger's lawyer here, you're simultaneously saying that JD Vance's tweet is correct and incorrect at the same time.
No, I'm actually saying that his tweet is correct.
How can it be? How can it be?
Because
if you have to acknowledge that that there's a reality of Schrodinger where they do control or they do determine what is the legitimate power of the executive branch, then he has to be wrong in that reality.
Well, except that the judiciary is also in that same superposition wherein they can both determine that it is and is not a constitutional violation. They can say with one set of Supreme Court justices that this is a violation. With another set, they could say that it is not a violation. So we are both in that same It's not. It's the exact same argument you're making.
No, it's not.
We're both in a superposition.
No, you're no. Okay. I'm not in this. Wait, hold on. I never made any position on whether the judges are going to make a determination about what Trump is doing is within his legitimate scope or not. I'm saying that judges have the authority to make that determination in the first place. I'm not in any superposition. You're the one saying that they simultaneously have the authority and don't have the authority to make that determination.
Yeah, which I think is kind of correct.
I think it's crazy, but we can agree to disagree.
Because if we don't have three co-equal branches of government, then we've got one superior branch of government, which would be the judiciary.
Wait a minute. The co-equal part of it is that the fact that they have that one of those branches has the authority to impeach the other branches. That's how it's co-equal.
Okay, so then how does the executive become co-equal? So the executive is actually subservient to the legislature and to the judicial branch.
Well, it's kind of supposed to be to some extent, but it's co-equal in terms of the veto power, in terms of just basically having power to how those things will be executed. And it's a pretty wide berth of powers and what that, entails.
So what can the executive do to the judiciary if they don't agree with the judiciary?
Well, the executive's balances in terms of choosing the judiciary in the first place.
Or to act on what the judiciary says.
Okay, but they're supposed to act on it within accordance of whatever the ruling says. Yeah.
Well, within the accordance of the legislature.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, if the legislature passes a law that says you have to do X, the president says, I'm going to interpret this to mean Y, and the court says, no, you have to do X, then they have to interpret, then they have to do X. They don't get to say, fuck you, court. I mean, they could say, Andrew Jackson, fuck you, court, make me, right? But that's not the way we want to exist in that world.
No, we don't want it to exist that way, but that's how it does exist. So then the president says, no, I'm going to do Y instead of X, And then what does the legislature
Well,
get
then
to
we
do?
have the constitutional crisis, right?
Well, we
Then
don't because the legislature still has one more tool in their belt.
Well, they can impeach the president, obviously.
Ah, there we go.
Right, but then what if the president says, "Fuck you, you can't impeach me"?
Well, then we have a civil war. Yeah.
Well, okay.
But within the confines of the Constitution, everything that we just described is anticipated by the Constitution. That the legislature writes a rule, the executive says, "I'm going to do it this way." The judiciary says, "I don't think you're supposed to do it this way. I think you're supposed to do it that way." And the executive says, "I don't think I am supposed to do it that way. I'm going to do what I think Congress wanted." And he does it that way. And then Congress is like, "No, we actually agree with the judiciary. You're doing it the wrong way. We're going to impeach you."
Yes. But
So
you just acknowledge that you literally, in the way you described it, you literally described it as the judiciary saying, "We don't think you're supposed to do it that way."
Yeah.
That's their role.
Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Okay, so that was okay. That was the fucking thing in the tweet. Is he's basically saying judges don't have that authority to tell them anything.
No, that is the tweet is that a judge cannot tell a general how to wage war.
Okay.
How is a judge supposed to tell a general how to wage war? Explain it to me.
When they say the law says XYZ, that's essentially telling them you can't wage war in a way outside of the bounds of the law.
That's the legislature. Legislature tells the general how to do it.
Okay, so when the legislature,
yeah,
yes, I'll tell you, the legislature passed a law that says you can't shoot babies in the face. The president says, "I believe I'm going to shoot babies in the face." This goes to the court. The court says you can't shoot babies in the face. That's them telling them how to conduct a military operation, saying you can't shoot babies in the face.
You're wanting to get into such a specific argument so that you can make yourself right, because I think you know what I'm saying.
Give me an example. Correct. I was just using an example we used earlier. You can give me an example.
Okay. So the legislature passes a law that says you cannot use chemical weapons on this battlefield.
Right.
And then the president says, "I'm going to use AR-15s, and I'm going to use mortars, and I'm going to use rocket fire." And then the judiciary says you can't use rocket fire based on the law that Congress passed. Well, that's what I'm saying. How would it make sense?
Okay.
So how can that judge tell that general how to execute the war? You're trying to put it into this category of he's violating the law. I am saying that if he's not violating the law, the judge cannot tell him how to do what he's doing.
Okay. I understand what the problem is. The problem is me understanding what the point of the judicial branch is. When I read his tweet, I'm assuming
he wants to break the
when
law.
A judge is adjudicating a matter, it's based on some kind of law. They're trying to interpret some kind of law. They didn't just pull out of their ass, right? Oh, you just can't use AR-15s. And you're interpreting the exact opposite thing, saying, no, this judge is being super bad faith and is just pulling something out of thin air.
I'm not interpreting it. I'm telling you
that is how you're interpreting it. Because all he said, hold on. All JD Vance said was, if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. He did not say if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation by wrongly interpreting some law that Congress passed, that would be illegal. He didn't say that.
What's the context of the tweet?
It's in terms of the whole, the freezes and everything.
Right, yeah, the TROs.
Right.
The temporary restraining orders that have been issued by a variety of courts, right? It's within that context.
Yeah.
So within that context, if those TROs are saying, all right, so here's the law. The law says you have an agency that's funded. It's DOGE. DOGE is an agency. It's been approved by Congress. He changed the name of it, but it was pre-existing, so it's already been funded. It exists. Mm-hmm. He's using the funding the way that he wants to. He's appointed somebody in accordance with U.S. statute. Okay, so we followed the law. We've got an agency doing a thing that it's approved to do. We have a person that that the president can appoint to do a thing. We have both of those two things. And then the president tells them to go do a thing that the president is allowed to tell them to do. And then the court says, you can't do that. Who's in the right?
I mean, I don't know the specifics of the case to know. But it's up to the
just
courts
in
to
the
make the
abstract.
determination, right?
In the abstract, we
In
have
the
an
ab- well,
agency that is
would-
allowed to do a thing, and we have a person that the president is allowed to appoint to do the thing, and then the president tells the person to do the thing. Is the court allowed to tell them not to do the thing?
I would say that the court erred, and the president should have to go through the legal
They're
process.
not allowed to. No, they violated the Constitution.
Wait, so if the court in good faith interprets the law in some way, wait, hold on. If the court in good faith interprets the law incorrectly, okay,
no,
I would not categorize it as saying they're not allowed to do that. I'd say they're just
within
wrong.
their power. The judiciary is not within their power to tell the executive branch not to do something the executive branch is allowed to do. From your perspective, it sounds like you're saying the only entity that can violate the Constitution is the executive branch.
That's not. No, I'm
you're saying that the judiciary can violate.
What are you talking about?
Can the judiciary violate?
I'm saying that the judiciary is the fucking referee who's supposed to figure out to make sure everyone's following the laws appropriately.
Right.
Yes, so that's all I'm saying. And so
can the referee violate
you're saying
the Constitution?
in a rule, you're saying in a situation of perfect knowledge,
no.
That's what you said, because I said I wouldn't say that what they're not able to do. I'd say they err if it was good faith. If it was in bad faith, obviously, if the judge is some activist judge who's like, fuck Trump, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I'm going to freeze the order, then obviously that's bad. Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. You're correct. But if they have a good faith interpretation where they're just incorrect, right, that's a completely different scenario.
So can the judiciary, can that branch of government violate the Constitution, even if they're doing it in good faith?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, but it would still be a violation of the Constitution.
Right, but the difficulty of that would basically be the courts would have to make that determination that they themselves erred in that case. Yes.
Would. Yeah, the legislature would determine it at that point.
Well, I guess if you're going to say through
me,
impeachment.
Who is the final person that decides what the Constitution says? I can't really say it's the judiciary, because the executive branch is a co-equal branch of government.
No, it is the judiciary.
They make determinations as well. And then if the judiciary tells them, if they issue an unconstitutional order, the executive branch is not bound to follow an unconstitutional order. Even the Supreme Court has said that.
Okay. Right, but they're the ones that determine what is constitutional.
All right. So then the Supreme Court is telling the executive branch they don't have to follow the orders of the court if it violates the Constitution. So then what does the executive branch do? When the court tells them to do something or to not do something, they are allowed to do.
Well, they're going to just kind of try to do it anyway, obviously, while it goes through the higher courts.
And is it unconstitutional if they do it?
Well, that depends. If the higher courts say it is unconstitutional, then it is. If they say it's not, then it's not. Yes.
Or maybe it's not. Maybe it is still constitutional.
No, this is ridiculous.
It's not ridiculous.
It is, because
this is the way that our government was set up.
This is the exact problem. I said this like 20 minutes ago. Okay.
Well, is the Supreme Court wrong? Is that what you're saying?
No. The Supreme Court hasn't made a decision on this.
Well, no, but you're saying that the Supreme Court could decide that it is unconstitutional, but that doesn't count or something?
No. What I'm saying is that so if the executive branch does something within their power, that legislature has allowed the executive branch to do a thing, and then the executive branch does the thing that they're allowed to do, the Supreme Court cannot tell the executive branch not to do the thing that the legislature has allowed them to do.
That's but they can if it's unconstitutional, though, obviously.
If it is unconstitutional, if the legislature allowed the executive to do something unconstitutional, and then the executive wanted to do something unconstitutional, and the Supreme Court said you can't do something that's unconstitutional, that would be correct. But if the legislature allowed the executive to do something that was constitutional, and the executive wanted to do something that was constitutional, and then the Supreme Court said you can't do something that's that is constitutional, then the Supreme Court would be wrong.
Would they be though?
They would.
That's the thing. Well, look, we went over the Japanese internment thing, and I mean, I think both Sitch and I think that the Supreme Court was wrong, yes, but obviously everybody acted in that time as if the Supreme Court was correct because the Supreme Court makes the law.
Let's take that situation. So the legislature passes a law that says that we imprison everyone that's Japanese. The executive branch then says, I'm not going to do it. And then the Supreme Court tells them, you have to do it. Should the executive branch then imprison everyone that's Japanese? Or should the executive branch saying, I believe in the Constitution, I'm not going to do it? Would the executive branch be in the right for not following the Supreme Court's decision?
Well, morally, they'd be in the right, but legally, I think they'd be in the wrong.
I think they'd actually legally be in the right as well, from our constitutional perspective, that the executive branch cannot follow an unlawful order.
If the court determines that the president not only does, but must put all Japanese people in jail. Okay. Mm-hmm. And
more
every
Japanese
court
people
from now until the end of time, until the earth explodes, agrees with that ruling, then doesn't that mean that legally they're correct?
I would say no. And I think the executive branch would actually be correct.
How do you
following that order?
How?
Based on what? Because the executive branch doesn't allow it. So what if we have a law that says?
Wait, no. Go with what I said. Okay.
Okay.
It was your hypothetical. The Congress says you have to put all Japanese people in jail. The executive says no. The court says you have to do it.
Yeah.
Until the end of time, every court reaffirms that you have to put Japanese people in jail. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. How is that not the correct? You could say it's morally wrong, but how is that not the correct legal interpretation then?
Because I think of the way the Constitution is built is that each branch is independent. So the executive says, I'm not going to do it. So then what happens?
Well, I don't know what happened, but that's not the question.
No, what happens is that the legislature then impeaches the president, and then the people vote on a president that is going to follow that order, and that's what happens. Now, does that make it constitutional from an objective standpoint? I'd say no, it doesn't. But if they don't impeach that executive, and that executive continues to operate in the executive branch, then the executive branch decides not to do it.
Yeah, but that's not a question of that's not a question of whether
it's constitutional, and I'm not going to do it.
That's not whether the president gets impeached or not is not does not give validity to the question of like whether the courts were correct or not in their ruling on a legal level. So I don't know why.
Right.
Like I don't even know why you bring that up.
Well, I'm bringing it up because it's in the Constitution. Where in the Constitution does it say that the Supreme Court is the arbiter of the Constitution?
No, I'm saying like that's the check that they have in order to get rid of a president that they think is doing something wrong. That doesn't say like, oh, well, the president, like if the president says, I'm not going to lock up all Japanese people, and then they impeach him and they put in a president who does what the court says and locks up all Japanese people, you're saying that means that, well, I guess the court was correct in their interpretation of the law because it
I think it's still a violation of the Constitution. But where in the Constitution does it say the Supreme Court is the arbiter of the Constitution?
I have no clue.
It doesn't.
I don't think it says that anywhere.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court isn't laid out in the Constitution?
It is. Yeah, it's Article 3.
Okay.
But it does not say that the Supreme Court is the arbiter of the Constitution and what the Constitution means.
I just think we've always accepted that the Supreme Court is the interpreter of the Constitution.
Yeah, it came from Marbury v. Madison. It's an old case from a long time ago.
You're not taking the Rekieta position on this, are you?
No, I'm not taking the Rekieta. The view that is that we have no judicial review, and that in fact, like it's the Wild West of the Constitution.
Yeah.
I'm not taking. I don't take that position. I think that in practice, if it really came down to it, he may not be that far off because the executive doesn't have to follow what the judiciary says. Like, that's why I was bringing up Andrew Jackson before, when he said, like, they ordered him not to do something. He's like, all right, well, where's the judiciary's army?
Yeah, but like,
not.
When I have this conversation, I feel like when most people have a conversation, like, what is like the people supposed to do within their legal authority?
Right.
The conversation is not, well, technically,
yeah,
Superman can kill and rape whoever he wants because no one can enforce laws against him. Like, that's not the conversation that people are having. Like, it's not like, well, technically the threat of violence basically means that we all live in, law of the jungle at the end of the
Andrew
day.
Jackson can step up and
like that's not really, I think, like what people, I don't think that's really what people are talking about here.
I agree with that, which is why I would say, do you think that interning Japanese people all across the United States would be constitutional?
No, I don't.
Okay. So not only is it immoral, you believe that it is also against the Constitution.
My lay understanding of the Constitution would say I don't think it follows the Constitution. Yes.
My learned view of the Constitution would agree with you.
Okay.
And so I believe.
Yeah, because wouldn't they have a right to a trial and all that? All that shit's in the Constitution. Yeah, exactly.
There's a whole bunch of stuff in there. Yeah, they got a Fourth Amendment, they got a Fifth Amendment.
You can't just fucking.
Amendment. Yeah. 14th
Amendment.
Just
throw them in the slammer.
What if 99% of Japanese people turn out to be demons from another dimension?
We got to put them on trial, buddy. That's what you got to do. So,
you're crazy. You're crazy at that point. Okay, that's out of control.
But my view is that the executive branch has to make, like, when I was an officer in the military, I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States. Also when I was a non-commissioned officer. So I had to uphold the Constitution of the United States. That did not mean that if there was what I perceived as a violation of the Constitution that was occurring in front of me, that I would then say, guys, hold up. Let me go. I need to check with a judge and tell them what I need to find out from them if this violates the Constitution or not. I had to make an independent judgment in that moment if the thing that occurred in front of me was violating the Constitution. A member of the executive branch of the government, I had to determine, is this a violation? I never ran into this situation, but hypothetically, I would be in that position. I could not execute an unlawful or unconstitutional order. And that was based on my judgment.
Of course.
Yeah, but the appeals process allows other judges to weigh in on that because you could potentially get it wrong. But the Supreme Court is like the end of the line. They're just whatever they decide is assumed to be correct, even if it is wrong.
Generally speaking, yeah, I would say that's correct. The issue is that if you have a president, this is what I was saying to Sitch, is that if you've got a president who's been authorized to do a thing by the legislature, and then the president is trying to do that thing that he's been told to do, and then the judiciary says you cannot do that thing. And it's, in this instance, I'll say it's not a violation of the Constitution. So it's not a violation of the Constitution. Legislature's approved it. The executive is trying to do it. Why can the judiciary stop you as the executive from doing the thing that Congress is letting you do?
Well, they're going to weigh in and say it's unconstitutional, I'm assuming, and then
but let's put that out.
That's going to be appealed all the way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is going to be the final judge of whether or not it's unconstitutional or not. And then if it's a push between the executive and the Supreme Court wins. The executive loses.
Well,
always. I
mean, unless the executive still does it.
But that's them violating the rules at that point.
That's the that's why they call it a constitutional crisis, because they're like, oh, look, someone didn't follow the Constitution.
Yeah. So my point being that.
Wait. That's important though. You agree that's the president violating the rules.
Yeah, that's a constitutional crisis. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. There we go. No more Constitution.
Okay, so that's my problem with this statement where they say judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. That's my problem with the statement. Okay, because I understand what you're saying, but it's also that's why you have the Schrodinger's cat position. It's like, well, that's the role is to make the determination.
Right, except
they
that
they have to mean like lower court judges, though,
okay,
because obviously the Supreme Court does have the power to do that.
I don't know. That's what Mr. Overcross has been arguing about me for like 30 minutes about this.
All right, so Japanese internment, you think if the Supreme Court says it's constitutional, is constitutional?
It is legally, not morally. That's why
I would say my interpretation is that they're wrong, but at the time that's legal. Yes.
Their interpretation counts because they're the Supreme Court.
Okay. So from my view, I believe that the executive has a duty to uphold the Constitution. And so if the Supreme Court tells them to do something that is unconstitutional, in my view, the executive branch has a duty not to follow that unconstitutional order.
How is this any different than the tweet that Trump put out, though, that just says, when I do it, it is legal? Like, how is this any different?
Man, that's like...
Look, because he'll basically say, look, this is my interpretation of the Constitution, so therefore it's constitutional.
Right. So there's a few different ways to look at that tweet. I think one way to look at it is
no, tweets aside, what about the concept? Look,
the concept,
see, there's a difference of opinion between him and the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court decides one way, he decides another way, and he's basically going to use Mr. Ubercross's argument. He's going to say that I'm the one who's correct. My interpretation of the Constitution is right.
Yeah. And so then what I think would happen is that President Trump would get impeached if the Congress disagreed with him.
Okay.
But so the concept of the tweet, I would say there's a couple ways of looking at it. Just the concept is that one, if one is saving the country, then it is possible that nothing that they're doing in saving the country could be unconstitutional. It could not be wrong because the end state is you've saved the country. So therefore, it couldn't be unconstitutional. Another way of looking at it would be that if I'm going to do anything, I'll do whatever it takes to save this country. And so it can't be unlawful regardless of whatever I do, regardless of how many laws I break, regardless of how many people I kill. I've saved our country, and ends justify the means. The first way would be that if I'm saving the country, then I must be doing it in a proper manner. And that means that I can't have violated any rules because I've saved our country. The other one is I violated a ton of rules. I'm doing what I think I want to do. And that's the bad version. The first one's a good version. The second one's bad.
Both versions are bad, obviously. But
well, no, the first version would be that in an effort to do it, I'm not breaking laws. I'm not violating rules. I am, by the nature of my saving the country, if I'm saving the country by doing something wrong, I cannot be saving the country. If I was doing something wrong, I could not be saving the country.
There are laws in place where if you break the law to serve like a higher purpose, that they acknowledge that you broke the law, but they don't necessarily charge you for breaking the law. I think it's closer to that scenario.
Right. Like
where it's not legal. What you're doing is illegal, but you're doing it in the service of a greater good. But I think just acknowledging that you're breaking the law is a proper way to frame it.
Yeah.
Not say, oh, I'm not breaking the law. Look, I murdered all these people, but look, I saved the country. So
yeah, that post is far more troubling, I think, than the J.D. Vance tweet is. The J.D. Vance tweet, I think, is like very defensible. The Trump tweet is,
oh my God! So you don't think it's indefensible? Yeah. Yeah. So look, let's just well,
wait. I got to ask one question, and we could just put
the Supreme Court thing.
Okay. To move on. Okay. So again, going back to the first sentence,
if
a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal.
Yes.
Now, when you were defending this, you kept saying preemptively, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you agree that a judge after a military operation, or maybe if somehow a case is adjudicated before the military operation even exists, makes a determination about whether the conduct of the military operation is legal or not, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If a general then says, I'm going to drop gas on this town that I'm not allowed to drop gas on, he's violated the law of war. That's something that a judiciary can bring him on charges for. He then has to explain himself. And if he's guilty, then he goes to
Right.
Yeah.
So yeah, because you gave the hypothetical of like, they say a general can't use chemical weapons, right?
Right.
Okay. So how is like if the legislator says a general that U.S. military can't use chemical weapons,
yeah,
and then a general does use chemical weapons,
yeah,
and then
that's a
they
violation.
Right, they violate the law, and then the courts say you're not allowed to use chemical weapons, and you did, you're going to jail. How is that not a judge telling a general how to conduct a military operation?
Okay, so the military operation has already occurred. So what I'm saying is that the law says you cannot use chemical weapons. The general is about to go to assault the town. And then a judge issues an order that says you cannot use small firearms.
Well, you're changing too
I'm
much
not
of
changing
you're
because that's
changing
my
too much of it.
perspective
Yes.
of what the TRO
But
is.
wait. Okay. If
If someone
the tweet,
filed,
take the
an
sentence.
injunctive order.
Wait, pause. Take the sentence and
I was about to agree with you.
Remove the context of the freeze. Okay. Remove it completely. We're just looking at this sentence devoid of the context, right?
Okay.
That's what I'm doing. And I'm saying on that level, the sentence is wrong. And you're saying it's right in this other context that you're looking at through.
So what you would be saying then is that within the context of a general is about to attack the town, and
I'm not even. You're the one that keeps adding the preemptive. He doesn't add preemptive in his sentence. Okay.
I'm trying to stay right within what we're talking about. And then someone files a motion with the court, an injunctive order that says this general is about to use chemical weapons on this town. We need an order that prevents this general from using chemical weapons on this town. Do I believe that that would be appropriate? I would say yes, I believe that would be appropriate.
Okay. So then you agree with me. I don't understand.
I don't.
What are we arguing about?
Because what we're arguing about is that would then not be within the legitimate power of the executive branch.
That's what I said from the beginning.
What does the end of JD Vance's tweet say?
It says judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power. And I said, that's the weasel word, because the judges determine what is a legitimate power. No one's arguing. No one is arguing that judges are allowed to control what everyone agrees is their legitimate power. It's when they don't agree. That's when the contention arises.
Okay. But right now, what I'm saying, that tweet is in the context of a judge stopping the executive branch from using their legitimate power.
But why? Okay. So is the argument that JD Vance is stupid and that he wrote a tweet in this like dumb way that only makes sense if you agree with his position in interpreting this very narrow, even though he wrote the sentences very, very generally and not specifically whatsoever, it only makes sense if you ignore the fact that he wrote the sentences in completely general terms and only interpret it through the very narrow lens of this one specific scenario that he's talking about, that you think he's talking about.
I don't think so, because when I read that tweet, it immediately made sense to me that a judge cannot order that a judge cannot write an order that says, general, you must attack this town at 10 a.m. on December 2nd with these kind of weapons. What's that?
Why would you add all that?
With chemical weapons.
Because that would be, no, without chemical weapons. That would be a judge telling a general how to conduct combat operations. That is what that would be.
Wait, if a general gasses a town, and then afterwards they say, you're not allowed to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. There's no, you keep adding this temporal element there that doesn't exist in the sentence. Okay. That would be a judge telling a general how to conduct a military operation and that he conducted it in a way that was illegal.
Okay.
Even if it's after the fact.
The legislature cannot tell a general how to conduct a military operation.
Yeah. And Yes,
right?
The legislature says you can't do this, and then the judge agrees and
Okay.
says you did the thing that you're not supposed to do. Yes, they're
Right.
both
Yeah, that's a
together
violation of
telling a
law.
general how to conduct a military operation. Yes.
Right. So you cannot tell a general how to conduct a military operation. What does conducting a military operation mean? Now, there are limits that are placed upon anybody. That's abundantly true. Of course, there are
constitutional limits.
Right. And within that set of confines, the general is free to do what he wants.
Within the
right?
Constitution.
No one's disagreeing with
within
this.
those.
Yeah,
That's
no
what your tweet is saying, and I
That's
don't
not what the
understand how
tweet's
you're.
saying.
It is exactly saying that, but you're saying it's a weasel word, and it's laid out. It is crazy to me that you don't see it. Like, it's literally insane to me that you cannot see that as a judge cannot tell a general you have to attack this town at 10 a.m. on Friday, July 22nd.
He didn't say. If he used that example, then maybe we'd have a conversation. He didn't use that example at all.
But no, he's talking about it as a general premise, and it's on its face, it's true.
You've already said on its face that a judge can tell a general how to conduct a military operation. You've already said that.
Judge cannot tell a judge cannot tell a general how to conduct a military operation within the confines of the legitimate power of the executive branch. This tweet is in response to a judge telling the executive branch they can't do something that they legitimately can do. Like, it's a one-to-one metaphor, and I don't understand how you're not seeing it.
Okay, I'm repeating myself at this point. I feel like I just don't know what to say at this point.
I don't know what to say
either.
Well,
we're in limbo whether or not it's constitutional or not, though, because the Supreme Court hasn't weighed in. Obviously, the first judge weighed in. There's going to be an appeal. It's going to go up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is going to weigh in, and the Supreme Court decision is final.
If JD Vance tweeted out that the president is allowed to do what the Constitution, the legislative branch, and what the courts say he can do, right? If you just tweeted that out, no one would bat an eye or give a fuck. You understand? Like, right? Everyone's be like, oh, well, obviously, right?
What does legitimate power mean?
But that's what you're saying. You're saying that the context
legitimate
of this tweet,
power means it's
wait. You're saying that this tweet that is very controversial is him just saying the president's allowed to do what the Constitution, Congress, and the judiciary says he's allowed to do. That's how you're interpreting
highlighting.
Okay.
He's highlighting
that to me is ridiculous.
Examples.
That's send me the tweet. I want to see this tweet. Everyone's losing their mind over this tweet, but
and he's highlighting two specific examples where it would be blatantly obvious that a judge could never interfere. In these two examples, one, a judge cannot tell a prosecutor how to prosecute their case, what evidence to present, how they want to do it, which witnesses to call. A judge could never do that. A judge could never tell a general how you're going to execute a warrant, because a judge is not a general. They don't know how to do that. These are two.
No, in the second one, I would agree with you, just because the way that he worded it seems like he's giving it some sort of temporal preemptive part of it. The first and the third sentence have nothing to do with any of that whatsoever. So maybe, listen, if you want to make the argument that he just very poorly worded the tweet, then that's fine. I'll say, okay, maybe he did. Maybe he's just dumb. Maybe he just wrote, or maybe he just fired off a tweet very poorly, right? But I don't think that's what's going on here. I think he wrote a tweet in a very specific way that's very vague, that's very general, that's supposed to cause the controversy where people like you will say, oh, well, no, technically, if I squint at it, it makes sense. But if I understand it through the general context, it doesn't make sense. And people are going to go, oh, what the fuck? This is crazy.
It made perfect sense to me as soon as I read it. Maybe because I've prosecuted cases and I've been in the military, but to me, it was very clear as soon as I read
saw this tweet,
both of those things were.
If you saw this tweet with no knowledge of who said it or the context of the freezer or anything, you would look at it instantly and go, that's correct.
Yeah, I would say that's correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a correct statement.
Is this a tweet that ends in judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate power?
Yes.
So if that just said judges aren't allowed to control the executive's constitutional power, would that be hair on fire crazy?
Who's asking?
judges aren't allowed to control the executive's constitutional power.
Yeah, that seems to me that's the same.
That would be
thing.
correct.
Yeah, totally. So why doesn't legitimate just mean constitutional power?
No, okay, wait a minute. For all the talk of context, now we're removing the context. Okay. If you have a situation where there's a legal battle about what is the president's constitutional, like whether the president has the constitutional authority to do something or not, and you put out this tweet and you say the courts are wrong, they're not allowed to do, they're not allowed to, be involved with what is, to control the president's constitutional power. The whole point is, duh, the courts are trying to make the determination what the fucking constitutional power is.
I don't necessarily agree with that, but I would then go back to like our Japanese internment thing.
That's what that's how everyone is interpreting the tweet. Okay, they're saying,
right,
well, duh, the courts adjudicate that. And then you're saying, well, no, technically, there's a perfect being out there that somehow interprets the law outside of all three branches of government and can make this adjudication, right?
Well, it's a philosophical statement. I think like it is a philosophical
I understand
statement.
That, I'm dealing with the practicalities. Okay, right.
Well, but then when I say that the executive branch can do whatever they want to, you're upset about that. But that's a practicality.
No, I said they could, but they'd be breaking the rules. Would you agree?
I don't agree, because if the rule is to follow an unconstitutional
well, you agreed earlier.
order,
now you're not agreeing.
But. Well, no, but I've said this a few times.
He changed his mind. Come on.
If the order is to follow an unconstitutional rule, it would not be breaking the rules. That is within the rules. It is within the rules to break the rules when the rules violate the Constitution.
Right, except that the people that determine whether the rules are constitutional or not, are saying, otherwise.
Except that they're not the only people that determine what the rules are, because both the legislature and the executive do it, because we have three co-equal branches of government.
But I completely disagree with you. That's not how that works. I don't think that's how that works. That's
right.
not my philosophical interpretation of how the law works.
It's fair enough. I'm just telling you that's what the Constitution says, but that's all right. You don't have to agree with me. Constitution does, and I'm fine with that.
Listen, you're a great arguer. If I ever need someone to argue cases for me, I'm going to come to you. All right.
No, I appreciate it. All right. Sorry, I've taken up a lot of your guys' time.
That's okay.
Thank you very much for having me on.
No worries.
Thanks for coming on.
All right. Have a good night.
Good night.
Later.
So it's just the last line of the tweet that you object to? Or you object to the other lines too?
I object to the first sentence and the third sentence. The second was the only one where I think that there's enough wiggle room there.
Okay.
So.
Because the first line is, if a judge tried to tell a general how to conduct a military operation, that would be illegal. Well, I mean, obviously, if a judge was counseling, which I'm pretty sure the generals do talk to their legal counsel about whether or not certain actions are constitutional or unconstitutional before they do that.
Of course.
So if a judge was telling them, oh, yeah, that's unconstitutional or that's outside the international law or the Geneva Convention or whatever, that would be a case. He couldn't tell them this is how you conduct the battle, but he could say, okay, well, if you do it this way, that's illegal.
Right. But then you get into the context of like, well, if you do if they say it's illegal and then they do the action and then they say, okay, well, we're going to put you in jail now. Mm-hmm. Is that not telling someone how to conduct a military operation?
Yeah, look,
that's what I'm saying. It's like
at this point we're playing word games.
That's why I'm saying this is like crazy to me. It feels like a lot of word games here.
I do feel like we're in the same realm where we're playing word games with a third sentence, because you just changed legitimate to constitutional, and everyone accepts the constitutional.
No, I didn't change it at all. I didn't change it at all.
No, I'm changing it. I'm saying, look, if J.D. Vance means judges aren't allowed to control the executives, he says legitimate power, but if he said constitutional power, then everyone would be like, okay, that's true.
No. Well,
if an executive is acting within his constitutional
exactly
power,
what you're saying. Yeah, I understand. You don't have to repeat. I understand exactly what you're saying. Okay, but it's because there's like a vibe difference between saying constitutional and legitimate, but that's not my problem with it at all. Mm-hmm. If it's a constitutional power, I still have the same problem with the sentence.
Really?
Because what I'm saying is that
who decides what the constitutional power is?
Right. Because to me, when I read the sense of the vice president saying judges aren't allowed to control the executive's legitimate / constitutional power, the implicit part of that statement seems to be attacking judicial review, period. That's how I interpret that statement. Because otherwise, what's the point of the statement? Otherwise, it's like saying water is wet. Well, I guess that's a bad example because people, don't.
Well,
have
I
that
think
problem.
he is.
It's like
he
saying
is saying
the
water
sky
is wet, though.
is blue, right?
I think that's what the tweet is saying, though.
Gravity goes down. It's like, okay, but the entire context is like, well, people are having an argument about whether the action was within the executive's constitutional power.
I think the tweet accepts that whatever Trump is doing is within his constitutional power, and that the
tweet is
judges
saying
are
so. Yes, the tweeting is asserting that. Yes.
And the judges are trying to prevent him from acting within his constitutional power, which is not allowed. I think that's what the tweet is saying.
Right.
That's what JD Vance.
That is what the tweet is saying. Yes, but it's also the reason I don't like the tweet is because it's basically trying to rob the courts of adjudicating that issue.
Yeah. Well, the only caveat is, like, as soon as you're into a Supreme Court judge, then it's like you're interpreting what the constitutional power is.
Right. That's
the
my
lower
point.
court judges, like, it's an open dispute, right?
Well,
the executive interprets it one way.
They're doing the same thing.
Oh, of course they are, but they're
not the
not
final arbiter.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
As long as you can appeal up the chain. But how many steps are there up to the Supreme Court? I don't even know.
Like 2 or 3, depending on the situation.
So it's only 3 steps and you're up to the Supreme Court? Bring it up to the Supreme.
Right.
Anyway, that was an interesting conversation. So
yes,
that was
Thank
fun.
you, Mr. Krause, for coming on. Okay.
I don't like jumping to I have an army, Andrew Jackson. I'm like,
no,
okay,
I don't like
now we're straight into the Tin Pot dictator realm.
Yeah.
Like, well, I'm friends with a general who controls the military.
Gumball fan 123 for $5 says, "Do you guys go to church? If so, what's your favorite thing about going to church?" I do not go to church.
I don't go to church either. This is my church right here. My favorite thing about it is arguing with Sitch.
There you go. When I used to be dragged to temple by my parents, it was very boring.
Yeah, that's funny. I responded and said that exact same thing. Yes. When I did go to church, when my parents forced me to go to church, I was like, holy shit, this is fucking boring.
Yes. Lives in Deswell specifically for $2 says, but attacking bad exposition is EFAP's job, not the Army's. There you go. It's true.
Mm-hmm.
Fair and Practical Progress for 8 months says, if I can get Ace's permission, could you please also share the Elon foreign aid document with me as well, Sitch or Ace, on Bluebird at Fair and Practical? Sure, Ace. I don't know if Ace is still in the chat, but I'll send Ace. I'll screenshot this.
There you go.
And I'll send it to Ace if he wants to send that to you.
I think Ace sent me the thing.
So, because I obviously didn't finish reading the whole thing, and I'm also not on Bluebird. So,
on Blue Balls, you're not on the Blue Balls app yet.
Where? Wait a minute. Why is it gone? What the fuck?
I don't think Ace. Yeah, I never got anything from Ace. I swear I had a DM with Ace before. So
wait. What? It's gone.
Ace deleted his whole account now.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
No,
what happened?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't even see the DMs anymore. Okay, now I'm confused.
It happens.
Well, I will. If I don't know what's going on here, but if I can find Ace's DM, if it comes back, I will send it along.
Do that.
Because I didn't think you could delete. I thought once you send someone a message, I don't think you can delete it on your end at all. I mean, you can delete it on your end, but like it doesn't delete it for the other person, I didn't think.
No, not unless they delete their account. It might still be there. I feel like I have DMs from people that have deleted their account or their account has been deleted. I can still go to their DMs, but I click on their
I
name
don't know
and
what's
it's like,
going on there.
that account no longer exists. Soladoge.
Oh, A said, my bad, I deactivated. Oh, well, listen, if you're in the chat, if you want, you can send the thing.
What did you deactivate?
His Twitter account.
Really?
Yes.
Holy shit. Why? Come on.
Listen, I get people wanting to be away from Twitter. Okay. I'm like,
oh, yeah.
Twitter sucks. Oh, he's back. Okay. Well, listen, I wanted to read the thing that you sent me.
He's back on Twitter. Yeah.
Okay.
People send me long messages all the time, and it gives the game away. What they mean really is they don't want to get a long message because they don't want to read it. But look, I have my computer read it to me, so I read all kinds of things.
Okay. Anyway, I get it. X sucks. And we all need break from X. It's a terrible fucking website.
Yeah.
Solos for $5 says, we literally have JAGs who advise leaders at every level on what is and is not legal. They absolutely can't tell a general not to do something in war. I mean, can they though? Can they though, Solos? J-Back, thanks so much for the $10. Says, always love a spirited debate bonus having a flaming atom. Oh, were you on fire at some point?
Yeah, you guys didn't even notice. It was just like the meme. Okay, me standing in the corner. They don't even know I'm on fire.
There you go. There you go. We were too heated in debate. All right. Hennessy for 34 months, thanks so much. Says the better S court case is Kilo. It's the only case never been referenced in another court briefing. 47 states changed laws because the court got it wrong. Interesting. I don't know what case that is. That's pretty interesting. The Kilo Supreme Court case.
Ooh.
Look it up.
Kilo. Nice.
Excuse me. PC for $5 says, Sitch, I've used those alcohol probiotics. They help if you have slightly too much, but won't help if you're 3 drinks too deep. Also, gin is top tier. Oh, well, there you go.
Oh, nice. A gin drinker.
Cool. Interesting.
PC knows.
Right.
God, it's been so long since I drank anything like that, though.
Oster05 says, Adam, you didn't shout free Palestine while you were on fire.
Out of respect for who was that? Who was that crazy guy?
I don't remember the guy's name. Soto for $5 says, Ubercraw's position basically amounts to don't quote laws to we who hold swords, a great recipe for despots and civil conflict. I mean, listen, that's not exactly Ubercraw's position. I'll be more charitable in good faith to Ubercross, even though I disagree with his position in that conversation. That's not quite his position. Lives in Deswald specifically for $2 says higher courts like bananas work on appeal. There you go.
Dun, dun.
Sotos for $2 says Ace never existed. You were hallucinating. It's true.
No way.
It's totally true. He was Tyler Durden the whole time. Okay. Dr. for $4 says we're like a month in the Trump presidency and I'm already tired of everything that has to do with this. True. Dr. for $3 says I see the problem with your messaging, Jen, when your explanation for why people don't connect with your message is that they're too stupid, so they need people like you. You might be myopic. There you go. Dr. for $2 says I would love to be watching Sitch Adam right now, but YouTube keeps crashing. Why are you doing this? Adam, why do you keep sabotaging S-class viewers with memory leaks? That's a good question.
Who knows? Not me.
So, likely story. Sotos for $2 says Sitch is completely right about people voting on vibes, not policy. Easy example is egg prices. Those rose during Biden because of bird flu killing chickens, but conservatives cared about the cause until Trump took office.
Not according to the poll, though. According to the poll, that
what's the final tally?
Good policies.
Oh my God, we're
52%.
52%. Look at
1,171 voters weighing in right here.
Impressive.
Bam! It turns out the Alpha Chad energy is good policy.
There you go. Interesting.
That's right.
Dr. for $2 says, shout out to David Hogg. He cynically made being an annoying loser who was remotely close to tragedy into a career as an annoying loser. Shame that he's absolutely a toxic waste to the median.
Scam? Did he have a crypto? Did he do a rug pull? What did he do?
Something.
Did he have a?
I don't know what the adjudication on that was. There's
Did he have a bastard child with a liberal influencer?
There's some claim.
A claim? Oh no.
He was using donations improperly or something. I don't know.
Oh really?
We'll find out.
He was buying cocaine with his donations?
Cocaine and hookers. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Now I don't know if you know this. David Hogg is personally behind, all those annoying text messages and emails you get. David Hogg.
Those are all from David Hogg.
Behind every single one. Okay. Doesn't
Well,
matter.
good. I tell him to fuck off every time.
Right.
I'm like, listen, I wish they would have shot you.
Oh my God.
I was on the side of the shooter.
Oh my God. Stop. So those for $12. It's a bit of a side quest, but let's check in on Secretary of Defense Hegseth, who Adam was supporting as the meritocracy pick that'll end wokeness. While on his very first defense conference, he admitted that Trump plans to concede everything in Ukraine to Putin with zero demands. Then he quickly walked it back the next day while day drinking during an interview. At this point, I think I'd rather the DI, Secretary of Defense, hires like Milley and Austin.
Yeah, did he fuck up majorly? I saw something that Hegseth really like screwed the pooch and had to do a giant walk back, and Trump was big mad at him.
Well, I don't know if Trump was mad at him, but I mean, obviously it's so weird because like obviously the way that whenever Trump says anything, everyone defends it.
It's a big secret.
It's the hard ass. It's the hard ass, right? Yeah. That's always Trump's, way of framing things. He always goes like really hard. So obviously, if that's true, and that's the way that Trump engages with all these negotiations with a hard ass, it would be a complete fuck up to say, oh, NATO's out of the question, and you keep some of the territory. Like you wouldn't ask that from the beginning of the negotiation.
That's not your opening salvo.
No, your opening salvo would be like, of course they're going to NATO, and we're going to get every single fucking piece of land back, right? That should be the opening bid.
Yeah.
According to the quote playbook. So that'd be a huge fuck up. In terms of the day drinking, I think that's not true. I watched the video, I zoomed in. I think it was water. I think it was just reflecting the color of his hand.
Oh, yeah, his hand was behind it.
Yeah, I don't think that was actually day drinking. At first I said, holy shit, is this real? I was like, what? And then I zoomed in, I'm like, I think it's just water. But anyway, you're right. Not a strong showing from Pete, from old Pete so far. Salford Jar says, your boy Zach is now saying anti-woke people hate art, using the example that they hate Taylor Swift, but don't have their own Swift, even though if they did, he'd say they're lying. So what's the point?
Yeah, a lot of people seem to think your boy Zach fell off. So
I don't know. I didn't really watch this stuff, so
I never really listened to his stuff either. Like I've heard a video here and there, but
right.
He does seem super reflexively contrarian to me. So he's had some good insight though, obviously on storytelling. He's said a bunch of stuff that I completely agree with.
Sure.
I don't know that I've ever read one of his stories, so.
Solo for $2 says, in addition to that stream, Actual Fandom made a video calling you scammers. Oh no, Actual Fandom called the scammers. Oh, what are we going to do, Adam?
I know, I'm terrified. I'm not going to be able to sleep for a week.
His argument is that unless you have a family emergency, there's no excuse whatsoever to miss a deadline. And that he's never missed a deadline. Well, of course he has to cope because he was like, his original position was that we were lying and the comic book would never come out and it was just a scam to generate money, and that we were just sitting around, or Adam really was sitting around, not drawing it, just, flicking his boogers all day. And then when the comic came out, pretty close to after he made that accusation, now he has to walk it back and try to come up with some cope, right? So he's like, well, I'm moving the goalpost, deadlines, even though we talked about, like, obviously it was going to get delayed, like, entire time. It's not like anyone was caught by surprise. So
I'm so sick of the comic cops coming in to arrest me, right? And it turns out that none of them have actually bought the fucking comic. Okay.
Right.
Like so many people. I mean, so when I said, update your address and stuff, so many people responded with, Oh, I just figured it was never coming out. You know, you back some of these projects and some of them work out and some of them don't. Like nobody's really fucking pissed or anything.
Right, and it was always open to ask for a refund at any time.
Of course.
So,
yes,
I know,
exactly.
It's ridiculous.
The people who are pissed, who are super pissed off, didn't back the book. Like they're pissed off
obviously.
for who knows. They're just haters.
Well, it's like when you have some like woke person who's white and they're like, on behalf of the non-whites, I'm very offended.
Oh, is that what it is?
That's what it is. That's exactly what it is.
It's Dean's white privilege.
It's his.
What's
super
his
white
name?
privilege.
Is it Dean?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Anyway, he should come on sometime. He's fun to argue with.
He is. He can be fat and mad on our stream as opposed to
yeah, exactly.
Sell it for $2 says, if you want to talk about a condescending commentator, look no further than Kyle Kalinske. He's super smug know-it-all who never thinks he's wrong. He also supports family members over Trump. Wow.
Does he really? Oh, it's Kyle, come on. Don't do that.
Snake for $2 says his
Oh, wow.
class is the best class.
I like the way you did that.
Your
acting chops are supreme. Did you watch Snake videos before you did that class?
Listen, Abigail, I did that Snake impression with no prior official acting training.
Sure.
Okay? So reach out to me. I could do your next role much better than you probably.
Be in
put me in a
next
wig,
film.
right, or whatever.
You can play her boyfriend.
Oh, no, okay, wait a minute. Hold on. I get to read the script first before I sign on anything.
There's a fully nude sex scene.
No, we're not doing that.
You get to get her right in her vagina.
Listen, Abigail, I will not pretend to be ContraPoints in any movie with you. Okay.
Oh my God.
Not gonna do that. Sodos for $2 says the problem with Trump's tweets is that constitutionally is ultimately public perception. If SCOTUS interprets itself as being able to dissolve Congress, then ultimate responsibility lies with public response. Well, yeah, I mean, yes, at the end of the day, it's going to be what does the public allow? So, but if that's to me, that's like just one step removed from the whole who has the guns argument. Because it's like, well, we're supposed to be following some rule set before we all throw the table up and say, fuck it. So.
Yeah.
So does Fernando $2 says Trump's tweet is easily trying to shift public perception in favor of him ignoring court decisions he doesn't like, regardless of if he goes through with it. It's almost like he's employing woke tactics for the right. It's funny because that is 100% what's going on. And if it was someone on the left doing it, you see everyone on the right saying Yuri Bezmenov, demoralization tactics, because that's very clearly what. I mean, I don't think that's exactly what he's doing. I think he's just trying to trigger the libs. I think that's what he's doing, but the right would definitely interpret it the way that you're saying if it was someone on the left saying that. And I think that's fair to interpret it in that way. $2 for $2 says, Sitch, you have to understand Elon made a tweet about how evil and corrupt the CFPB is. And as Adam has highlighted, Elon never lies, only crowdsource information. Therefore, according to Adam, that alone is enough evidence.
What? What? No way. What are you talking about? I'm not in favor of this. We're still in the process of figuring that out. So
okay.
I'm not in favor of losing that institution. I watched the entire oversight hearing on that.
Did anyone make any good points to get rid of the CFPB?
None.
Okay.
Yeah, none.
Did Elizabeth Warren say, "This is my baby"?
I wish Elizabeth Warren wasn't speaking because it's fucking annoying. Okay.
Even when you agree with her.
It's even more annoying when I agree with her. What are you talking about?
There you go.
Yeah.
Call Center for $2 says part of the reason parts cost so much is you need a lot of specialized equipment to produce parts for the specific needs of the military. I'm all for reducing waste, but I don't want to break something cutting corners. I agree 100%. And that's my problem with sort of this like, oh, we're just going to blanket, like just start cutting shit and then decide if it's good cut it or after the fact or not. Because I think you're going to have some bad effects down the road.
Yeah, they use certain kind of chips like in aircraft that have a super low fail rate, but you wouldn't necessarily know because like the chip looks exactly the same as a cheap one.
Right.
But look, if you're in a fucking F-25 or whatever, you don't want your chips to fail while you're
Exactly.
on some mission and shit.
Sotos for says, Adam, hands up right now. You're under arrest as an agent of the Comic Cop Police, CCP. We're taking you into custody over alleged failure to deliver comic. If you want off 10 copies to my doorstep by noon.
What? Was I just blackmailed? Is that what happened?
You were just arrested. Okay.
Oh. Nice.
Dale for $5 says, I don't know if you saw, but seeing Marjorie Taylor Greene call out Ilhan Omar was something I've waited for someone to do. Oh, was it about the brother thing? I saw that was, I don't know why.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Resurfacing again in the news. So
I saw Marjorie Taylor Greene on a hearing for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think she did bad, so she's like kind of the left's villain.
You were like, oh, she wouldn't let anyone finish. She's just like, now your time's over. Fuck you.
Well, I kind of like that part.
Oh,
She's like, shut the fuck up.
Right.
We got shit to do.
Right. Her voice is annoying. It annoys me the same way that Elizabeth Warren's voice annoys me.
Really?
Yeah. Oh. They both have that like
Elizabeth Warren is
cadence.
So much more whiny.
Well, Elizabeth Warren is older, so she has like the cadence, but
whiny
with like
tremble.
It has like the tremble to it because of the age. Where Marjorie Taylor Greene is just like, oh, it hits in a different way, but still like the wrong pitch.
It's like
my masculine ears.
She's very angry and nagging.
Yes.
Elizabeth
and unlike
Warren
the other
frantic and oh my god.
Unlike the other Republican female firebrand congresswoman, she doesn't give handjobs in public, so that's exciting.
Bobert's pretty cute, huh?
Yeah, there you go. J Mac or Circuit Fire, thanks so much for the $20. Says, I read the comic. I'll be posting an extensive review tomorrow. I will be fair, honest, and precise.
No, nice.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Face with monocle.
I was in the chat while you guys were arguing, and I said, because J Mac was saying he could wait for his comic, and I was like, what the fuck? According to the internet, it's already been delivered.
Right.
So I sent him the tracking number, and he's like, oh, shit, I have it.
Sotos for $5 says, I have not read the comic. We'll post my extensive review tomorrow. It will be unfair, biased, and full of inaccuracy. Stay tuned for more. Oh, woo. Well, there you go.
That's so good.
There you go.
Solodoge is our Suendre, right? Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I think he's your Suendre. I think he just likes me. Straight up.
Oh, okay. It's just normal with you guys. It's weird gay shit with us, but
right. Anyway,
is that it? Are we good?
That's it.
Oh, so good.
Poor Sammy. She's like, is this going to be launching? I'm like, probably not.
Did you really tell her that? Why would you say such a thing?
Because it was an hour-long video. I didn't think it was going to be a long time. But you know what? What do I know, right? What a fool I was.
Who cares?
Anyways,
were you going to tell us about your isekai protagonist?
Yes.
Who is the isekai protagonist of this live stream? Tell us, Sitch.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for incredibly generous donations. And thank you, Mr. Ubercross, for coming on and arguing about law and JD Vance and Schrodinger's cat. And thank you who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true heroes. You are the true free will seekers. You are the true isekai protagonists. You are the true Supreme Court justices who would always correctly tell the executive branch what they're allowed to do and not do, and would never, ever, ever be disobeyed by an unruly vice president or president. And we'll see you all next time.
That's right, bitches. We finally